Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And we got a Cougs win last night against BYU as they advance, play Kansas tonight, a late game tonight against Kansas. And we'll see. I mean, that was a good basketball. The BYU's a good basketball team. A.J. DeBanza should be the number one overall pick.
Yeah. I agree. He's the safest pick.
Yeah. He broke Kevin Durant's record last night for most. Now, there are more teams, so there are more games. But he broke Kevin Durant's record for most points in a tournament, in a conference tournament, with 93. And he is the real deal. As a matter of fact, that's what Kelvin Sampson reminded him. He said, man, that guy just he's not Kevin Durant, but he reminds me of Kevin Durant. That's how good a scorer he is. That's how tough he is to stop. He's just really, really, really good. And with all the stuff going on around with Peterson not playing, and what a head case
Darren Peterson from Kansas.
Yeah. DeBanza might be the best guy in this draft. Of course, Ced Wilson out of North Carolina has been hurt. He is also
the Cougs have to see. Will Peterson play against the Cougs, John?
Yeah. Well, I don't know unless he says I can't play. I'm going to sit.
Does he have a nagging injury?
He always has a nagging injury.
Well, then I wouldn't. I wouldn't just say, "Oh yeah, he's definitely playing."
Well, I don't know. I'm not in that locker room. I'm not going to. I don't have him. I'm not putting him up for.
Are you in that locker room?
Probable, questionable. I don't know.
What do you want to say? Go ahead and say what you want to say right now.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to play. I don't. So
you never do. You never can know.
No, no.
If Darren Peterson,
Bill Self is in that locker room, he doesn't.
He doesn't know if he's going to play.
Right. He thought he was going to play a couple of times and didn't. So yeah. So there is that. So you're facing. I mean, listen, the best talent: Arizona, Kansas, Houston, Iowa State. I mean, it doesn't get much. It's not any better anywhere. Period. It's not any better. This is the best. The Big 12 tournament is going to show you just exactly where you are. I think the Cougs are a 2 seed right now. Yeah. Yay. Nay.
Yeah. I'd say 2 seed probably.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah. I mean, all estimates have.
Keep going. Just keep going in the tournament.
Just keep winning. Win, and everything is good. Kansas is tough. I mean, Kansas was a blowout. It wasn't even close, but it ain't at Kansas right now. Okay, it is at a place where everybody slips in. It's at a slip and slide.
Well, not anymore.
No,
not anymore, because the Big 12 is going to transition back to a traditional hardwood court for the remainder of the tournament. They've had to make that move on the fly after they had their LED glass court where they could put all kinds of cool, fun little stuff, just shoot lasers out of there. Pew, pew, U of H, pew, 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 Iowa State, pew, 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 Kansas. And they could slide all this stuff around, and then they came out yesterday and said, after consultation with the coaches and our 4 semifinal teams, I've decided that in order to provide our student athlete, I love when they just keep saying the student athletes. Right. Just say you're our athletes. Stop saying student athletes.
Well, they're trying to,
nice try. That in order to provide our student athletes with the greatest level of comfort on a huge stage this weekend, we're going to transition to a hardwood court for the remainder of the tournament, like they're used to playing on, said Commissioner Brent Yormark. We look forward to a great semifinal and championship game. Now, why are they making that change?
I got to give it up for them. At least they recognize the mistake.
No, in the middle of the tournament they're doing this. I mean, that tells you how bad that floor was.
And how much they don't care about the women's opinions, because they had the court last week for the women's tournament.
Well, you needed something to juice that up.
Like, hey,
about a little flair.
Our student athletes played all tournament on this, and they had their own issues, but
not as explosive.
Well,
whatever.
But it's in it that the who complains more. Okay, so right, so can they be trusted?
Typically, or in this,
can they be trusted?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yormark went on to say, obviously the floor is a bit slippery, so I think it just kind of. So, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, but if we're going to be fair about it, listen, Del. In fairness, They had to play on it. You got to play on
This
it.
is what I'm saying. Why were there concerns for the women and they just decided to ignore them
Because they're
and then just
Apparently.
waited till this week?
well,
to do it?
because Christian Anderson, projected number 16 pick in ESPN's most recent NBA mock draft, fell and injured his groin in the second half of the game last night against Iowa State. And he said, obviously the floor is a bit slippery, so I think I just kind of misstepped or did a movement that caused me to slip and kind of ended up in an unnatural position.
I mean, it was guy after guy after guy slipping. After guy after guy after guy. It was ridiculous.
Is the problem that Yormark didn't watch any of the women's tournament, so he didn't see the
Probably.
slipping?
Do you think he was like, whatever? They're probably just complaining. I don't know. Did anybody see the games? No.
Yeah, but you don't want to be the commissioner where somebody tears a knee. Where
No, but
Kingston
he
Flemings.
didn't know if the floor was slippery because he didn't watch the women's tournament.
Oh, you're talking about women's side.
Yeah.
No. Now it's serious.
Yeah. Now it's real serious. So we got to change it. We're going to
What's
change
the
it.
woman from Iowa State, the great player?
Audie Crooks.
What if Audie Crooks slipped? Would it be a problem then?
I'm not answering that. That's a
She's a-
setup.
no, she's
That's
a-
bait, John.
What?
She's
That's
a star
bait.
for Iowa State.
That's bait.
She's
Would
a
they
star.
be able to play on that floor anymore?
If she had slipped, would it have been a problem or no? Because it doesn't
for
matter
that
as much.
floor, because that's an expensive floor.
Yeah, that floor had been taking a beating.
She's worse defender than
You
than-
told him not
Let
to
the
take-
record reflect. She's a worse defender than Alpi.
I don't know. Positionally, she's pretty good.
Have you seen her defensive
I've seen
highlight
Alpi.
film?
She's better
and it's pretty
offensively.
bad.
Well, I'm just talking about defensively. She's worse. She won't
Relatively
even move.
speaking, she's better offensively, though.
Oh, stop.
Relative to her
No,
sport.
she's
Relative to her sport.
Yes, she is.
Yes, she is. She
No.
absolutely is.
No.
it's not even arguable.
We're not doing this.
I
Relative
mean,
to her
she's one of the
sport.
stars of her sport.
What does she shoot from the field?
I bet you it's
She
better than Alprin.
You think? I would
Well,
hope.
relatively speaking, in her league,
That you are just. So
that's not
hateful.
being ugly.
Yeah, you are.
No, she is the Jokic of her league.
You're being hateful. Let me see how many assists she has.
Oh, so-
1.7 assists a game. Okay, Jokic.
No, well,
That's
she ain't giving it up
great.
like that, but she's scoring.
Yeah, so she ain't the Jokic. Quit saying she's the Jokic of her league.
Yeah, well,
She averages 7 rebounds a game.
Shoots over
Okay.
64% from the floor.
yeah, 64%, bro.
Yeah, she's playing against a bunch of nobodies. I've never heard of anybody.
That's
she's playing
right.
against.
It's
I've
relatively
never heard of any of
speaking.
those ladies. Never heard of any of them.
Relatively speaking, she is better to her sport than he is to his.
Great. Relatively speaking, John,
That's what I said.
John Quagmire from wiffle ball is better at his sport than
That's
Alfred
right.
You were
Payton.
fighting an unwinnable fight. She's
Yes.
a better college basketball player than he is an NBA player.
That's right.
Yeah,
it's,
this
it's
is
not even
dumb.
arguable.
fine.
Why are y'all doing this to our guy? Y'all
It's
trying
not
to
against
tear him
him.
down.
She's better than
So
she's better
what?
than most everybody
so
in the NBA.
What? So what? Doesn't matter. Who cares? She played on a glass floor. No one cares.
Well, if she slipped and fell, boom, that floor's done.
See, why'd you have to do that?
No,
You're having a reason. Well, not
just
reasonable.
said
but
Well,
we
it's
planned-
got to
not
get
even
rid of the
reasonable.
floor.
Not
That's
even
all.
reasonable.
We're having a basketball discussion. You took it to an ugly place.
We got to get rid of the floor because we can't have our stars slipping. That's what I meant. Okay, boom, it's over. That floor's over.
If you haven't seen her, she is broad. Like she is
Why you call-
she is a nose
That
tackle.
broad what?
She is broad bodied,
Oh,
and she is. I could write.
Dominant.
She dominates.
you
She
could write her
dominates.
up. How's her?
I could write her
what's
up.
her arm length like?
I could write her up. I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't know. I'd have to. I'm actually intrigued now.
yeah. Now you got to look.
I actually am interested.
But
Well,
she's more.
it doesn't. Arm length doesn't matter. I've been
She's
told.
more guard than tackle.
Think she's an interior player.
She's
Yes.
what?
Yes, and I'm not sure. It's that
Well,
type of
she's a
ball.
center, so
No, yeah, she's defensive. She could be a zero nose. She's 6'3", so she could be zero nose, lined up right over the center.
that's right.
I know this. They can't handle her in women's college basketball.
I'm just
Not
talking
when
about
she has
she's
the
a
ball.
center in basketball. That's what I meant.
I know, but she's in football. She's a zero tech.
Wow.
I'm just saying she is. What am I misplaced? We want me to put her at corner? She's a zero tech, and she's dominant in women's basketball. When she gets a ball in the low post, forget about it. Not a lot of jumping And there's
not a lot of jumping.
And there's no defense. Like, she won't even move her feet.
Well,
like,
then
if
she's
you-
got to play center. She's got to play offense. There's no
when
defense.
there's screen and roll,
She's
she
got to
won't-
play the center position.
Have you ever seen her against the screen and roll? She refuses to move. She's like, either you get over the screen or this is a layup.
I'm not, because I'm not.
I don't know if you've seen it, but it's some of the worst. It's some of the worst tape I have ever seen in my life. Like, the attempt is it's almost a disdain. Like, she's spitting at her teammate. Like, how dare you not get over this pick? Because I'm not moving one single second. Not 1 inch am I moving on this. Audie Crook's defensive highlights. Oh, I got a whole tape if you want. Her defense is so crippling for Iowa State. It's something that came out a month ago.
Well, Alpy has his own mixtape too, so everyone's got their issues.
Why are you bringing up Alpy?
Alpy
We
does
talk about
have-
her. Let her catch
That's
the
how
bullets.
this started.
Let her
Because this
catch
is
the
how-
bullets.
what- yeah.
No, we don't care.
What?
We've already done Alpy. It's time for Audie Crooks to catch her bullets.
First
this
of
second.
all, it's never time for Audie Crooks on this show to catch her bullets.
She's catching them now.
From you, because you can't understand how your Baby Jokic thing ain't catching on because Alpy isn't living up to it. Now
was.
he's called no interest, and you have a problem with it.
No.
He was.
Man, I am watching right now. We got a break here pretty soon, but I'm watching CB Buckner have 3 pitches overturned in the first inning yesterday.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
This is a
3
nightmare for him.
in the first inning. That dude. Hey, Mike Burrows, 12 innings, no runs, 6 hits. Dude has been dealing. I'm telling you, the rotation right now is Hunter
Mike
and
Burrows has been good. I went and looked at all of his
no
numbers.
crap.
I went and
He's
looked at all of his
good.
numbers. Like, he's .81 whip going into the game.
Yeah.
Like, he's been pretty good.
Yeah.
You know
No.
why? Change up. Remember, that was his great pitch, the change up.
Well, Mike Burrows is just going to be a beast. And you know what? The rotation's shaping up nicely. Shaping up real nicely. And here we go, another championship season. And, oh, by the way, yeah, that Mariners locker room is going to be a problem, okay? He posted Hugs. Randy Arozarena posted him and one of the catch. Oh, it was a catcher it was another catcher from an Hispanic team, and they were hugging at home plate. Oh, maybe that's how you do it. What's
Cal Raleigh and Reyes Arena,
what's
but
Raleigh's nickname?
the big dumper.
Dumper pants. Yeah,
The big dumper.
yeah, the big dumper. That's how you do
call
it.
him,
Dumper.
you just call him MVP, okay?
That's all. That's all right. No,
That's
he
what
was
you
the
need to call
MVP.
him.
That's great. That was last year.
You need to call him that.
And this year, he's torn the locker room up.
He said it's not even a big deal. Did you see what he came out and said? He goes, "Oh, we're good. We're fine." I don't know that he's actually double checked on that one to see if they
Yeah.
are, but he's
I don't
like,
think he's checked.
he just said, no. When this is like, it's serious. This is a very serious game. We're playing for our country, and this is very serious. And I don't, I'm not trying to make friends whenever that, but no, we're good. Like, I mean, you're teammates. You can do a fist bump. Stop it.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
sometimes these guys who, even Roger, I was watching, I got in this little rabbit hole where I was watching Roger and Pedro. You remember when the Yankees and Red Sox got into it when Don Zimmer got thrown down by his ears by Pedro. Well, that whole thing started with Roger came inside and Kevin Millar got hit on the shoulder, I guess, a little bit by a up and in fastball. And then Pedro went to Kevin Millar and goes, "Who do you want?" He says, "Excuse me?" He goes, "Who do you want?" "Oh, Jeter." And he said, and I guess Jeter ended up getting one in the hand or something like that. But then, it's Pedro. So a lot of people had to get some. And then he was pointing to his head like he said, and I was telling them, I remember. Like, no, you were telling them they were going to get hit in the head. That's what you were saying, Pedro.
That's what.
But Roger even said, usually I don't talk to my guys on the bench.
No, Roger said
and
plenty.
it's just famously like, I can't imagine a level of intensity where you don't want to even talk to your own teammates. Like,
You don't talk. He didn't talk to his own hitters.
Your own hitters are your enemies.
No, because someday they might be on the other
I
team.
know, but you're just talking to them. What's the problem?
No, we're not doing that.
Then you know who loved that Cal Raleigh move? Roger.
Yeah, well, probably. Yeah.
Roger probably loved it.
I'm playing against you. I ain't
probably.
dapping you
Roger
right now.
loves that
Right.
move because
Right.
no, you're not teammates, and even if you were teammates, Cal Raleigh may play against you one day. I'm not dapping up my own teammates.
Well,
because they're not my real teammates.
right. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Basically going to be a holiday show because we don't care. It's a Friday. We will play What Did You Learn This Week on the Show? So get yours ready. What you learned this week on the show in one sentence. We'll play that at the end. Probably around 9:15 because John Chill's going to join us, I think, at 9:30. So we'll do that. So make sure that you're here and make sure that you get yours ready. Right now, though, make sure you get ready for whatever you got coming up with Zadok Jewelers.
Yeah, you got Mother's Day. You could have an anniversary coming up. You could have a birthday coming up. You could have a push gift coming up. What's a push gift? Well, push gift has gotten really big over the last few years. Guys, you need to know about this. You may not have heard about it, but let's say you've got your first baby coming on the way. The push gift is that gift to say thank you for, pushing, delivering the baby, carrying the baby, doing everything that you do pre-birth and then post-birth and everything in between. Just saying, hey, thanks for everything. And look, I don't make the rules. I just know it's a real gift now. And I know Zadok Jewelry has been helping with the push gifts and finding a perfect gift for guys. This is one of the things that I think they do that is highly underrated. It's actually probably not underrated. It's probably the number one thing they do is helping to educate those of us who don't know much about jewelry, don't know all the top brands and top designers and what's hot in the in the world. And if you've got a wife or girlfriend or fiance or whatever the case may be, even a mom for Mother's Day, a daughter, you want to get them something that's really great and something that really stands out. Zadok Jewelers understands how to do that for you, whether it's earrings, pendants, necklaces, bracelets, rings. They do it all. They've got it all. They do it all. Watches, luxury watches. They've got everything for you. They understand how to work with your budget and get the perfect gift for that special someone so that it's going to really brighten up their day, light up their day, and they're going to remember this gift forever. Let them do that for you. They're the experts, and they're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's a beautiful, beautiful 28,000 square feet, and they've got everything in there, and their experts are so knowledgeable about every aspect, every square inch of the place. They can educate you and really help you find that perfect gift. It's Zadok Jewelers. Been doing it for 5 decades. They're going to keep doing it for you. Zadok Jewelers.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
This is something. Dell's queen, she ain't about that help side defense now. Okay? She just
Help
does
side
not
defense.
care.
Listen to how sad this man is. He's so upset about
Spitting.
how bad his guy has become. He needs to attack a woman in a sport he doesn't really care about. Look where you've landed.
While we're just talking about people's
Congratulations.
defense, I'm showing you
Nah,
worse
it's
defense.
cool. It's cool, man.
I'm showing you worse
Not many
defense.
people have, well, at least who listen to this show, probably have seen her play, which is fine. But I know you're upset.
For those of you who don't know, Audie
He's not-
Crooks, the Iowa State center, big girl, she is not about defense. She ain't
She's
about
good on offense.
help side.
Well, she scores a lot of points.
Closing out is not a strong point.
And
She
Lance
won't even
is
try.
using her to
No.
prop up his own guy who's bad
No,
at
no, no.
defense himself.
No, I'm saying he's bad, she's worse. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there's no propping up.
But she's better
But
off.
she's a
He's
better-
bad. He's bad. She's
a
worse.
better college basketball player than he is an NBA player.
She's a way better college basketball player than he was a college basketball
no
player.
NBA player.
He's better a Turkish basketball player than she is a Turkish
She
basketball player.
is. We would go top 15 player in at least in college basketball. Women's
Who's the
college
best?
basketball.
Who's the best she's played against? Like who's their Jokic that she's played against?
Oh, who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
But what I do know is when your Jokic goes up against the real one, no contest.
He's not my Jokic.
You tried to push that nickname.
Yeah, well, I got off that. Once he leveled off after his third year, we're done. I know this. Don't be upset that Audie Crooks is bad on defense. Two things can be true.
I can be
Alfie can be bad on defense, and she can be worse.
You know what? I'm not gonna care if she gives up straight line drives all tournament long. You will be upset when Alpy doesn't cover.
I'll be pissed off. I'll be pissed off because I'm invested in Alperen Şengün's future. I'm personally invested, so I will be upset. I'm just saying, Alperen's got a highlight reel of his bad defense. So does she.
John, I got him.
James Harden did too.
Got him.
You didn't get me.
Yes, I
You're
Got
so,
him.
I've never seen you
Got
defend
him.
someone like
That-
Audie.
and that's
Audie
the point.
Crooks.
And that's the point. I don't care if she gives up 100 points. It doesn't bother me. I
How
don't
come
root
you
for
keep
Iowa
trying
State.
to come back to Alpy? You're like you're so protective of her.
Because I got you to send us through an email defensive highlights of an Iowa State women's basketball player. I win.
No, when you watch it, you lose.
I win.
John, what do you think of her? Is she pretty good?
She's different. She ain't about
She's not trying.
Yeah. She ain't about that defense. There's people that are great, like James. She's very James Hardenish. All right, I'll just let you go score because I'm gonna go on the other end and beat your ass. That's what she does.
plays the game like an NBA All-Star game.
Yeah,
That kind of defense.
She does. She does. That's
By the way,
exactly
you know what rabbit hole I've been in lately is
other than the Roger Clemens one.
Well, that was actually on.
How many rabbit holes are you in?
That wasn't even a rabbit hole. That was I was in a bathroom using a bathroom, and it just popped up on an Instagram reel or something like that. And so it was just something that was on a TV, like on a documentary or something, and they just cut it up and played it on Instagram. So I watched it. So it wasn't really a rabbit hole. This is a rabbit hole. A rabbit hole is when you go on YouTube and you watch multiple videos of the same genre, and it's poker fights. It's heated exchanges at the poker table. This has been something I've been on off and on for about the last week.
Was Adrian Peterson in there?
No, but somebody named Nick Airball is in it. He and this, you know who that is by any chance?
No.
I don't know how these poker players anymore, but it gets, these two guys were about to fight at a table. They got into a head-to-head for $1 million. They played $1 million head-to-head poker, and these guys really, like, everybody in this, when poker pros get into heated fights, that's what this video is, that I'm watching during the break. And, man, is there some, of course, Mattisau's in some. Your boy Phil Hellmuth is in some, obviously. But it is, I was just thinking, because you play a lot of poker. I don't really play much poker anymore. And because Prime got shut down because that DA screwed everyone over because they thought they were laundering money and they weren't, and so they ruined a bunch of people's lives. But unfortunately, that's unfortunately happened in real life. But golly, if you got to sit at a table forever and you don't like somebody, that's got to feel like an eternity.
Yeah, I played in a tournament yesterday where the two guys. I'm in seat 2, and seat 1 and seat 3 are yelling at each other because seat 1 is telling the dealer everything to do, and seat 3 is It was like and they're yelling, and it's right over my in. And the dealer was smoking hot, so I took her side. I mean, I was like, just leave her alone. Just leave her alone, okay? I mean, so can we? Yeah, her name was like Katsiarina. And I was like, wow, that is a Russian name. That is just.
Russian dealer, yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are ruining the whole experience right here. Screaming at each other in both ears. That just is. I mean, we can't.
Yeah, they have them screaming and yelling right around you.
Yeah. I mean, that's the worst. The poker players are some of the worst people. They really, really are. I mean, they're always miserable. They just pick at the dealers. You can't make if you're a dealer, if you make a slight mistake, they're going to jump all over you like you don't know what the hell you're doing. It's just awful. It's just awful. I mean, so just don't even pick up the game of poker because people they're bad people. It's really really full of really bad people, myself excluded from that.
Yeah, no, not you.
Yeah, no.
No one ever said you were.
No. No one ever said that. Well, except Dell. Other than Dell.
Yeah, but I don't think you behave poorly at a poker table.
No.
You may trash talk every once in a while.
No. And I actually stopped going to this place because they treat the dealers so bad. I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Well, Hollywood Park?
Hollywood Park.
You stopped going?
They're A-Hills. I go to Commerce.
Commerce has been around a long time, too.
Yeah. Commerce, they're much nicer people. I'm like, I can't stand. And they still are A-holes to the dealers, too. It just makes me nuts. Just shut up.
We would never do that
you're
in
perfect
Texas.
at your job. Shut the F
in
up.
Texas, we would be polite.
We got A-holes, too. In Texas, we had A-holes at the table, too. Not as bad as here. I'm going to tell you that. Not as bad as here. But there were A-holes at the table. Absolutely. 713-780-3776 is the number. Basically, a holiday show, whatever you want to talk about, and we don't care because we got we got Rockets playing, okay? We got Cougs playing this week, hopefully all weekend long.
Hopefully.
But we got Rockets playing as well. So basically, it's just we not caring. That's
not true. No, I care too much.
You do?
Yep.
Did you see? Okay, we'll do it on the other side. Makai Lemon running.
Yeah, I saw that Deontay Lee reposted, and they talked about his heel strike running, and it looks a little funky. I don't see it on tape where he runs like that, but I don't really pay attention. I'm just busy watching him catch everything thrown to him.
Yeah, he's really good. We'll talk about that on the other
with
side.
No shirt on and shorts, he does run kind of funky in a straight line.
We'll do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You need to talk about Taquerias.
Yeah, Taquerias Arandas. Woo, man, we got to get some breakfast tacos in here. We got to do it. I got to call Sal and get me and Dell fed. I got to do that. I mean, I just want a bunch of breakfast tacos wrapped up in that aluminum foil, hot, and you know that in there's the egg and potato and bacon. Oh my goodness! Maybe throw some cheese and some the chorizo and egg. I love a good breakfast taco. It's simple. You just get a good homemade tortilla filled with the breakfast goodness, wrapped up, warm. Oh man, you're a star. You're a star when you bring that bag of breakfast tacos into your workplace on a Friday. This morning, I'm telling you right now, as you're getting ready for work, bring it in. Stop at one of the locations. There's over 20 in the Houston area. Bring in some tacos for the fellas, for the ladies, whoever's in your office, and you're going to be the star. You know how that works out. Maybe you inspire someone else to do the same thing, but I'm telling you, you're going to make out because the prices at Taquerias Arandas are very reasonable, where every other restaurant has gone sky high, and it's so difficult now from a price point standpoint. Taquerias Arandas still very affordable for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. Maybe you want to stop in at lunch. Maybe it's too late. Maybe you're at work when you're listening to me right now, but you want authentic Mexican food. Taquerias Arandas is that location for you. So I want you to remember to stop in for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, to have a party catered, or maybe just to stop in and at the Arandas Bakery and get some sweets and or to order a cake, whatever the case may be, a whole package of tamales. I don't care what it is. I just know that Taquerias Arandas and Arandas Bakery is there for you, and they're all over the city of Houston. To find a location nearest you, go to taqueriasarandas.com.
The NCAA March Madness coming to Houston. The Sweet 16 at Toyota Center. Get your tickets now, okay? Let's go. It's just a couple of weeks away. NCAA.com/MBB tickets. If the Cougs are there, that's going to be one hot ticket. Even if they're not, it's going to be a hot ticket. It's going to be great basketball action. Let's go. NCAA.com/MBB tickets.
Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Gaspit Law Firm. Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine's better.
Well, I know of one way that is better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Westheimer in Boston, Houston, on Alpha Road in Dallas, 1 block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Whatever you want to talk about. Cougs with the win over BYU. They got Kansas tonight now. So that'll be interesting. 8:30 start tonight. Late start. Late start. 8:30 tonight. Houston is a 5.5-point favorite. Agree? Disagree?
I'd probably take the points and hope Houston. I mean, I'm probably
That's
taking
a lot of
points.
points.
That's a lot of points. I'm probably
Against
taking
Kansas.
points.
Kansas is a pretty good basketball team. The last time they played, Kansas beat them.
Houston hasn't exactly been on fire.
No. But they did play. Man, Manuel Sharp has got to shoot better. Holy crap.
Well, that's what he's there to shoot. He's there to make threes.
He's a good defender too.
Yeah, but he's
a
there
really
to
good
make
defender.
threes offensively.
Yeah. He can defend too. So I mean, there is a reason that he's on the floor, even though when he's 1 for 9, he can play. He plays defense. Yeah. So there is that, but when he's bad, he's really, really bad. He just throws stuff up. It's like, man, that doesn't look like a great shot right there, dude.
Yeah, you watch this team, and credit to Sharp for going perfect from the line. So certainly made up a little bit for his bad shooting from the floor. You watch some of their pick and roll stuff, and Uzan was the guy I saw yesterday where he comes off a screen, the mid-range is open, he doesn't take the shot, and then the possession devolves into sometimes a grenade thrown to Emmanuel Sharp. Hey, now there's 3 seconds left, make a play. So that was my biggest takeaway from that game, other than their ability to shut down Debance in the second half, was that their pick and roll stuff, sometimes the first opportunity is your best chance to take a shot, particularly how long it takes to get into their offense sometimes. And then once that initial action doesn't work, they're in real trouble secondarily. And there was one play, maybe it just speaks to where he's at right now. Uzan, they force a turnover. He's ahead of the play, and he senses a guy behind him. He doesn't go up for the layup. He pulls out. Yeah. Where you think you see an assistant coach.
3-on-1.
You see an assistant coach react like, oh, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And then he kind of reverses out, and it results in a bad shot. I don't know. Maybe his confidence isn't where they'd like it to be right now.
That would have put him up 8. He had a 3-on-1. Would have put him up 8. He's like, well, there's a couple minutes left. I'll run the clock. Bad decision. Go up 8. You had a 3-on-1 situation, and Sharp is on the right wing going, what are we doing? And then you're right. I think it might have been Sharp who had to throw up a 3 with the shot clock running down. That was just, and then they hit a 3, so it's a 3-point game instead of 8, and to 5. It's 6-3, and it's a 3-point game again, and crazy. So that was that. Listen, they're better than BYU has got Wright. They've got Debanza and Wright, and that's about it. And but you got better competition coming up now. As we got the semifinals, they're changing the floor. No more slipping and slide. No more slip and slides. I think slip and slide.
Maybe you didn't hear. We don't slip and slide no more. Maybe you didn't hear. You've been gone a little while.
No.
We don't slip and slide on glass floors anymore.
Yeah, we don't do that.
You've been upstate a little while, Tommy.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't hear.
I don't do glass floors anymore. We're all grown up. We got wood floors back.
We talked about Mikhail. Does it matter to you how people run? I mean,
no,
all that crap.
No, it matters if they can get open. It matters if they catch contested. If they can catch when they're contested. That's what matters to me. It matters if they're hands catchers or body catchers. These are things that matter to me. The rest of this is just for y'all to make fun of on Twitter. I don't care about all that stuff. When I watch him, what's his speed like? What's his burst like? I want to know, do you have short area burst? Do you have top-end speed? If the answer is yes to one, no to the other one, okay, we'll work with that. Is he sharp out of his cuts? Does he round his breaks, or does he make sharp cuts for better separation? Does he watch the ball into his hands? Does he have strong hands? What's his catch technique? These are things I look for. There's a series of things I look for, and not one of them is if he's a heel striker or runs on his toes. That's for track people to look at. I saw it all, and it's, look how dumb he looks. He's running like a robot. But in games, the guy plays fast. He plays to his top speed. He ran between 4.48 and 4.52 yesterday were the times on the clocks, that's fine. That's not a problem. And he catches everything. He did have a weird – I wasn't on the air at this time. I was busy learning another culture, but I do know that he had an extremely weird interview at the Combine podium. Did you hear that, where he was staring at people real weird? And did y'all play any of the Makai Lemon stuff?
Get that, no.
Yeah, he was. Del, see if you can find something. He's staring. He's giving this weird stare with his head down and kind of eyes tilted, and it's just this. It just came off as really weird and creepy. Then he has this weird, creepy running thing. But then I watch the tape, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. He's Amon-Ra St. Brown all over again. Yeah. I've got a good grade on him. I got the same grade as I have on Ruben Bain on Makai Lemon. I think I've got him as the number 2 wide receiver right behind. And I did drop Carnell Tate a little bit because of his 40 time. It was a little bit of a concern to me. This is the fastest I've ever seen players run in the history of the combine. Like, the numbers don't even make sense. It's almost like something was wrong because all these times were extraordinarily fast at every single position. And then you got Carnell Tate running like a 4.57. That makes his slow time even slower.
Yeah.
So it bothered me a little bit. I mean, I still have a 6.7 grade because I love all the tape and I love the wide receiver stuff. But that was a little disconcerting to be that much slower than everybody on what is apparently a super fast track.
That is alarming. What?
But Makai's a good player.
Any chance the Texans take a receiver third, fourth, fifth round?
Oh, huh. See, I don't think so. I saw somebody on Twitter showed Omar Cooper, the wide receiver from Indiana, was mocked in the first round. There's no chance they go wide receiver in the first. And the rationale was Tank Dell may never come back or whatever, and they clearly don't know about the magic of Jalen Noel. But
no.
The thing is, the Texans are there's not a world where they would take a wide receiver in the first round. There's just not that world. So would they take one maybe fourth or fifth? I mean, I could maybe see it. You have Tank, you have Noel, you have Hutchinson. No, I mean, I think you have Hutchinson still under contract, but you have well, you do. Then you have Higgins, you have Nico Collins, and I'm not going to count Hutchinson. So there's 5 right there. Tank will be done after this year. I doubt he gets re-signed, but we'll see because you got Jalen Noel to play his position for cheaper. So, yeah, I think you could see one, but I think that player – well, and that player doesn't even have to be a special teams player because Jalen Noel's your special teams player out of the wide receiver group. So, you know what? No, I don't think they probably do draft a wide receiver. For what? Like, you can go get one. Well, you can go get one cheap, maybe in the 6th round, maybe a flyer. You could. No, you could see one. You could see them taking one in the 5th or 6th.
I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard, but Nick Caserio does not draft for need.
Right.
It's just best player.
Right,
available.
best player, yeah.
He doesn't even look at the board of what he needs. Okay.
Right. I don't know about that.
He doesn't even have a needs board.
Well, I don't know if that's true. He did draft Ariante Ursary.
Yeah, he
that
was
first
the
pick
best
of the second round. So, yeah. I mean, he needed wide receiver and tackle. He drafted wide receiver and tackle.
They're the best players available.
With the first 3 picks.
BPA.
BPA.
It's really BPA at a position of need. That's really what it is. You guys know Nick doesn't really tell you everything. So I'll do it for you. Sometime I have to. Yeah, he's not going to give you everything. He just tells you things like, don't be scared of our offensive line. It's great. I'm not afraid of it. You shouldn't be afraid of it. And then I'll come in and tell you, you should be a little bit afraid. There's a little bit of fear you should
I think the problem is NFL defensive lines aren't afraid of his offensive line.
Yeah, it's more, probably more so.
That's what you think is a problem?
I don't think he had to warn Jeffrey Simmons not to be afraid of his offensive line.
Speaking of Jeffrey Simmons, did you see their new uniforms?
And people,
they're just the Oilers.
The content creators in this city, the people who are standing firm for Oiler history for whatever reason, are very upset.
They're the Coug City.
Yeah,
City
I mean,
jerseys.
we knew this was going to eventually evolve into this,
because
right?
they can't stand getting beat by Hannah and Cal.
They wear the colors.
I think it's a Hannah versus Amy Strunk or whatever.
They wear the colors when the Texans come to town. We knew this was going to be the final.
I didn't know this. I didn't know this was going to be the boss. This level.
Was going to be the boss level move where we don't just do it on special occasions. Now every time you hear about the Titans or you tune in to see us lose or win, we're going to look like the Houston Oilers.
Yep. Yeah. That's what we do. That's right. We're the Oilers.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've consistently said the Oilers' history is ours, not yours, and now it's the final evolution.
Talk about just one. I mean, she has one focus in mind, and that is to destroy Hannah's world. Okay.
Well, it starts with wins on the field.
Well, no.
I mean, I'm glad your
not
jerseys. Let me tell you this too. Hannah and Cal never operated under the Houston Oiler banner. Like, that's not their background. Has nothing to do with the Houston Oilers. The only reason they would care about us because it's part of the city history. But Cal McNair was a South Carolina fan, right? He's from South Carolina. I went to school in South Carolina at least. I assume he's from South Carolina. They have no connection with the Oilers. So I get the Oiler thing, and it's really a city of Houston dig. And Hannah and Cal, I almost feel like just Hannah is really, but Cal too is digging in. I think Cal's just like whatever, and I think Hannah's like, oh, it's on now.
Yeah,
bitch.
Bob went to South Carolina.
Oh, it's
Cal
on
went to
now.
Texas.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think Hannah's like, oh, it's on now. I think Hannah likes beating Tennessee.
Oh, they
They
enjoy
love that.
the wins on the field.
When they come off the field from a win against Tennessee, it's like
And I've heard some stories like in the
we
in
beat
the
that
opposing
BR.
in the 100% in the opposing owner's suite when you go to Tennessee. I've heard that she's left a bottle of wine that had like a bunch of Oilers stuff. Like Tennessee has tried to dig at the McNairs before about the Oilers stuff. I think really all it does is just piss off former Oiler fans and maybe some content creators who want to keep the Houston Oilers stuff alive. I lived and died with the Houston Oilers, and I know I'm probably in the minority when I say this. I lived and died. I wrecked my house, my bedroom over the Houston Oilers at times. I was devastated. I could barely breathe with these losses that I watched. The loss in Cleveland, the loss in Buffalo, the loss in Denver. It doesn't matter. Oh, no, it wasn't Cleveland. It was Denver, Buffalo, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Bubby Brister and his stupid mom they kept showing. Like, every loss would devastated me. And then when
Bobby
they left,
Brister's mom.
I was over. I was like, I'm done. I'm done with this stuff. They crushed our skulls with their choking. Crushed our skulls. And once they were done, yeah, it's cool. Get your tattoos, or rappers can have some throwback stuff. The Cougars should have throwback. The powder blue, first of all, I wasn't even down with that in the first place. I didn't love it. It was all right.
It was cool.
It was all right, I guess. But none of that stuff bothers me. And that's a team I literally lived and died with. And all the Oilers stuff now, I'm like, whatever, y'all do that dumb stuff. It's not like I love all the Texans colors, this, that, and the other. But I'm done with that. That's an ex-girlfriend. I'm done. You can you do whatever you want to do, Amy Strunk. I don't care. I don't care. You're not in my head.
Why hate? Dell, it seems like they're still in his head.
No, I'm saying I don't. I don't care about the Oilers stuff like y'all do. Y'all care about Oilers stuff more than me. Audie Crooks is in my head more than
clearly
more than the Oilers stuff.
Yeah, I don't look. I come from a different perspective. I watched the Oilers from afar because I was living where John's living, at least in California. So I remember what Lance is talking about.
That's when you were by.
I just didn't. Yeah, bi-coastal. Or now I'm tri-coastal. But I didn't feel the way he felt. I was going to ask, if you are 40 and younger, does this Oiler Titan stuff mean that much to you as a football fan?
Well, I think they do, because it's like they recognize it's Houston history, and so they want to. And so, you're always clicked up against someone else.
Sure.
You're always clicked up against the enemy.
Yeah, but they're not the arch rival. Titans aren't the arch rival.
Yeah, but if everyone else says that that's the enemy, then you click up and you say, I'm down for the fight
division
too.
opponent. That's why.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, if they
like,
weren't
I
in
get
the
it.
division, if they weren't in the division, they'd really be like, who cares?
I'm just telling you, I don't really care about all the Oilers stuff. Yeah. And I grew up hardcore Oiler fan. Yeah. Hardcore.
Well,
Bob Trump, it was on for life with Bob Trumpy, because he used to openly cheer against the Oilers when he was doing broadcasts, because he played for Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, maybe you don't care, but Amy Adams drunk does. She does.
I never said that.
She does. I mean, I'm sorry.
That.
She does. She cares
Still
about it.
Still owns a car place here. Watch your mouth.
You know what? No. I just said she cares. That's all. Time to talk. You know who else cares? Speaking of car places, GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf cares. John Clay Wolf cares about giving you more money, putting more money in your pocket. It's what John Clay Wolf does, and it's done in the city of Houston this was one of his first cities. I think Dallas and Houston, he was going back and forth when he started this thing. But the longest-running show on this air and his longest-running radio show is right here every Saturday. Tomorrow morning, listen in. You're going to hear some stuff that you're like, can you still say that on the radio? Can you really still talk about that stuff on the radio? And the answer is yes, because John Clay Wolf does it. He's the only one that still does it, but he does. He cares. He really, it's amazing. Now he's got all the computer stuff and everything else, and the callers call in and they say, and they give their car. But John Clay Wolf can probably, off the top of his head, tell you what your car is worth. He doesn't do it that way, but he can. because he has been buying cars forever now and built one of the biggest businesses in the country because he knows the car game. And he also knows that he's going to pay you more. He just says, I will. I'll pay you more for your car. That's how I'm going to do business. And he does that every time. So you're going to sell your car. One place, I keep saying this, that you have to go. I mean, you don't have to go anywhere else, but one place you have to go. GiveMeTheVin.com, GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you would like to get in here, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5. Rockets got the Pelicans tonight, and while they suck, they've won 7 of the last 10. They're playing really good basketball right now. Don't love the situation. Don't love the situation. Don't like it. Don't love it.
What? Is this the Pelicans we're scared of now?
Well, they're playing better basketball, bro.
They're not a better team, though.
They're not a better team, but that doesn't mean anything with the Rockets right now.
We're not going to be scared of the Pelicans.
Okay, I'm just saying. Did I tell you?
Can we be not afraid of somebody
what was
going to
happen in
I told
Denver?
you they were a lot. I told you they were going to upset the Nuggets.
Yeah, and I told you.
And they, for one quarter, they looked pretty good.
I told you lay the 7 or 8 or 10, whatever they were going to have.
It was 6. It was a paltry 6.
Yeah.
Rockets are now officially in 4th place.
Yeah, and falling.
Well, I'm sorry. They're tied for 5th with the Nuggets. And they're a half game out of 6. They're 1.5 out of 7. They'll play in now. Whew, man. It is getting while I'm not worried about the team who's currently 22-45 like you are, who's currently in 13th place in the West. I'm not worried about the 22-45 Pelicans like you are, who are 30 games behind. But I mean, you're sitting here going,
yeah. Well, you weren't afraid.
Why are you so scared?
You weren't afraid of the Hornets either when they came in and kicked the Rockets' ass.
I don't even know
because they
if we
were
talked
playing
about
good
the Hornets.
basketball at the time. And guess what? Guess who's playing good basketball right now? The Pellies.
They've won 2 in a row.
They've won 7 of the last 10.
I don't care. Against a bunch of scrubs, not a team that's as good as the Rockets.
Okay.
The Rockets have won 6 of their last. They're 6-4. Pelicans 7-3. Big deal anyway.
Basketball for the Rockets.
Rockets at home 22-8. Pellies on the road 9-24. Come on.
Well,
what are we doing here?
Were the Pelicans, the current Pelicans coming to town, more talented than that Warriors team that walked into Toyota
I
Center?
don't care. We weren't focused then.
Why not?
We're
The
gonna,
Warriors were in town. You weren't focused.
Dylan Brooks wasn't here.
What? He's not. What? Well, Dylan Brooks isn't here tonight either.
Steven Adams wasn't on the bench. Is he even on the bench? I haven't noticed him on the bench.
I think I saw him for
I don't think
the
he takes
Raptors
road
game.
He just doesn't go to road games.
Yeah,
It has been pretty soft.
For home games, he's shown
They
up.
beat the 76ers and the Warriors during this stretch, but otherwise it's been pretty
And they
soft.
beat a Raptors team that the Rockets beat as well.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're 9-24 on the road.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. We should be okay. What do you think the Rockets are favored tonight?
Rockets.
What do you think the Rockets are? I know you're afraid of a home game against a 9-win
I'm not
road team.
afraid. All I'm saying
You're
is the
over here
Rockets aren't.
hemming and hawing.
The Rockets aren't playing great basketball.
I know. They're still going to
They're
be
not
favored
playing
by
great.
probably at least 8. Like, what do you think they're favored by?
They're favored by 7.5.
They're favored by 7.5.
It opened at
tonight.
6.5, but now 7.5.
5.5.
5.5.
I got 6.5. 6.5.
What are we doing? Stop being scared.
I'm not scared. I'm just saying the Rockets are not playing
I
well.
understand.
So
they also
Alperin's
playing a bad
your
team.
favorite is a game time decision with the back. So there's no guarantee he plays. Does that change your thoughts?
Yeah, I like him more.
Oh, okay. There
I'm
it is.
kidding, Turkey. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding, Turkey. Yeah. Alpie's the
Wow.
best. Alpie's the best. He does nothing wrong. I'm kidding. I know you'll get mad if anyone says Alpie's not a great defender or whatever.
So this was translated. Someone wrote it in Turkish on Twitter. I don't know this guy, whether he has any following in Turkey as far as being a media member, but he pretty much said Alpi needs to go to management and get Ime fired.
Oh, no. This is the thing that Turkish fans – I've seen this a lot on Twitter. Ime is ruining Alpi's career, and it's Ime's fault. All this – it's very similar to where everything's not Shador's fault. Nothing has ever been Alpi's fault, ever.
Well, Stefanski caught it.
Ever. Yeah.
Is Alpi the Shador Sanders of the NBA?
The two of you should literally be tased into.
What did I say?
Because you're anti-Alpi.
I'm not anti-Alpi.
Yeah, you are.
I love Alpi.
I bring up something on Audie Crooks trying to take the heat off of Alpi.
Why would you?
and you roll it back into Alpi.
Yeah, because why are you bringing up someone that for the most part no one
I'm saying
who
it
listens
could
to us
be
cares
worse.
about?
It could be worse defensively.
But that doesn't matter. What about what
Audie
what we're
Crooks?
dealing with? It could be worse.
Wow, that's a high bar. Audie Crooks.
Doesn't matter. It's a bar.
The 200-something pound center from Iowa State who doesn't move. You really raised the bar there.
Well, Alpi's the 200-something pound center who doesn't move a lot either. What?
Yeah.
It sounds like apples to apples to me, kids.
Except one thing we care about deeply,
The
another
one plays
one
on a
we
glass
don't.
floor.
Well, sure.
No, in Turkey, they believe that none of this Alperin is playing great, and when he doesn't play great, it's Ime's fault. And that's that. And it's the same, but I've seen this before. I've seen this with Jeremy Lin, the Lindbreds. There you had the Manzelites, well, the Johnny Manziel people were Johnny could literally do no wrong. Doing blow in Vegas or whatever, they refused to believe it. Like the Manziel people were Manzelites. He could do no wrong. The Jeremy Lin people were Lindbreds, and they believed that the only thing they cared about was Jeremy Lin. They didn't care about the Rockets. And anybody and any reason that Jeremy Lin didn't play well, Dwight Howard was at fault. Or no, it wasn't even Dwight Howard back then, was it? Or was it? I'm trying to remember. Was James here? Yeah, James was here during the Jeremy Lin time, wasn't he? I'm trying to remember. The Jeremy Lin time was kind of his fans were terrible. I mean, his fans were legitimately terrible. And Alpe's fans are Alpe fans. They're Rocket fans for now, but anything that gets in the way of their player playing the best he can, or if their player isn't playing well, then they got to figure out who's responsible for this. And so it's not Alpe's fault. Obviously, it's not Alpern's fault that he's not playing well. It's Ime's fault. And Ime is not going to get fired this year. I don't think. If you ended up in the play-ins and lost the play-in game, John, you still think he's safe? I do. I actually think he's still safe. And the only reason I bring that up is because there's absolutely a possibility the Rockets could end up in a play-in situation. They're only a couple losses in a row from being in that spot potentially.
I do not. I think that he's in trouble if they're a play-in team. Yes.
You do think so?
I do, yes.
Well, because there are some good coaches out there.
Yes. And they in that locker room might not be hearing him anymore. And what we're seeing offensively from this team, the expectations were higher than the expectation. And when you don't meet expectations, then you're in some trouble.
Well, now that you say it like that, if you went from the number 2 seed last year to a play-in situation where you lose the play-in, let's say you 7-8, you lost 7-8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean that's a big with Kevin Durant. Yeah, that's a big step back. That would be a big step back. Maybe he would be in some trouble.
The thought was this is a championship contender, and it doesn't look anything like a championship contender. And this is a Bobby Slowick situation. Got to get rid of the OC. Maybe that's what they need, but it's not it's also not a tenacious defensive team, and then it's probably
they're fourth in the league.
Yeah, they're fourth in the league, but still not.
But we see it with our eyes. It's not the same intensity consistently. It's not the same.
It was a lot better. You know what?
They gave up 76 in the second half to the Nuggets the other day.
But there is a clear demarcation line. Before Steven Adams got hurt, after Steven Adams got hurt.
I'd agree with that. But it does. But so.
Yeah. Right.
So next man up. Yeah, you got Clint Capella for a reason. That's not an excuse for how you're playing as a team. You can't tell me Steven Adams being out is making Alperen Sengun turn the ball over more. Like that they don't correlate. Yes, as a team in a macro view, you're right. They're not playing as well as a team. But when you boil it down to the individuals, Reed Shepard shooting poor from Tari Eason going completely AWOL. I don't see what his shooting from three has to do with Steven Adams. You know what I mean? Like you still have to bear down and find out what individual pieces are not playing up to their and is that on Ime? Because what you're saying is right. They're not the same team since Steven Adams went out. But the individuals inside the team really have struggled for long stretches at times this year. And that's been very disappointing. And I actually thought that would be the strength of this team, is that everyone's a year older, their games are more mature, you've added Kevin Durant who can get buckets in the half court. Like, what's to fear? What's to fear? Steven Adams being out hurts your team in terms of the grand scheme of things. Fred VanVleet hurts your team in the grand scheme of things, and with turnover differential. That's true, but individual play that's your own individual accountability, and that player and I suppose the head coach they do have to take responsibility for this, and Ime is going to take some. Yeah. I mean, he's the head coach. What are we supposed to do with this? Yes, in every other sport. Joe Espada's job we thought might be on the line last year. That's what happens.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and they didn't make the playoffs. I think Joe is definitely on the hot seat this year.
Without question, he is.
No question. And Ime, if you fall short of expectations, maybe it wouldn't be this year, but it's not the same. It doesn't. He's not bringing the same heat that he brought when he first got here. It was. Ime was. I mean, they absolutely. Ime, what do you want? What do you need? And not that they don't give him what he wants or needs now. It's just that they're not as good as they thought they were going to be. They're just not. So, maybe it won't be this offseason, but he's gonna have a much shorter leash come next year if they don't live up to expectations again. All right, 713-780-3776. We want to get in here. I'm talking about the Golden Nugget. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, this is the time of the year. Like this weekend. You want to talk about a great weekend to go with all the college basketball games that are going on? It doesn't have to be the NCAA tournament where you have game after game after game. You still got game after game after game all weekend long this weekend. Why not go and take advantage? And you know what? You who do you like? And you know college basketball, whatever. You got all the pro basketball to bet on as well. I mean, you talk about fun. It doesn't get much better than these next 3 weeks, basketball-wise, when you're at the DraftKings Sportsbook. The DraftKings Sportsbook is fantastic. They do such a great job with the TVs, and a lot of places don't know how to work the TVs. They know. They are excellent at it, and they get all of the games that you could possibly want. And you ask them, hey, I'm sitting over here. Can you put a game on this TV? There's thousands. It seems like there's thousands of TVs in there. Anyway, you're looking for a great way to get your basketball bet on. There's no better place to go. Just 2 hours down the road, 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, whatever, and you are there with a tank of gas as opposed to a plane flight and hotel and 8 hours to get there and all that crap. The Golden Nugget Lake Charles is where you can get your casino on, your food bag on, your hotel on, your pool on, your golf on, all of it. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, the number, 713-780-3776. Julio Rodriguez. So we got World Baseball Classic action tonight. World Baseball Classic, Cougs, Kansas, Rockets, Pellies. What order are you watching them?
Rockets, followed by Cougs. Cougs are, for me, more well, I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, no, maybe not Rockets, actually. Because that'll be a blowout. The Cougs game really concerns me a little bit, So it may be Cougs won.
Yeah. Cougs won because it's a more important game anyway.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Cougs won.
Cougs won.
Rockets 2. But I'm interested in USA Canada. I'm hopeful that Mark DeRosa swore he knew that the U.S. had to win because both teams came in 2-0. Both teams actually came in 3-0. He didn't even know what the record
Mark
was.
DeRosa is
Mark
just
DeRosa is
somebody's
really
got to get him out.
ruined his chances at being a major league manager.
He is never going to be a major league manager. He's never going to be president of the President's Cup. He's not going to be head of the President's Cup, a Ryder Cup team. They're not going to trust him with anything anymore. All-star team for the American League.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd let him run my travel team right now.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would let him run my even basketball travel team. He probably wouldn't want to do that, but anyway, because he doesn't care about basketball. But anyway, Mark DeRosa has really hurt himself as far as any managerial chances has gone. Hey, it was a blunder. Now they're in it, and the Italian team was just better. The Italian team beat their ass, and the Italian team beat Mexico's ass. And guess what? Oh well, you're just not as good as the Italian Americans. That's all there is to it. And basically, it's Italian Americans. That's what it is. But now you got a chance to redeem yourself. Now, Mark DeRosa, I wouldn't rest anybody. If I were you, I would say, you know what? I think we need to win this game because it is the elimination round. So I don't want him resting people now. Getting people in because they're good guys.
Yeah.
Hey, you got Julio Rodriguez? Yeah. Here's Julio. So to the point of what this means, not for and Bryce Harper said, you know what, this ain't the World Series. Oh, well. If we don't get into the elimination round, oh, well. It ain't the World Series. That ain't what Julio Rodriguez is saying. Listen to Julio.
Winning the World Baseball Classic or the World Series? You can't choose, can you?
No. I mean, being honest though, like I love the Mariners. They know I give my best for them every single time that I step on the field. But winning a World Baseball Classic will be top of the list. This is for my country. This is for my town. This is for my people, my neighborhood, like everybody in the Dominican Republic. So I would say winning the World Baseball Classic will be number one.
We've talked about this before. I've seen this video was asked last year of all the players, and almost every Latin American player all made the same comment, World Baseball Classic, because for them, country is bigger, period. And the same thing is said in World Cup soccer. It's a bigger deal for country than it is for individual. And that one actually makes some sense. If you think about would a U.S. player have more interest in winning their Premier League championship or Bundesliga or wherever they play, or winning a World Cup with the U.S., actually, I could see them saying World Cup with the U.S. For some reason, that I can kind of see that, probably because I didn't grow up with soccer as a key element of my life, and I did for baseball. And so when you first hear that, you're like, wait, what? The World Baseball Classic's bigger than the World Series? But, yeah, this is every country, and these guys come from when they leave their homes and they come to the United States, their home is still their home. And like he just said, his neighborhood, not just his country, everybody he knows is cheering. Like he's doing it for everybody he knows. So, yeah, for the U.S. players, I guarantee they would say World Series. I guarantee U.S.-born players across the board would say World Series because that's what they grew up being. That was the biggest thing. There was no Olympic baseball is not really a big deal. The World Baseball Classic is relatively new. And the Olympics have been around, but that wasn't a big deal. And for years and years, it was you had the guys playing, and it was amateur. It was the amateurs played in the
That
Olympics.
said, did you hear what Scooble said about it?
What did
he said? I didn't think that it was that big a deal before I pitched in it, and then he said, "Wow."
Yeah, now he's not pitching anymore.
Yeah, right. He said
it's such a big deal that he shut it down.
One and done.
Yeah.
Well,
so-
but he didn't know. He
now he knows,
committed
and
to
he's
one
still
and
not
done.
doing it. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he could say, "No, I'm gonna." You know what? I didn't know it's such a big deal. I'm pitching again.
Yeah, he could. No,
He's
he
not,
can't.
so I don't
'cause
want to
he's
hear
got,
it. Yeah, because
No,
guess
because
what?
he's-
The money, his money and his free agency is tied up with in Major League Baseball,
Yeah.
and that's what caps it. So yeah, it's a bigger deal now that he's pitching it, but it's still his bread is in MLB, and his bread is more important to him.
Yeah, as well it should be.
Well, not to the Latin American players.
Well, if you ask them now.
No, you did ask them what's bigger, and they'll tell you.
Right.
World Baseball
But then they
Classic.
said, but then ask him, okay, so it means you can't play. You got to play in the Dominican from now on and not play in Major League Baseball.
I mean, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
That's a different thing. You're saying, would you rather win that or not have a career anymore? Well, obviously they'd rather have a career.
Right.
But you're asking them. This has been asked of them multiple times, and their answer is always the same: World Baseball Classic.
Yep.
It just tells you what it means to them. And they play with that level of intensity, and it's a big deal when Carlos Correa doesn't get to play for his, for Puerto Rico. That's a big deal for Carlos, I'm sure. And I assume it's a big deal. He's been around for a while, so I don't know. I mean, Carlos has been in the country for a long time, but I assume it's still a big deal for Carlos. I don't know.
Yeah, from what I've heard, yes, he wanted to play and he just couldn't. Yeah, I mean, I listen. When these guys go back and they play for their countries in the Winter League, it's intense then.
Really intense.
Really intense.
Yeah, really intense. So that's why it's like the SEC. It just means more.
It does. Baseball means more.
The
in Latin
Dominican
American
League
countries.
just means more. The Dominican League is a lot like the SEC.
Yeah.
It just means more.
It is the SEC, actually, of baseball. It is the SEC. And by the way, SEC baseball means more than any other conference's baseball.
Yeah. We have to break it here, but when we come back, the anger over Bam Adebayo's 83 points, I want to explore this just for a second because Nick Young went off yesterday. And, people, you would think that Bam Adebayo went to Kobe's grave, pulled his pants down, and took a dump on the gravesite. That's what you would think happened with the way people are behaving over Bam Adebayo scoring. Yes, it's a crazy anomaly. Yes, a lot of it was stupid when you look at the box score. But I want to get into that just for a second when we come back.
Yep. All right, when we come back, because we got to talk right now about my peeps over at Blue Bonnet Glass. Listen, you guys, you really don't think about glass, okay? You're not thinking about redoing your bathroom. Talk to your wife about this, all right? And talk to her. And by the way, if you're trying to sell your house, guys, it ain't as easy. It's something that you need to think about. What is your glass situation in your bathroom like? How are your mirrors? How's your shower glass? Do you have glass cabinets? Do you have a glass railing for your stairway? It just looks better. Are you building? If you're a builder, does your glass company come through all the time? Because if they don't, Blue Bonnet's been doing it for 75 years. They come through. One of the things that they pride themselves in is they come through on time and exactly what you're looking for, okay? This is what Blue Bonnet Glass has been doing for 75 years, and they continue to do it. If you're somebody and you're a new home buyer, you're looking to upgrade that bathroom, or you're trying to sell your house, it's 25% off right now. An extra 5% for first responders and teachers. They care about the community. They care about glass. You need glass. Even if you just need a window, whatever it is. Have you seen what glass can do for your doors? Glass. Blue Bonnet Glass. Blue Bonnet Glass is where you go. BlueBonnetGlass.com. BlueBonnetGlass.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, the Bam Adebayo stuff got out of control yesterday. I mean, do you have the sound? Bam said, blame the coach. Just blame the coach because he kept, he's the one to put me in. And
no, he said blame the Wizards because, hey, why you keep letting me go one-on-one when I'm at 70? Well, hey, do something to stop me. And then at that point, it's like, if I get that close, I'm going for it. You had 3 quarters to figure this out. And then when I get to 70, now you want to put 3 people on me?
Yeah. Well,
it is what it is. They were trying to get a record. There's no getting around it. I was just watching Kobe's game. He was up 17 with a minute 47, and they still haven't been in the game. And he was at 70. He was chasing Wilt.
Or at least whatever the highest number you get to.
Yeah.
Well, it was Wilt was he was chasing Wilt's number with the Lakers at that time. That was probably what he was chasing. He was only the second player. He had to get to 80, and then he got to 81, and he made 2 free throws late. But he was up 17 with a minute 47 to go, and he was still in the game shooting free throws. He shot 4 more free throws in that game, made all 4 of them. Now his box score was way better. He was 7 of 13 from 3. Bam Adebayo was 7 of 22. Bam Adebayo shoot 46 shots. Kobe shot 43. Kobe was 18 of 20 from the free throw line. Adebayo hit the free throw line. He had 40 some odd attempts. Yeah, clearly, it was kind of a hacky. What I don't want to hear is people like any of my kids who have played with one individual player in NBA 2K and tried to score 90 with them. Like, you kind of punk-ass kids can't say anything about Bam Adebayo because y'all always play like that on video games. That's what Miami Heat was doing. It was like a video game. They're just going to try to get one guy all the points. And, it's kind of – if it wasn't Kobe, if he didn't pass Kobe Bryant, I don't know. Kobe is in a protected class right now. Kobe passed away, unfortunately, a very tragic accident. And people are very, very – like, you can't even bring up that Kobe may not be one of the top 3 players of all time. I feel like Kobe has been elevated.
I can. He's not even close to one of the top 3 players of all time.
I didn't say that, Kobe people. Kobe people are worse than Turkey fans.
I don't give a rat's ass what Kobe people think. He's not one of the best players of all time.
He's one of the best players of all time.
Well,
you may not have him top 3, but he's one of the best.
He's not one of the top.
Yeah,
but there are people who argue that LeBron's not better than Kobe now. There are definitely people who argue that Kobe's top 3, 100%. And I think if he hadn't passed away, you wouldn't have the same arguments. I think Kobe was elevated a little bit. Kobe was a great player, one of the great competitors of all time. Nick Young, Swaggy P, not always a serious person. He was a former Laker. He was on Gilbert Arenas, who we'll have to wait and see what happens with all his legal stuff. But he was on Wednesday, and this is what he had to say about it. Young said he would have stopped at 81 points if he had a game like that because, out of respect to Kobe. He said, F Bam and the Wizards. F all that S. And that records are supposed to be broken? Hell no, Young said. Bam's nice, but he's not 83 nice. Kobe's probably rolling over in his grave right now. Like, you? F that. You see how he was going for it at 74? That was nasty. Get out of the game. You're winning by 30. If I had 81, I would have stopped. I'm not trying to get fouled with 1 minute left, up 30. Now, all that stuff is...
It's not, first of all, it's not true. Bam wasn't trying to get fouled. The whole point is the Wizards said you're not going to do it. And when you have a 6'9" guy out there who's dribbling, who can dribble like Bam, and the Wizards didn't have a guy over like 6'8" out there, if you get near a 6'9" guy trying to get to him and you're triple teaming him, you're probably going to foul him.
They were clearly going after a number.
That's fine.
I mean, clearly.
But that's fine. But as it's been pointed out multiple times by people who actually watched the game, there was not foul baiting going on. When you throw 3 guys at one guy and the guy can dribble and he's big, you may run into him and foul him. So trying to get fouled is one thing. You want to talk about the missed free throw on purpose? That's cool. But that didn't start until the Wizards started fouling other Heat players on purpose to keep Bam from getting the basketball.
I can see why there would be, it didn't feel like a very organic. Kobe, that game was still, when they played Toronto, in the Kobe game, that was still a game. With 4 minutes to go in the fourth.
Miami was up 13 when Bam scored his 70th point. So
that's still
in the fourth quarter.
Number,
it's still where you're trying to win the game.
Right.
So at whatever point you decide the cutoff is, where it went from unreasonable to reasonable or reasonable to unreasonable, that's fine. But Bam himself didn't do anything other than, all right, there's a number I'm trying to reach. Try to stop me. And the Wizards' only recourse to try to stop him was to foul him.
I mean,
that's on them.
46 shots and 40-some-odd free throws is kind of crazy, but I'm not mad about it, and it's not just because it's Kobe. Like, if that were Vince Carter's number, I don't know that people would have been freaking out like that. Eric Spoelstra was asked about it, and he goes, I apologize. To absolutely no one.
Yeah.
Period. He said,
hey, the Wizards can't stop. That's all there is to it. Listen, Kobe, 81, I would have stopped. Bam's a better player than Kobe was.
He's a bit. What?
He said most of the people that made comments didn't even watch a game. That's
if they
unethical.
played one-on-one, Bam would win.
Oh,
I don't know about that. Bam's a great defender. I don't know how many points he would score, though.
John's doesn't like Kobe because he did this one time.
Well, we know.
Because he did his teeth a certain way. And then you for some reason,
Nick
that
Young, I would have stopped.
made you so mad.
Nick Young, I would have stopped.
I'm
Nick
a
Young.
badass. Stop.
Now,
no one knows if they would have stopped or not.
Now, let's see if Eric Spoelstra's being honest here. Eric Spoelstra said, everything was fairly conventional. There was a great goal in mind.
Up until the last 4 minutes, you wouldn't have.
I mean, Bam Adebayo shooting over 40 times isn't conventional.
Bam, well, sure, but as I said, he was shooting over 30 times, and the game was still a 13-point game in the fourth quarter, early in the fourth quarter.
He said there was a goal in mind when that clock hit 2 minutes. He admitted that.
Yeah, once they got to a point.
To chase a mark that may never be achieved again, and anybody that's involved with the game of basketball would jump at that opportunity if it was ever presented. Now, it's funny because we have seen football players not do it. We've actually seen Saquon Barkley was a guy who said, "No, I'm good." There was some mark, it was 2,000 yards, or he had a chance to be the all-time rushing leader. I think at one point.
Well, pass rushers always go for it. Myles Garrett
pass
went for
rushers
it.
do always go for
Strahan
it.
went for it. They go for it.
Yeah, but Saquon shut it down. Like we've seen some running backs before shut it down.
Well, Saquon
before.
said
now a wide receiver is always going to go for anything.
And then Saquon say something along the lines that there are bigger goals in mind because they were trying to be.
Yeah, Barry
Super Bowl
Sanders
like
was
that,
not one of those guys who was ever going to try to get a certain number. I mean, some guys aren't driven by that. Bam Adebayo with 83, we all thought the same thing. Like, Bam Adebayo, what? My son Mason FaceTimed me. I was out having food and drinks, and he FaceTimed me. I'm like, oh, boy. I know 90% of the time it's going to be about something that's not important, 95% of the time. But I answered just in case on the off chance that my house was on fire. I said, what's up, Mason? He goes, did you see? What? Bam Adebayo. Oh, my God, 83 for Bam Adebayo. This is the craziest thing. And I'm like, Bam Adebayo. And I was like, oh, this did require a FaceTime. 83 for Bam Adebayo. Somebody asked, okay, in football terms, what is Bam Adebayo 83? And this guy, Matthew Caller, said Matt Schaub throwing for 527 yards in a game. And I thought, that's pretty interesting.
It's a hard comp because Bam is elite at a certain thing, but it's not scoring points. He's an elite defensive player. So
527 yards for Matt Schaub?
That's all right.
That's not crazy.
No, Bam
That's
Adebayo.
not crazy.
No,
How many players do you think
is the
have
second most ever?
Hold on. How many players do you think have thrown for 500 yards passing?
How many yards? What's the leading total?
Brady did it in a Super Bowl.
Okay, Matt Schaub. How many times do you think Matt Schaub hit 400 yards passing?
I don't know. How many times did he do it?
Well, let me ask ChatGPT.
But no, Matt Schaub, no. Listen,
that's not a proper comp.
It's not a. It is. It's
It'd be something like you would name
It'd be Christian Walker hitting in 50 straight games
because of the rarity and the ridiculousness of the point
rare.
total. Yeah,
83
of what Bam
and
did.
81 are.
All right, I'm going to ask, how many NFL quarterbacks have thrown for over 520 yards in a game? I'm asking a question. It's going to do it slow. How many do you think? By the way, you guys are talking, you think, what, 20, 30 times?
I know Brady did it in a Super Bowl.
Okay, cool. How many players do you think have done it?
I don't know. 5, 6?
That's not a lot.
What's the number?
But there's
How many players have scored over 80
There's only
in a
two
game?
that have scored 81.
No, there's
only two.
Wilt Chamberlain, are you one of these conspiracy theorists who acts like Wilt didn't do it?
Then it's 3. Fine. It's still not a
Three
big number.
players. Three who have scored over that much that I know of. Probably George Mikan did it, or PB
No, he didn't do it.
or
He didn't
Herb
score 80.
Schweppenstein did it probably
didn't
sometime
score
in the
80.
40s.
But my point is not that Matt Schaub is a great player. My point is Matt Schaub's job is to throw the football. Bam's greatest attribute is stopping people from scoring. So I don't think it's the right type of comp.
The number is 7. So y'all know. Here are the quarterbacks who have done it. Now wait. Now I'm going to tell you the quarterbacks who have done it. Here's the comparison. This is why it might be an apt comparison. You got Wilt Chamberlain, Kobe Bryant, and Bam Adebayo. Here's your guys who have thrown for over 520 yards in a regular season game. Norm Van Brocklin, Hall of Famer. Warren Moon, Hall of Famer. Joe Burrow, scrub. Ben Roethlisberger, Hall of Famer. Boomer Esiason,
What?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, good. Dan Marino, Hall of Famer. Of those, and then Matt Schaub. Now, which one of those does not belong? Clearly, Matt Schaub, followed then by Boomer and Joe Burrow. And we give Joe Burrow a lot of love. What Joe's going to have to start earning. I'm not just giving him. Joe's not giving it. I'm not giving him anything anymore. Joe's got to start earning stuff. I can't just keep giving him everything when he can't finish the season and his teams don't ever win. So I'm not just giving him anything. But Van Brocklin,
don't ever win.
Moon,
win the Super Bowl.
Roethlisberger, Dan Marino.
StatMuse is saying Matt Schaub threw for 527 yards on November 18th, 2012.
Okay.
All right then. There.
What do you mean?
He threw for 527 yards. So people are like, what's the equivalent? Matt Schaub has thrown for over 500 yards before.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he said.
That's my whole point.
Saying.
Some guy said, "What's the equivalent of?"
Matt Schaub threw for 527.
But
it's
I don't think it's the equivalent.
Well, I'm just telling you. I just named all these other quarterbacks who've done it. And there's a bunch of Hall of Famers.
Because
there's only 2 that had done it, and there were Wilt Chamberlain and Kobe
I understand,
Bryant.
and then it's Bam Adebayo. What we're saying is Van Brocklin, Moon, Roethlisberger, Dan Marino, Matt Schaub. That's the whole point. It's like, what the hell's this guy doing here? That's the point.
The point for me is Bam's greatest attribute is not scoring the basketball.
It wasn't about how rare is it. It's about how – well, first of all, 520 yards is extremely rare in the NFL. It's a very rare feat, obviously. It's only been done 7 times in a regular season. Matt Stafford did it in the playoffs. I guess Brady didn't hit 520, I guess. But Matt Stafford did it in the playoffs, I guess. So it doesn't happen, and Matt Stafford will be a Hall of Famer. That's the point. Is it's still very rare in the NFL also, but it's the names on the list. Like even Boomer Esiason is a pretty good name. I would say, is Boomer Esiason a bigger name than Bam Adebayo? Relative to their sports, it's a little tough because Boomer is a quarterback, but Bam's never been the best player on his team.
No, it's not.
He
it's
has
not
it.
as rare.
He's the best player on his team now.
It's not as rare as 80. It's just not.
The question wasn't, is it as rare?
You got 8 of them, 7 of them.
But John, it wasn't
not that rare.
I didn't say it was rare. First of all, it's extremely rare. Is it as rare as that? No. But they said, the question was, what is the football equivalent?
I think the point
That's
is
not a bad football equivalent.
The point is
they said, what is the football equivalent?
And we've had 70-point guys over the last 5-6 years. The frequency of absurd numbers has gone up in basketball. It has not done the same in football. You were pointing to guys who did it way back when. Make up the majority of the guys who've done it. In basketball, you've got 70 from Lillard. You have Luka, who put up 70. Joel Embiid put up 70 in the last 5 years. That number, the frequency of getting up that high, is continuing to grow.
70's starting to happen a lot.
Yeah. So,
well, it'll be a lot, but it's starting. 60s is happening a lot.
Yeah, so I think in basketball.
60s is the 400 yards of pass.
Basketball, yes, 80 is different, but it's becoming less rare to see these ridiculous point games in
basketball.
There's because of how the game is being played.
Yeah.
In football, Norman Brocklin, when did that happen? In the 60s?
Well, that's the weird thing is there was a weird time where you couldn't, the forward pass, like what are they? So Van Brocklin, that's kind of crazy that he had 554 yards, except that they threw the ball a lot, but it wasn't dink and dunk stuff. You were just
but they also didn't know how to defend it either, so there was that. We got a break. Let's talk Zadig Jewelers right now. 713-780-3776. If you got any thoughts on this or anything else, come on in.
I go to Zadig Jewelers, Zadig.com. I like to go there when I do my spots so I can kind of get a feel for what's new. And they oftentimes will have the new Rolexes. The Sale GP Championship is one of them that they have right now. They've got a lot of rodeo stuff, a lot of things for rodeo. They got tennis bracelets, which are, I'll just give you a little hint. I don't know that you're playing a lot of tennis and a tennis bracelet, but tennis bracelets are awesome. And that means if you get somebody a tennis bracelet, you love them a lot. Trust me. And the tennis bracelet is a beautiful piece of jewelry. It's a really big time piece of jewelry. As a matter of fact, I saw a local comedian. I won't say his name. I'm not doing a commercial. I saw a local comedian who got married, and his girl was wearing this really unbelievable tennis bracelet for her, specifically for her wedding. And it's a beautiful piece. They've got everything at Zadig Jewelers. They've got everything from the smaller pieces to the larger pieces. If you want to make a huge splash, they can make a huge splash for you. If you want something that's going to fit your budget for Mother's Day, they've got something for you as well. Zadig has something for everyone, and they've got experts in the store who can help find that perfect gift for you. So you don't need to be intimidated when you go in and you don't know what you're doing. You don't know any of the designers. They walk you through the entire process. If you have a luxury watch, need it fixed or serviced, they've got people who are certified in every luxury watch imaginable, and they buy, sell, and trade. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard for 5 decades, just killing the game here in not just the city of Houston, but the entire state of Texas. Zadig Jewelers.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I just to follow this up and to finish this off, this is crazy. The Norm Van Brocklin 554-yard game is the most rare game I think I've ever seen. He started twice the whole year. He threw for 551 yards. This is in 1951. He started 2 games the whole year. The first game, he was 27 of 41 for 554 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The next game, he was 6 of 17 for 129, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Then they put him on the bench. He didn't start the rest of the year. And he never had another game for the rest of the year of over 167 yards passing. And when you look at the amount of passing yards back then, it's really rare. Like, guys weren't throwing for a whole lot of yards back then, maybe 208, 220. So 550 in a game back then was bananas. It's like this guy was not even – eventually he became much better, obviously. But he only started 2 games. They put him on the bench after the second game. We still talk about what CJ did his rookie year. That guy got 1 game after his 554-yard game, and they're like 6 of 17. Put him on the bench. Yeah, see? He can't play anymore. He's all washed up.
Well, are you sure he wasn't hurt?
Well, he played in every other game.
Or he just didn't start?
He didn't start. He played in every other game. Not great either.
Well, this was – how old was he?
I don't know, 1951. So, I mean, he could have had 3 jobs at the same time.
25.
So he could have had some real bad farming accident where he was playing on half a foot because a combine got his foot.
Speaking of that, do you want to hear how Roy Oswalt fixed his arm issues?
Yes.
That's an old story.
Oh, Lance Berkman. Do you know the story?
Maybe John does. Just tell me, what is it?
Well, I'll let Lance Berkman tell you. Lance Berkman was doing a podcast, and he told
Lance Berkman was doing a podcast?
It looks like a video podcast, or a podcast on video.
We invented Lance Berkman interviews.
So I didn't know this. I didn't know that Roy Oswalt, as a young pitcher, had some arm trouble, that he didn't know what the issue was, and he thought it could be serious. So Lance Berkman tells a story about how Roy, Astro legend, got right by doing something that you wouldn't expect.
There's a story about how he hurt his shoulder.
The true story. I'll never forget it. It was in '97. So we went to Instructs. So we showed up and we became friends. He shows up in this old, like, 78 Chevy pickup, that he had just bought. And I mean, this thing, he's loud and he was always fiddling with it. But he kept saying, man, my arm, I just doesn't feel right. My arm's bothering me. And, they were trying to be careful with him. He was a high draft pick. Yeah. They considered him a good prospect. So we leave Instructs. We come back in spring training the next year, and we're like, dude, how's your arm? And he goes, you're not going to believe this. I said, what? I was working on my truck. It was running. I mean, I'm not a mechanic, but apparently he grabbed the distributor cap, or there was some the electrical system that he was working on, and happened to grab a bare wire with his right hand. And he goes, when I tell you that thing sent about 4 zoop, zoop, as that motor was turning over, he's like, I couldn't let go of it. And finally, I was able to get off of it. And he goes, I kind of fell to the ground, and when I got up, I did my arm like that. He goes, it felt amazing. It never bothered me since. And dude, he had his whole career, and I kid you not, he never had an arm problem his whole career. So what do you think happened? He goes, I don't know. He goes, maybe I had some loose particles, and that electricity blew him to another place in his shoulder. But, yeah, that's a true story.
You ever heard of Espn? So if you've done physical therapy, they've got electric stimulation, and it makes your muscles kind of, it makes them, what's the word I'm looking for? Squeeze. Anyway, E-stim is a real thing, electric stimulation. That's can we get it done here in just 3 seconds? Can we get a 30 minutes done in 3 seconds? Yeah, grab that distributor cap. We can get this done right now.
Yeah. That was that story's been around for a while, but it's still a good story.
Can the Astros training staff
maybe
just buy several old trucks and just work it out that way?
Maybe that's what Christian Javier needs.
Well, maybe there is something to that electrical current going through your arm. Maybe there is something to that.
E-stim is a real thing. Now, I think it's usually a little bit more – there's a little bit more restriction control and restriction into how much electricity, maybe that's a problem. Maybe we're not really cutting it loose like we
Jack
need to.
up the
You got to be a little bit
electricity.
uncomfortable for
Yeah.
it to really work. Who's going to have the balls to, grab a live wire to see if their arm gets better? Who's going to be the first one? You can knock them off with a wooden broom or something.
Maybe they can't get off. Maybe they'll struggle to not get electrocuted, but that's your job as the doctor.
Well, you can always flip the switch on.
Or that too.
We got too many arm injuries. We got to start thinking of some new methods. Lance McCullers, save that man's career.
Electrocute him.
Christian Javier, can we get him up to 93 miles an hour with his fastball?
I'm worried about that dude. I'll tell you that right now.
I am too, because that's really going to suck if we had one of the guys who looked like one of the rising stars threw a no-hitter in a World Series and was never the same after that. That's going to really suck. And that's what it looks like right now. It's 22. This is 26. Oh, my God. An eternity. We've been waiting an eternity for the return of Christian Javier.
Yeah, it's that's gonna and what I don't know what to expect out of Lance McCullers. I don't know what to expect out of Eric Eddy, but it's shaping up nicely at the top. It's shaping up real nicely. If they can, now it is spring training, so we'll see. But from all, hey, Tatsuya is throwing 96, 97. Now he is going less than he will. He probably knew I'm only pitching 3 innings here, couple 3 innings,
That's
so
okay.
I can let it
He's
go.
got an arm.
That's all right.
I'll
if he
take
throws
it.
it 94,
Live arm.
that's all right.
Live arm, brother. I don't care. And look, what you've already got isn't enough. So these new guys are Burrows is pretty important too, obviously. Now, I know that's your favorite guy. He's taking over Brad Peacock.
Yep. No, absolutely. No, Burrows looks great, but it's spring training. I just got a lot of hope for. We saw Burrows before. Burrows is nice, real nice. This is going to be another one of those nice acquisitions by the Astros. That's what it's going to be.
Well, they have been pretty good at that.
That the Pirates will regret. Another one that the Pirates will regret. How
old is Burrows? He's 26.
That's great.
Right in time for him to probably hit arbitration soon.
No, they got him locked up for. No, dude's going to be around.
No,
for
he's
a while.
only pitched for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the big. So yeah, they do have him for a while.
You got 4 years.
And actually, I take it back. Actually,
I think you got 5 years.
Yeah,
of
because
team
in
control.
24 he only pitched 3 1/3 innings. So really, it's only 1 in the books. You got him for a long time.
Yeah, you got 5 years of control of him.
We've got him forever.
Yeah.
This is like Jean Valjean or whatever. Like we've got him. We've got him. This is like Les Mis, where we've got him for a loaf of bread, and we got him in shackles. You're going to be here for a while, sir. You got 5 more years.
5 years of team control. Why would
Go down at last?
I don't get it.
Who did the Astros give up?
That is a question.
I'm looking for the transactions here. Who did the Astros?
It was a 3-team trade.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So the Pirates got – now I always go back and forth. There's a Lau and a Lowe who have been on the Rays.
Yeah.
Brandon Lowe or Brandon Lau? Which one is –
Lowe.
It's Brandon Lowe.
Uh-huh.
So the Pirates got Lowe, Montgomery, and Jake Mangum.
Astros out of the organization. That's right. Jacob Melton was the
guy who went to the
Anderson
Rays.
Brito and Jacob Melton was the big name.
And we've seen
out.
Jacob
And
Melton.
Jacob Melton's nice. Jacob Melton is
he's
a good player.
He's been pretty good in the spring. At least we saw the highlights earlier in the spring
But
where
at
he's hitting
least
home
you
runs.
got 5 years of team control. That's
huge.
Yeah, huge.
No, that's a great. I mean, if this guy becomes an average pitcher for the Astros, whose arm doesn't implode, then that's a big. Then that's a win.
Yeah. Despite the highlights early, Jacob Melton not hitting the ball that well in spring.
Right.
Yeah, he had a
couple home
early.
runs. Yeah. But that's about it.
Yep.
I don't care. We needed a pitcher. We got a pitcher. That's fine. We've got a good outfield. We didn't need another outfielder.
Excuse me?
We got a good young outfield. We didn't need another outfielder. We're fine.
There's that. Time to talk about. Well, we didn't need another young outfielder. That's for sure.
No.
We got plenty. We're good on that. Time to talk about Houston powder coaters. They got plenty of powder coating going on. They got plenty because, well, they're busy because they're the best. And when you're the best, then you're going to be busy because people want your services. The city of Houston wants their services, City of Houston is getting their services, sprucing it up nicely for the World Cup, sprucing up the city with light poles or any kind of metal that's around the city that's got to look good when we're hosting. That's what we're doing. That's what they've hired Houston Powder Coaters to do. But not only, I mean, there's business after business, and I mean, it's incredible. You go to the waterway in the Woodlands, it's all Houston Powder Coat. I mean, it just looks awesome, and it's going to last. And your stuff is going to last too. When you buy new patio furniture, get it powder coated first. Before you put it out, get it powder coated. So now that is going to be so long lasting, you don't have to, boom, I'm done. Don't have to worry about it anymore because it's powder coated by Houston Powder Coaters. If your old stuff needs powder coating, do that as well. If your old patio furniture needs straps and slings and everything else, do that as well. They do it all. Pickup and delivery absolutely free. Houston Powder Coaters is the best, the biggest, the best. It's what they do. Go see their Google reviews. Go see their Better Business Bureau reviews as well. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back. 1 hour to go. Who wants in? 713-780-3776. You got 1 hour. 1 hour this week to get in here. And I guess at 9:15 you combined, right, Del? So we're all right? Yeah. All right. So you got at 9:15 you want to play. I mean, we got zero people care.
No calls today. They're afraid.
Zero.
They're afraid of the show. We set a tone early on, calling out Audie Crooks, saying, we're not going to – I don't care how many points you score. You've got to defend. In this dojo, we defend. This is Houston, the home of Ime Udoka and Kelvin Sampson. We defend here.
And D'Amico Ryans.
And D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, that's right. And Swarm. We defend in this city. Okay? Carlos Correa,
But
Gold Glover.
She doesn't play. She doesn't play in this city.
It doesn't matter. Defense is non-negotiable. Defense is non-negotiable. We've called out Alperen Şengün. Defense. We called out James Harden when we needed to.
Yeah,
defense is non-negotiable.
They both played
in this
here.
city. I know. In this city, it's non-negotiable, but that extends to the Big 12.
Okay.
Houston plays in the Big 12. If you're in that conference, it's expected of you, men or women. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's gender neutral. Defense is gender neutral.
This feels like a stretch.
Defense is gender neutral. Play some defense.
So you decided to take it upon yourself to call her out.
I'm calling out anybody that doesn't play defense.
Well,
It doesn't matter who you are.
She plays defense. She just doesn't
do it well. She's out there on the defensive end.
She has to cross half court.
She does.
Yeah.
From time to time.
It's like
She
James.
stands in the lane for a while.
James didn't defend, except everyone would go to war with you. I'm like, have you seen his post defense numbers? Okay, Daryl Morey. Okay, data dredgers.
How sad that had to be for people to spend all that time defending James, only for him to fat suit his way out of here. Don't you feel embarrassed that you went out there and defended him?
Aren't you embarrassed?
Against all comers because of your love for him, your standing of him,
It's like a Sebastian Maniscalco. Aren't you embarrassed?
And then when it came down to it, when things got tough, he's like, you know what? I'd rather leave. And he did it in an embarrassing way. Spent all that time defending him. These hoes ain't loyal. Stop it.
I know. And then you gave him a welcome back James video.
Of course you did.
Well, you're gonna retire his number. I mean, they love James.
He was a good player for the Rockets.
He sold a lot of tickets. Big baby Glenn Davis. Speaking of fat suits, he was released from prison, sentenced to 3 years.
What did he go for again?
Didn't he? Wasn't there some stealing of insurance money or something?
Oh, was he part of? Was he part of that thing where they were pretending to go to dentists and stuff like that and just kept getting money?
He was arrested. He's had a couple issues. Most recently, he was one of 18 former players that was indicted by conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud.
That's it.
Yeah, that was it.
And wire fraud.
Yeah, you know how they caught them? One of the ways they caught them is that the GPS on their phone. They kept saying they were at physical therapy and things like that, and dentists and all these different things. And they went and checked the GPS on their phone. Like, See, the phones have everything on you. Eventually, and I've seen enough movies and TV shows, and you guys have too, to know now that texts are never deleted. They know where you are at all times for whenever you are. You cannot run your phone. Your phone is a is a mechanical tattletale. You will get got by your phone. You used to be able to get away with a lot of stuff before the internet, before phones. You could get away with a lot. You cannot get away with it anymore. Nothing. The phone's got you. That's one of the ways they got the NBA players is they said, "Oh, you went to the physical therapy all these times. Let's check the phone." Oh, looks like
If you're going to commit a crime, leave your phone at home. That's all there is to it.
Oh, yeah, but don't say you're somewhere else and the phone's not there. Yeah,
right.
It depends on what kind of crime you're committing. If you're going to commit a crime, go drop your phone off in the bushes of your physical therapy place. And then drive off and do whatever you want for a couple hours. Not that I'm telling you how to commit, insurance fraud. I'm just saying. That's what Glenn Davis should have thought about that a little bit. And yeah, you're right. Taking your phone with you everywhere, you criminals, dummies.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can't be stupid. No, I mean, this is how. Wow, You know that? It was awful. The killer that went to the college, not dorm, but a house and killed. They dinged his phone. You cannot.
With the girls.
Yeah,
the one more kind of recently.
Yeah, it's recent. Yeah.
Is that how they got him?
That's how they got him.
Yep.
They followed his phone through. It's just awful, just awful. And I'm glad you're stupid. You're too stupid bringing your phone around with you, dumbass.
Well, you gotta have your phone.
Yeah, right.
How you gonna check your social media accounts?
Del, I put in a video. Aziz Al-Shair.
I sent that yesterday too.
You did?
Yeah, I sent an email to him. Yeah, talking to
Gruden.
Yeah, John Gruden. Man, I love this guy. I love you so much, Aziz. Watching you
have
play
fun
football.
watching you
I have a
play
lot
football.
of fun watching you, man. I like to watch you play football. That's great.
Yeah.
You play football, man. That's great. I love watching the Houston. Of course, he loves watching the Texans defense. He didn't mention offense, but he loves watching the Texans defense. John Gruden.
He's not alone. He's not alone.
And loving watching the Texans defense.
Well, honestly, they came from San Francisco where they were pretty damn good. They were pretty skippy defensively there.
Yeah.
And D'Amico and all, and he's brought, but the Texans defense is a different level right now. The Texans defense is, I don't want to say 2000 Ravens, although Aziz does bring that up. Or 85 Bears.
I mean, they were in a certain neighborhood.
They're in a
certain neighborhood.
Listen, they're banging on the door.
A lot of people have a lot of respect for them. That's one of the reasons CJ's taken even more crap from people, because they looked at that defense and they said, we've seen defenses like this win championships before.
Do you think that maybe it's the start? They added a white guy, so it's not gonna be as good this year, or
no? I don't think it's racially motivated.
Oh.
I don't think the defense is like, God, if we can just keep the white guys out, we can finally be good.
Didn't that Bears team have white guys on it?
Two.
Yeah,
two.
So what are you saying?
Right in the middle of defense. McMichael and who was the other one?
Oh, they had Fensick, they had
Hampton.
Plank, they had McMichael.
Yeah,
they
Hampton,
had
McMichael. They had a lot of white guys.
Dan Hampton.
But that was a different time. The 80s were a
The
different
Ravens
time.
had what? Siragusa? That was
They
it?
had Tony Sergei and an Italian.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
The Goose.
John?
Actually,
What are you
Jeff
saying?
Fisher actually saw some time at corner for that team, too.
So perhaps Reed Blankenship will just make the team better.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
What are you
Maybe,
trying to start
but
race wars on
that
our
was
show
a
for?
different era. The different
No,
era.
they just won a championship with a bunch of white guys.
Cooper DeJean, Reed
Yeah.
Blankenship.
What are you talking about? The guy's got a ring.
Yeah.
Why are you
but-
trying to say, is a white guy going to sully the water of muddy the blood of the Houston Texans defense? Why are you bringing racial
If you ask
stuff into this?
If you ask, I'm St. Brown's dad, he'd say yes.
Doesn't matter. You're literally don't say anything to Gary or Israel anymore after
Okay.
you just made that comment.
So
Although they would agree with you.
they would. They're like, what are we doing?
No,
Reed
I think Reed
Blankenship?
Blankenship will be fine if he's a good football
Wasn't he
player.
the kicker at Georgia?
I think if he's a good football
That's Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think if he's a good player, he'll be fine.
Well, I think he's a good player. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're going to be fine. I'm just saying it's a possibility. That's all.
It's a possibility any of these guys don't play well.
Trying to figure out the best white player that the Texans could sign, and John would still say that guy would ruin things for them.
A white guy. A white guy saying this.
What guy? I know.
No, full well that's going to be his favorite player. Sitting there lowering the expectations on him.
Let's hear from Aziz on with John Gruden.
No one has any idea the sacrifices, the testing that you had to go through to make it, man. And when I watch you play, I tell you what, I have more fun watching you play. This Houston Texan defense, you got to really be proud of your accomplishment.
No, 100%. Especially, I think when you even for example, the Pro Bowl stuff just ended. That's the first time for me really that I've been around my peers that's not been in the game or after a game. Just casually hanging out with all these guys around the league, talking to them, and like the amount of like respect that I was given, and the people, every guy talking to me, guys that I didn't even knew were paying attention to me or whatever, that I might not even ever played against. It's like, dude, like the way you play the game is different. Like so many people have came up to me, just encouragement.
Yeah,
and so
you
many
have a great
positive
playing
things.
style, man.
It's like And I truly do feel like pound for pound, like I am one of the most physical, if not the most physical player in the league, because I feel like it just consistently, and when you watch the tape, you got to make a decision, and I feel like when you play against us, when you play against the Texans, it's a mentality that we have, and that's just something that I've always played with, going back to talking about watching guys like Ray Lewis play the game. It's like, nah, like I just think that it's got to be played a certain way, and, it's especially now in the day and age we live in where we want to see all these touchdowns and all this stuff. That stuff is nice and cute, but, like, we got to let you know this is still a physical sport.
Mm-hmm. That's fun. That defense, I mean, gives you a chance to win a championship. Now the offense has just got to come through. Now they got to get the players. They got to coach them up right. They got to have. I mean, I think it's a given, and I think they've got a mindset defensively now that there's a pride factor to it, that there's a physicality to it, that they've got a standard.
Yeah, it's their calling card. It's what they're proud of. When they step on the field, I can tell you, I was excited every time that defense hit the field because I knew somebody was going to get their wig split every single freaking snap. Every single series, somebody was going to get hit really hard. And I remember talking to Johnny Harris about it early, not even last year before last. He's like, man, when you're on the field, he goes, Lance, when you're on field level, he goes, it's just, he said, I've been doing this a few years now. And there was a very specific game, and I can't remember who the Texans played, where he said, I've never seen hitting like this in my entire life. The physicality in this game, he goes, I wasn't familiar with how physical football could be until these two teams played. And I don't remember who it was, and it wasn't even 25. It was in 24. And when you watch them play, the first thing that you'll notice, or you should notice, is that everyone runs to the ball at all times. Everyone runs to the ball at all times. It's demanded. And so in practice, everyone has to swarm to the ball. It's rally to the football. When you get there, hit as hard as you can. Be legal, but hit as hard as you can. Try to be legal and hit as hard as you can because you need to make sure that you're inflicting damage and you're making people think twice about whatever it is that they're doing. And it's a violent game. It's a violent sport. And Texans push it to the edge of the violence. And
So when Aziz, and he does, and he's gone too far, and we've criticized him for going too far, but when you got a mentality like that, sometimes it's tough to control because it is you're thinking violence.
Yeah.
Let me let up. No, I'm violent.
Yeah. No, it's hard to turn it off.
It's really
hard to turn it off in the middle of a play. But you can't come with the forearm like what Aziz did. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, it was a late slide. Dude, you cannot come with the forearm shiver up that low. Like I don't care what your argument is. You can't do that. And the league said that, and he got suspended and all that stuff. And he was out, and he's back, and that's fine. You also can't late slide. There's certain things. There's certain quarterbacks who really Pat Mahomes has really crossed the line with how he's used that protection to game the system in his favor. But this is why the violence that is. The violence of a football player, of a fighter, somebody who's a combatant in combat sports, you will run into some personalities that have a hard time turning that off the field also because they're wired a certain way. So you run into some people who can't just leave it on the field. And sometimes when they're on the field, they have a hard time turning the volume down when they need to. And Aziz is one of those guys, and I think it's one of the reasons D'Amico, frankly, likes him, is that the volume doesn't get turned down much for him. He's wired. He's wired for that physicality. And hey, I can talk about him in coverage, or I wonder about speed, or whatever the case may be. It is undeniable that his physicality and his tone setting has made a big difference with the guy right next to him. Henry To'oTo'o wasn't hitting people like this at Alabama. Henry To'oTo'o is trying to bloody you every time. Kamari Lassiter. What Kamari Lassiter's doing is having an impact on Stingley, who was a soft tackler, especially his last year. With Kamari Lassiter there, that's not the case anymore. Bullock. My big concern with Bullock was that he won't tackle. He's a terrible tackler. He's not the best tackler, but he's much more physical now because the standard has been set. And you either do this, well, it's just not a choice. You have no choice. You just do this because you want to roll with the click. That's just what it is.
They won't even bring you in if they don't think you got it in you.
Yeah. No, and that's why the whole swarm thing is a real I think they're still trying to figure it out on offense, but D'Amico knows exactly what it means on defense.
And the offense, and it's not right because the defense is a unit that's played at a level. The offense and their inability to take advantage of what their defense has done to put them in good spots, like in terms of winning big playoff games, it's going to affect the legacy of how people remember this defense. Like here locally, we can go, remember when they did this and that, but you don't really remember teams' units if the team overall doesn't reach heights. Like the Vikings never won a Super Bowl, but you still remember, at least if you're an old head, Purple People Eaters. Remember the nickname, the Orange Crush, Broncos. Those teams didn't win titles, but those defenses got nicknames because they did reach a certain level. Legion of Boom, you win a Super Bowl, you get a nickname, people remember. This Texas defense doesn't get help from the offense to reach the heights that they should. Locally, it'll be a thing, but 7-8 years from now, it'll be, oh yeah, those Texans are pretty good defensively. But you got to win, and that's what this offense is hurting how they're hurting the defense.
But this isn't Major League Baseball where you get guys for 6 years.
That's what I'm saying. 2 to 3 years, this thing will be going on.
Yeah, it's like, this is why I get a little panicky about the quarterback situation because of the amount of money, because Will Anderson's going to get paid like a quarterback. And so he'll be the highest paid defense player in football when he gets his paycheck. Stingley makes a huge amount. Kamari Lassiter's going to be in for a huge payday. I mean, Hunter's got to go after this year. There's no other way around it. I mean, you probably have to go to be able to afford it. But I can stay one more year. But you're going to have to get a rookie linebacker. Aziz will have to go. I mean, it's just how you're going to have to replace good players with rookies. And you say, okay, who's our 5 best, and we'll keep them. Hopefully you can keep Bullock. Can you keep – like Reed Blankenship's going to be the cheap guy. You're going to have to pay all 3 of those other guys. I mean, Bullock is a takeaway. It's hard finding free safeties who can take the ball away like him. He's very, very valuable. But you can't keep everybody. So you're probably going to be cheaper at D-tackle, and you're probably going to be cheaper at linebacker in the future.
Well, Aziz will just have to take a hometown discount, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? And it is troubling sometimes with the coverage. And D'Amico ain't taking a lot of coaches are taking middle linebackers off the field. He ain't taking Aziz off the field.
No, but he's in his nickel package anyway. Yeah. That's their base package, and so Aziz is in that.
Well, what about dime? I think he's still on the field for dime as well.
Well, I mean, if you're in dime, they're in third and really long.
Right.
So
I don't remember Aziz coming off the field much at all.
I mean, I don't really either. But, I want to see this year, actually, this is the first time that we've had a good linebacker draft in a long, long time. There's some really good linebackers in the first 3 rounds, future starters. This might be the year that the Texans, I mean, if I were running a team, which clearly I'm not, but Aziz is in the final year of his contract, this really might make some sense for them to draft linebacker inside the first 3 rounds and have your replacement for it. Because Alshire probably, on most teams, he probably wouldn't get another year. You never know with the Texans. But you would let him walk, and you pay Will Anderson, and you get ready to pay CJ, and that's just the way it's going to be. But you might want to consider drafting an inside linebacker. A Jake Golday from Cincinnati would be an interesting pickup. I mean, I love Anthony Hill, but you're not drafting linebacker at the 28th pick. You're not, and if he made it to the second round, you're not drafting him with the 38th pick. I don't think because he's probably not replacing. But I think Henry To'oTo'o's job needs to be up for. I like To'oTo'o, but what's wrong with having some competition there?
Yep.
And Anthony Hill, for example, from Texas, just throwing his name out there. That guy can rush. He can cover. He's fast. He's a great tackler, which To'oTo'o is a great hitter, not always a great tackler all the time. I mean, linebacker is probably one of those sneaky needs that I need to be kind of dialing in on for the Texans.
Maybe. All right, you got to talk a little bit about the upcoming tournament coming to Houston.
Yeah, if you want to get tickets, you just go to ncaa.com/men's or college. I'm sorry, college or men's college BB Well, let me get what is the name? I got to get this for you. I just know this. I've been to the tournament multiple times when it's come to Houston. I was lucky enough to go when I was a kid to some tournament games. And when it comes to Houston, it's so much fun to watch all these games. We watched Derrick Rose here, young Derrick Rose, taking on the Lopez twins. That was awesome. And who are you going to watch? Who's the next star going to be that you're going to watch? We'll go to ncaa.com/MBB tickets. There you go. MBB tickets. You've got a chance to see the next great stars. In college basketball, there's a level of intensity in college basketball that is so much fun to watch. We're talking about one and done. Loser goes home. So there's going to be a lot of passion. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. The NCAA March Madness, they're coming to Houston this year. Get your tickets right now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. So the Cougs, we haven't been there for a while. The Cougs won last night, beat BYU, took care of that business. AJ Debanza still at 26. He's good. He's just really, really, really hard to stop. But Kelvin Sampson, he is not apologizing, okay? So BYU, as good as they are, I think they were the 10th seed in this thing. The 10th seed in the of course, the conference is really, really good.
It ain't that good, then. But you're scared of the Hornets, so. I mean, you're scared of the Pelicans, so.
I'm not scared of the Pelicans. I'm just saying they're playing good basketball, so watch yourself. Don't be, overconfident. This is an easy game.
We don't lose by
sorry,
we
Mark.
don't win by 20.
Hey, Mark DeRosa, maybe we should take people seriously, okay? That's what I'm saying.
We already beat them. Wait, didn't we just play them? No, you got a game today, Mark.
Yeah.
You actually have a game.
Anyway, we're
playing today? Get your uniform on. Mark DeRosa's wife probably has to say, Mark, put your uniform. You got a game today. What are you doing? We play today? Yeah. God.
They do. They play Canada today. So Kelvin Sampson, after the game,
our arch rivals,
after the game, said he was proud. He was proud to be a Coug.
Really proud of my guys. Wasn't our best game. We made some bonehead plays, stepping out of bounds, wide open threes. We said, why would we shoot this when we can step out of bounds? That made sense to me. We got a breakaway 2. 2 minutes to go. Why would we take that? Let's just see if we can. I mean, we do have a shot clock, right? So that didn't make a lot of sense either. But, the name of the game is to win the game. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. Proud of my team for finding a way to win the game, hanging in there, making the plays that we needed to have made. The 2 biggest plays were 2 freshmen. Chase, we called a set out of the timeout, got him open on the wing. He banged it. And then Kingston. So proud of those 2 freshmen.
Those were 2 huge threes. And that's all McCarty had was 1. McCarty was unbelievable in the Oklahoma State game. But he's got himself some minutes in crunch time now because he ain't afraid to take and hit a shot. So McCarty, watch, he may be playing a bigger role than he has played for the most part this season going forward. He hit a big 3, and then so did Kingston. Kingston came down and just moved to the right off of a Tugler pick and knocked it down. And so those were 2 huge shots. Huge shots. And then the one he was Milos Uzan had a breakaway, a 3-on-1, and he stopped and pulled it out and worked the shot clock instead of getting an easy basket, which was it was like the announcers. Is it Shambi? I think it was Shambi. He was like, what is he doing? What is he doing? He had a 3-on-1. Holy crap. Yeah, that was bad. There were some bonehead, and there were some slips. And you're not going to see that again because they're going back to hardwood. Going back to hardwood for the rest of the tournament after all the slips yesterday. Christian Harris signs with the Falcons. That is interesting. Christian Harris, not as good. I mean, remember the big hugs and when they drafted him in the 3rd round?
Yeah, they were so excited.
They were very excited.
And there were flashes for Christian Harris. But, when I watched him and when I wrote him up, he was not a very instinctive guy. Like, he missed a lot of run fits. And he can run fast and he'll hit you hard. But he wasn't always where he needed to be on tape. He didn't really diagnose consistently. I wonder if that was maybe an issue with the Texans a little bit. That he just wasn't in the right place where he was supposed to be. Because clearly the head coach trusted To'o, a different Alabama linebacker. He trusted him a lot more than he ever trusted Christian Harris.
Yep. Hey, John Chill's joining us. We were just talking about the Cougs. John Chill here with us on ESPN 97.5. He is at the DraftKings Sportsbook. We have men whenever he can get in. Sometimes he can't because he actually has a job. So, John, welcome to the show. We appreciate you joining us. Let's talk about that Cougs team. We got Kansas tonight. We got a possibility of facing Arizona again. If they win, what can I? You can bet on the Cougs being a 1 seed, right? I wonder if they win, if they beat Kansas, they win the Big 12 tournament. Are they a 1 seed?
Yeah, and if Florida and UConn go down, I mean, they're currently at 12-1 odds right now for them to get a 1 seed. So as far as value, I like that. I like that price at 12-1. They got to get through Kansas tonight and, probably Arizona to get through it. But, if they can win that, it's 12-1 odds. That's not a bad price to get on Houston right now.
12-1. It seems high.
Yeah.
Are the Arizona is probably low odds?
They're negative. Yeah,
negative
they're
odds.
all negative odds there. Basically, it's Houston, and then the rest. Yeah, I don't think anybody else got a shot to get in there.
So what are the four? Are Michigan, Duke, Arizona, UConn,
Florida, Florida.
And then the Cougs. Those are the only chances for ones, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. So it'd be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah,
Upsets have happened.
Arizona, which will be tough.
Yeah. Tonight's interesting as far as semifinal favorites. I saw this stat. Since 2013, the favorite's been 19-3 straight up and 16-6 against the spread. So Houston, if you're playing trends, definitely Houston sounds like a play tonight. So
that's a big number for this game, though.
Yeah, Kansas kind of scares me. I mean, I think they're gelling a little bit more than they did a month ago. If Kansas gets hot here, it'd be interesting to take them in the Final Four here, next week and when the brackets start. But, I think 5.5's a lot, for them. But, like I said, I think Kansas is playing better than they did a month ago. But, Houston's solid. Everybody's talking about, they're still getting their slumps to score, but they're a solid team this year.
Since the 3-game losing streak, they played Baylor and Oklahoma State. They really struggled against those two teams, and then, yesterday against BYU, they were. It was a tough game. I don't understand 5.5, but okay. There's a lot of respect for the Cougs. I like that. Anything else standing out with? Would you take all the favorites then today in semifinals?
Yes, trends pointing to most of the power conferences that definitely take the favorites this week. The only one I don't like in the Big Ten, I think Michigan giving up 12.5 to Ohio State. I think that's a big number for Ohio State. I kind of like the over in that one. That's another trend in the Big Ten. 75% of the quarterfinals have gone over since 2017. So definitely seems like there's a lot of scoring in the quarterfinals here for the Big Ten. So another one, I like Florida. I think Kentucky's just in disarray this year. They just don't look like they're gelling right now. Usually they'll come around at the end of the season. So I kind of like Florida there. Another one I kind of like was Akron. They had their scare yesterday, and then Duke as well. They basically should have lost on that one, but Duke had their scare. But the other one I like, Arizona. I mean, you talked about them last week. I think that's the team to beat. They're only -3.5. I think they're playing solid. I mean, I think they had a 20 plus, almost 30-point lead. I think at one point, I mean, they gave a little bit away in the second half. But definitely be interesting to see who gets in. Miami of Ohio losing in the first round. We'll see what happens there, and if that crushes the brackets for some of these bubble teams and all that. But definitely be a good time here at DraftKings. This is our big holiday here this weekend and next weekend, and we're definitely we're rolling right now.
I don't know that there's a better time. I love the Super Bowl at the DraftKings, but I don't know that there's a better time to go than the tournament because of all of the games that are just action, 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 action.
Yeah, it is just nonstop from, people yelling that games are 20-point differences, but they got the over-under. I mean, it's just crazy. Yeah,
Yep.
it's just a lot of noise in there. So, yeah, so we got that. You still got the NBA. I was looking at starting to take, get your guys' thoughts. I call it the tank teams. I was going to do one today where Cavs play the Mavs, Knicks play the Pacers, Piston plays the Grizzlies. These teams are tanking. Put them in a parlay, and then kind of like the Rockets tonight as well. But, just take money lines of these teams that are tanking, and they've been doing very well right now as far as the money line. They might cover, but definitely they're trying to find ways to lose.
Yeah, well, New Orleans ain't finding a way to lose. They've been winning.
No, yeah. But we'll see. The Rockets are, to me, the Rockets look like, I think they covered the last one or two, so maybe they'll start getting hot there. UFC again, it's a little bit of a fight card, not a big matchup. We got some, but UFC does well for us. We got Emmett versus Villegas. He's minus 535. Too big odds for me, but if you're going to take a flyer, they're both going to throw and try to knock each other out, so you get it down to minus 105 for a KO in that fight. But UFC is always a big draw for us, and so we even on the fight cards, they've picked up a little bit too as well.
Still over a month away from the NFL draft. Is there any numbers up there that you can post yet? Or?
I haven't seen any lately. I think they'll probably post next week. I was actually asking DraftKings this week, so they're going to start posting some stuff, and we'll see what's out there. And it's in Pittsburgh too, so I might be heading out that way.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, I might go down there and watch the draft. So
and see what them Steelers do.
Maybe we'll draft a quarterback, but that's
probably not. Probably not. You don't need. You're good. You don't need one.
We don't need one.
Yeah. Well, when they do post those, make sure that you go to Lance Zerline's mock draft, because he is going to be dead on all of his picks. So that's a great starting point for you to find who to bet on where. Okay, Lance Zerlines at NFL.com. That's where.
That's it. Yep.
Anything else going on right now?
No, I think the baseball for me and you, John, Team Italy, Team Espresso is rocking and rolling. They got some. See what happens tonight on that one. That'll be interesting. I think USA's minus 4.5 runs against Canada tonight, but
minus what?
4.5 runs.
Wow! Holy crap!
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That is crazy.
Yeah.
Minus 4.5 runs. I don't think I've ever seen that. And then South Korea's playing as well. Italy tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They took that off the board, which is interesting. I don't know what I'm going to look to see. That's off the board right now.
Well, they're too good.
They're too good. That's it.
What the hell is going on with that Italian team? It's crazy.
I think everybody should put an espresso machine in their dugout. Maybe
everybody.
That's the key.
Instead of greenies anymore, it's caffeine, espresso machine caffeine. All right. So if you anything that you want, and listen, get a wild hair. You want to watch the tournaments this weekend? The best place to go. There's no question. It's the DraftKings Sportsbook, just a couple hours down the road. Take a gas. You don't have to fly all over. You don't have to pay all those expenses. And you don't even, you can drive home that night. But if you want the best place to watch with all the action going on, the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Just the best. John, as always, we appreciate it, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Have a good weekend. Thank you, guys.
John Chill with us every week. Well, whenever you can get here. On ESPN 97.5. All right, Del, did we combine or we are behind?
Or are we in good shape?
Well, good shape, no chance. But
so we're behind.
We are now on time because I combined.
Oh, well, attaboy.
So we look. So
I said attaboy.
All right.
Oh, wow. Del.
What?
I just wanted to make it awkward. Don't worry about it.
No, that is awkward, though.
So
What's awkward about saying attaboy?
We can, you know what? This is
weirdo.
This is our penultimate, as you say, segment.
Penultimate.
It remains our penultimate segment before we have News
this
of the
one.
Weird.
I'm going to shout out something that doesn't usually get a shout out. I want to tell you guys something you can do. Probably not tonight. I mean, unless you hate basketball. If you hate basketball and you hate international baseball, that means you got maybe if you're just a football fan only, then that would apply to tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe I think they're still going. I saw one of the greatest plays I've ever seen at the Alley Theater last night. One of the finest jobs of acting. One of the most entertaining. The importance of being earnest by Oscar Wilde. There's this girl. There's this woman named Candy Buckley, who I looked at her in the playbill they had. I looked, and she's been in The Americans. She's been in 5 different Broadway shows. She was unbelievable. So if you like theater at all, highly recommend seeing The Importance of Being Earnest at the Alley Theater. Extremely well acted, very, very funny. It was a really, really good show. If you don't usually like going and doing the cultural stuff, or you're interested but you don't ever go, you want a date night, I promise you will. That's going to be a very enjoyable show for you. So I don't usually shout out the Alley. I like the Alley.
How long is it there?
What's that?
How long is it going to be there?
You'll be in town. I think it's going to be in town until.
It'll end March 29th.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! I got to go next week then.
Yeah. Is Wendy in town?
No.
It doesn't matter. You'll like it. It's very, very.
What's the name of it?
Very funny. The Importance of Being Earnest. It's extraordinarily well written by Oscar Wilde, but the actresses and the actors, they're just really, really good. And the Alley's a good theater. The Alley, I've seen. I've gone to Broadway. I've gone to Chicago with I can't remember what Chicago's theater is called, Steppenwolf, and Alley's a good theater. Their home cast is good, but they've got a couple of actresses here who do Broadway and television and stuff that are in The Importance of Being Earnest. But one of them is just a killer. She's the best I've ever seen there, and she comes right off Broadway, and she is amazing. So you go there, she'll steal the entire first scene. But they're all really, really good. So shout out to the Alley Theater. My wife and I go 4 or 5 shows a year. Try to support them. We enjoy it. It's the best show I've seen in the last 5 years. So check it out if that's what you're into. If you're not, just watch, USA dominate Canada if Mark DeRosa lets us.
He's a man of many interests, Lance Zierlein.
I'm too. I love that. I love a good play.
Yeah, good.
Prove it.
Now you're not locking it. Now
I'm going to buy tickets right now. I'm on right now.
Buy tickets now. It's not a short play.
2.5 hours, 2 intermissions.
2 intermissions.
Yep.
They're relatively short. You go get drinks. They got their cocktails there.
What did you say?
You get drinks? No, I promise it goes fast. I promise it's not. Don't panic. And they've got themed cocktails for every show. I don't think you would drink this one. It's gin.
I'm not drinking right now.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So there's that.
My wife gave up meat, so I told her I wolfed down I wolfed down a cocktail out here. I got back for the second intermission. She goes, why'd you get me one? I said, it's Beefeater gin. You gave up meat. I can't get you anything. Beefeater. Sorry. To drink it myself.
You didn't get your wife one?
No, I drank it myself. Bang. Because you can't bring cocktails inside the theater, so you got to drink them fast. Well, that was no problem for me.
No problem
not
whatsoever.
A problem. Not a problem whatsoever. No.
All right.
But you should go. You should definitely go. I promise you'll like it. It's really good. Really, really, really well acted. Very funny. Very funny. It's really well done.
All right. Might do it. All right. Appreciate it.
Don't let the 2.5 hours scare you.
Do you have
this isn't the Brutalist.
A theater partner that you can take that's not your wife? Or
What about
would you
Chad?
go by yourself?
Chad probably likes theater.
No, probably JT.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, JT would like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's. I'm telling you, it's downtown.
Downtown,
right next to Beer Peretti, which is a very old Italian restaurant that started in Calabria, and it moved downtown to Houston. It's called Birra Peretti's. Very old, very Italian. Lots of mini Italians.
A beer named Peretti.
I went there. It's been there so long. I went there for my. I went there for homecoming. I had homecoming dates. I went there. Yeah, I got liquored up and was doing an Australian accent. What I thought was an Australian accent there. Now I'm just super embarrassed by it. I was like, oh my god. got totally hungover, and I was supposed to go to
that
Waco
explains it.
the next day. I was supposed to go to Waco because my dad was coaching U of H, and U of H was playing Baylor. I was supposed to drive up there the next day with my family, with my mom and my brother and my sister, and I was hungover, but I had to say I had a stomach ache. My mom maybe she knew, but I had to just – I can't. Michael just dropped me off my house. I don't even remember.
Oh, Marsha, just let him stay home.
Nah, he was already in Waco. So he probably asked, "Where's Lancey boy?" Oh, he had a stomach ache. Man, it wasn't a stomach ache. Well, it was, but it was more than just that. His headache, body ache, everything.
Yep.
Wasn't good. And I did an Australian accent when I was 16. It was probably terrible. That's the embarrassing thing is I did an accent that was just not good.
You think your Australian accent has improved?
Yeah, it's great now, mate. I'm not going to do it, but it's great now, mate.
Mm.
I've got an Australian and a New Zealand, very nuanced.
You've been able to differentiate between the two? And people can see
Yeah, what's the show with the guy from 50 Shades of Grey? That's when I really tightened up my Australian accent.
Jamie Dormant?
Yeah.
Which show are you talking about?
No. We're with Gillian Anderson.
Oh, you mean The Fall?
Golly, man. Yeah. That's a really good show. That was a really good show. That was
The Fall is?
Wait. Wasn't that Australian?
No.
No.
It's an English show.
It's English. What's the Australian
But he is
show I watched?
But he is Australian.
Yeah, but not in the show, is he?
No, he's Irish, not Australian. He's
No,
Irish.
that's right. It was Irish accent I was messing with back
Yeah.
then. Yeah. Yeah, not Australian.
The Fall is a good show. You can watch it on Prime.
What's the show? I told y'all about it before. Did one of you guys tell me about this? No, Solus told me about this. Where this guy, I think it's Australian, and it's hilarious. He's got a dog. The dog who gets hit by a car.
Oh,
the girl flashes
I
him.
told you about that.
Was it you? And the girl flashes him?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Solus
good.
told me about it first, but you probably had watched it already too. That's Colin in Accounting.
Yeah. Colin's the dog.
Colin's the dog, and that's a really funny show. And it turns out the two of them are actually married, right?
Married, yeah.
Colin from Accounts.
Colin from Accounts,
Yes.
That's a really good show too.
It's really good. I can't wait for season 2. That'll be good.
Oh, they're having season 2?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Apparently, yeah. And
Wait,
yeah.
it's already on.
It is?
Well, I don't.
Maybe I've seen season 2. Maybe you're talking about season 3, John.
Season 3 is coming later, but season 2 came out in September 2024.
Oh, yeah. I've seen season 2.
I had to have seen season 2.
Yeah, and the proposal was at the end.
Oh, I don't even remember. I had to rewatch it, I guess. I don't even remember.
Yeah. Anyway, and it was awkward. To say the least.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
When he's trying to be cool with all of her friends, that's always a golly. That's got some of that stuff you hate, where you get really cringy.
Yeah. All right, let's break and let's talk a little MJ Electrical. And we got news of the weird. Finish up the week strong. Don't go anywhere.
M&J Electrical Supply. Who am I talking to right now? I'm talking to specific people. I'm talking to general contractors. I'm talking to contractors. If you are part of, if you're part of the maintenance engineers, project managers, construction demolition guys, you're exactly who I'm talking to. If you've ever wondered if you can buy, sell, and get removal of electrical equipment from one place, I know you probably buy from one place. Maybe it is M&J Electrical Supply. They've been around a long time. They sell all kinds of new equipment for you if that's what you're looking for. They carry everything, so your lead time is very low. Not much lead time, so you're saving money on that. They also sell refurbished items with a 1-year warranty, and it costs you, in the neighborhood of 60% less. It's 50 to 60% less when you get refurbished. How do they get the refurbished? That's the next thing I want to talk about. They'll come and take your old electrical. If you need to pull electrical out and then you sell it for scrap, why would you do that? M&J Electrical Supply will buy it from you for much, much greater amount of money than scrap, so you're going to get better money. They'll come and remove it for you. They do the removal. They want to make sure everything's intact, so they do the removal. So it's no hassle. You sell that at a higher rate than scrap, so you make more money on it. And then you can also buy new or refurbished equipment there from M&J Electrical Supply. So they buy, They sell, and of course, they do the professional removal. They have the emergency needs taken care of on electrical parts when you have a job that needs to get done and you need circuit breakers, transformers, connects, control center, switch gears, panels, fuses, all the things that you know about that I don't know a lot about. They've got it all. They've got everything. They're located at Stubner Airline near I-45 North in West Little York. They're right here in Houston. Give them a call for any of your needs, 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055.
So in Florida, Edgewater, a SWAT team swooped in on a weed-selling facility, a smoke shop, and there's video of the cops with all the perps lined up, all these guys sitting on a bench, and on the bench is a nun. Is Sister Marijuana, is it okay for Sister Marijuana to be, smoking it up?
I mean, there is a namesake issue here. I mean, marijuana?
Well, that's what they're calling her. Sister Marijuana.
Is that
what
her
are the
actual
rules
name?
for nuns? Considering they're married to God.
It is from the earth.
Are they allowed to do almost whatever they want?
Well, they can drink some wine. Why can't they smoke a little weed?
Wow, that's a slippery slope. Then what comes next?
Well, I was told as a kid that you obey the laws of the land unless they go against God's wishes, rules.
Right. I
So
don't see any-
where is
is
she
there-
located? And if the laws allow for it, why we got an issue?
Yeah, I don't know why this smoke shop was. I don't know. Maybe it's doing something, but in most places, the smoke shops are legal.
For nuns?
The
nunneries may have
Who
different
says
rules.
a nun can't smoke weed? Or
Why can't a nun smoke weed? That's the question.
ChatGPT right now. Can nuns smoke weed?
Well, the answer is going to be yes. Of course they can. Now, should they? That's another question.
Well, I mean, after a tough day, you just want to
Yeah.
unwind.
I mean, if you can have a
God
nice
put
little
it on the
glass
earth
of
is
wine,
the argument I hear.
I mean, I imagine some school kids.
It's not manufactured.
Like
it's
yourself, John, would have preferred the nuns to smoke weed and relax a little bit as opposed to inflicting damage on you.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is checking to see if nuns can smoke weed, guys. Generally, recreational weed, no. In Catholic teaching, the use of drugs is described as a grave offense, except on strictly therapeutic grounds. There's
Maybe
the
this nun's
loophole.
got arthritis.
Oh, she's got glaucoma.
Sister Mary glaucoma.
The Catholic nuns live under what's called proper law constitutions of their institute and under obedience to their superiors. So even something legally available in a state could still be forbidden by our community's rules.
I can tell you this. I wish my
That's the
nuns,
nuns' laws.
who would beat me when I was in school, were smoking weed and chill out a little bit.
I said this. A Catholic school kid probably would prefer.
Yeah.
A nun smoking weed.
I much prefer. I wish
Relax.
all those nuns were smoking up weed. Apparently, New York has to ramp up its pot production. There is a massive weed shortage. Is this the beginning of the end for Mamdani?
All those nuns. No, I got a feeling New York's going to come up with some weed. I got a feeling it's going to flood into New York some way, somehow.
Yeah. I think they'll be all right.
But
of all the stuff, snow removal and all that stuff, this might get them.
Oh, you got to, yeah. Well, have you ever walked down? I was in New York in May, this past May. Well, May 25. I couldn't go, I don't know, 13 steps without smelling weed.
Yeah,
it's all over the streets.
Yeah, me too.
You ever had somebody blowing so much smoke in a car that you're driving and you can literally smell it as you're driving next to another car driving? Like, wow, that's a lot of skunky skunk right there.
I was there in January, and it was.
Oh no, it's all over the street.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's all over.
Police had to arrest Roberto Maldonado. Apparently, he went into a strip club and he stole 15 straight private dances.
You'll have to explain this one.
Well, the dances cost $40 each and an additional $50 review fee. Brought his tab up to $650, and he only had $50 on him. And he said, I'm not paying.
He didn't tell him to keep going.
He stole. How bad is it to steal? I mean, does it get any worse? Is he going straight to hell? That's the question.
There's a lot worse than stealing lap dances.
I don't know.
I just call that the get back.
Those poor girls trying to put themselves through
years and years of trickery and shenanigans from those dancers. Years of trickery and shenanigans, making guys like Bobby Sanchez. What's his last name? Sanchez? Roberto Sanchez, right?
Maldonado.
Maldonado. So Bobby Maldonado is what he's basically doing, is getting some get back for the years and years of guys who actually fell in love.
Well.
By trickery. Chicanery is what they called it.
Well.
And so he got a little get back.
So he's a hero.
In a way, he did something heroic.
You think he swooped in like Batman and cleaned up the whole industry?
I don't think he cleaned it up, but I think he got a little payback. Yeah.
Well, that's called revenge. Okay,
So
he's a vigilante.
That's not what superheroes
Bobby
do.
Maldonado.
It's not what superheroes do.
Roberto.
They do a lot
But we're calling him Bobby.
We're calling him Bobby.
Well, I don't think we're that close, but okay.
Bobby.
Robert Horry wasn't close with you, and we called him Bobby Horry.
Big Shot Bob is what we called him, not Bobby.
Well, he's Bobby Maldonado to me.
He didn't like Big Shot Bob anyway, though.
Too bad.
His mother named him Robert. Didn't want to be called
No matter,
Bob.
we still kept
Robert.
doing
I'm gonna
it.
call him Robert.
We still kept doing it.
All I'm saying is, as far as Bobby Maldonado is concerned, sometimes heroes get free lap dances.
That's true.
They may not wear capes, but sometimes they get free lap dances.
Well, in this case,
There's been a lot of guys conned out of a bunch of money in the past. So one guy got a little get back, big deal anyway. I say we got about $50,000 more dollars to go.
Only?
Only?
No, that's
There's
a
a
low
lot
number.
more than that.
I'm being very, very conservative with that number.
Yeah. All right. We're done. This week is over. Hope you enjoyed it. We got basketball to talk on Monday. We, my friends, enjoyed you this week. Hope you enjoyed us. We will talk to you again on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Sean, we're about 13 hours removed from the Titans' big reveal. Have you overcome your shock and disgust at what they've done to bastardize those colors and make them their own, although they were always theirs? Have you been able to work through your emotions now that the Titans have fully revealed what was always going to be the outcome? Their uniforms eventually just evolving back into Oiler colors fully. Have you discussed it with others? Have you gotten into fights
No.
online about this, and now you're into a stage of acceptance over the Titans, who have now officially decided that the Oiler colors are going to be their permanent colors going forward?
One of the great parts about being born in 1996 is that I have like zero connection whatsoever to the actual Houston, other than throwback Earl Campbell jerseys and
Sure.
Ward Moon jerseys.
Sure.
That's about it.
Like, I was trying to figure it out because it was a thing online, as the Titans, I guess people believe here. If you have a level of disgust for the Titans, understood. Division rival, team used to be here. Understood. I get the dynamics of it. I was trying to figure out if it's an age thing, or is it simply because it can't be just a hate of Nashville. Like, what do I know about Nashville? What's hateable about Nashville other than the Tennessee Titans reside there? So there's not really a rivalry, I would imagine. Neither team has prevented the other team from accomplishing anything. Like,
Yeah.
there hasn't been a big game between the teams ever, as far as, well, winner you're in. Not even that. We don't even have what the Colts and the Texans did a couple years ago in C.J. Stroud's rookie season, where if you win this game, you're in, and if they win this game, they're in. There's nothing has risen to that level yet, mostly because the Titans haven't been very good, and when they were good, the Texans weren't. So we don't even have that. We have like moments, like Vince Young running in for a touchdown.
That's what I remember.
Yeah,
That's what I remember.
we have that. We have.
Guess who I was rooting for?
Well, I don't have to guess. I don't have to guess. So we have moments, no real sustained level of animosity brought on by, hey, yes, you beat us, so we don't go to the playoffs, or you beat us, so you take the division. It's none of that. It's old enmity, where it's like, hey, the owners don't like each other. The team used to be here, and you're rubbing it on our faces every time we play now because you don the Oiler colors when the game's in Nashville. But no more, hey, it's special uniform time. We're just gonna wear that Columbia blue and white because it's our colors and improve our uniform. Beyond all the hate, the uniforms are better. If you haven't seen them, the Titans have had an unveiling of their uniforms, and they're better than what they had before. The now old uniforms kind of sucked. So they've made a switch, new coach, quarterback in his second year. And that's about it for me. Like, it's part of it is I wasn't born here. I watched the Oilers from afar, but I have been here long enough to know that this will probably always be a thing. But at the end of the day, they're still the Titans. And whether they decide to continue to troll the Texans by wearing the actual Oilers uniforms anytime the Texans walk into Nashville, win some games that matter, and then I'll start to actually take you seriously.
That's like the real thing. It's like, it's beat the Texans like when you're wearing those uniforms.
Yeah, that would help.
That would help. Don't lose to Case Keenum. And also, to me, it more just speaks to like the failure of branding of the Tennessee Titans, where it's like, it's been 30 years, and they just like, the best they can do is, hey, the Oilers they had pretty nice uniforms, right?
Yeah.
That like, we've just circled all the way back to like, actually, we probably should have just kept all this stuff, but they changed it initially because they didn't
want the Oiler ties.
No,
they wanted to be something that
Yeah.
was unique to Tennessee, and they came up with what they came up with. And, the Eddie George, Jeff Fisher teams, they make a Super Bowl, all those things. So there was some early success, and then less so until Mike Vrabel got there, and then they got rid of him, and now they're in a new stage.
They just haven't had like a branding that and part of that is like, the Eddie George run in 99, 2000 range, and after that they're kind of just like also ran kind of NFL team. Like it fits in with 3 of the AFC South teams where it's just like, yeah, we're in the NFL too.
We're in the NFL. We have maybe a moment or two, and that's about it. In fact, the highlight they use, because they've put together certainly a marketing campaign for this, and one of the videos they put out was this father raising his son, and then eventually the father growing old, and now his granddaughter is a Titan fan. And so if you don't hate them, it's probably pretty well done. But the only highlight they used was the Music City Miracle.
Yeah.
It's the one moment in Titan history that's mattered at all. The only other one was was the tackle, but that's not a good moment for them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they're not
that
going to
is-
use that.
That is like the most like memorable Tennessee Titans moment. Like it's that and the Music City Miracle. Third place might be Vince Young kneeling at the end of a primetime game against the Texans. For me personally.
Vince Young running into the end zone in overtime.
Well, I remember him kneeling it down and like celebrating and like NRG being kind of loud for that.
Yeah, it's happened. So there's not what we're saying. There's not a lot there for the Titans to focus on football wise. So the uniform, the nostalgia is what they have, and what else are you going to do in the offseason with the rebrand? But
I feel like this is early to get the rebrand too.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Texans was like April. I feel like we were waiting for it forever.
I guess.
And they leaked like.
Well, the
2 weeks
Titans
before.
ones leaked before the announcement because
Oh,
they all
did it?
do now. Yeah, they're out on the internet before they made their announcement, and had Jeffrey Simmons and Cam Ward, and I guess DK was the other player. This is what I'm saying. Like the third guy they picked was
I guess DK,
a receiver of little to no consequence.
Yes, the second most notable receiver whose name sounds like DK. You're like DK Metcalf. No, the other guy.
No, the smaller receiver.
The guy's first name we
who's
don't
playing
know.
for Tennessee. Exactly. I don't know his first name. I'm sure.
I know it starts with a C. That's because in the fantasy football app it's CDK.
I think it's Chimera DK, Chimere or Chimera DK. However, I'll guess I'll figure out how to pronounce that when he does something that matters outside of wearing that uniform. But he was part of the event, and that's it. The problem for the Titans, and you should comfort yourself if you're upset by whatever they're doing, is the fact that the uniform thing will probably be the most consequential thing that happens. They spent a lot of money this offseason. They couldn't have got Wan'Dale Robinson in a uniform, I guess. Maybe he wasn't official yet, or he wasn't in the city.
That's why you
don't
wait,
you
wait 3 more
yeah,
weeks.
you put your star receiver acquisition, if you want to call Wan'Dale Robinson a star, you put him in a uniform, not Chimera DK, who was okay as a rookie. So there it is. I was just trying to gauge if you were upset by it.
I have almost zero like emotions attached to the Titans-Texans rivalry. I just do not care.
Your lack of emotion is so prominent that the moment that you are attached to is simply because the guy who created it went to the school you went to.
Yes, that's really
That's
what
all.
I care about.
So inconsequential rivalry. They got new uniforms. I guess you can think they rubbed it in your face, but it was always going to be this. The moment they broke out the Tennessee Oilers stuff in opposition of the Texans, at some point they were going to get to a version of those uniforms, and they did it in 2026.
They really didn't like hide how much they wanted to just reboot. That's what it is. It's like a reboot because no oil derrick, no like they did like some modern elements to the sleeves and stuff where it's like not a pure recreation, but it is like when there's a new Spider-Man and it's like, well, the suit's a little bit different. Like it's still
but it has
Spider-Man.
all the
You still point at it and go,
all the
Spider-Man.
things and go,
Yeah.
I know what that is.
Yeah, Batman too, where it's like, see, they changed the headgear on this Batman. That's like,
And the
okay,
quarterback
cool.
wears the number 1, which was Warren Moon's number. So there's some. So
Yeah.
that didn't happen on purpose, but it just is what it is. So there will be times
Where you're like, is that Warren Moon?
Well,
no, that's
if
Cam
you-
Ward.
it's no, sir. It's not, or madam. It's not Warren Moon.
No, this game's being played in HD.
Yeah. So, but there will be some of that, I guess, for people who are upset. But there it is. The Titans got new uniforms. Go win some football games, and then maybe we'll care about what you're on. As far as this show and what we're going to be on today, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. So if you got movie or TV questions or just want to comment on what you're seeing, he'll join us to talk about that. Big 12 new floor or glass floor, LED floor. We hardly knew ye. That is gone. injuries were the primary concern, or fear of injuries the primary concern, not just the aesthetics, which bothered people as well. We talked about it yesterday, that the lights apparently gave a K-State player migraines. Enough complaints have occurred that the semifinals tonight and the final will be played on the old school hardwood floor. I just posed a question this morning. Weren't there issues with the women's tournament? And you guys decided that was fine. Like, I imagine the women were slipping as well, and they didn't like the lack of grip on the floor, and they're like, whatever, we got to at least get to the men's
You
tournament.
know how women are. That's the Big 12
I don't know.
offense.
I don't know if Yormark thought that, but they at least had to get to the men's tournament and showcase the floor before they decided that this actually is a problem. Now we'll switch it for the three biggest games of our league year, the semifinals and the finals. So the Cougs are involved in that. We'll talk about what happened with them. It was what we've come to expect from the Cougs, but they pulled it out. They shut down AJ DeBansa, who has now progressed to be everyone's favorite choice for the number 1 overall pick. They shut him down in the second half, and they got the win. They'll face everyone's past favorite tonight, and Darren Peterson. He'll be the guy they have to stop along with the rest of that Kansas roster. So we'll do that. We'll talk about what went on in the NBA. No Rockets, but we did have a big matchup. We had Celtics and Spurs. And no, excuse me, OKC. The Celtics played the Spurs earlier this week. While we made fun of Jaylen Brown a bit for what happened that led to his ejection, I got to credit his ejection against the Spurs. I got to credit the Prime Mics for picking up what Jaylen Brown said after an SGA, or at least SGA drew a foul. It's probably what a lot of people felt. Jaylen Brown expressed it, and we heard it clearly. So a lot to get to. Of course, you can join us, 713-780-3776. The big news, if you want to call it that, out of Astros camp is that their all-season acquisition, Mike Burrows, is impressing, which would actually should make you feel pretty good about what that starting rotation should be at the top, because Amai's been good, Burrows has been good, and of course we know about Hunter Brown, so we'll get into that too. But before we do any of that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It is truck month, so you got a chance to pick up a great vehicle at a really good price. They are giving you a price right now that is consistent with what sellers of those vehicles get. So it matches that price. So if you're looking for a vehicle and you want to get that dealer price, now's the time. It is truck month. Take advantage of it and find the vehicle you want at monumentchevrolet.com. Whether it be the Silverado 1500, or maybe you're looking for something a little different like the Colorado, or even the Silverado EV, they're all there, and I can give you those options because I'm looking right now at their View Our Lineup section. From trucks to electric vehicles to SUVs to performance vehicles, it's all there for you, even commercial vehicles. So if you're a business owner, you want something for your business, they got a large selection of vehicles for business owners as well. All that at monumentchevrolet.com. So find the deal and the car that you want, and then head on out there. They're in Pasadena, Beltway 8 and 225. And then ask for Jeff. He's their GM. He'll answer any questions you have, and then he will direct you or guide you to one of their salespeople who will walk you through the car buying process in a way that fits what you want. Whether you know what you want and you just want to get in front of the car, or maybe you got some questions that the salespeople can answer, they'll walk you through it at your own pace, and then find the right vehicle for you. That's the tried and true method at Monument Chevrolet. That's why they've been in business for as long as they have, and that's been over 50 years. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. Go to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Turn your choice on the site into a vehicle that you're going to love. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
Let's get to Kelvin Sampson here. His Cougs win in a tough battle against BYU. They were able to shut down A.J. Debanza and get the win. There are some moments that Kelvin Sampson will allude to that certainly I took note of during the game. But at this point, where every game going forward means you get to advance, or if you lose, you're out, who cares how you get it done? And Kelvin Sampson kind of has that same approach. Here's Kelvin Sampson post-game after the Cougs took care of BYU.
But, really proud of my guys. Wasn't our best game. We made some bonehead plays, stepping out of bounds, wide open threes. So, why would we shoot this when we can step out of bounds? That made sense to me. We got a breakaway 2, 2 minutes to go. Why would we take that? Let's just see if we can. We do have a shot clock, right? So that didn't make a lot of sense either. But, the name of the game is to win the game. And at the end of the day, that's really all that matters. Proud of my team for finding a way to win the game, hanging in there, making the plays that we needed to have made. The 2 biggest plays were 2 freshmen. Chase, we called a set out of the timeout, got him open on the wing. He banged it. And then Kingston. So proud of those 2 freshmen.
He's talking about Chase McCarty. He knocked down a big 3. BYU trapped the ball handler on the pick and roll. He flared out to beyond the arc on the wing and knocked down a shot. It was his first shot and his only make, his first make and only make of the game, and it was a big one. What play he's referencing? The one where they had a breakaway and didn't try to score. Milos Uzan had the ball ahead of the pack. Maybe he thought the guy chasing him had a chance to block his shot, but they're up with the chance to extend their lead, and he just backs out. And you could watch a UH assistant go, like, dang it, what are you doing? He was standing up because he just thought he was going to either lay it in or dunk it, and instead Uzan looks behind him, doesn't try to score, and rounds out beyond the arc, and it resulted in a bad shot later in the shot clock, which the Cougs' issue, at least last night, was that, where there were times where the first shot turned out to be the best shot. The first opportunity turned out to be the best shot they're going to get, particularly Uzan coming off of some pick and roll stuff where he's in a lane and the mid-range is there for him to take. Instead, he doesn't take it, and then it winds up in Emmanuel Sharp's hand where he has to take some last-second 3, and it's a bad shot. So maybe that's an Uzan confidence thing. Maybe he simply doesn't want to take the mid-range jumper, but that happened quite a bit, and they get in trouble with that where they pass up maybe a good shot looking for a better one, and they never get that better shot. Sharp was great from the free throw line, went 10 of 10, but from the floor, 1 of 9 from beyond the arc, 1 of 6. They struggled, period, shooting the ball from beyond the arc. They went 5 of 17. Him and Uzan did not shoot the ball well. Of course, Kingston Flemings, because Kingston Flemings was 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. They win, and their defense was how that got done. Debanza played all 40 minutes, scored his 26 points, but they were able to shut him down in the second half. 26 on 7 of 18, and you get to the line 10 times and make a 9. That's going to work out. That's a good night for Debanza, but they did enough to not only keep him down, particularly in that second half where they only gave up 25 points. They were not great defensively in the first half. They gave up 41, but 25 in that second half and kind of kept him from turning a good night into a great one, and they get the win. There was a thing that they're going to have to avoid beyond some of the struggles offensively. JoJo Tugler had 3 fouls. He picked up an offensive foul setting the screen, and they're always the question of, did Uzan go early when he was setting the screen, or did JoJo not set himself? That's going to be a thing in the tournament the rest of the way, in the Big 12 tournament and the NCAA tournament for the Cougs. Can they avoid him and him being JoJo Tugler, picking up an unnecessary foul that sits him down for 4 or 5 minutes in games, because you see what happens when he's not on the floor compared to what he is. We all know. Well, if you don't, he is a Defensive Player of the Year type in the Big 12. He's won that award before, and his importance in these big games going forward is just going to be accentuated. He's got to find a way to play 30 minutes plus in tournament games going forward, or it's going to be real tough on the Cougs to maintain the way they want to play. But you got the win. You heard the coach talk about it. No apologies necessary. And now they get to play Kansas and Darren Peterson, who will play in this game, it looks like. And he played in Kansas' previous game and played well. Well, he scored. He didn't shoot the ball very well. So we'll see what the Cougs can do tonight. And if we go by Joe Lunardi, latest bracketology, the Cougs are a 2 seed, but more importantly in the South, which would mean, as we talked about yesterday, that they would be able to, if they win their games, be able to play for a chance at the Final Four in their home city. So the dream is still alive for that. We'll see if how the rest of this tournament goes affects the possibility of that. Kansas tonight, and we'll see if they can make a Big 12 conference tournament final. And they'll do it on those traditional floors, because the Big 12 has come out and said, no more of the LED glass floors. They're unsafe. Not unsafe enough to do it before the tournament, because, hey, we can't promote this and tell people this was going to be a thing and not have it ready for the men's tournament. Sure, if a Texas Tech player suffers a groin injury or a K-State player gets a migraine, that's part of the risk you take when you play in the Big 12 tournament. The floor might hurt you.
That's hey, it's the toughest conference in basketball.
Yeah, the basketball purists, that's what they leaned into. You don't need any gimmicks. You're the best conference in basketball. You don't have to try to do stuff.
No,
Look,
it makes the grind even harder. Try to play on this.
Yeah. Well,
hey, DeBanza.
Does the ACC force their best players? Does Caden not Caden? Which one's a better boozer, Caden or what's the other?
Cam.
Caden, it's fine, but Cam, we don't force Cam Boozer to play on a glass floor in the ACC. Now, if he was in the Big 12, now we would see how great he is. Not only would he have to play in a better league, but then we'd have to force him to avoid a groin injury by playing on our floor. Look, the Big 12, it didn't work out. The floor wasn't well received, and they changed it. I think that's good work. You tried it, it didn't work, and you move on now that you've got bigger games for your conference.
It is insane that AJ DeBanza, in one of his last 4 games, let's say, maximum.
Possibly, yeah. They could
be the last.
They could make a Sweet 16, sure.
Yeah, but
yeah,
they're 5-5 in their last 2 games.
Who knows? They could be out in the first round. Who knows?
Yeah, the presumptive number 1 pick, if it's not him, it's Darren Peterson.
Who's playing tonight?
He played 37 minutes on the glass court. DeBanza played 40 minutes on the glass court. Like, again, 2 weeks before they're going to be NBA players.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that mostly Peterson played on this court.
Considering what people think of him, if Darren Peterson had said, I feel like this court isn't safe, I'm not going to play, no one would be surprised. He would have been crushed for it, but it would have been on brand.
Even if you're like, no, he's asking out because his body doesn't feel right. He doesn't want to risk an injury, yada, yada, yada. Not because, whatever, he hates Bill Self or Kansas basketball or basketball, the game itself. It's like, no, the favorable look is, he doesn't want to get hurt on this thing. Or he doesn't want to get hurt in Allen Fieldhouse. Never mind on this circus court that they're playing on.
This experimental court.
Can we the experimental court, now that we know, now that it's proven by the Big 12 that they're going away from it, that it's like not that safe, or is at least not safe enough. I think we can be disappointed by the lack of ambition that they showed when that court was in use. They didn't really go crazy with anything.
Pre-game introductions, they did some stuff.
Cool.
When a dunk happened, they did some stuff. But as far as usage and all the things it's capable of, just not much.
Yeah, what they're doing in they didn't actually put it out as a test video. It was just someone videoing the guy testing the court 3 weeks ago. But where it was changing the center logo and changing the court to where it looked like every team's home court. It's like, You could have done that. Like that would have been better. If or one half is one team, the other half is the other, like a bowl game end zone paint. Like you could have done that stuff. Like they just nope. Great court that we had last year that people hated, and yeah, the glass will have a glass break effect when guys dunk.
So
That's it. Job done.
So an aesthetic design people didn't like. We're just going to put that on a court deemed unsafe, and that's the Big 12 tournament's contributions to the game.
I'm just saying, aim higher. If you're gonna,
I agree.
If you're gonna
I was excited about the court because I thought they would do some things, and they did next to nothing.
You're gonna try to be unsafe about it.
And then also the court was unsafe.
Like if this car is gonna be unsafe, it better be fast. Like it better give me.
It's not built. It's not built out of much, but it goes 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, it terrible gas mileage, absolutely terrible. Also,
but it looks cool and it's fast.
Yeah, or the opposite, like terrible gas mileage, low safety rating. Also, looks terrible and sucks to drive.
People didn't buy Volvos back in the day because of how great they looked. They got a great safety rating and they're dependable.
What was the upside on we got sold a false bill of goods on this Big 12 court, and we got nothing. We got just the crappy court that they had last year and a combined 5 seconds worth of effects during a game.
Poor job by the Big 12. Come on. And if you throw in the whole, we didn't care about the safety of that other tournament that was on the court.
That too.
That can throw that in too.
It wasn't great.
No,
not a great look.
Either way, Cougs, Kansas tonight for a chance to go to the Big 12 tournament final, and we'll see how that plays out. Cougs got to face another top 3 pick. We'll see what they do with him as they. While you could say the Big 12 regular season was a bit of a disappointment because of that 3-game stretch of losses, you can certainly make up for it if you end the weekend or Saturday night holding up a Big 12 trophy. And who knows, if Florida slips up someplace, you go from possibly a 2 seed to a 1. Currently, as it looks from Joe Lunardi's perspective, they're the 6th ranked team in the seeding, so the 4 number ones, and I forgot who's number 5. And
I think
then
it's UConn.
Maybe, and then there's 6, which has them set up to play in the South Regional. I think, sure, 1 seed, cool, but if you wind up in the South, that's just fine for the Cougs anyway. All right, we'll go to break with that. Remember, at 11:30 or around there, Michael Carroll will join us to discuss movies and television. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee. So there has been some discussion, I would say, about the validity of an 83-point game. And I don't particularly care that much about that anymore, but I do care about how we're going to use what Eric Spoelstra said as part of the show. If you missed it, we'll play that when we come back. The Heat coach, in the first media availability for him after the game that Bam Adebayo put up 83 points, he was asked some questions about it, and he had a response that you might expect, but a particular sentence, he said, has to become part of this show. We just got to figure out a way to deploy it. We'll hear from Eric Spoelstra when we come back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
We'll get to the night in the NBA, but we'll start with this. It's NBA related, but it happened in the afternoon. Eric Spoelstra spoke to the media. He is the coach of the Miami Heat. His player, Bam Adebayo, scores 83 points. He has the most points ever scored in HD in an NBA game, and on TVs. Honestly, no one saw the Wilt thing. We just assume, or we will take people's word for it that he scored 100. But as far as evidence is concerned, video evidence, Kobe had the mark. Now he doesn't. Bam has it, and the questions were asked of Eric Spoelstra, how that came about, how ethical or unethical it was. Here's his response to all those questions.
I apologize to absolutely no one. Period. And going into the game, it's a Tuesday night game against a team where they're not playing for anything, where their organization is trying to lose. We've already lost a game, in that kind of situation. We have players that are sitting out, and I spoke to Bam about I want, as our best player and team captain, for him to be locked in and ready. And he sure was.
Credit to Spo for avoiding saying that the players are trying to lose, because then there may be trouble. But saying that the Wizards were trying to lose is honest. That organization is not trying to win games. The players that went out there tried hard. I don't know that Brian Keefe, their coach, was doing his players any favors by looking at that Heat starting lineup and going, you know what, we're not gonna pay too much attention to Bam. We're just gonna let him do whatever he wants for three quarters, and then when it came to it being maybe embarrassing for us to give up 70 to Bam Adebayo, then we're gonna try. Like, this all could have been nipped in the bud early. When you look at it and go, maybe we should funnel shots to Myron Gardner.
Yeah,
maybe we should have Myron Gardner shoot all the shots if we can.
Whoever's guarding him, just guard Bam also instead.
Yeah, and then allow Myron Gardner to shoot. And if he goes for 40 and a half, then okay, what are we going to do? So, okay, that's the coach of the guy who did it. That's his opinion. We've heard or seen other opinions from people who said he should have sat out when he got to 81 or found it unethical, whatever. But how do we incorporate, I apologize to absolutely no one. I think at least we should have it in our library, just in case it's needed.
It's an update of the Conor McGregor one.
And you don't have to bleep this one.
Yeah, man, saves me
all of like
5 seconds once.
Yeah, but less work.
Big 5 seconds. Yeah. And Spo's a legend. He's less controversial.
I would say. I mean,
a little bit.
I mean, he's the most
controversial. I don't know. Back like November 2010, I think it was pretty close. He was more controversial.
Yeah, because LeBron made it that way. Yes. But Spo pretty well liked across the league, well respected. Although people are now upset with him for daring to allow one of his players to go after Kobe Bryant's non-record, by the way. But that happened. The fallout will maybe last a couple of days, and then we'll get over it if you haven't already. But
I do think the Wizards should share most of the shame.
Yes, if we're attacking anyone, it should be the
said
Wizards.
It when they asked him about it, he was like, "Their coach didn't double me till I had 70." Like, what is that?
Why are you upset with him? Take your shots at the Wizards for how they approached that thing, allowing the one player in that particular game who was gonna guarantee them a loss to do whatever he wanted because they wanted to lose. You heard Spo talk about it, but I do think we will encourage, or at least we will look for ways to use. I apologize to absolutely no one. We also had some sound from a game last night. It was Celtics Thunder. Good game, very good game. Came down to the end. The Thunder found a way to win. The funniest part about it was Jason Tatum didn't play, and everyone said it was because Lou Dort was on the other side, and the Celtics weren't taking that chance. And you know what? If that crossed the Celtics' mind at all, reasonable.
If it's a tiebreaker,
Lou Dort or no Lou Dort. If Lou Dort didn't play, you run Jason Tatum out there, but you knew that Lou Dort was going to play, so he doesn't play. Jaylen Brown hit a big shot late to draw the game even. But he also had words for NBA officials because the last time he played, he got thrown out of a game. He got ejected for complaining. We've watched the video. I think he flopped, and that led to all of that. So I don't have much. Let's just say I don't feel bad for Jaylen Brown over that incident because he brought it on himself. But I do think it's funny that the prime mics are good enough to capture this after SGA drew a foul.
Out for Gilgeous Alexander. The drive, he's fouled. And SGA is going to the free throw line with 7.
If you didn't catch it, he said, "That's not basketball." He went on to say that after the game as well. He didn't mention SGA by name, but he did talk about flopping. He did talk about the NBA saying they want one thing, but allowing for another thing. And that's just sound on the court of a guy frustrated by what he's saying. I'm sure he wasn't thrilled that he didn't get away with his own version of a flop earlier, but he goes, so it's like we commend players for playing the game the right way, but we give the benefit to those who necessarily are trying to manipulate the game into their advantage. I just don't think it's basketball. Let's just play basketball. All the foul baiting, I think it's whatever for me. And SGA is a prime example currently in the NBA of a guy who's a superstar who people think uses every trick in the book to get to the free throw line. Whether it's ethical or not, I don't think it matters until the NBA decides that it matters. And right now, they're fine with what people think is foul baiting. And it just so happens that the MVP of the league, and if he plays enough games, he would be the two-time MVP, at least 2 times in a row, is the standard bearer. He's the logo. Like we have the Jerry West logo. If we had the foul baiting logo, it would have SGA throwing his head back, like he got run over by his own teammate Lou Dort. But it is what it is, and we don't have to focus on the Thunder night after night because we have our own basketball team to worry about who have the Pelicans tonight. But if you're in a series, which the Rockets have not been against the Thunder since SGA has become a superstar, if you're in a series against the Thunder and you got championship aspirations, it's going to be supremely frustrating to watch him be officiated in the way, and then watch the Thunder be as physical as they are defensively, getting away with what they get away with.
I think that's what upsets people the most is that Lou Dort and Alex Caruso and Cason Wallace just mug the other team's guards, to the point where there's points in the finals last year where they were just grabbing Halliburton's arms as he was dribbling up above the 3-point line, and they were just hand fighting, and he would just look at the referee why are you not calling?
Yeah,
this?
what are we doing here?
And then that's when the OKC's on defense, and then when they're on offense, again, SGA drives hard, gets touched, throws his head back, throws the ball at the rim, and gets 2 free throws.
Yeah,
it's the imbalance there. I feel like is what really enrages people, like Nikola Jokic, who was enraged by Lou Dort 2 weeks ago.
that might have been less about imbalance, and then what the F are you on right now? And we saw what happened there.
Also, the Celtics, they obviously sat Tatum last night. On Saturday, they play the Wizards. You know what, Tatum? Play the Wizards. Play the Wizards, not the Thunder. Recent events tell me the Thunder are going to put up more of a fight against you than the Wizards. Brian Keefe might not even guard you. He might just leave you open.
Jason, you want to get right?
Yeah, we'll go for 60.
However many minutes you want to play, you got a chance to have a very big night coming up. Although the Wizards almost beat the Magic last night, so the Wizards responded with a pretty good effort last night where it went to overtime, and they eventually fell to the Magic by 5. So they responded to their own, maybe had to look inside and go, man, that was embarrassing.
How many shots did Paolo take? Paolo Banchero was a big, in his mind, I'm sure he's Bam could go for 82 against these, or 83 against these guys. Come on.
Paolo wound up with, he only shot 13 because he went 4 for 13. So he was like, I'm not feeling it tonight.
Not my night.
Yeah. So he played 42 minutes in part of that overtime game. And then the Wizards eventually fell. Bilal Coulibaly had a nice stretch late in that game to get them back in it.
Tristan Da Silva was the guy who was I'm going for a career high tonight.
Yeah, maybe Koulibaly, the Wizard, was maybe someone who was too good. Maybe the Wizards were like, "Excuse me, hey, this is not the plan. I don't need you baking in a 3 with 5 seconds to go to tie the game. The point is to give a better effort, but still lose because that's the end goal." As Spo pointed out.
He's gonna have knee soreness tomorrow night.
Yeah, Trae Young played. So Trae Young was unable to play against Miami, but he was able to play against the Magic. Only played 21 minutes because we can't have anyone in the game who may put up a fight. And they almost blew it, but they found a way to lose, and there's that. All right, we are done with hour one. When we come back, we'll talk some Astros because maybe the rotation will be just fine if we go by what spring training has showed us. The Astros so far have 3 guys who maybe you should be excited about. Of course, Hunter Brown, but we'll tell you about Mike Burrows and what he's up to. The recent Pirate Act player who was acquired in a 3-team trade, a rare 3-team trade in baseball. He's pitched well. We'll give you some of the numbers there and some quotes from some of the guys who've seen him and why they're excited about him. We'll do that when we come back. We'll get to Mike Burrows. He pitched well again last night, the new Astro pitcher. But we talked about Chimere Dike because he's a Titan, and they introduced their new uniforms. And if you didn't know who he was, and that name came across in front of you, you may not know how to pronounce it. Well, we do know who Travis Etienne is, and he is a former Jag, and now he's a Saint. But his last name's not Etienne anymore. So I, being someone who changed the pronunciation of his name after people thought it was one way, understand that these things happen. But after 3 years of college and now, what was he, a Saint for a Jag for 4 years, 5 years?
Yes, he was 2021 draft.
He has made the announcement that everyone's been saying his name wrong. And we've done it in this town, or at least when we talk about a former Aggie and Devon Achane, who used to be A-Chain.
And that one's like, okay, I can just see how the inflection gets changed.
Yeah, and Jimbo Fisher at points when he was with the Aggies as their head coach and came on with John Lance would, subtly or not so subtly correct that pronunciation because people just didn't know. Now we know what Travis Etienne wants to be called, and I will no longer say Etienne after this.
Growing up, it's Travis Achane, so it'd be like Achane, and that's how you always said Travis Achane. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day, and like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like how you see it is how you say it. So that's how that became, and it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name, and just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck. It made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Achane again, just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that, and that's just get back to me.
So he was beaten down by the people at Clemson's inability to figure it out.
Bad luck for Dabo Sweeney's program.
All that family stuff. You couldn't even figure out your starting running back's name.
Hard,
yeah. So how long do you think it'll take for us or just the general NFL public to not call him Etienne anymore?
I was thinking
Travis
about this
Achane.
Because when people tweet about Travis Achane, they just will it's ETN, like 3 letters, just ETN, just to shorten it. That's how it until today was pronounced. And so that's the biggest like, you can't abbreviate it like that because that's not how it's pronounced. And it's not like an actual acronym of any sort. So is he now that it's going to be very confusing for people.
Because
he
cannot,
probably should have done this
like Devon
during the draft.
Achane, you could just refer to Achane and people would know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now that's over, I guess. You can't just call you can't go Saints running back Achane or Achane had a great game. He doesn't play for the Saints. That's a Miami guy. So
and he has a brother.
Yes,
Trevor.
The question
Achane.
that's why I asked you during the break. Does Trevor go to Achane or is he going to stick
Same
with
last
Etienne?
name, bro.
We'll see.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he prefers.
That's my biggest surprise of the offseason.
Although
that's how you actually say his last name.
It is crazy that his brother also went through college
same
football and was just like, well, whatever.
I guess the people in Gainesville and Athens couldn't get it either, or he decided, hey, Travis has already set up
the branding.
Travis already set a precedent. I'm not going to get involved in telling people how to actually say my name.
And I'm glad he, finally gets to have his name pronounced right. Do you think he did see Dolphins running back Devon Achane and he was like, so it's not that hard for people to pronounce this name?
Of course, Achane started with Achane, then flipped, and people figured it out. I just don't know.
I feel like he got to be a good enough running back where everyone learned the Miami's running back's name.
Yes, and
then he was like, well, if they can pronounce his name, they can pronounce mine.
Maybe don't allow the people in Clemson, South Carolina, and their inability to do it to kind of shade how you feel about everyone else doing it.
Yeah, you went through the draft process, like.
But he never
You leave Clemson at some point, and you're like, okay, now I can like, I am going to be a first round.
You drop it at the combine.
Yeah, drop it. Tell Rich Eisen.
That's how you do the rebrand. You do it at the combine. Actually, you tell the story that he just told. You go, actually, my name is this, but the people at Clemson couldn't do it, and I just let it go. And now you have the NFL world, which I know we connect college and the NFL, but a lot of NFL people don't even watch college football.
Yeah.
It's just not something they care about until the draft. So he could have done it then, and probably would have been smooth sailing. Instead, he let Urban Meyer for a year call him Etienne too, and ain't his name.
That would have been my breaking point, actually. All right, Urban Meyer's getting my. Urban Meyer has to say my name right.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I mean, you're over kicking kickers.
Yeah, like with all you got going on, say my name right.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, now it'll be up to, I guess, the rest of us to figure it out.
I thought you were pausing to remember who the coach of the Saints was, because I also was like,
no, it's Kellen Moore.
Wait, who? I know it's not. Who is it?
It's Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
But for the rest, Kellen Moore and the rest of us to figure out that now Travis Etienne is Travis Etienne, or however, when I hear it again, I'll perfect it. But I know it's not Etienne anymore. It's closer to
it's Travis Etienne.
Etienne. There it is. Travis Etienne.
You know what? It got simpler.
If you say so, it's easier to say than Etienne.
3 running backs now. Okay, I can get with that.
I just know we better not come out of spring training and Mike Burrows has a different pronunciation. Burrows. It better just stay at Burrows. That seems very simple. He's pitching well enough that I will have to acknowledge it. He's going to be part of that Astros rotation. The recently acquired former Pirate. He's pitched really well. And for a team with questions in that rotation, is he the next guy? Is he the next guy who flourishes? Now, he wasn't bad last year with the Pirates. It's the Pirates, so you're not going to win a lot of games, but that ERA was under 4 for him. So if he's going to be a guy who continues to stack good performances together, last night against the Nationals, struck out 5, did walk a couple in 4 innings, but did not give up any runs, had a couple hits. But he's been a guy that's – the Astros would tell you it wasn't a surprise, but for people who didn't know anything about him, and baseball has become somewhat regional, people just don't know about the guys who play, particularly in the National League when it comes to this town. The fact that he showed up and been everything they wanted, I mean, shout out to Dana Brown. This works out. I won't say it's a gem, but it's another guy who wasn't of the caliber of a star, who may come here and be a solid number 2. So some of the quotes from people. Joe Espada, for me, he was talking about his performance. For me, once you start going twice with the lineup, we just want to see how his stuff looks after pitch 60. He just continues to pump strikes and execute pitches and get out of jams. For Burrows, he says, I'm just out there throwing, ripping it in there, and not trying to guide it and see how it played. So this is part of the formula during spring. Beyond you're just working on stuff, you're just trying to figure out who you're going to be. And right now, all good for Mike Burrows. So as it stands now, you got Brown, Burrows, Imai as your top 3, and they've all done what they've had to do this spring, at least particularly Imai and Burrows. So if we got a solid 3, that's some positivity. This show will joke because the outfield stinks or they can't figure out what their infield's going to look like. But as far as serious thoughts, how that rotation's going to look like is of primary concern for me. And if Burrows is going to alleviate some of those concerns, then, am I ready to go division winner? That all depends if Seattle rips their clubhouse apart. But Randy Rosareno put up a clip on Instagram of 2 opposing players in the WBC hugging it out. So apparently he hasn't let it go. Kyle Raleigh doesn't think it's a big deal. Whenever he meets Randy again, maybe in a World Baseball Classic game here, if the U.S. can advance and the DR can advance, just hug it out, guys. Or not. Julio Rodriguez, another Mariner, said what I think we all think when it comes to this as far as the WBC is concerned. There are certain countries that care more than others, and he said that this would be bigger than a World Series if his country, his hometown, could celebrate winning the WBC. So just differing opinions across the board when it comes to WBC. You can give the dap if you are from a Latin American country, but if you're from the U.S., nah. it's on site until the tournament is over.
That's not too different than, Cal Raleigh. I'm not sure how many daps he's given out in his everyday life.
I mean, big dumper, figure it out.
Seems like more of a handshake guy.
Yeah, but I guess. But the dap ain't that hard. The hand goes out, you're good. I'm not even asking for a special handshake. I know you got business to take care of. Just give me a little dap.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what happens with the Mariners, and the Astros, for any other team or any other situation, the Mike Burrows of their team having a good spring, I would just be like, it is like.
But they get one of these guys every year.
That's the thing. The Astros, I'm like, all I need to see is 15 spring training innings. And I'm like, they made this guy good. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
What was it? Blanco, Rennell in 2024. He had been around a while.
Yeah.
Jace, our hero, Jason Alexander last year.
Mm-hmm.
So
not Ty France. JP France.
I take this seriously. When one of these guys now Burrows, the trade, of course, from the Pirates, but so he wasn't just brought up out of nowhere. So we knew that the trade happened, but it involved Jacob Melton going to the Rays in that 3-teamer. But when they find a guy and he shows out in the spring, I'm like, okay, we're solid. He's probably, as long as he doesn't get hurt, he's going to give us 30 starts, be effective. So I'm just going to assume now that Mike Burrows will be at the top of their rotation.
I mean, last time they traded for a Pirates pitcher, worked out pretty good. Garrett Cole was better as a Pirate than Mike Burrows was.
Yeah.
So he was starting at a higher place, and Burrows, I'll just say, probably won't be the next Garrett Cole. But if he can be the, number 2 in your rotation version of Garrett Cole, I believe that. And now I'm forced to think, wait, what are the Pirates doing with how they're teaching pitching? A. B. How good would Paul Skeens be if he was an Astro?
Well,
I'm forced to believe that the Astros, it's a equation that's been set up for a while now, that however good you are with the Pirates as a starting pitcher, you will become better as an Astro. Paul Skeens is at worst the second best pitcher in baseball. I'm forced to believe he would be on a different planet.
Let me ask you this question. It's likely that Paul Skeens isn't as locked in on the arm issues that the Astros pitchers have faced. And maybe we're overblowing it in comparison to the rest of the league because arm issues pop up everywhere. Would you trade the effectiveness, you being Paul Skeens, of what you currently are for, wallowing in Pirates mediocrity until you get to leave? Or take the chance that, sure, you're on the Astros and you got a shot to do some things and pitch in important games, but there's always the cloud of
the ghost of the Butcher of Bel Air.
Yeah, the arm discomfort's always around the corner when you're an Astros pitcher. But hey, they're going to make you maybe an all-time great because that's what because of you're already very talented, pitching in World Series games, pitching in playoff games. But there's also the other side where you're out for 18 months because that's what happens to Astros pitchers.
It's like, I'll be out for 18 months. For the other indefinite amount of months I'm on the Astros, I am a god.
This is what's it going to be?
Yeah.
Paul Skeens?
What I'd actually do. Okay, I'm Paul Skeens.
Yes.
Livy Dunn, what do you want to do? Sounds good with me. You like Pittsburgh or Houston, closer to Baton Rouge?
This is the
closer
thing.
to Baton Rouge?
If you're Paul Skeens, you probably don't think that way because you're Paul Skeens.
Yeah. He's like, I'll get another one.
Well,
Who cares anyway?
That was my thought. I didn't want to, distill it to she's another one. But yes, Paul Skeens.
This is why I'm not Paul Skeens,
yes.
by the way.
Livy Dunn going to be in a Baywatch reboot.
I think it's disrespectful that they're rebooting Baywatch so soon from the Rock and Zac Efron movie.
I thought you were going back to Hasselhoff. You were going back to the movie.
2015 one.
Okay. Yeah, what are we doing? Let that one breathe a little bit. Come on. Legends.
You could talk me into a sequel of that one.
As opposed to a reboot TV series. But I think
I'd go for it.
You think you choose the risk of pitching for the
Icarus.
Astros.
I'm flying close to that sun.
Got it. You know what? If I'm Paul Skeens, first I wouldn't say I can just go get me another one.
Well,
if Livy Dunn didn't want to be in Houston for whatever reason,
but
also she wouldn't control where I chose because I'm Paul Skeens. I think I would choose Houston too. Because
also-
I can look at Hunter Brown. Now he's an outlier, but Hunter Brown hasn't suffered a major arm injury, so I'd be like, if Hunter can do it, I can do it, and then we can go win big games, or at least I could, because it's not something I've ever done before.
I could experience a big game.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
That'd be great.
First time since college.
Yeah, every year Paul Skeens' most important game is the first one he pitches, like
opening day.
Yeah, and other than that, there's nothing unless there's a big time pitching matchup or something.
I think Paul Skeens. I could be wrong about this because it's World Baseball Classic baseball. I believe if the Dominican Republic and the USA win, Paul Skeens would start that semifinal game.
That'd be the biggest game he's ever pitched in as a professional.
Yes. I mean, now we can talk about if College World Series and WBC, like, how's that stack up? But yes, just the competition you face is so much higher with the Dominican lineup. But yeah, it's going to be important. I hope Mark DeRosa knows that they need a win to advance. I hope someone explains that too. I know it's.
Do you want to hear Mark
I know
DeRosa?
It's liberal media spin.
Hold on. Let's hear from Hey, KJ, I see you. You want to talk Travis at the end. Hold on. Please. We'll get to you. Promise you.
HN.
Damn it. I'm reading it and it says ATN, but I know it's now HN. Travis HN. HN. We'll get to you. Let's hear from the great Mark. Well, I can say his name. Clown, I think is how you pronounce his name. At least for some people, that's what they think of him. This is Mark DeRosa on Yeah, I Knew. This, by the way, this is different sound because he can't avoid the question. He goes, yeah, stop it. I knew. Here's Mark DeRosa.
Is there anything that you want to clarify about the timeline of when all the tiebreakers became clear to you?
Yeah, it's just an overly confident statement on hot stove, period, the end. And it's my fault. I felt good about where we were after Mexico. Listen, us hanging out in the clubhouse is everything I ever dreamed of creating. You got to buy into this thing super quick and try and create a team. And for those players to invite the coaches in and for us to spend time together and enjoy a huge win that we hadn't had in 20 years was something that go out and play well against Italy. They played a hell of a game. They smacked us in the mouth early. They got up big. We went into that game prepared to win it. I think there's a couple false narratives out there, but no, I was well aware that we had to win that game based on all the scenarios that could take place. I mean, they went in 2-0, we went in 2-0. We knew they were playing Mexico the next day. We knew there was tiebreaker rules involved. So I can understand the questions about lineup and pitching situations. We were up against, a lot of guardrails with regards to teams. The deployment of certain relievers, how many pitches they can use, whether they can go back out, whether they can clean up innings, and you're just trying to piece it together in real time.
He's saying, I'm not incompetent, I was just overconfident. Did he know that they weren't 2-0 going into the game? He said we were 2-0, but he was aware that was their final game of the group stage, pool play, right? They were 3-0 going into the game, not 2-0. So
there they go again, picking apart Mark DeRosa's words.
Even in his cleanup, he got something really wrong that he should have known.
He doesn't seem to understand the structure of this tournament.
I am one who is shooting him some bail. I don't think he should have been the guy who did the research to find out what it would have taken. There should have been someone in that organization who did all the calculations to let him know. So I don't blame him for that if there wasn't someone there. But I would think he would remember that they were 3-0 going into the game, not 2-0. Just by the knowledge of you play 4 games in the pool, and this was your final one. That's all.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think either way, it's one of my favorite things where his defense is also a bad thing.
Yes.
His defense was, I was so overconfident that we are going to smack around Italy that I was mentally already in the knockout rounds. Like, that is his cleanup is, it was just, shooting from the hip.
Not incompetent, just overconfident.
Yeah, it's like, cool. Also bad for a manager, dude.
Yeah. Sorry. Nice job, DeRosa.
God.
Just win the games, and people won't forget because you've made too many mistakes, but at least you could walk out of there as a champion. Let's get to KJ here. He wants to talk about Travis HN. What's up, KJ?
What's up, bro? How y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
couple of things, and I'm calling about Travis only because when he started talking, I just caught the end of the conversation, didn't realize he had or saw that he had signed with Saints. But then when he started talking, I was listening. I said, hold on. He's changing the pronunciation. I didn't even realize yet that I said, let me look and see where this dude's from. When I seen he from Jennings, Louisiana, and I had never heard him talk, I understand exactly why he's telling you how to say his name. Because his family done told him, you're not going to be in New Orleans and they in Louisiana and they mispronouncing our name.
Yeah.
Trust me, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the logic of why he's correcting it. Because of where he is now, they all know how to say it correctly. Now, I have a person, and I can't wait to get to church on Sunday not this reason, but to ask him, because I have a person who his last name is the exact same spelling, and we call him Etienne. So I'm going to be like, hey, man, is your name really Etienne? And you just letting us say it incorrectly? So that's going to be a funny conversation. Now, the other thing, I've been meaning to call you for a few weeks with this, and it's old, but I just got to throw it out there. First, how can Nick Nurse, and this comes back from 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks, how can you keep your job and you done lost by 30 points 4 or 5 times in one season? Like with the Sixers, they've lost by 30 like 4 or 5 times this season. How can you expect to keep your job and you know they're not going to win anything? Because that's just pitiful. And last but not least, I have a cousin who I really don't associate with for multiple reasons. But it's because of his actions and some things that he has said to my parents. And even when he walks up to avoid there being a worse conversation, confrontation, etc., and he is determined to speak to me, but I really don't talk to him, he gives me dap, and I just throw my hand up like you said. Giving dap is easy. Let me say this to Cal Riley. That's the lamest excuse I've ever. America don't care that much about this. Mexico, yes. The Dominican, you know they care. Japan cares just because they have superhuman Otani. America don't care that much. If they did, we know all the players by name on the team, and I know they have some that just because I read the insurance situation where they have with them was they can't play because of insurance blockage, but USA don't care, and if you cared that much, you wouldn't lose to Italy. I don't care what you think, you're never going to lose to Italy. With those no-name dudes, I don't know none of those people. So, Cal Riley, and the best thing about that will ruin the Mariners this season. You might well bet all your money on the Astros to win the West because the Mariners ain't going to do nothing. Thank you, Cal Riley, for messing up y'all's entire locker room. Y'all have a good weekend.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Mexico eliminated, of course, because of what Italy did to them. The U.S. still alive, but we can only hope, right, that Randy Arozarena is so offended by what Kyle Riley did. He holds it against the entire team going forward, and it rips them apart.
I'll even settle for, something was just off.
Yeah.
Something was just
They
off.
never
It doesn't need
speak
to be
about
Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be Cal. Tell me how my ass tastes. It doesn't have to be that.
Tell me how my big dog.
Well, that would be Cal if he was the one rapping. Not. I just assume Randy Arozarena would be the one.
The one rapping, not Cal Rowley.
Yeah, no, mostly because Rosarena would be the offended one, apparently, because Cal Rowley isn't. Yeah, the dap is pretty simple. It's easy to do.
Just give him the
Just
dap.
give your guy a dap.
I agree with everything that KJ said on everything he said.
Oh, by the way, the Nick Nurse thing, I listen to a Philadelphia Sixer podcast for Schadenfreude reasons. I like to hear what they say when their team is not playing well. I think it's called The Rights to Ricky Sanchez. They can't stand Nick Nurse. And they have brought up how come we get blown out as much as they do. They're only a couple games over 500 now, thanks to all these guys being out. Now Tyrese Maxey is out for a while. Of course, Joel Embiid out. Paul George suspended. So they're kind of flailing there now in the plan. They do have they're 4 games above 500, but have a negative point differential, and it's because of the number of times they get their ass kicked in games where they're losing by 30 and 40 games or 40 points, even in games where they have their guys. Nick Nurse will ride that championship in 2019 into another job probably at some point. I just don't know how long he is going to be in Philly because they run through coaches.
Yeah, I also think KJ was 100% right about the Achane thing.
I do too. I think family said
from the hometown.
Hold
you're
on.
saying you're saying right.
Yeah, he's a Louisiana guy, Jennings, Louisiana, as KJ told you. At some point, someone got to him and go, "You ain't gonna be playing. Like we're not the Etienne family isn't coming to the game.
Yeah.
The Achane family is. So let's get this straight.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised.
That to me cracked the entire code.
Yeah, I think he probably had heard it quite a bit because you got our name on television and it ain't right. I got Chris Fowler calling you this in the national title game. I'm sure they've had conversations about it, but you go, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. Spiro Dides was getting it wrong. Archuleta was getting it wrong. Yeah, all the guys are getting it wrong.
Andrew Catalan couldn't get it.
But you're not gonna have Tom Brady call you that while you're playing for the Saints.
Yeah. And I know there's at least one cousin that he has that's upset about the mispronunciation that started when he was at Clemson, and he definitely told himself, maybe even told Travis, this would have happened if you went to LSU, man. You should have just gone to LSU. I don't know why'd you go all the way over there.
The story is LSU didn't get in on him until late. That's the story. I believe that's why he didn't go to LSU.
Nice,
because
Coach O, right? Coach O.
Yeah. He was a little. I guess they considered him a little smaller than they would have wanted. Maybe not. So that's how that played. I remember because I was back looking at message boards back then, and TigerDroppings.com, very famous LSU message board, was discussing ATN and how maybe we should take them, maybe we shouldn't, because they were feeling pretty good.
Yeah,
that was back then when they had it going a little bit, and he got out of there, went to Clemson, and the rest is history. All right, of course they did beat him in the national title game. He was on that Clemson team.
They definitely was like should have gone.
At that point, don't you think you made a mistake?
And they ended up having Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He's much smaller.
Yeah, what the measurables just didn't work out at the time.
Yeah.
Because back when he was available, they were kind of a power running team. It wasn't until Joe Brady got there that they changed how they did things. And you mentioned Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a smaller guy. We'll get to Michael when we come back. Thanks for the call, KJ. Michael Carroll will join us when we come back. If you want to talk TV or movies, it's your time. Michael Carroll of Comicast will join us when we get back from break. Michael Carroll's here. He is the host of Comicast. He co-hosts that with Jong Lee. You can hear Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts, and of course, if they're not preempted by Aggie basketball or something else, you can hear it right here on ESPN 97.5 on Wednesday nights. Their latest issue is, well, a non-spoiler review of a couple of things. Well, particularly Project Hail Mary, and then they did talk about Lanterns, that trailer. But you have seen Project Hail Mary.
Yes.
You have talked around it because of the embargo.
Yes.
You liked it quite a bit, correct?
I really loved it.
You loved it. We'll add that to the mix. I don't know if that makes Sean feel better about the movie or worse, considering you guys and your back and forth. Did John get to see it?
No, Jong didn't get to see it, so he'll see it opening weekend.
Got it. So how do you approach it? Is the embargo lifted or
the embargo lifted this past Tuesday?
Okay.
Social reactions were like you could do social reactions as soon as you watch the movie, but you couldn't actually like do a long breakdown or anything like that. But now review embargo lifted, which if a review embargo lifted this early, usually it feels like it's this is going to be a good film. They're confident about what this film can do, and to release 10 days or be lifted 10 days ahead of release, that's a good sign for this movie, and can confirm, having given it a 5 out of 5, it is a phenomenal movie, not just for book readers, because I like many others have read the book, not just because of the book, but also it's just in general a good movie.
So Ryan Gosling's one of the stars, and then Sandra Hüller, who you might recognize his face from the movie Anatomy of a Fall. It's that movie where they break down the death of her husband, and some people think they know what happened, other people don't think they know what happened, and the whole movie kind of breaks down the relationship between her and her husband and how his death came about. So that movie was certainly acclaimed, and now it looks like she's got another one.
She does a good job, but it is carried by Ryan Gosling. That is the majority of it, and his performance is phenomenal. I think he does a great job of balancing the comedy with the more emotional beats to the story. It follows the story in a similar way that the book does in terms of bouncing back and forth between present and past. It's well paced. It's long. It's 2 hours and 36 minutes, but it doesn't feel like 2 hours and 36 minutes. It feels like I was in there an hour and a half and it was gone. You know what I mean? Like it's so well done to keep you on kind of the edge of your seat and keep you engaged with it throughout, whether it's comedy again or action or visuals. Visually, it's really stunning to see it. And yeah, I mean they capture the space adventure aspect of the book so well, and the messiness of space. I think they had I don't remember if I mentioned it here or it's on ComicCast, but astronauts, like folks that work in space, actually, they had discussed with them how they would represent it, and they were showing them how they were, and they were like, yeah, that's how it works. It's messy. It's not how it's portrayed in a lot of Hollywood films where it's all nice and clean and smooth. You're running into stuff. Stuff's like floating and bouncing off of everything. So that is portrayed very well. Phil Lord and Chris Miller, the directors of it, they understood how to bring this story to a new medium and make it work for a new audience that I can't wait for everyone to experience. It's really, really good. Definitely check it out.
So you can start watching that if you didn't get the ability to watch it early. Starting next Thursday, it'll be across a wide release. So Project Hail Mary with Ryan Gosling. So we have a caller, and I can only go by what this person gave as a name to the intern. I have my
You have your
I have
doubts?
my doubts on
Yeah.
whether this person is properly representing themselves, but we will see. We're pleased to welcome the current president of the United States. Donald Trump joins the show. Mr. President.
Hello, guys. How y'all doing?
Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe senators should be garnering that many Academy Awards nominations. But I have a question for Michael. I heard that the Clayface 2 trailer is dropping in April and May. Is there any truth to that? Also, the Spider-Man War series, it comes out in May 27th, I believe. But they said that the showrunner Owen clarified the Spider-Man War from the series will not be the same character from the Spider-Verse movies. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the Spider Noir character that you're seeing in the trailers, it's Nicolas Cage is still doing the character, but it's a different character. In the Spider-Verse movies, it was Spider Noir, but Peter Parker, and in this one, it's Ben Riley. So it's a different take. It's still like he's still going to do the same thing that he did in the Spider-Verse movies,
Yeah.
but it's going to be a different spin on the character, if you will.
And Project Hail Mary, that's the same directors that did Soul Lord and Chris Miller or something like that. They did a Jump Street movie. Is that correct?
Yeah, they did the Jump Street movies and they did the Spider-Verse movies, which are very, very good. They're really hitting 100 right now.
Mr. President, are you talking
thank
from?
you, guys.
Are you calling us from a bunker?
Well, yeah,
Mostly
calling from
no,
Air
not
Force-
because of the
Air
work.
Force One.
Oh, the quality of the call suggests you. It sounds like you're underground. That's all.
He's sneaking it in because he can't. He's trying to portray. I don't know.
Well, yeah. Why does the president have to sneak
I don't
anything
know.
in? Yeah,
I don't
who's going
know.
to say anything to him? We appreciate the call.
MAGA out.
I don't know if that's a tagline, but there it is. The alleged president of the United States just called the show, and alleged is doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, and I don't know about the trailer releasing in April, May. I don't know if that trailer is going to be out just yet.
There you go.
Mentioned.
There you go, Mr. President.
There
In
you
fact,
go.
we are probably less equipped than others to answer that question for you. You could probably just call people, and they would be able to answer that for you. Not us. Other people who would give you an answer to that. So thank you for the call, I guess.
Yeah.
We
I
will
think so.
move away from that. I mentioned that the Lanterns trailer was another thing you guys discussed on Comicast. What is after sitting with a little bit and having a talk, what's the thoughts? I know we talked about it last week, but after hearing from Jong and others, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, well, at least for both of us, we were fans of it. We were both fans of the grounded element of it and the look and feel of it. It feels different from what we've gotten with Green Lantern depictions before. Not that we've gotten a lot of live action depictions. Kind of went in on a little bit about people being upset about, oh, it's not this, it's not that. Just like chill out, like calm down. It's not that serious. It's something new and different. I think the biggest thing that we didn't get to talk about because it hadn't released yet was that it just came out yesterday that Aaron Pierre, his Jon Stewart, will be in Man of Tomorrow, James Gunn's Man of Tomorrow. So that's an interesting development, which kind of leads back to our predictions that we have for Hal Jordan and what may happen to him in the upcoming series.
Did you predict the demise of Hal Jordan?
Yeah, we're all leaning on he's probably not going to make it out, or he's just going to walk away from being a Lantern since he's old, like upset and tired, that sort of thing. Either retire or he meets his demise, and like a final lesson for Jon Stewart. But we'll see. But that's our guess. I also complained about the lack of people seeing The Bride, just because
you like that.
I like that movie, and it didn't do well last weekend, and it's disappointing. So,
Sean, this is on
oh,
you.
here we go.
I did my part.
Oh, you watched it.
Yeah.
What do you
They
think?
got my $15.
What'd you think?
I thought it was well made, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
They're just choices that get made by the story that no thanks.
Remember last week when I said there's like a thing that happens in the first 5 minutes where you're gonna know if you're about it or not?
Got it.
He didn't like
He's
that.
not
thing.
about it. Not about it.
He's not about it.
It's like it was just needlessly confusing.
Needlessly.
It was just needless.
Needless. That's a strong word.
Why don't you guys do a podcast? Just the differing of opinions, the back and forth. I think that would work.
Punch me in the face.
I don't know. I don't know if it gets.
It would last 2 episodes, and then
because there are charges involved at that point. All right, we'll go to break, and then we'll come back with Michael giving us some reviews of maybe some things you should watch or shouldn't watch for this weekend. We've got one more segment for the week. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
While Michael's about to give you some things to watch or not watch, one of the big things happening this weekend is Selection Sunday, where we get our brackets. And, of course, we are participating in Bracket Madness. It's coming soon thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. So we're just a couple days away from finding out where teams will be and who they will play. Thanks to an early upset, the Longhorns in a little trouble, but they'll be fine. They're in less trouble than the Auburn Tigers. They're in some real trouble, and Bruce Pearl is still stumping for his son's team.
And I stand with my coach. Hey, good teams earn their way in. If we're in this position, do we earn it?
If you're on one of the softer bubbles in recent memory and you don't make it, that's on you.
Yeah.
That's
not gonna cry about it.
Yeah. In fact, you prefer them not to make it. Actually,
Sean Miller definitely prefers not to make it.
He's got a vacation to get to, and flipping the team over as well. Probably. We'll move on from potential Texas disappointment to maybe something that's more entertaining this weekend.
Well, speaking of disappointments,
here we go.
I watched another film this week.
Okay.
And I think this is definitely within our wheelhouse, I would say. Reminders of Him, the new Colleen Hoover adaptation.
I don't know that I have seen anything from the Colleen Hoover adaptations that makes me go.
You haven't seen?
I'd like to watch.
Yeah, nothing? No?
Like I'll see a trailer, a poster, and it's like, this is not for me.
Well, I figured that, and I went in and watched it early this week, and I was like, you know what? Maybe there's something here. It wasn't for me. No, there was nothing for me. I could tell, and I wrote it on my little review that I posted. I could tell it was not for me when, like, in the second half of the movie and during, like, the quiet moments, there was sniffles all around me, and I was just
people were.
Oh yeah, people were crying, hard crying, very much crying. I couldn't get past the plot contrivances that happen over the course of the film. Again, how does the best friend not know what his dead best friend's girlfriend looks like, who is supposedly the reason why the best friend's dead?
Yeah, you can't really be friends if that's the case.
It's a whole thing. But for folks that like the book, folks that are fans of Colleen Hoover, this seems to be the best one of the bunch.
Okay.
In terms of adaptations,
it's not as controversial, certainly, as It Ends With Us.
No, not as controversial as that.
Off the screen in that one,
and doesn't seem as bad as Regretting You.
Mm-hmm.
And so there you go. You got that. So I think fans of the book and fans of, I don't know, romance dramas will enjoy that. I'll spin it this way: if you have a significant other, a buddy of mine texted, was like, "Hey, my girl, she likes the Colleen Hoover stuff." I was like, you'll like it, or she'll like it. So definitely, like, if you want to take her, earn some points. There you go.
It stars Micah Monroe, and is the other? Is it Tyreek?
Tyreek Withers, yes.
Who you will know? Well, some people will know from him.
Yep. This is not a sequel to that.
No,
by the way. No,
it is not.
No, just to be clear,
I was thinking
he is a football player in this as well.
Are you kidding me?
Are you sure it's not?
Are you kidding
Are
me?
they in the same?
No,
universe?
I'm not kidding you.
They're not in the same universe.
The two
movies.
You could tell because in him is the whatever San Antonio whatever's. This one, he's a Denver Bronco.
He might have been traded.
Whoa, they got the Broncos?
They got the Broncos.
Oh, they got the real. Oh, they got a real.
Oh
name.
yeah, no, it's real.
Okay.
It's the real. Like there's a scene, a flashback scene, because he blew out his shoulder, so he's not playing anymore.
That sucks.
Of course, yeah. Disappointing.
Is he a pitcher? What do you mean he blew out his shoulder? How did he? He dislocated. How do you blow out your shoulder?
This is a very Colleen Hoover adaptation
blew out his
understanding
shoulder.
of sports injuries.
It's interesting you say that because I don't know what position he played. There was never any indication if he was a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, defensive end, cornerback. You know what I mean? Like there is no. I know he's not offensive lineman or defensive lineman. That's all I know.
He's not built that way. No. You need a consultant on set. You got to go with a different injury. He blew out his shoulder.
He blew out his shoulder.
His knee.
Yeah, you go with his knee. Even though those are some things you can recover from. But if you want to go with that, that's cool. But blew out his shoulder.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Okay,
blew out his shoulder.
That's fine. I'm getting stuck in a place I shouldn't. I was going to say Micah Monroe, who is the female lead in that. You may like her in one of her upcoming movies, the It Follows sequel.
Oh yeah.
She was talking about that as part of her promo run. I was like, yep, that's coming too. It Follows. I would say watch that. It's back in 2014. That movie came out. Creepy as hell. Inventive storyline, and they are making a sequel to that. She was also in Long Legs.
Yes, she was in Long Legs. If you want something inventive, maybe not Reminders of Him.
It's kind of a tried and true formula.
Watch Long Legs instead.
Watch Long Legs or something like that. Or this weekend, maybe watch Undertone, which is the new horror film that is getting pretty good reviews, especially because it's considered very unique in how it does its horror, in that it's more of an auditory horror experience. So this one is a paranormal podcast host becomes haunted by terrifying recordings mysteriously sent her way. 76% right now with critics. If you want to experience it probably in the best way, look for something that has Dolby Cinema, or because that's exclusive with AMC theaters. So maybe look for RPX or something that you just know it has a pretty solid audio system, a theater that has an audio system, if you want to go check that out this weekend, because that's the common thread that I get from anyone who's seen it so far. I didn't get a chance to go see it this week, but it's getting good reviews. So if you're a horror fan, maybe give that a shot this weekend. There's also, I just have to mention it because it's 35-year anniversary. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze, re-release this weekend. So celebrate that.
You big Bebop fan?
I'm more of a Rocksteady.
Got it. Understood.
Thank you.
There are two people in this world: Bebop guys or Rocksteady guys.
I'm more of a Rocksteady guy.
Understood.
Most people, debate and decide which of the turtles they are.
No.
Real
not
ones.
Here.
Yeah.
Real
Not
ones.
this show.
You like pizza and you're either Donatello or whatever. What about the
real fans are talking
TMT
about
heads,
this? Yeah,
the real TMT heads talk about whether you're a Rocksteady guy or a Bebop.
Exactly.
Guy. Yeah, Shredder, whatever, Showman. Get out of the way.
Get out of the way.
The real ones. No. Let's get to. I think that says Tony. He's got a couple things to discuss. What's up, Tony?
Hey, good morning, guys. Just two quick questions, and I'll hang up and listen. I was curious what your thoughts were on 2 episodes in of that season, Marshals, and when the heck are we going to get a proper Doomsday trailer? Thanks, guys.
I have seen 1 episode of Marshals. It is the spinoff from Yellowstone. I did not care so much for Yellowstone after I watched maybe most of season 2. I was like, I don't care about this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I gave Marshals a try because it would be less about Yellowstone, although the star of it is from that. So episode 1 was fine. It's pretty simple procedural cop type thing. Yeah, for me at least so far.
I asked Joe this because Joe George, he's a fan of Yellowstone and all that, and he's watched Marshals, and my thought was, well, Yellowstone is very much for streaming, and you have this spinoff that's more for network television.
Yeah.
Does it lose some of the bite? Did you feel like it lost some of the?
Well, like I said, I can't speak to it too much because the end of Yellowstone I did not see. I mean, if you like people getting shot early, you get that.
Okay.
I mean, because he's a U.S. Marshal, and Casey, the lead character, is still a Dutton.
Yeah.
And death follows the Dutton, so there's still death in it. If that's what you're into, you're going to get that in episode 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Doomsday trailer, my guess would be Comic-Con. So that would be around July or so.
Yeah,
probably around the Spider-Man release.
Yeah, Doomsday scheduled to come out December 18th, so we're getting ever closer to something people aren't sure is going to be good at all.
I just want that Spider-Man Brand New Day trailer. That should be coming.
That's with Project Hail Mary, right?
I would think so.
Because I think it's next week.
Yeah, I believe so. So we'll see.
Which also means it'll just be on YouTube. But
yeah, exactly.
Also buy a ticket to see Project Hail Mary.
Go do that because that's phenomenal. I'm just gonna keep beating down that drum. Great movie.
Look ahead for next week's Friday show.
He lost out on The Bride. He will refuse to lose on Project Hail Mary. Michael's got his.
I can't lose 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Okay. If y'all didn't watch The Bride, okay, fine. Go watch Project Hail Mary,
It'd be so
please.
funny if Project Hail Mary stinks.
As far as box office or just the actual movie?
We were talking in the break about how close I would be to smacking him. Now it's reached a high point.
If you actually did get a podcast off the ground,
if I'm not here next week, it's because I got fired.
It has to be
when
after
John
Project Hail Mary
incorporates
comes out.
John incorporates and he calls it the Michael Carroll incident into his HRP commercials. You are going to know what it is.
You know what's happened.
It's not Granado. It was actually Michael Carroll.
Yeah.
What a shock.
Before Michael Carroll loses his job for punching Sean, what else do we have before we go?
So, streaming-wise, One Piece Season 2, I don't know if either one of y'all...
I've seen almost all of Season 1. Haven't gotten to Season 2.
Enjoyed it?
It was fine. I liked it.
It's getting, I've never watched the anime, so I don't know how,
I'm usually
close
like
to it.
that, but we were talking about it earlier this week. Emily Rudd is one of the actors. She was in the Fear Street stuff
Oh,
on Netflix, so I just gave that a try. It was fine.
It's getting really good reviews, 100% right now with critics and 96% with audiences. Season 2 is out on Netflix. All 8 episodes are available now. You also have a Scarpetta, which is season
Nicole
1 on
Kidman.
Prime Video.
Yeah, she's in it.
Nicole Kidman stars
She
as
refuses to stop working.
stars as a medical examiner who returns to Virginia and resumes her former position with complex relationships and plenty of grudges and secrets to uncover. All 8 episodes are available now. It's getting mixed things, but if you're interested in some crime mystery type stuff, that's available on Prime Video.
That'll wrap it up for us. Thank you to Michael Carroll. You can hear Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts. He does that with John Lee. You can also hear it here on Wednesday nights. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
I will. I will, John.
Says that with confidence, John.
I will. Every week. No problem.
Wow. There's more.
Yeah.
We're done for the week. We'll talk to you on Monday. We'll have the brackets. We'll see how the Rockets do against the Pelicans. A lot to get to. We'll talk to you on Monday.
ESPN 97.5. Please stand by.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. In today's trend watching, even with a possible bounce in the market today, stocks are down year to date, with the S&P down about 2.5%, the Nasdaq down 4%, and the Dow down just under 3%. There are some groups that are moving higher: transportation stocks, utility stocks, and we've also seen gold and silver stocks advance this year as they did last. But the key question is, with the markets down year to date and presidential approval polls at or near their lowest levels of the Trump presidency, will that have a pronounced impact on the midterms? Usually 6 months out is a little bit early to make a call, but if they both go down in tandem, it is rough for the incumbent party to retain Congress. Now, whether or not that means just the House or the Democrats flipping the Senate is an open question, but there are 2 key indicators to watch. The more the stock market goes down and the more that presidential approval ratings remain depressed, the more likely there is for a sweep of Congress that would flip both the House and the Senate into the hands of Democrats and change the political dynamic, if not geopolitical dynamic, in Washington.
Social Hour just got an upgrade at Federal American Grill. Every day from 3 to 7, enjoy $10 appetizers and handcrafted drink specials sipped from a world-class whiskey and cocktail selection, perfect for unwinding after work or kicking off a great night. Need a quick lunch? Order online and take those signature Federal favorites to go. And don't forget to join Club Fed for rewards, perks, and exclusive offers. Federal American Grill, River Oaks location coming soon, thefederalgrill.com.
Truck Month has arrived at Monument Chevrolet, and this year there's even more savings. Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. That's right, the big discount reserved for the top Chevy sellers. You pay that price this month. Monument Chevrolet has every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, and they're all discounted. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 or shop online at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEAT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEAT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEAT.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look. ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Now let's get to Kyler Murray.
Snap to Murray, running right. Here he goes! Touchdown!
The Rich Eisen Show.
Kevin O'Connell has done tremendous work reviving some quarterbacks.
Today's guests, ESPN senior NBA writer Brian Windhorst, Pro Football Hall of Famer Rod Woodson, actor John C. McGinley, and now, it's Rich Eisen.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Lots to talk about on this day. NBA, Brian Windhorst, NFL, Rod Woodson, and then pop culture, John C. McGinley, and the incredibly popular new show called Rooster on HBO. Good to see everybody right here on Disney Plus, on ESPN, chatting with you on ESPN Radio and Sirius XM Channel 80, 844-204-RICH. Number to dial right here on the program. Good to see you, Christopher Brockman. How are you,
hey,
sir?
Rich, good morning, my friend.
Jason Feller,
hey.
Good to see you in
What's
your
up,
chair.
Rich?
Good to see TJ Jefferson with the candle lit over there. How are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Awesome. Let's get things started right off the bat right here because we got lots to talk about. Because Bam Adebayo just only scored 21. Listen, National Football League world, something happened yesterday that everybody's been expecting to happen, and I've been kind of saving my powder for it until it finally did happen. And Kyler Murray showed up in purple yesterday in the state of Minnesota. And Kyler Murray, for $1.3 million, is in the new fangled quarterback room of the Minnesota Vikings. That's the way to put it right now because nobody's naming him the starter, even though I'll tell you what, it sure looks like he's going to be. But let's just start from scratch, which is Kyler Murray getting cut from the Arizona Cardinals after 7 years of work there, after being the first overall selection. And he is now a veteran minimum quarterback, able to pick and choose where he's going to go. And for whatever reason, for weeks and weeks and weeks, we've been hearing if Kyler Murray's cut loose, he's going to the Minnesota Vikings. And sure enough, he showed up there and he signed. And now he is in the quarterback room with J.J. McCarthy, who's 2 years removed from his first round drafting. And this is what Kyler Murray had to say about joining the team that he apparently rooted for as a kid because when he played Pop Warner football, I believe, he was on the local Vikings team there, and he was a diehard Vikings fan. Hit it.
Ever since I started playing tackle football, I was 7 years old. Genuine fandom. Ran deep, Vikings gear through and through. A lot of purple in my household. I don't want to bring it up right now, but maybe later another day. It was a moment. I'll bring it up anyways. Whatever. I cried real tears whenever Brett threw that interception. I cried real tears that day.
Well, there's Kyler as a Viking on the left as a kid, and then on the right as a current member of the real McCoy, and he posted that with the word skull, and I think he knows this, so I apologize for potentially stating the obvious when he said he cried real tears when Brett Favre threw that interception against the New Orleans Saints in an NFC championship game rather than just running for a first down and kicking a field goal and going to the Super Bowl. Every Minnesota Vikings fan cried real tears on that day. And now they see him as their newest addition to a quarterback room. Notice how I'm stating this.
A little disdain, it seems.
Not disdain. There is
delusion, I think, is another word.
No. I'm trying to stay within the lanes of what's being said right now. And Kyler Murray coming into this offense, with all due respect to everybody else who he's played with in my mind, future Hall of Famer DeAndre Hopkins, and then also a young Turk who, kind of like Kyler Murray, to be honest with you, after being drafted in the top 5, has yet to show up like he did in college at the professional level in a very consistent way in Marvin Harrison Jr. That's Justin Jefferson right there. And this is the rest of the Minnesota Vikings around him. And collectively, I don't believe he's had a group like this with a coach like this and an offensive mindset like the one that the Vikings bring to bear every single day. Hasn't had that in professional football, for sure, with all due respect to his previous coaches and players. This is what he said about his relationship with his new head coach, Kevin O'Connell.
Me and K.O. go back to the Elite 11 days. I remember, during the combine, I did I had an interview with the Redskins at the time, Commanders, and he was with them, and he pulled me aside after my meeting with them, and ever since then, our relationship, he's always made sure to check in on me, whether it was after a game, things like that. So I always respected that. I always appreciated his opinion of me and the support that he's given me. So for now, getting to play for him and have that relationship with him means the world. Obviously, he's had a lot of success with different quarterbacks, and he's one of the best offensive minds in the game. So I'm looking forward to going to work with him.
What a spot for a guy drafted once upon a time, first overall, yet to realize first overall production and success. What a spot for him to enter. He's got to be out of his mind psyched because also the one-year deal that he signed not only sticks the Cardinals with the large tab, but also there is no franchise or transition tag possible for the Vikings to place on him. He had it in the contract, say, you cannot do this to me. He will be playing for free agency. He will be playing for the bag. He will be playing with some terrific players. Yeah. He will have an opportunity to resurrect everything in that building. Unless, of course, J.J. McCarthy beats him out, because apparently this is a competition. Kevin O'Connell, speaking yesterday, said of signing Kyler Murray, quote, "It's March. And what I can tell you is the goal of adding a talented player like Kyler to the room was to create a world where guys are pushing each other, and guys are, by their own growth and development or their own ascension, are not only just doing that themselves, but they're creating a new standard and elevating that floor. So that will benefit not only those players individually, it'll benefit the collective group of guys in the room." Now, that makes complete coach speak sense to the media gathered. That sounds like a bunch of word salad. So He was asked point blank, is there a competition between Murray and McCarthy? Quote, unless I'm confused in any way, shape, or form, I don't believe we have to name one of those currently, end quote. Kevin O'Connell. Can confirm, Coach, you do not have to do that. You don't even have a schedule. You don't have a draft. You don't have pro days. O'Connell said he did talk to McCarthy earlier this week. He knew we were going to be adding somebody to the room. He knew that didn't change anything about his mindset, focus on improving, attacking this offseason the right way, and I'm really proud of him for that and excited to get back on the grass and in the meeting room with him when that time comes, end quote. I shall just shoot everybody straight here. The only way J.J. McCarthy starts week 1 for the Minnesota Vikings this fall is if Kyler Murray gets hurt. As much as I love J.J. McCarthy, and you know that I do, and you said maybe the way I was positing this segment, my thoughts earlier sounded like a touch of derision. It's because I feel J.J. McCarthy has it in him.
For sure.
Okay, so, and this also, Kevin O'Connell is a coach who came on this show and said that organizations fail young quarterbacks before young quarterbacks fail the organizations. And it sure feels like this franchise feel like J.J. McCarthy somehow failed them last year. I'm not in the building. I don't see what's going on when there's nothing, when there's no cameras on them. O'Connell does. He is a quarterback whisperer. He's one of the best in the business. He's a coach of the year for a reason. Okay? But there is no way, barring injury, that a highly talented 28-year-old with almost 90 starts in him and 2 Pro Bowls in him and 120-plus passing touchdowns and almost 40 rushing touchdowns is going to walk in this spot with Justin Jefferson there, and Aaron Jones is coming back, and Hawkinson and the rest of them, and get beat out by J.J. McCarthy. I honestly, it's straight up that you don't bring in Kyler Murray without saying he's going to get the first shot. Certainly since last year, you put a thumb on the scale for the kid to the point where Sam Darnold's like, I can't stick around here. I'm going to go to a spot for my new spot, and he wins a Super Bowl there. That place is a lid on a boiling pot. And then on top of it, what more, like, Kyler Murray is the avatar of how quickly things can change in this world for a kid drafted 10th overall in a draft. Josh Rosen was exactly that, saying there were 9 mistakes. By the way, if you look at the 9 kids chosen in front of him, they're all grown-ass men now. But remember Josh Rosen said there's 9 mistakes in front of me, and I'm going to prove him wrong? Well, out he goes, in comes Kyler. So, to me, J.J. McCarthy, unless there is some form of a massive seismic event, he's not starting week 1 for this team. Shooting straight up to you all. And kudos to, Kyler for getting his gig. And I understand, O'Connell saying all the stuff like, I don't have to name anything now, and he needs to work hard, because he couldn't possibly need him. Don't forget, Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy, that was a competition. Young kid who doesn't have to start right away, may not have the experience. Let's bring in the veteran. There was that going on. And then McCarthy gets hurt. It's Darnold's gig. Yada, yada, yada. He leaves. He wins the Super Bowl elsewhere. So they had a year last year where they have a ready-made team right now, and they're just not going to go through that again, and I understand why they wouldn't. They have a ready-made team. They got a bunch of guys who can win this division, win double-digit games, win playoff games, and who the heck knows, win the whole damn thing. And Kyler now has every reason to do it. He's got a fresh new football lease on life. He's got a coach. He's got an all-world receiver who's ready to roll. And again, just straight up, McCarthy versus Murray in a flat, open competition. I think Murray would have the thumb on the scale here. or at least the first third of the season. I'll be honest with you. I asked, somebody out who will remain nameless, who I trust implicitly in the talent evaluation and also football rostering and all that sort of stuff. I asked him, there's no chance J.J. McCarthy beats out Kyler Murray for the starting job. He texted me back, correct. So what people in the league are thinking and saying and what have you. And, good luck to having this competition to my guy in McCarthy. He's got a big uphill climb. Big. And you could sit here and go, oh, what did Kyler do? He didn't do this, he didn't do that. He's got all this experience. And he's also got the leg up with a team that turned to McCarthy last year and watched the guy who was with him in the elevated quarterback room leave and win a Super Bowl. That will leave a mark, no matter how much they might not be saying it does. So we will see. There will be a competition. At some point, Kyler will start one. McCarthy will start one in the preseason, and O'Connell's going to have to make a call, and that's why they pay him the big bucks. But at the end of the day, I think they really want to see what Murray looks like in their offense, and not just in their offense at all, but when it counts. And give him at least a month, and if he doesn't work out then, you turn to the kid. I think, am I wrong? Am I off on this? Anybody else? Bueller?
No.
I mean, why else are you bringing him in?
Right, exactly.
And it's not in a vacuum where it's rep on rep. No, it's what happened last year, what happened the year before, what they saw from McCarthy, what they saw from their team, what they saw what their team could potentially do, and what the guy that they used to have at quarterback did elsewhere. So that's my 2 cents on this move.
Yeah. Look, like I said yesterday, man, if you take week 13 and 14, J.J. McCarthy, what he did against Washington, Dallas, there's something there, right? There's definitely something.
Oh, yeah.
So competition, even if he doesn't get the job, he gets to sit, he still gets to work on his craft. Like, we met J.J., we like him too. Absolutely. He's a very likable kid. I don't think this is the end. This is just, he's 23. So
but it's not a personality contest in the NFL. That's why it stands for not for long. It stands for not for long. And what it stood for is the Vikings traded up, got him, didn't think Sam Darnold was going to be a 14-win quarterback. They hoped. Didn't
think McCarthy was going to get hurt.
Didn't think he was going to get hurt.
In the preseason.
I mean, these are all, and then last year they did, but we're going to have to go through our lumps. There were a lot more lumps than I thought that they were expecting. He also was not available a lot.
Right.
And that, I'm sure, leads them to think we're not going to go through the ups and downs again. We're just not. And Kyler Murray's being brought in. Is he the guy to actually smooth everything out? In Arizona, he wasn't. Let's be straight up, too. But it's a new situation, slate clean, and unfortunately for McCarthy, slate clean, too. It just doesn't matter where you were drafted anymore. It's a tough league.
Yeah.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's turn our attention to the NBA. Jaylen Brown is done with the whistles for SGA. And also, and I think maybe the rest of the league is beginning to feel that way too. Bam Adebayo, his 83-point game. Brian Windhorst is going to join us on that and so much more when we come back on The Rich Eisen Show.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive in advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
All right, guys, football is over. It's time to turn our attention to basketball. Actually, our attention is already on basketball. We can multitask, but now we are taking a look at Underdog Fantasy with basketball because you can make picks and win money right now in the state of Texas, completely legal. Playing Underdog is really easy. You download the app, and then what we're going to do is we're going to start looking for players to go higher or lower on statistics like rebounds, points, assists, a combination of those statistics, steals, block shots, three-pointers made, and many, many more. Now, what you have to do, though, is you download the app and use promo code Lance on your first deposit. What that's going to do is unlock $75 of bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance to unlock that. It's never been more fun. You're watching the games anyway. Play along with them using your sports knowledge. Pick higher or lower on stats. The more players you pick, the higher dollars you win. It's Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_DTS. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting you had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
The Rich Eisen Show radio and TV. Brian Windhorst is right here on the program. Good to see you, Brian. How are you, sir?
I'm really well. What's up, guys? It's like the fourth or fifth time I've seen those clips, and I just sat back and smiled.
I saw.
as wide
Why?
as
Why
when
are you
I saw him
smiling?
the first time.
Why are you smiling?
I'm just here for all of it. I'm here for all of it. I have my honorary backdrop today is Miami.
Okay.
Out of
Nice.
respect. I mean, who knows where I am? I could be anywhere, right? But I just want you to know we have Norwegian Cruise Lines, 5-day cruise to the Bahamas.
Yes. Yeah.
Just out of respect, you know. So I love the attitude. The thing about this is the way this went down, even in the moment it was going down. I had this unique perspective. Everybody is going to be a time and place when they saw this, but I was at Crypto.com, the arena the other night, and it was pregame for the Wolves and Lakers, and that was a very late start, 8:00 in L.A. So even though the Miami game was in the fourth quarter, that game was like half hour, 40 minutes from starting, and it just started making its way around the arena, like. Bam has 60. Bam's going for 70. And as he got closer, coaches, because when the coaches come out on the court to warm up the players, they don't usually bring their phones. And the players started migrating over to the sideline. And all the NBA personnel, the scouts and the executives and the agents who were there, the reporters, the media, we all had our phones out. And we're watching the game. And some of the players went to the back to go watch it on TV. J.J. Redick said he stopped his pregame prep to watch it on TV. There was a genuine awe and joy and of the NBA family. And then when they announced in the arena that he had broken Kobe's mark, there was loud boos. And I mean the Lawrence Tanter, who I think is a American treasure, the PA announcer at Staples, he prompted him a little bit because he was like, I have a melancholy announcement. Bam Adebayo scored 83. So it wasn't 100% natural, but even if he had not done that, I think they would have booed. And so it was sort of the perfect storm, Rich, because if you watch the way the game ended, there was grade A shenanigans, triple teaming, all these free throws. They're fouling to extend the game. They're missing free throws on purpose so Bam get an offensive rebound. Unquestionable shenanigans in the last 3 or so minutes of the game. So if you're somebody who that bothers, you're going to be bothered by it. If you're a Kobe fan, absolutely. And the Kobe fans all see themselves as stewards of his legacy.
Yes.
So, and I respect it. That's an awesome thing.
Yeah, right.
So, but even if there was no way, I've speculated what the circumstances would be that the Kobe fans would approve someone scoring 82 points. Seriously, I want you to think about that. I'm not so sure that there are any circumstances that they would have gone over it. Maybe if it was in the finals for the Lakers, maybe they would allow it under protest. They would give a golf clap. I don't think that a circumstance exists where they would have been pleased that somebody surpassed Kobe. And then if you've got the people out there who just didn't like the way the game ended, they don't care about the first 70 points or the first 72, wherever the game got wacky. They're going to totally not focus on that and only focus on those last 10 points. And then you have people who were like the NBA people that I was witnessing it with, who thought it was totally awesome. Because one thing about Bam, I covered Team USA in the 21 Olympics and the 24 Olympics. He was on both teams, so I traveled the world with him. And I can tell you that he is beloved and totally respected by his star peers because of the way he plays the game and because of his attitude. And so within the NBA family, and I know that there's been detractors out there. I'm not saying all 400 members are giving it the thumbs up, but I think it's been interesting the way the different groups have responded to it, because this particular scenario is so ripe for different groups to take and hold and defend a position.
Yeah, it's the last 3 minutes, right? That's it. It really is the way that he got to the 83. I think that people are having problems with it. And certainly, in Los Angeles, you saw last night, it's all over the place on your phone and, any social media you're on. Luka had needed one assist to have a 50-point triple-double last night. He took himself out. You could even read his lips and was like, you need one more assist. He says, I don't care. you could see that there's that sort of bristling going on. Wembanyama, I mean, basically was the...
He just sort of... How would you describe... I don't know how to describe...
He was the avatar of if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all.
Okay.
Is the way I took it.
That I would agree with that, yeah.
You know? Like, that's the way I took that. And then Udoka's like, it's the Wizards. You know, I mean, he just came through the front door. So why is that then? It's the last 3 minutes, right? Because Adebayo is beloved and he's so likable. I mean, the fact that they had Asia Wilson with him too is awesome. There were some really nice things about this. Brian,
I agree.
You know?
I did not like it when they were fouling to extend the game. Really, the Heat started behaving like they were behind.
Right.
They were fouling to win the game, and they were getting offensive rebounds and throwing them back out for threes.
Right, and I think I could even see that there was one moment you could read his lips screaming, "Don't foul."
Yeah,
he was screaming that to his teammates.
I agree. It was nasty work, and I still loved it. Sorry.
But also, Wendy, Bam is anyone would go for it. Literally, Kobe took himself out of a game where he had a chance to maybe get, 90.
Yeah, that's right.
So why is he upset that people are upset?
My God. I think because because it was truly a moment of a lifetime.
Yeah.
And I think any of us in that situation would feel a certain type of way about people taking shots at you. And here's just in general, and I want to be clear. This is like people saying that Jaylen Brown, who is a Finals MVP, NBA champion, and has a $300 million contract, is underrated. I want to be clear. Bam Adebayo is a multi-time All-Star, two-time Olympian, has a max contract. He is not underrated. However, he is underappreciated quite often, and so I think this is you can't be a Cinderella story if you went to Kentucky and then were a lottery pick. But he is from a trailer park in rural North Carolina. And I can tell you that he's never let that go away. And when he sees other people make, first team All NBA or win Defensive Player of the Year, like maybe I want to say 3 years ago, I can't remember who won Defensive Player of the Year that year, but there was 3 years ago, I thought it was a particularly hard vote for Defensive Player of the Year. And there's so much nuance to that award that I don't trust my eyes because it's not always about statistics. So I have a tradition where I call up coaches and ask them, hey, who should I vote for Defensive Player of the Year? And that particular year, I talked to a couple of coaches, but I talked to Tom Thibodeau. And Tibbs implored me to vote for Bam. He gave me his whole case and all of his reasons. And Tom watches as much tape as anybody in the world, and I respected it. And I voted for Bam for Defensive Player of the Year that year. And he's always felt that he's been underappreciated a little bit on that sort of stuff. So part of the way he's going to react is somebody who feels like he was underrated a little bit. In fact, we got, I wouldn't say we got into it, but we had a one-way argument during the Paris games because you remember when Tatum didn't play?
Yeah.
I was on TV sort of talking about the challenges that Steve Kerr was trying to do. And I was saying, maybe a guy who Kerr could take out of the rotation is Bam Adebayo to get Tatum some minutes. I said I thought it was unlikely because Eric Spoelstra is on the staff. And the next day there was a practice or something, and he came over. The same look that he gave the camera when he said I was going to come out of the game with 70, where he looked down at me like that. He looked at me and was like, I guard 1 through 5. You think they're going to take me out of the game? They're going to take me out of the game? He gave that same look. And so that's when I look at that, I just laugh. And by the way, they didn't. They didn't. They kept Tatum out of the rotation.
I bet.
So I think part of the way he's responding is to a guy who doesn't think he gets his due anyway, and now he has this historically great moment that he's going to be a Hall of Famer. By the way, he's going to be. He was probably already going to be. He's been to 2 finals, 2 Olympics, bunch of All-Star games, He's going to be. He's 28. He'll add to his career. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and when he goes in the Hall of Fame, there's a good chance that will be the headline, the 83-point game. And so he's had this moment of his life, and he sees people out there denigrating it, and he feels a certain way. I respect it.
Me too. Brian Windhorst here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's talk Jaylen Brown. NBC having the game between Oklahoma City and Boston on Thursday night. There's an SGA drive, whistle. Didn't really appear to him being touched. You could hear Jaylen Brown scream, "That's not basketball." And then after the game, he added these 2 cents.
I don't know, maybe it all works in the end, but, I don't foul bait. I'm not looking to, flop or anything like that, but it's almost like you got to. It's almost like because there's a couple of plays in the fourth quarter where I feel like I drove strong, went up strong, and I didn't get the benefit of the doubt. But maybe if I would have flopped, maybe I would have been able to sell that call in those decide games. We commend players for playing the game the right way, but we give the benefit to those who necessarily are trying to manipulate the game into their advantage. I just don't think it's basketball. All right, let's just play basketball. All the foul baiting, I think it's whatever for me.
Not basketball, foul baiting, manipulation. This SGA free throw merchant narrative seems to be reaching a fever pitch, Brian. What do you think?
Yeah, it's like a rite of passage. Like when people go and tourist things to cities, they go to New Orleans, they have beignets,
He's like the Leaning Tower of fouling? Is that what you're saying?
Like everybody who plays the Thunder comes in and you could put together a reel of everybody complaining about this. Of course, as soon as these comments became widely disseminated, a whole bunch of Oklahoma City affiliated folks started producing, video of Jaylen trying to do some of the same things. Although I think Jaylen is an honest broker. I respect that, when he says things, he's being mostly honest. And in all honesty, from my perspective, and in this game, by the way, he had 5 fouls, and fouls 4 and 5 were in the fourth quarter. In fact, he had to come out of the game late because of the fouls. You could suspect the Thunder players of exaggerating contact. One was a loose ball foul where Chet Holmgren went flopping into the lane. He did grab him on the shoulder, but Holmgren went back like he, got hit by his pitchfork. And then there was another play where Jaylen bumped Alex Caruso off the ball, and Caruso went down in a heap, and it was his 5th foul. And so I understand what he's frustrated about. And it's like there's this parade of coaches and people who come up and complain about it. In all honesty, if you're going to complain about one thing with Shea, I think, and by the way, he's not alone in this. I think and Steve Kerr talked about this a little bit too recently, is the arm bar that he gets away with. That's not gets away with. That implies it's not legal. The arm bar that is allowed by the officials that he uses to create separation, which he has perfected almost to an art form, not only in his ability to do it without getting called for the foul, but in his ability to do it to knock the defender off balance without outright shoving him. And the way he's worked on the timing, you can tell he's spent hours working on it to create the space for that mid-range step back. Sometimes it's all the way back to the 3-point line, but most of the time it's that mid-range step back. I mean, that is where he gets a huge advantage. For the amount of drives that Shea has, his free throw rate isn't crazy. I know that there are various games where he might have 13, 14 free throws, and you can look at some video clips and say, my God. But in general, I think he is over-credited for the merchant stuff. I think the where he is unguardable is the arm bar, or whatever the proper basketball term is for it. And so he used it last night with 30 seconds left in the game. He got isolated on Baylor Shireman. Shireman is good size. He's doing a decent job. By the way, if this was a playoff game, Tatum and Derek White would have probably played, and the switches wouldn't have resulted in matchups with Baylor, Shireman, and Shea in the last minute of the game. No offense to Baylor. Baylor's having a breakout second season, but that wouldn't be the matchup. But that's neither here nor there. But he creates a separation with that arm. And so Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is going to go to the line. Jaylen Brown's going to go to the line. Jaylen Brown is top 6 or 7 in free throws himself this year. And what part of the reason he's able to raise his game is that he has gone in there and gotten fouls. That rule is where, what I'm saying is, if you want to complain about Shea and you want to create your whisper campaign or maybe even your shout campaign to deal with what has become just a killer, unstoppable force, focus on that thing. And because, by the way, that's legal. What he is doing is legal. And that is something that I think the league could take a look at as they try to deal with this, this guy who cannot be stopped right now.
Yeah, in the 2 minutes I have left with you, again, I understand everybody does it. He seems to have perfected it to an art form. What is being discussed amongst the, best you can tell, amongst management in the league office and the officiating crew to look for this sort of stuff?
Yeah, what's really, the officiating has vacillated the last couple of years. For years, the rule changes that were put in all favored the offense. You really couldn't put your hands on any player moving towards the basket. Adam Silver, over the course of years, would routinely refer to it as freedom of movement. They didn't want anybody holding people off the ball. They didn't want anybody using, any sort of strength to impede a guy going to the basket. You put any sort of pressure on a guy going to the basket, it's a hand check. Those have been happening for 20 years. And then all of a sudden, 2 years ago, midway through the season, the officials started allowing a lot more physicality from defenses. They would allow the defense to apply, hands and physicality to the offense. And that has sort of, like I said, gone up. Sometimes they call it, sometimes they don't. There's these, all of a sudden there'll be these stretches where, it's like for a while this year, scoring was the highest it ever was. And then all of a sudden, like a third of the way into the season, scoring dropped dramatically and the fouls dropped dramatically. And you're like, oh, the officials are coming back again. Now we're seeing it go up. So there's this give and take that happens in the league. But freedom of movement is totally fine. I don't think that's going away. But the offensive player being allowed to do something that the defensive player cannot do. If the defensive player does this to the offensive player, 2 shots, it's a foul. The offensive player does it, it's allowed. That's something that will be raised in the competition committee, I believe, especially if you see Shea go and win the finals MVP again, doing that about 25 times during a final series.
Brian, thanks for the time, man. I don't know if you're aware, but that cruise ship hasn't moved one lick this entire conversation.
Sir, it's a weekend cruise. It's waiting for me.
Well, the Lido deck, Brian Windhorst is about to hit, no doubt. Do you take requests for backgrounds? I didn't know this.
Yes. Would you like? It's time. Under a certain,
Okay.
All right.
Next time. Next time there'll be something different back there, and you'll be surprised. Very good. Or next time we'll just have you here in studio.
That's my
I
request.
would love to.
Okay.
I would love to. TJ Brockman.
Yes,
have
sir.
a great weekend.
Thanks,
Hey,
Rich.
Wendy.
Same to you,
Have
Brian.
a great weekend.
I'm with you, Wendy, man. I've never in my life seen nobody score 83, so I was down with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
I thought it was
whack. The first 70. Does anybody give him credit for the first 70, or are we just going to litigate the last 12?
Wendy, here's the thing. If he had just taken himself out of the game with 9 minutes to go at 70, he'd be universally celebrated this week.
And Wendy, this comes from a man who would never have taken himself out of a game when I'm just telling you that.
And I don't know if you heard what was said. They don't care that you feel that way.
Nor apparently do you. Thanks for the time, Brian.
Thank you
be well,
care,
bud.
guys.
That's Brian Windhorst, everybody. God, I love chatting with him.
Legend.
He makes me laugh, but also informs me at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like going to see SGA being accused of being a free throw merchant. It's like going to see the sights in a famous sightseeing town. The free throw merchant of Venice.
Look, kids, Big Ben, Parliament.
That's right.
I don't have to go to Oklahoma City.
There you go. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Don't go anywhere. So much more to come. John C. McGinley of Rooster and Scrubs in Hour 3.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You know the drill. Points, rebounds, steals, blocks. They got it all on Underdog. Kevin Durant, higher or lower on his points. Alpi Şengün, higher or lower on his points and rebounds. Amin Thompson, higher or lower points plus assists. You can do all of that on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball. Go prove it right now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowes.com/same-day delivery.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Program back here on our simulcast together, the Rich Eisen Show on Disney Plus, ESPN Radio, and so much more. So lots to discuss coming off of that. I go back and forth. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP for a reason. He's supremely talented, and it just gets so frustrating to me that he gets fouls where he doesn't get touched. He does not get touched.
He doesn't have to play like that to be great. He's already a great player. He's the MVP. They just won a championship. Play basketball. Like, obviously, I'm with Jaylen Brown here, but that's not basketball, what he does routinely.
Well, but we've seen that forever and a day, in the same way that you were talking about how we've seen, players get big time, 100-point night for Wilt and 81 from Kobe, and that there's a lot of free throws that are being taken in those performances. And will we ever see an 83-point performance where they needed every single point to win at the buzzer? You know what I mean?
Probably not.
Probably not. So, but we've seen players play like this forever and a day.
Look at Harden. My whole thing is this is on the
Harden too. I know
this is on the refs, right?
It is on the refs.
We all know that these aren't fouls, right? The same thing with Harden would always do is swing through or a step back or always get
for a third step.
But the refs know this. They don't have to blow the whistle. If you said change the way you play back, I'm not changing nothing as long as he's got tell them to stop blowing the whistle, and I'll switch up what I'm doing.
Also,
but right now,
have some pride.
What is
you really want to you really want to get points and win games like that? Have some pride.
You're the king of you ain't cheating, you're not trying.
I don't like that label.
But
you've said it before.
You've said it before many times.
The rules are there to help you.
Well, and that's what he's there to do. He's using the rules to his advantage, and I don't think it's a lack of pride.
Doesn't mean I have to like.
It's just I hear you. But your point is right, TJ. Like the officials know this going in. They know this going into the game. 100%. They all look at film of the teams that they're playing. They all talk. And it's just like they're the ones who are falling for the banana in the tailpipe, man. Very good. Like that's what's happening right now. And it is frustrating as a fan. And certainly, on the Bam Adebayo front with the coach saying, I apologize to absolutely no one. That as a fan, I find that funny, and I'm like, yeah, that's right.
Connor McSpulsion.
We're not here for you, right? We're here for us. I get it, and that's awesome, and I totally respect that. Bottom line, the thing that offended me was here's a coach in the NBA flat out saying another team's tanking. We're not going to lose to them. I don't have a bunch of players that I'm playing, because he's basically like a coach saying either we're load managing some people. We've got some people with injuries. We're not playing them tonight because we're playing the Wizards. They're tanking. So I turn to my one guy, and I'm like, we're all about you tonight. And all of a sudden, turns around. It turns into a special night. And I'm sitting here thinking, here is a head coach in the NBA flat out saying into a microphone, the other team's not trying to win. And that's a challenge for us tonight, is the other team is not trying to win. So we're not going to lose to that team.
But they weren't. They were up 25 going into the fourth quarter.
No, but that's got nothing to do with. I'm putting the Bam stuff aside. I'm putting aside that we're in a situation where one team is challenged because the other team is not trying to win.
Well, that's on the commissioner.
I heard that last from him, and I'm like, what the hell? We're just gonna blow past that. That's not a problem. Because usually the issues for a team to win are matchups, injuries. Not like this is a dangerous team, because it's all house money for them if they take us out, because they're not trying to. Come on now. So we're going to just turn to our one guy because we have some other team. Again, I'm not fully aware of the injury report for the Miami Heat. But are they all injured, or are they just resting them, or it's a
2-3 starters are actually hurt?
Okay, so so we're talking about one guy who is the MVP of the league, who we all think is playing in a way that's a little bit cheap or disrespectful to himself, and then you got a guy who scores 83 points, and there's a lot of shrugging and complaints.
You know what annoys me?
You know what I mean? Like that's a damn shame, man.
Great sport.
What annoys me is we're living in this world, like not just sports in the world, where like people who are doing bad things always seem to be constantly celebrated. Yeah, we got two guys in Shea and Bam who no one has anything bad to say. They guys that do things the right way. Yeah. They're good people. Everyone likes them. And collectively now we're crapping on them. And I don't know, like maybe it's just me, but I find that just hard to wrap my head around.
Well, sports aren't real life.
But they are real life. They're real players. They're real people.
It's
They're real
break
human beings.
From real life.
Well,
we want to go and be happy,
but that
be
mindset
enthusiastic
left a
about
long
what
time
we're
ago.
watching, and you see what's going on, and you're just like, come on, man, you're better than that.
Well, the fouling at the end of the game, you can't dispute, was just like an eye roll. And then, Shea is such a spectacular player. And again, worthy of the MVP, worthy of the NBA championship. But then you see stuff like last night every now and then, and it just gets frustrating. It's a frustrating watch at the end of the day. But
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every March, are brackets the only thing you can think about? Do you have symptoms such as constant bracket obsession or moderate to severe bracket-related distractions? You may be living with bracket brain. Thankfully, there's ESPN Tournament Challenge, the #1 proven way to treat bracket brain right at the source. So this March, download the ESPN Tournament Challenge app, fill out your women's bracket, and get you and your brain in the game. ESPN Tournament Challenge. Play the #1 bracket game. Presented by Capital One.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
They want Mike McCarthy to figure out what Mike Tomlin could not post Ben Roethlisberger, which is who's going to be the quarterback that can consistently elevate the talent base and put our team in position to contend for titles year in, year out. Mike McCarthy is going to find the answer to that question.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
The SEC Tournament on SEC Network.
The league is good, folks.
At Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. Everything we hoped it would be.
Oh! Throwing it down!
Playing for the SEC Tournament title.
The 2026 SEC Men's Basketball Tournament continues tonight at 7 Eastern on SEC Network and the ESPN app.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey guys, Lance here. It's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
At GiveMeTheVin.com, we are America's best car buyer. We're also firmly based right here in the oil industry's backyard. And we get it. We've adjusted our bids to provide the best money for your vehicle, hands down. We'll do our best to help you create that much-needed cash flow until the oil field booms again. And we believe it will. It's just another way we're quickly becoming America's best car buyer, especially here at home.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Let's do a thank you to our listeners.
Oh my gosh, you guys have the best listeners. You guys have the listener appreciation parties. They give us so much love and we love them.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
John Granato here for Ownwell. I lived in Houston for 30-plus years. I protested my own taxes, and sometimes I didn't even protest them, and that is a big mistake, both those things, because if I still lived in Texas, I would use Ownwell. Ownwell makes saving money on property taxes easy, year after year. New customers can expect to save on average $774 a year by signing up. Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. Join the 140,000 Houston properties that use Ownwell. Ownwell has lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. You can be one of them. 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com, and let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at Ownwell.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
This is ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Now let's get to Kyler Murray.
Snap to Murray, running right. Here he goes! Touchdown!
The Rich Eisen Show.
Kevin O'Connell has done tremendous work reviving some quarterbacks.
Earlier on the show, ESPN senior NBA writer Brian Windhorst. Coming up, Pro Football Hall of Famer Rod Woodson, actor John C. McGinley. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Two, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on this Friday. Rod Woodson, Pro Football Hall of Famer and radio voice locally in Baltimore of the Ravens, and he lives out there in Vegas. He knows about the Raiders, too. Is there any connective tissue between those two franchises of late? Bueller? Bueller? Oh, yes, that. He'll be joining us in 20 minutes' time to talk about that. And, again, the Max Crosby deal to Baltimore, that the Ravens had their finger on that chess piece all the way through to Tuesday while they watched the Raiders rack up almost $300 million worth of contracts under the construct of a cap plan that they did not figure Max Crosby would be part of because he was going to be in Baltimore until the Ravens said, wait a minute, about the medical, and then on Tuesday took their finger off the chess piece. And then apparently that finger was the one between the ring and the index finger. And now we're here. And if there was anybody out there who thought this was dirty pool by the Ravens, even though, again, nothing is official until the new league year rings in, and they had another 24 hours between the moment that they apparently reversed the trade and to the point where the trade would be official. That was one of those deals that was made worse in the mind's eye of anybody who thought this was wrong. You thought the Ravens might look in the mirror and go, you know what, this was something that it's unconventional, But we'll just keep our heads down here and weather through this thing and then turn the page and get a replacement for Max Crosby with our draft choice that we got back 14th overall. If anybody thought that they would be somehow cowed, well, they would then have a cow because Trey Hendrickson got signed like the next day. And look who showed up in Baltimore yesterday. The former Cincinnati Bengal Trey Hendrickson, who had this to say about now having a new home in the AFC North.
I'm in a win now window, right? Being at my career has been phenomenal, and I've been so blessed to meet great people and win a lot of games with Drew Brees and Joe Burrow. But this opportunity to hoist the Lombardi Trophy and get into the win column and build something from the ground up is an amazing opportunity. So a lot of things transpired. I've always been a control what you can control type of guy, and this is a great fit for me, and I'm excited for this season.
Okay. Boy, Max is coming. Max is coming. Max is coming. No, he's not. Here's Trey Hendrickson.
Hey.
Oh, and by the way, we wanted them both the whole time.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that covers a lot of bases to say that, okay? Is that, one, hey, we're aggressive. Two, this wasn't a pivot. There's no pivot. It was not a pivot. It was not a pivot. Yeah. We wanted them both the whole time, and one guy just was too hurt because, we're not going to welcome in Trey Hendrickson with a 4-year, $100 gajillion contract and say you're plan B. It kind of works. On one hand, we're very aggressive. Right. We had this plan, this big plan. We were
trying to win.
Oh yeah, boom. Yeah, right. Oh. When Lamar tweeted out, boom. Like that was just a buh. The boom was both of them. Right. Or the Boom. That would have been boom. What's it going to feel like for Trey Hendrickson now to have to put Joe Burrow on his butt?
Joe is one of the best in the National Football League. Going against quarterbacks is something that I like to affect games. So I don't go into it with a high or low standard. It's my standard. It's continuing to play the same brand of football. Like I played in the Super Bowl. I didn't go into it saying this has to be my best game. It's the standard I've carried from day one preseason all the way to the Super Bowl. So getting back to a point like that, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It doesn't matter who we're playing. The wins are important, and if you don't think they are, they'll sneak up on you.
All right, it's a very diplomatic answer. Okay. But the bottom line is this. If he has any ill will towards the Bengals, if he has any sort of I want to show them, if there's any part of that in Trey Hendrickson, him sacking Joe Burrow is more than just sacking a quarterback. It's more than just sacking a division rival quarterback. It is perpetuating the narrative that Joe Burrow cannot be protected by his offensive line. And that at the end of the day, Joe Burrow is tired of being unprotected by his offensive line and would like to leave Cincinnati because they are seemingly year in and year out unable to fix that problem. You see where I'm going? In a division game against the rival that may be standing in their way to win the division, play a home game. From there, you go back to the Super Bowl. It doesn't matter if the Bengals have kept all the receivers in the world for Joe Burrow if he cannot find them because he's on the ground and potentially risking injury and being in a rehab room again. And the guy who could keep that sort of tired feeling going and really mess up the Bengals franchise is somebody who says that he's playing to win now. Just food for thought. Rod Woodson's going to join us to talk about the Ravens and the Raiders and all that good stuff. It's a Friday, so it's time for What's More Likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Hit it.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right, Christopher, what's more likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors? You have the floor.
Hey,
sir.
everybody. How's it going? Happy Friday.
What's up, man?
Jake, great to see you. Okay, reacting to free agency week.
Oh, there's so much to react
react
to.
So let's do it, guys. More likely, we just heard from one of them, more likely edge rusher to have more sacks in 2026, Max Crosby or Trey Hendricks?
I'll go Max Crosby.
After all of that, you're still going to take Max.
I am. For two things. One, he stays put. He's got a chip.
Okay.
He goes somewhere else. He's got a chip. All of it is based on the Ravens made a mistake. All of it. I had to go through all of that. I do my job. I'm one of those lion-hearted guys that just says, you're not going to bench me, even though this season is lost, even though clearly I have a knee injury that's requiring surgery to the point where one team gets cold feet on me. You don't get cold feet on the Condor. Who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you?
And the other guy is like, I'm just happy to be here in Baltimore.
But Rich, one guy,
all my money.
With all my money, but no, listen.
All my crab legs.
They're both professionals who want to win and want to sack quarterbacks and prove that they're not too long in the tooth in whatever way, shape, or form. But I'll just take Max.
one guy failed a physical. Maybe he's not healthy enough.
I got it.
You know,
I got it.
There's that.
How dare you, sir? Have you never heard of Dr. Neil Elitrosh, his nimble hands and his flowing hair? How dare you?
Nimble hands.
When you drive behind the airport, sir, just go a little bit more north and see his office. He's paging you.
I do have this thing with my knee.
Go get a look.
Oh, it's this one.
Wow.
You forgot which knee it was?
Well, I was looking at myself in the...
Oh, my arm.
You know.
Good thing we're not tanking. Otherwise, I'd deactivate you for the final two segments.
Well, please, no.
What else you got?
Some running backs made news, new homes. Running back in their new home to have more total yards this coming season, Kenneth Walker III or Travis Etienne.
By the way, did you hear he's got a new pronunciation of his name?
I saw the video, but I didn't
It's
listen
not
to
actually a new pronunciation of his name.
proper
the actual.
Yeah, by the way,
Ken Walker?
This is good. No, this is... No. Dude.
Walker. Walker.
Remember, you kept on hearing it's Etienne.
Right.
Not ATN.
Sure.
Right, all that. Like, and sometimes I would write down on my like shot sheet if I was doing a highlight for him. I'd write down the letters ETN, like it's a radio station.
That's the
WETN. Okay.
Rock and roll.
But here, you take down the music. Here, we have the soundbite. I don't care how long it is. Let's work it in. Here, go.
Growing up, it's Travis Etienne, so it'd be like ACHANE, and that's how you always said Travis Etienne. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day, and like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like, how you say it is how you say it. So and that's how that became, and it kind of took off because it was easy for the pronouncers to say it. I didn't have to just tell them. I didn't have to correct them every day to say my name, and just when I kind of just started learning more about my last name and how it came about and things like that, it just kind of stuck. It made sense. But I'm very much open to being Travis Etienne again. Just being myself. I don't have to correct people here on how to say my name each and every day, and I kind of love that. And that's just get back to me.
So you understand, everybody, in Miami, it's not A-Chain, it's A-Chan. And in New Orleans, it's not ETN, it's Etienne.
There's no A's in his name.
But it's French. It's an E with an accent aigu on top. That's what it is. I'm a son of a French teacher who didn't do very well in French, disappointing my father so patently.
Well, by the way, shouldn't you have known?
But listen, no, he's now he's in the French Quarter. It's like, call me Travis Etienne.
I'd love it.
All right, so you want to restate it now that we have this all? No. What's more?
There's no A, C,
running back to have more total yards in 2026. Kenneth Walker III or Travis Etienne?
Ken or Trav?
Junior.
Who do you got?
Oh, I'll go Etienne. Etienne. Yes, oui. I will go with him.
Oh.
I will go with him.
Listen, Mama named him Clay. I'm going to call him Clay.
Because you said total yards. One's coming at one's throwing and catching.
Yeah.
I mean, one's receiving and running. One guy's running and receiving. Do you see what I'm saying? They do it all. But one guy, I think, is more total yards.
Travis Etienne.
No, Etienne. Etienne.
I'm with it. Etienne.
Okay. What else you got over there, B-man?
I'm thinking of a pronunciation.
B-man.
Guys, more likely quarterback in a new spot to win more games next season, Malik Willis or Kyler Murray?
Oh, I'll go Kyler Murray. Kind of starting. I started the show with this.
But you don't know that yet.
TJ Jefferson.
We know.
I'm TJ.
I'm just saying.
We won't hear officially.
That's what I'm saying.
If everyone's healthy, we will not hear officially until late August.
Yeah, you know the yellow line's not official.
Okay.
Press conference.
Again, let's not forget Kevin O'Connell, quote, unless I'm confused in any way, shape, or form, I don't believe we have to name one of those currently, end quote. And one of those is a quarterback in his quarterback room.
One of those.
One of those.
One of those.
One of those.
Oh, wait till he starts throwing Max Brosner into the equation, too.
Oh, jeez.
That's going to happen. Get ready for it.
Stop insulting
It's the
our
whole room.
intelligence.
It's the whole room's up for grabs, pal.
Get out of here.
I'll go Murray. I'll go with a guy again.
If Max Brosner
this is year 8
starts
for
week
him,
1, I'll get his face tattooed on my rear.
Come on.
Oh,
Hey.
please, God, if you're listening, help. Let that happen.
Careful.
Because you know Felly knows a guy.
Things.
Felly knows somebody. What else you got over there?
Guys, he's back. He's right and back. Is it more likely Geno Smith throws for 20-plus touchdowns next year or 10-plus interceptions?
Oh, God. Come on, man.
Why not both?
10-plus interceptions. You and I both know it here. Get out of here. 20 or more touchdown?
Which he was one shy of doing it for the 4th straight year last year.
I get it.
He also had 17 picks.
Dude.
Aaron Wilson going to have like 12.
Listen, they've got 2 young tackles out there, and Membu and Fashanu. Okay?
Another pronunciation.
Membu and Fashanu, everybody, which is a great ventriloquist team that's up there with Lenardi and Crum.
Yeah.
Lenardi was, sorry.
French attorneys.
Okay. So, yeah. Right. Come on now. 20 touchdowns. The Jets' leading receiver last year didn't play half the season because he was hurt. Garrett Wilson didn't even have 400 yards receiving, and all of a sudden they're going to have 20 touchdown passes. 20.
Aaron Rodgers had 28 2 years ago.
What else you got over there?
Rich, this is for
I wish I chose the other way.
This is for you because I like putting you in tough spots.
Yeah.
More likely to win the AFC West. The Chiefs or the field?
Oh, I'll take the field. I don't know if Mahomes is coming back yet.
What happened to the Chiefs? We missed them. Oh, they're back.
By the way, I do not sound like that. I don't sound like that.
No.
By the way, just so everyone's aware, despite this sign of best dad ever right here in front of me, that's the way I'm imitated at home, too. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it.
You mean Zan does that to you?
All of them, whenever they imitate me. Susie, too, whenever I say something that they...
Like,
I don't sound like that.
And you put up with that?
What do you mean, do I put up with that?
Put him out. Put him on timeout or something.
Okay. Timeout.
You're the man of the house.
Okay.
What's Eisen?
Send him to the room.
I love the Chiefs.
We know.
We miss the Chiefs. We missed them. You were pleased they were not in it because if the Chiefs of the last 5-6 seasons before this one showed up, Drake May is not making the Super Bowl.
Well, he's got a bit of hate.
That's the truth. So that's the end of the story.
That's true.
We did, in fact, miss them at the end of the day. The games were great. The finishes were great. I totally understand it.
They probably needed a break.
Get out of here.
Yeah, doing all that winning takes
But the Broncos and the Chargers, 100%, having made the playoffs last year, have a better chance of making the playoffs again this year than a team that may not have their quarterback for who knows what. Come on now. If Mahomes was healthy, I'd be like, damn straight, you take the field. But for this moment, you've put me in this box, and I'm giving you a straight answer.
I have.
This is me in a box.
All right, a few more.
What's in the box?
Guys, more likely receiver in a new home. More yards and touchdowns next year. Mike Evans DJ Moore.
I'll go DJ Moore.
I agree.
I'll go DJ Moore. First of all, we got to see Mike Evans play all 17.
True.
Because I think DJ Moore is more likely to do that, right?
Sure.
Okay. And there's other weaponry that will be, hopefully, for the Niners at Brock Purdy's disposal. So I'll go there.
More likely to be the higher number. Bam Adebayo free throw attempts in his 83-point game.
That's 43.
Or free throw attempts the rest of March combined.
For him?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not done taking shots at this.
He's got half a month to shoot 43 free throws? Get out of here.
He averages 5 a game in his career.
Okay.
Got it. More likely, last one, more likely to be your favorite Oliver Stone movie featuring Johnny C. Platoon, Wall Street, any given Sunday.
Oh, I'll go Wall Street. Come on now. I'll go Wall Street. Wall Street was ahead of its time. Platoon is just such a tough, dark watch.
Yeah.
So it's tough for me to, it's, and any given Sunday is a lot of fun in that regard too, but Wall Street is as good as it gets, man. It's as good as it gets. You know, Michael Douglas as Gordon Gekko is one of the greatest characters in anti-heroes that you could see in a movie ever. And I'm not, I understand that movies have a lot of those. Would you agree with that, or you would take
I mean, out of these three or all of them, because none of these are like really rewatchable. First of all, they're all really long.
Oh, Wall Street is rewatchable.
When was the last time you watched Wall Street?
It's been a long. When was the last time I watched anything?
No, like Office Space. That's my answer. I could watch that anytime, any day.
Not an Oliver Stone movie.
Oh, that's true. I was thinking more John C. McGinley than Oliver Stone.
Very good.
Yeah, no.
I am gonna ask Johnny C about Office Space later on.
I had Johnny C on the brain. Sorry.
Okay, all good. That's What's More Likely, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen. Rod Woodson on the Ravens and the Raiders and the Steelers. Oh my, coming up.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive in advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last 2, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Wiftheimer and Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Jewelers.
It's time to get amped up for the tournament. ESPN Houston is bringing the madness with our Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. Listen for your chance to fill out a bracket and score big prizes, including the grand prize, a 2-night stay at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, plus a $200 food and beverage credit. ESPN Houston's Bracket Madness contest, presented by Golden Nugget Lake Charles and supporting sponsors Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning. ESPN 97.5.
You thinking about updating your home? Glass might be the easiest way to do it. John Granato here. At Bluebonnet Glass, they help homeowners brighten and modernize spaces with glass railings, wine rooms, mirrors, cabinet glass shelving, room partitions, even kitchen backsplashes and bathrooms. Glass can make your home feel bigger, brighter, and newer without a remodel. Update your home today with Bluebonnet Glass. 832-508-0911 or visit them at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Maybe they thought about it. Obviously, they brought him in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Rod Woodson.
They wanted to entertain this idea of having a great pass rusher, which they didn't have last year, right? In the mix. But with that being said, they started thinking. I don't know if they started thinking or it was just the case that hey, listen, he's injured last year. We might have some pieces that we need to replace coming this offseason. And we don't know if Nnamdi Madubuike is coming back. I know he put out on a social media thing he was working out, and hopefully for how much I like him as a human being, I hope he does come back because he's a heck of a player. But if they didn't have him, now they got to replace your center. You got to get a tight end. You got to replace a tackle. I mean, that's a lot of bodies you got to replace. So I can't say it's cold feet, but let's say they just thought it over and said it's probably not the best deal for the Ravens.
You're so nice, Ron.
They thought it over. On second thought. Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. Have you?
I have not. But the way we covered sports today is not the way it was covered 10 years ago, right? Even 5 years ago. So we overly analyze everything. We have to talk about everything. at the end of the day, has tampering been going on? Has that stuff been happening? If, people have been backing out of deals for quite a long time. Yeah. It's rare when somebody like the Baltimore Ravens, who normally don't do deals like that, and bring in a guy like Matt Crosby, who's a closer and one of the best defensive ends in the National Football League, into your house. And I don't know if they were going to match Trey with him or, because Trey was in that area already. He was in that neck of the woods, talking to the Ravens already. So that's an interesting take, Rich. I'll just say that. Listen. At the end of the day, the deal didn't happen. Max was, as he's saying right now, he's a Raider for life until he's not, right? And that's how how players are nowadays. Most guys are players going to stay on a team on a given year? No, that's why free agency was created. That's why we sued for free agency back in the early 90s, right? So guys can give their wares to other teams. And I know it didn't happen. I know that's not through free agency. I know it was going to be a trade and all that stuff. But, it was a head scratcher to me just to even think about the Ravens giving up 2 number 1 picks, because that's just not who they are to their core as an organization in the National Football League.
What do you think the Raiders should do now? Obviously, you keep your head down. I know Max says I'm a Raider for life. The question is, if this wild sequence supersedes whatever Crosby felt about the organization because they sat him for the last 2 games of last year, Rod, right? Like that circumstances have now changed even between his own temples, and he is a Raider for life, or the Raiders should still try and seek maximum draft compensation for him because they already have planned cap-wise, and they could also use to fill some spots themselves, Rod. What do you think?
I mean, the Raiders need a lot of bodies, right? But listen, they got rid of Khalil Mack back in the day. And you get rid of players, you get draft picks, you're trying to replace the players you got rid of. It's an oxymoron. Like, I don't understand that. And I don't know what the tension is, and I don't know what it's like for him and them in the building, and around the management side of it. I don't know what how Max is feeling and how they're feeling toward Max. But man, to get rid of one of your best players, which in the history of your franchise, you got rid of Khalil Mack when he was at his peak, and then you're going to do it again? And then you got to replace that same player that you just got rid of? That, to me, does not make sense. I mean, you can't say you're getting rid of your best player and your team is a better team tomorrow because of that. Now, you're going to draft a guy maybe to replace him, or you're going to draft a guy that you need for another position of need, and you got to hope that he's good as Max Crosby at the other position or the D-tackle or DN position. And that's hard to find. Those type of players are hard to find. And what he does for the team, his skill set, what he does in the community, that stuff is hard to find. To being a leader, being a closer like Max is, that stuff is hard to find in the National Football League. And it seems like these new administrations, these new guys who come into different teams, they always want their guy. Yeah. Listen, you can get rid of one of the best defensive ends in the National Football League and think you got better if you want to, but you didn't.
Right. I kind of feel like this could be viewed at some point like the biggest blessing in disguise for the Raiders, right? That the Ravens either found something that they could not overcome in his MRIs or their viewing of his knee, or they got cold feet, and it's the greatest thing to happen to the Raiders at the end of the day. It could be.
I think it is, just for the fact that you kept your 2 point. So you get rid of Khalil Mack. I'm going to keep saying that because you're doing it again, right? You're getting rid of your best defensive player on your roster doesn't make you better. I know it gives you, draft compensation and you got more bodies in the draft. That doesn't mean you're going to draft a good player. It just doesn't mean that. So that to me just doesn't make sense. To say get rid of a guy, maybe there is some tension inside of the building. Then it's up to Kubiak to come in there and to squash it. Say, hey, listen, that's the last administration or that's the last coaching group. Hey, let's have a conversation. Let's talk. Let's get this thing settled because you need good players in the National Football League to win championships. That's just there's no ands or buts about it. You need those guys.
Rod Woodson here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Steelers, another former spot for you. They acquire Michael Pittman from the Colts, and I guess we're waiting on Rodgers. Is that basically it, Rod? Do you expect Rodgers to be the guy there? What do you think?
What is it with these ex-Green Bay Packer quarterbacks that they have to be talked about all the time? Because Brett Favre was that way for years. Remember how we just had to talk about Brett Favre and talk about Brett Favre? Aaron Rodgers.
You and I spend a lot of time on NFL Total Access talking about Brett Favre, sir. Number of times you watched me call Susie and say, I'm not going to be there for another 3 hours. Right? You watch me make those phone calls from the set of Total Access, Rod.
So I'm like, is he going to play? Listen, I get kind of tired of it. Like, listen, if he's going to play, say he's going to play, he's going to come back. He shouldn't, and the team shouldn't wait for Aaron Rodgers. They need to move forward.
It may not be him, too, though, Rod. He went on Pat McAfee's show last week and said there's no contract in front of me. So there's nothing for him to look at. You know what I mean?
So him and his ex-coach aren't that tight?
They apparently are, though. I can't. I don't know because there's Will Howard that's there, right? Mason Rudolph is always available for them. It seems
he's going to be there forever,
right? And then I don't know. 21st overall pick. There's Rodgers.
Yeah. Listen, last year, Rich, they should have took Jackson Dart. He fell to him. It was the best opportunity for them to take a quarterback who has that swag that can kind of fit into that Steeler mold and that Steeler culture and have that standard. And they took the defensive end or defensive tackle, excuse me. And they didn't. So now what are they looking for? They're looking for the quarterback of the future still.
Wow. Yeah. I hear you. So Rodgers is the answer, though. Correct? For this year?
Yeah. Oh, for this year. For this year.
Yeah, right?
I would listen, I would think it's going to be something similar to last year where I think they have a deal in play. He can say he doesn't have a physical contract in front of him. Maybe they've talked about it. And then they maybe need to hash out the terms of the contract for a 1-year deal. Maybe so. But it doesn't seem like the Steelers are really moving in any direction to get a quarterback. Or maybe they're that intrigued with Will Howard that he's going to be that guy if Aaron doesn't come into the building.
Mm-hmm. Before I let you go, you got 2 cents on Kyler Murray going to Minnesota and how I led the show saying that there's no chance J.J. McCarthy beats him out, in a straight-up battle for the starter's gig when you got one guy entering year 8, another guy entering essentially his second year of being healthy, right? I mean, it's just going to be tough, to say the least.
It is. I mean, they brought him in for a reason, right? And then his skill set is similar to JJ's skill set, right? He's more of a scrambler, though. But JJ can scramble for the most part. I mean, he was a better runner than I thought he was going to be, right? Especially coming out of Michigan, Rich, right? They don't have scrambling quarterbacks come out of Michigan too often.
No, we don't.
Looking at, I don't think he'll beat him out, no. Because, I mean, you have a veteran quarterback who's trying to find the second side of his career in a new place. And hopefully he learns. Like what he can and cannot do. Hopefully he becomes a better quarterback like the other quarterbacks that we've seen, Daniel Jones, right? Darnold, like what we've seen him moving around. Hopefully we can see that with him because he is talented, But talent doesn't mean a lot in the National Football League because everybody's talented. It's the guys who keep learning, who keep progressing, who keep understanding the game at a high level. Those guys separate themselves from the guys who play 5 to 7 years and the Hall of Famers. But I don't think JJ will beat him out just for the fact that he's an older guy. He's been around. He understands systems. And the biggest thing is that he got some players over there to help him out. You know, Jefferson is one of the best receivers in the National Football League, and I know Jefferson wants more opportunities to catch the football.
I bet. Speaking of Hall of Fame, you ready for another Boilermaker to enter the bus room with you this summer, Rod?
Drew.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I saw Drew. I'm like, you know, anytime you see my Boilers out there, you know, we got some quarterbacks that come through Purdue.
That's true.
It's been quite a while that Purdue had some good football teams.
Yes. But Bree's coming in.
Drew is coming in, so it's going to be good. I'm going back because I got to respect my Boilermaker.
Yep.
Are you going to be there, Rich? Are you coming?
I don't know, Rod. As you know, NFL Network is being bought by Disney, and they're taking things over in April. We have no earthly idea what our summer schedule looks like. Don't know.
Rich, you go across all platforms, Rich.
I understand that, Rod. I'm aware of my platform wingspan. I'm very well. By the way, that's not a bad fantasy team name. It's Platform Wingspan, or it was a Fleetwood Mac album. But I don't know where that one came from. I have no idea. But you know, I'll be there if called upon. Roderick,
well,
you know that.
I hope you're there. I hope I get to see you, bro.
Me too. Just I guess while we're on the subject of Purdue, do they still play basketball there?
Oh, wow.
Do they still play hoops there? I'm just wondering.
They started out really good.
Oh, they do still play basketball.
And then it seemed like the wheels fell off. I don't know what happened.
One team came into town. I know that. I watched that one.
I mean, it's like basketball is the only time I can wear my Purdue stuff.
I know that. And it's kind of different now. It's like a role reversal right now.
Well, I had to take that off.
Although my team's in a battle with the Buckeyes right now in the Big Ten tournament, but we'll see. But all right, Rod, it's always good to see you. It's
always good seeing you,
It's great to see a great Boilermaker on my screen. Love you, man. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Alrighty.
That's Rod Woodson, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, he is indeed a legend. He's a legend, not just in his own mind. Okay. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on this Friday edition of the Rich Eisen Show. John C. McGinley still to come here on the program.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Social Hour just got an upgrade at Federal American Grill. Every day from 3 to 7, enjoy $10 appetizers and handcrafted drink specials. Sip from a world-class whiskey and cocktail selection, perfect for unwinding after work or kicking off a great night. Need a quick lunch? Order online and take those signature Federal favorites to go. And don't forget to join Club Fed for rewards, perks, and exclusive offers. Federal American Grill, River Oaks location coming soon, thefederalgrill.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you. Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't.
She said,
You left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50 to 1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning. ESPN 97.5.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. G-O-L-D, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, tell me about Round Top.
Round Top is pretty awesome. You have it in the spring and in the fall it's coming up. So if you find a vintage glider, if you find a vintage sewing machine base, we've even done fire hydrant pumps. If you find cool things like that that could use some TLC, bring it to us and we will bring it back to life.
What's some of the weirdest things that you've powder coated?
One lady had an obsession with frogs, and she had 27 frogs that were all doing different activities, reading books, playing guitars, doing yoga, being a ballerina. So that was eccentric right there.
It doesn't matter what the metal is. You guys powder coat it and make it look better.
With no judgment.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Nick in Irvine, California, just down the road from us here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Nicholas?
Hey, Rich. I, like hundreds of thousands of other people here in Los Angeles, have turned the dial immediately to you after our friend Dan says adieu.
Appreciate that.
And gladfully to. Glad to.
Thank you.
The Raiders got the best player in this situation. The Eagles, if you had, three doctors, all independent, they all would have looked at Max Crosby's situation and said that he has progressed, as you expect, a professional athlete at the very top of his physical performance is projected, and he'll be ready for, game one of the season next year based on what we see. Ravens were not happy, and you couldn't have put it any better, Rich. They took his They took their finger off the piece. It's a weird thing that the NFL has. I kind of like it. It's pretty Machiavellian, but the Raiders ended up with maybe the two best players. Let's see let's see if the man who was born and bred to be a Raider for life actually fulfills his destiny. You know, it's kind of like a Star Wars story, you know, really with this guy, because he is the Raider. I mean, he is Raiders. And 2 more points. One, Rich, do you remember when the Raiders lost their all-pro center to a mental health situation in Tijuana the night before the Super Bowl?
Barrett Robbins. I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. So now the Raiders finally, 25 years later, have an all-pro center. That's how long it took. And I believe in kind of like ghostly spirituality, especially with the Raiders. And, you know, this just had to happen. So, you know, we got the best player. We may have gotten the 2 best players. And, Rich, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sitting in a parking lot out in front of one of Los Angeles's poker casino palaces.
Okay.
And I believe like about maybe 6-7 years ago, we were sitting at a table playing Yellow Chips. You remember that?
Where? At a local casino?
Yeah, in Los Angeles.
The last time I did that, Nick, was, I forget, a buddy of mine who I play with on Thursday nights invited me to a celebrity tournament. And
okay, that was not me.
No, that was like 10, 12 years ago, long time ago. Thanks for the call, Nick and Irvine. I was in a celebrity tournament, and I caught cards like I've never caught cards in my day, and I led the tournament, 2-day tournament, going into the next day, and they post it.
Whoa!
And NFL Network caught wind that I was doing in the celebrity tournament, and they're like, "What are you doing?" What are you doing? And I'm like, I'm playing in a celebrity tournament. Like,
who cares?
Right. It's like, for me, well, I mean, because I guess there was real money on the table, but for me, it was play money in a way.
Right.
And they're like, no, I had to withdraw.
Wow.
Yada, yada, yada. I won't be an NFL employee in 20 days. So I survived it.
It was play money to you because of
just because I couldn't,
you're balling
as an NFL employee, I couldn't, I wasn't going to accept it.
Oh, gotcha. I thought it was just because
I don't recall if I could have accepted it or not, but bottom line is
they showed up to get out.
I was on, they had me online as leading the tournament.
Oh.
And
ring.
Yeah, got a call like what are you thinking? Like, what are you doing?
I'm on fire.
And someone like you, who I know is very, you'll
Right.
follow those rules. You won't.
Right.
Your heart,
dude. And I, when I turned 50, so this, you could figure this out. So this was, I turned 50. No, I turned when I turned 40. I held a charity poker tournament before I had a party, and sent the invitations to a whole bunch of people. And it had 4 kings on it. And I sent it to Roger Goodell. And Steve Bornstein calls me into his office and goes, "Are you out of your effing mind? Did you send this to the commissioner of the National Football League? Did you really do that?" Like, yeah. All right. I'm still here, thank goodness.
Yeah. Made it.
Did you know Tua Tagovailoa is joining the Atlanta Falcons to compete for the starting quarterback job? Did you know that?
We assume.
Well, Ian Cunningham, the man who's the grocery shopper there, said as much. Roll it.
Kevin mentioned this in February. We're not in the business of really handing out starting positions in February, and in March the same, right? For Tua coming in here, he knows he's coming in to compete, just like Michael knows that he's coming in to compete. And everybody, quite frankly, not just those two at the quarterback position, but everybody's coming in to compete. There's no starters right now. And, we're excited to have Tua, but we're excited to have all the players that we were able to get this free agent class.
Okay. So J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix have got competition, and everybody else is the clear starter from the first 6 quarterbacks taken in the draft class a couple of years ago. What do you think?
I think Tua's starting week 1.
I think Tua's starting week 1. Exactly. There's just no way that these guys are going to not win a quarterback competition. It's that simple. There's no if apples to apples, and it does not matter. The fact that you have gotten a draft choice, you used a draft choice this high on somebody, right? Like, you're just it ain't it. anymore. It doesn't matter. The general manager who drafted Penix and the GM who drafted J.J. McCarthy are not there anymore. The coach who was part of the drafting of McCarthy is still there. But the coach who drafted Penix, he's not there anymore. It's down, it's scratch. You're down to scratch now.
Well, Penix is also coming back from injury, so he's obviously not going to.
So is J.J. McCarthy. Not the same injury as Penix. He came back from a knee injury of his own last year and was not afforded the same, takes a while before you get healthy again type of grace. Listen, man, bottom line is if you're going to be competing between veterans and guys who have hardly done it before, and it really is going to be about what it looks like pre-snap, post-snap, in the meeting rooms and everything like that, it's going to be a big effort for the young kid to beat out a vet. But it's a competition, huh? In Atlanta. I did not see that one coming. We see John C. McGinley making his way out of our green room shortly, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Hour number 3 is also for you at 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. Some fun numbers of some free agency signings in the past. It'll blow your mind coming up. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In sports, wasted time kills momentum. In business, it kills margins. If your team is still hunting through shared drives, email chains, and mystery folders, your documents are calling the wrong place. EAG helps organizations move from document sprawl to trusted information, so teams can find what they need when they need it. Less searching, fewer mistakes, faster execution, because no winning team guesses the next play. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner and with Timer and Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
John Granado here for Ownwell. I lived in Houston for 30 plus years. I protested my own taxes, and sometimes I didn't even protest them, and that is a big mistake, both those things, because if I still lived in Texas, I would use Ownwell. Ownwell makes saving money on property taxes easy. year after year. New customers can expect to save on average $774 a year by signing up. Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. Join the 140,000 Houston properties that use Ownwell. Ownwell has lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. You can be one of them. 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com, and let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time. Make this free call now and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Now let's get to Kyler Murray.
Snap to Murray, running right. Here he goes! Touchdown!
The Rich Eisen Show.
Kevin O'Connell has done tremendous work reviving some quarterbacks.
Earlier on the show, ESPN senior NBA writer Brian Windhorst, Pro Football Hall of Famer Rod Woodson. Coming up, actor John C. McGinley. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. John C. McGinley is about to come out here. He's in one of the biggest hit shows that HBO Max has put out there in quite some time called Rooster, the latest Bill Lawrence show. The Bill Lawrence show Scrubs is back on Hello. And ABC. And so John C. is back in that as well. He'll be joining us in about 15 minutes' time for all of that. He's a diehard Giants fan. Maybe we'll chop that up. A little Office Space, a lot of down the memory lane stuff for Oliver Stone. It's just great stuff when John C. McGinley's here, and he's joining us shortly on the program. Mike Evans signing with the San Francisco 49ers. If there wasn't this whole craziness with Max Crosby between the Raiders and the Ravens, this would be story number one, essentially, for me, that Mike Evans decides to leave the Bucs and go to San Francisco and be the 49ers, as he says, final piece of the puzzle.
A team that always compete, even with the injuries last year. I think they went 13-4. I mean, I feel like they were one piece away, and I think that I'm that piece. The money was not the biggest factor for me. Like I said, it was just football and something that I can be excited about. I'm super excited every time I come to Levi Stadium and I see how the crowd is, and I see the energy that they bring and the rich history of the San Francisco 49ers. It just excites me. So I feel like it's giving me a second wind in my career.
I mean, okay. So you look at this and you're like, the Rams got Davante Adams, future Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Add him to the mix. And it feels like the Niners are going to the same store, right? Future Hall of Famer store. Except, Adams had already left the team that he was associated with forever. He already left that team and then shopped around.
Yeah, he'd been to 2 teams.
Right. Wound up going to Vegas and then the Jets, and then I guess shopping around, and he found the Rams. So that's what's kind of shocking is that Evans decides whatever was going on in Tampa, he just was definitely not going back there without checking the market. And I guess checking the market was something he enjoyed that endeavor, like being a free agent for the first time, where he's on the market and he's not staying put and he's not just going to run it back. I think he really seemed to enjoy it. He talked about who he spoke to and what his free agency tour kind of looked like.
Well, first off, I did my research on a lot of teams that I was looking at. I was looking at, contenders, guys with good quarterbacks, obviously. So I was looking at here, Buffalo Bills, teams that needed a number one wide receiver. But when I got on, I like this place. This was my number one spot on my own. And then I talked to John and Kyle, and it solidified it for me. So I've always been a fan of Kyle, like I said previously, and he just talked about how he sees me in this offense, and it just made me even happier. And it was a no-brainer, really, after I got on the phone with him.
Yeah, Shanahan's kind of a difference maker, huh? And Lynch. And at the end of the day, he chooses the Niners and Brock Purdy over the Bills and Josh Allen, which is interesting. Making that choice. Maybe there's weather. It's certainly, I guess New York and California, apples to Texas apples.
I don't know if I would have done that. Buffalo, I think, has a easier path to win that division than San Francisco. I guess if you're looking at the AFC being a little more competitive, but I think I would have went to the Bills and Josh Allen.
One thing's for sure. I mean, make book on this. At some point, there's going to be attention paid to why Mike Evans left Tampa and what's happening in Tampa, because Tampa was ready to offer him more money and he decides to leave. I think you can make book on this. I said it the other day. I'll say it again. Someone's going to try and pin this on Baker.
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, I hope not.
I think it's going to be
I hope
on
not.
the head coach.
The head coach? Wow.
Who was kind of on the hot seat coming out of the season, the way they finished.
It's the fact that they also had a revolving door at the offensive coordinator position.
Yeah.
Who was talking the other day about, was it Breer talking about how Parcells always talked about how sometimes veterans stunt the growth of a young player? And at the end of the day, Emeka Egbuka could now come to the fore in a way that he didn't over the last few weeks of last season.
Emeka Egbuka might have a JSN type year.
That's the idea. That's the idea. That would obviously be the analogy that the Bucs would love to do, or at least have play out, right? But the idea that the 49ers get Evans in the same way that the Rams get Adams, the Niners need their Puka. Who's their Puka? Who's that guy?
Pretty Ricky.
Let's wait. I mean, like, they're waiting.
Got to stay healthy.
They're waiting on that.
Or it could be, or
McCaffrey's their Puka.
I mean,
he's their offensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Just a different position, right?
But Evans was where? 12 years in the same spot. He won a ring. He did everything he could there. Maybe it was just like, man, sometimes
try something else.
Who knows?
But, I mean, not bad for Mike Evans, who now has an APY north of $20 million a year. I have this list, guys, from NFL Network Research about notable free agent signings since 1993, which is right around, the free agency era, right? The new free agency era in that regard. The numbers are insane when you look at them compared to what they are today.
I love these. Yeah. These are great.
It's insane.
I just got to walk down with you guys here.
The Emmitt Smith one is the one that always gets me.
Well, he's not on this list.
Oh, really? But held out. And I think he came back for like $16 million. And you're like, whoa, $16 million.
right? That's what now less than what Barkley makes in 1 year.
He was getting for the duration of the contract.
All right. Reggie White in 1993 went from Philadelphia to Green Bay, one of the biggest named free agents of the early aughts. I mean, of the early 90s.
The best free agent signing ever.
Okay.
Can we guess?
Sure. 4-year deal worth. You want to? Should we price this right?
Sure.
This thing? You know, you have to play the music. But go ahead. Closest without going over.
I'm not going to look it up. I'll go first this time since you always complain. I'm going to say 4 years, $14 million.
Thank you. Chris Brockman, what do you got?
We're playing prices right. I was going to say 4 for 18.
Closest without going over. TJ Jefferson wins it. It's 4 years, $17 million.
I'm so good at this game.
I was closer.
So good at it, but you went over. That's not how this works.
Jalen Phillips, as you know, just signed for $30 a year.
Yeah. Which player would you?
Or is it 40? Or is it 40 a year? My bad. Right? My goodness gracious. Yeah. No, $30 million a year. My bad. Yeah, you just signed for $30 million a year. Deion Sanders in 1994 went from Atlanta to San Francisco. Would you care to guess what it was?
Was that a 1 year?
Yeah, what was
it? Was a 1 year. Because he's just like, I'll show you, Atlanta. I'm out of here. I'm going to go ring chase, and I'm out the door. And I'm just going to take it. I will play for 1 year with San Francisco and make my bag that way.
I'll say 1 year, $10 million.
1 year, $10 million.
See, I was going to say 12, but now I don't want to go over 8.
Okay. You're both over. You're both way over. This was how Deion wanted to get out of Atlanta and just show everybody what he could do on a team or just get back at Atlanta. 1 year, $1 million.
What? Come on.
Yep.
That might be the greatest deal of all
Yep.
time.
Saying.
And wasn't he Defensive Player of the Year and won the Super Bowl?
In 1994, he was Defensive Player of the Year and won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Maybe the greatest free agency bargain ever.
I don't think you take the maybe.
So then the next year he leaves for Dallas. Well, you want to guess what that one was? Because this is what he did on the come. Like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to leave for Dallas.
I'm going to say $23 million and risk of not going over.
It was a 7-year deal.
I'm going to say the jersey, $21 million.
7 years, $35 million.
One again. Yes.
What? 7 for 35.
I'm the best in the world at this game.
Yeah.
Except when it matters.
Seven
made it though, punk.
For 35. Alante Taylor just signed with Tennessee for $20 million a year.
I get why these old heads
a little bit bitter,
right? They're all like, what?
Yeah.
The what?
I get it.
But that's how Deion played it. Like, I'll show you Atlanta. I'm going to San Francisco. I'll win Defensive Player of the Year and the Super Bowl. And then I'm going to sign for 7 years, $35 million with Dallas.
I'm going to get paid.
Curtis Martin in 1998.
Oh, man, my favorite Martin.
Nice. 6-year deal, 1998. Left New England for the Jets. Christopher, 7 years, 6 years.
$18 million.
TJ.
I'm going to say 6 years, $22 million.
Correct. 6 year, $36 million contract.
Oh, running back's getting paid.
Yeah. Yep. As we all know, Saquon is now making something like $20 million a year. So,
Curtis Martin, folks, is in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, indeed.
Curtis Martin was a bad man.
Curtis, what did he do with the Jets? 1,000-yard rushing in 7 of 8 years.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah. And that was also one of those shots across the bow, right? Yeah. Where Parcells is like, I'm going to shop for the groceries. I'll go to my new spot and take your guy.
Yep.
And that's when the things really began to get started between the Patriots and the Jets. Rod Woodson just left us.
Oh.
Rod, what did he make to leave San Francisco for Baltimore? 4-year deal. 4-year deal.
$24 million.
TJ.
$16 million.
$12 million. You're both over.
Man.
Rod Woodson.
I mean, that's kind of ridiculous.
He made 3 Pro Bowls with Baltimore, and, of course, the greatest defense of all time, that he likes to point out.
Kids, please go look up Rod stats.
Okay.
He was amazing.
Last one for you. Boilermaker, Drew Brees. Let's go quarterback.
Okay.
Quarterback.
Okay.
Signed a 6-year deal with New Orleans. Don't forget, he had a shoulder injury.
Shoulder bug, yeah.
Okay, he had a shoulder injury that proved to be too difficult for Miami to overcome. And then New Orleans like, we'll take you. 6-year deal for Drew Brees, who turned out to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer and a guy who resurrected, if you will. The New Orleans franchise. Anybody? Buick.
$48 million.
I was going to say 40.
6 years, $60 million. 10 per year. They got Drew Brees for 10 per year.
It's a great deal.
Drew Brees is in the Hall of Fame.
Can you believe this, man?
It's a great deal.
Brady's 2020 deal.
Oh, it was like 1 year, 25.
No, it was.
Is this the Tampa one?
Yeah, the Tampa one.
Oh, the Tampa one.
Yeah.
3 years, 75.
I'm going to go with 82.
No, you're correct on the annual. 2 years, 50. 2 years, 50 million, man. Crazy, dude. Shannon Sharp went from Denver to Baltimore in 2000. 4 years, $14 million for Shannon Sharp. Can you imagine what they'd be making right now? Crazy money. Alec Pierce just signed for $28.5 million. 1 season of 1,000 yards receiving. Oof. Not a single Pro Bowl to his credit. Not a single one.
Shannon Sharp would be getting about $76 million then.
Hey, that's the truth, right there. Albert Hainsworth, 7 years, $100 million. How'd that turn out? Okay. All he did was play 20 games for that. On the opposite end of that spectrum. Let's take a break. When we come back, John C. McGinley will join us, and hopefully Michigan will finally wrap things up with Ohio State in a nail-biter so I could focus. That's coming up.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087. Or simply visit TRA.com.
It's Truck Month, and Monument Chevrolet is offering the supplier discount on all Silverado 1500s. This is the biggest discount they've ever offered to the public. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Go through like the mental Rolodex of
100%
said and all of that business. Our radio audience just returned. John C. McGinley is in the middle of telling his story, talking to Bill Lawrence, the creator of Shrinking, Ted Lasso, and now Rooster on HBO, as well as Scrubs back in the mix, available for streaming the next day on Hulu after being on ABC on Wednesdays. You have the floor again. So you're
Billy says, "Can I come out?" And I was like, "100%. This guy's impacted me more than any other adult in my adult life." And so I said, "Yeah, come out." And so we're in the hot house. And it's a tool shed that I culled out in 2001 when 9/11. So 2011 when Scrubs, no, the aughts, 2001. Yeah. When Scrubs was picked up, which means you got the rest of the season.
Yes.
Networks will stick their toe in the water and order 6 or 7 episodes, and then it's called getting the back 9.
Yes.
We got the back 9 the same weekend that my Yankees lost to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And so that, by the way, that's when you buy a hothouse.
Well, it was a good sign, and so I was damaged, and I sought refuse in the hothouse. So Bill comes out, we're in there, and he goes, "We family, blah blah blah, politics, sports, blah blah," and he goes, "Before we finish, can I steal your life?" And I'm, why? And give it to Cranston? What are you talking about?
Right.
Yes. Yes. And so what he meant was, I want to use you as a character in a Steve Carell show a year and a half later. And in the same sentence, he goes, "But don't screw me on Scrubs." And I'm like, what universe are we in? What Scrubs? What Steve? And so in one Hunt House session, Billy offered me 2 primetime shows.
Jeez.
And they both realized fruition.
Wow. All right. So
yes, wow.
We'll take one at a time. Rooster, again, on HBO, it just debuted this past Sunday, and it's got a similar feel, obviously, to all the Bill Lawrence shows, certainly the ones that are on Apple right now, Shrinking and Ted Lasso, where, people are mixed up, but you're rooting for them at the same time here. And your character, I give you the floor, and how we just saw a clip. It is seemingly perfect for you, John McGinley.
So it is John McGinley. And Rooster is set on a college campus. It's an exploration of a dad's relationship with his daughter. Mm-hmm. She is a professor. I'm the president of the college.
Yes.
She's one of my faculty. Her husband has had a tryst, and so she's in trouble. She's hurt. And so Steve comes up from the Keys, where he writes romance novels called Rooster, Rooster is to his romance novels as Fabio is to romance novels.
Got it.
It's Steve jacked up, looking like Fabio. And he comes up, and I fall in love with him. It's a new shiny toy. And I put him on the faculty. I need to have him, which is interesting because for 10 years on Scrubs, I kept giving Zachy the Heisman.
Yes.
I didn't want to have anything to do with him. But here, I want to eat Steve's cheeks. I want to devour him. So much so that I put him on the faculty. And so now it's dysfunctional academia, call action.
And off you go.
And off you go.
And so what part of you is here in this character that you're willing to share?
I am the president of the university, and I take most of my meetings in the hothouse and the cold plunge. And I subject Steve to that almost immediately.
Okay.
So I have him practically nude up, and that's when you tell the truth. It's the truth barrel. I would have you up to the boo any day of the week.
Let's go.
And
Come on,
find
buddy.
your deepest, darkest. What happens in the sauna is that people become very uncomfortable and they lean into language to relieve themselves of their misery. And so they start to tell things that they had no intention of sharing when they came in.
Well, again, this is a Laird Hamilton idea, right? You're talking about, or where he's the...
I learned everything from Laird, and he had a guy named Wim Hof come over.
Understood.
And Wim is the breathing master, and so I can walk you through this,
Right.
Rich Eisen.
Well, we know each other's wives, and we know each other's friends.
Gabby's the greatest on the planet.
Yeah, and so Susie became good friends with Gabby Reese, and Gabby put me through a workout once upon a time in her pool, and I damn near drowned.
Yeah,
okay?
that's the greatest.
You know what I mean? Well,
That's the greatest.
the opposite of great. Did I ever tell you about this? She puts weights on you.
Yeah. Oh, it goes in the pool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just Googled Wim Hof.
Yeah.
This guy's something else.
Yeah, he's a whole flamer.
Wow. His nickname is the Iceman.
Yes.
Dutch motivational speaker.
So hot house in the ice tub.
Yes.
Okay.
I was in there about an hour ago. I'll be back there tonight at 7. My hair's not on fire for nothing.
Good, man. Rooster available on HBO. Gotta check it out.
Outstanding.
What's your favorite Steve Carell story you learned, or you've experienced, you're willing to share here? What do you got for me here?
I had to reintroduce myself to Steve because I took an extra role on his Bobby Riggs Billie Jean King movie just because I admired him so much. Scrubs had been wrapped. And
Battle of the Sexes.
A big pardon?
Battle of the Sexes.
Battle of the Sexes. And I am the third guy on the right. And so I told Steve, you're not going to remember this, but we've actually worked before. And, of course, he didn't remember it because why would you? But I took that film simply to be with Steve.
No kidding.
Yep. And I was third guy on the right.
Third guy on the right. And now here you are, front and center with him on this program.
It's as good as it gets. I've never seen anybody as nimble cerebrally and as agile and able to pivot and turn a joke. So, in other words, when you're on a set, you do the joke that's written, and then 5 guys are pitching you new ones.
Right.
And it's called turning a joke. If you can take those syllables and make them yours, you're the Mac Daddy.
And what's it like, just switching to Scrubs here, being back? I mean, was it out of body when you showed up for the first time on the set? Everybody's back together. What was that like?
So up in Vancouver, that's different. We're on a 20,000-foot soundstage, and the hospital, which was right over in Valley Village, over towards Burbank there for 9 years, it was recreated to the tone of the paint. So that's what was out of body. But if you do 200 episodes of a show, if you're lucky enough to, and you can't regenerate that, the question is, what were you doing? It was like riding a bike, man. And Bill Lawrence wrote the pilot, so that syncopation, which is Martin Scorsese-esque that Cox has, you just fall right back into it. The only strange thing was just how fast the rhythm of the show is. You really got to go, and when you don't, you can feel you're not in it. That rhythm it's fast, and if it's not, you'll be on the cutting room floor.
You got a favorite line, Dr. Perry Cox, where you're like, that is my favorite line that I was able to deliver?
I like that I can remember a long phrase of Latin that means broken heart syndrome, and it's Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. I have no right remembering that because I'm not smart enough.
Right.
But for some reason, that's stuck in the clutter.
That's the line?
Broken heart syndrome.
What about
cardiomyopathy?
But what about, a button or
when Cox turns to Carla, Judy Reyes, my dear friend, and goes, wrong, 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 you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. That's money.
When you read it on the page, though, do you not know they want you to sing it like it's...
They didn't know they wanted me to sing it, but I sang it.
Is that how...
That's TV history, baby. It doesn't grow on trees. You got to bring your A game.
Or you just around like a grandfather clock one day, and you're like, you put two and two together.
It's the magic of Johnny C., Rich. I can't explain it.
Johnny C. McGinley.
It's like Felix the cat with his bag of tricks.
I got it. Okay, I got you.
You're not old enough to remember that.
I remember Felix the cat.
You're young and firm.
Dude, you said earlier, and I don't blame you for saying this, 100%, okay, that Bill Lawrence affected you more than anybody else in your adult life.
Sure.
I would have thought Oliver Stone would be that person.
I did 6 with Oliver. Nobody else has done 6 films with Oliver, but that's not the big deal. But Billy's loyalty to me and circling back we've done 3 together. We did Scrubs for, now it'll be 10 years. We did a 3 or 4 camera called Ground Floor over at Warner Brothers. And now for him to circle back with Rooster is next to my wife and my son Max and Billy Grace and Kate. No one else has impacted me that way. Not even close. You're right there. But
oh, stop! You're ridiculous. But I mean, so when did you meet Oliver Stone? When did that happen for you?
Right before we did Platoon. I went in to audition for, again, third guy on the right. John Spencer was, rest in peace, was going to play Sergeant O'Neill. And he got a Broadway play called Execution of Justice about Harvey Milk and Dan White. And so he pulled out a platoon, and Oliver called me, and I was doing a very tiny part in Kevin Kline's Hamlet at the Public, which was, you get in that fraternity/sorority, you never leave.
Right.
And so Oliver calls me. I was living in a funeral parlor at the time on Sullivan Street.
What?
The New Chironi Funeral Parlor, 5-story walk-up. LaGuardia was born there. And Oliver calls, and I don't know how he got my number, and he goes, McGinley, I want you to play the 4th lead. I'm like, dude, I'm doing Hamlet. I get the keys to the kingdom. I'm in with Joe Papp.
Yeah.
And so he goes, tell Joe that I'm doing it. Like first name basis, I'm sure. And so I go in and I ask Mr. Papp if I can go to the Philippines.
Right.
And he goes, without burning that bridge.
Right.
And he goes, yeah, sure. We'll do Hamlet again, which was his way of going, you're okay to go.
Right.
And so as soon as I pulled out, there was a revolution in the Philippines, and we were delayed about 9 months. And so I watched Hamlet open, and somebody called it the most important Hamlet on these shores. And I'm sitting in the funeral parlor, just biding my time. Cher walks in to do the one exterior in Moonstruck. And I'm like, I'm not in any of this. And so finally we got to go to the Philippines when that revolution was quieted down a little bit, and we were there for 4 months.
Is that when you did, because we had Charlie Sheen in here a couple of months ago, and we talked about a boot camp where everybody stayed in character and you were absolutely treating each other based on rank. It was the real deal. Were you a part of that too?
Yeah, it was about 3 weeks out in it's called triple canopy jungle. So in other words, there's 3 layers of jungle, and it's dark. And things go wrong, and you get lost, and we got lost, and everything that could have gone wrong in that boot camp did, but it brought everybody together. It was a genius move on Oliver's part. And so what you want to do, my friend Keith David decided that great acting, he plays King, and he decided that great acting is when you can reduce the profundity of the lie. And what he meant was, I'm not Sergeant O'Neill, Charlie's not Chris Taylor, but that boot camp let you get a little closer to that. And so the trick with the camera is that, maybe he is Sergeant O'Neill. And so now the lens suffers that as great acting, because Oliver reduced the profundity of the lie. And it's the cleanest thing I've ever heard to describe, especially in front of a lens, great acting. On stage, you can fudge it a little bit with tricks, but not in front of the lens. You have to find some way to approach what is true, and the lens is a lie detector test. And if it senses you're lying too much with some stupid accent that really doesn't belong to you, it's going to go like, wow, you're lying.
Right.
You're not anywhere near the truth.
And Wall Street was next after that?
Yeah, right. A year later, we got back from the Philippines, and I was already doing the play Talk Radio at the Public, so I was welcomed back. Joe was good to his word.
You didn't have to tell him I'm leaving again to do Wall Street.
No, I didn't. I told Oliver, unless we can work this out, and Oliver said, I'll have you done every day. We were right up Lafayette at the Woolworth building downtown, straight shot up Lafayette. And Oliver kept us later and later, Charlie and I, every night. And I like to get to half hour. When you're doing a Broadway or off-Broadway play, the actors are to be there a half hour early. It's called, you're to be there at half hour. And you do a vocal warm-up and, get present. Mm-hmm. And so Oliver was keeping us till, half hour at an 8 o'clock curtain is 7:30. And we kept being kept later and later and later. And finally, I showed up and the actors were at places. And I told the kid in my wardrobe, I'm like, and the first day, the stage director came over and said, John, you can't go on. I'm like, well, then call the police because I'm going on. Mm-hmm. And I did. And about 8 or 9 minutes into the play, a pin spot hits me. I'm on stage with Eric the whole time in the context of the play. And I come down in one, and down in one, a lighting cue is the closest you can be to the audience in the center of the stage. And so I go down in one, a pin spot hits me. This is an actor's dream. And I tell a 7-minute story about how I met Eric Bogosian's character. About 2 minutes in, when you forget your line on stage, it's called going up. I went up. I'm getting nervous telling the story. And I'm there, and I can't see the house. When a pin spot hits you, you know this. You can't see anything. Yeah. And so I'm just looking at the white light. And it must have been fascinating for the audience to see someone dying in front of you. Oh. And I breathed a few times, and all I could think about was Oliver yelling at me and Charlie and what we did the night before, and I couldn't get the next line, and so I turned around and I went back to my seat, and they called the next light cue, and Eric started again, and he came to me. He's the biggest mensch of all time, and he goes, "You got none. You can't do that." Mm-hmm. And Oliver kept me till quarter after the next night. My understudy went on, and guess what? The play was fine. But it's the first and only time I've ever gone up on stage.
No kidding.
And it's the single most terrifying thing, next to losing your child for 30 seconds in the grocery store,
right?
Which every parent has done.
Right.
This is the scariest thing. Oh, God. It makes me nervous telling a story.
Exactly. You need your cold tub. And so
That's
how deep you were into the Wall Street role.
Yes.
Right? And as well as going back and forth. But being a young guy in a platoon, going back and forth to this remarkable theater in New York City.
Yes.
What's it like to be in a movie with Michael Douglas at this point of your life?
I didn't have any scenes with Michael. I'm just on the trading floor.
So you didn't meet him? There was nothing? You didn't have any connection with Michael Douglas?
I met him in Looping afterwards, ever so briefly.
What about Sheen then?
Well, Charlie and I spent 2 years of our life together,
right,
in the Philippines and then in Lower Manhattan,
right.
And we both live in Malibu, and there's a inseparable bond there. Mm-hmm. That was a big deal being in those two movies at the time and even in retrospect, mm-hmm, because people believe the hype too. So you get work off of those things, even though they were distinctly Oliver's pieces.
Yes.
And I was very much a peripheral character, but people believed the hype, and so that was good for a couple of dozen films.
I bet it was. No stories, you and Charlie, that you can tell?
We just memorized lines and hit our marks.
Oh, man. The Nicks and Chicks line, was that in the script?
That was Oliver's.
That was Oliver's.
Yep.
Buddy. I got Nicks and I got Chicks. That
was Oliver's.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what flavor I threw in there, but I can't remember.
Okay. God bless it.
But Oliver wants your flavor.
I bet.
He wants you to do it the way it is on the page, and then he wants your flavor, man.
And then this is another one I just want to hit you on before I let you go, man. Office Space is a classic.
Best thing about Office Space was that I got Office Space, and then, which was for nothing, money-wise,
right,
to go down to Austin and shoot it. And they had me there a day a week over 3 or 4 weeks. And right before I left for Austin, I got this film up in Toronto with Matthew Perry, rest in peace, and Nev Campbell. And it was a big Warner Brothers movie, and it was for a lot of cake. And so I called my neighbor, Mike Judge, who had cast me in this.
Yeah.
And I said, is there any way we consolidate 3 weeks into like 3-4 days? And he did it. And I flew down on Monday. I had wardrobe on Tuesday. I shot Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I was in Toronto to shoot, to do wardrobe on Saturday. The only reason that's interesting is because when actors can put blinders on and just stay in it, stuff starts to happen. When you can't come up for air and you just stay in the bobs in that room, interviewing all those jackasses who came into the room. And just, whether it's the Michael Bolton stuff, all these great actors coming in, and you just stay in it and you start to find a rhythm. And Mike's all for those characters were roughly drawn. And so you could bring all the flavor you wanted to. And I did. And I know there was a making of Office Space, and the people over at 20th Century were losing their minds the amount of film I was burning, because I had a lot of different ideas.
Including what would you say you do here?
Yes.
That was yours?
Most of it was mine. And
what would you say you do here?
And that actor is so great, and he didn't know it was coming. And Dave Harmon, who plays Michael Bolton, I'm telling him I'm a fan of the whole guy's whole catalog. And he didn't know what's going on. And so that's what I mean. The actors weren't acting. They were behaving. So it reduced the profundity of the lie. I'm not a downsizer.
Yeah.
But I can take the piss out of anybody. And so that's what I started to do with those actors. And so it starts to resonate. Before we go, what are the Giants doing at 5?
Yes. And
I know we already signed a D-back. We spent 2 D-backs and that linebacker, which I like. Do you go to Ohio State and get one more D-back?
1,000,000%. No. You go to Ohio State, you get that receiver.
You get the receiver.
Yeah, you get the receiver. That's what I think the Giants should do. But taking receiver at 5 is always dicey. But I mean,
not Styles or the kid.
I don't know. That defense is not what they need to. They need to get Jackson Dart some weapons. They just lost Wan'Dale Robinson.
Can I ask one question? I know you guys broached it the other day, but when I was listening, I wanted to ask you in person.
Yeah.
Why not put Cam and Love in the same backfield?
Listen,
I know, Chris, you had some ideas on that, too.
I like that a lot.
Well, again,
I do, too.
He's not going to be there, though, maybe.
Oh.
He might go 4.
If he's available, the Giants are going to – if the Giants have their choice, which is possible, where – let's mock it out. Look at us. It'll be Fernando Mendoza,
of course.
The Jets will take a defender. It could be Reese, Bailey, or Styles. 3, it's Arizona could do anything. They could go Love. I doubt it. They could also go Styles or whoever the Jets don't take on defense. Or they could take the Miami left tackle, Mauanoa. That might be their move. Okay?
What if the Miami tackle's there for the Giants?
That's not a bad choice either, but I think they have to go offense, man. They have to. And again, I am a Michigan Wolverine, and that kid Carnell Tate is a beast. He is an absolute beast. And if you want to take something from the fruit of a football vine, you take a wide receiver from Ohio State. You're not going to – more often than not, you are not going wrong. You're just not. And then so
Love's there, you don't take him.
If Love's there, you got to think about it. But Scadaboo is going to come back, hopefully, just as strong as ever.
No, I just don't think you guys were talking about the other day. You want him carrying 28 times?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. And so you could do a lot with both of them. You could really go to town with both of them.
I love when Jimmy Kahn, rest in peace, calls his front line the 7 blocks of silly putty in Brian's song. Do the Giants have the 7 blocks of silly putty?
I don't believe so.
You do not?
Of 7 blocks of what, up front?
Yes.
Up front? I don't know. I just don't think a line. I think you can get more bang for your buck at a quote unquote skill position than a lineman in this draft at 5th overall, and never pick up there again. Don't do it again. You got the right coach. I love the coach. My God, do I love the coach. And he's going in there and basically saying the way you've been doing things since the Duke on the football, you need to rethink a couple things. And the Giants are like, okay, floor's yours. So he's really changing some things in that
I think
organization.
It's going to be a whole culture shift.
I think it is too. And
our mutual friend Joshy Charles was dying.
Oh, he's not happy.
When Harbaugh.
But I think your G-men are going to be better, for sure. And I would go with a big player, a big-time boom. That's what I would do.
What constitutes a big player?
Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love. Those are the two. Those are two guys who can really alter your...
Not the Ohio State defense people.
You got enough of that, though.
You got enough of that.
Don't you?
You just bought two guys plus the linebacker.
Enough of that. You already got the front seven kind of handled. I feel, and then there's the rest of the draft too. It's great to see you. Let's do this more often.
I'm not afraid of you.
I love you, John C. McGinley. Rooster airs Sundays, 10 p.m. Eastern on HBO. Check it out. New episodes of Scrubs back again on Wednesdays on ABC, streaming the next day on Hulu, just to name two. Great to see you, John C. McGinley. You the man.
Nice to be included.
Awesome. John C. McGinley here on The Rich Eisen Show. Back to wrap up this program. Send you to the weekend in a moment.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Westheimer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Jagger out of here. Brinkman Quality Roofing has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance.
Oh, yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales event right now and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid, or the Tucson or the Tucson Hybrid. On top of it, there's the bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech, and you can go all electric if you wish with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you will love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Already been going back and forth with some of my Wolverine friends during the commercial break.
About? I bet.
You know, about biting nails against the Ohio State. And I just wrote survive and advance. It is that time of year.
A little close for comfort, though, right?
Page already turned, sir.
Who's up next?
Wisconsin or Illinois, which is the game that's going on right now.
I did 0.
All right.
I admire your professionalism, because I know you were peeping the score as the second hour was going on, and you never let on.
Well, I mean, I know the Ohio State friends had a text all ready to hit the send on, and then they deleted it. That I know. Nothing would have made Ohio State fans and my friends that much more happy. Nothing's more delicious to them than to take Michigan out in the first shot at the Big Ten tournament.
Were the bubbles up in the group chat?
I didn't notice.
They hit him with 5 shots and he's still alive.
That's right.
He's still
a lot so.
The bubbles were up in the...
The bubbles were up. I didn't notice. Doesn't matter. But they're not. They're not on the bubble. They should make it. They're 20. They have 21 wins and they're good, man. Yeah. So when Lenardi's like the SEC is going to have the most teams, get out of here. Get out with this nonsense. The Big Ten is the best basketball conference, hands down.
Wait a second. Are you questioning Mr. Brackett?
I am.
Dr. Brackett?
Oh, I don't have. I know I don't have a lab coat. I'm not questioning him. He knows the bracketology. He knows college sports is a Southeast bias. End of story. It's an East Coast bias in professional sports and a Southeast bias in college sports.
Give you that.
That said, the Big Ten has not won. I think Michigan State's the last Big Ten champion in college basketball.
Oh, whoa.
I think Izzo's last, I think Mateen Cleaves
25 years ago? No.
Yeah.
Really?
I think so. I think Mateen Cleaves and Izzo's Spartans were the last Big Ten team to win it all and cut down the nets.
Florida, UConn a couple times, Kansas, Baylor.
Keep going.
Virginia, Nova, UNC, Nova.
Yep. Keep going.
Duke, Connecticut, Louisville, Kentucky, Connecticut, Duke.
Keep going.
UNC, Kansas, Florida, UNC, Connecticut, Cuse, Maryland. Well, Maryland wasn't in the Big Ten.
Not yet. Nope.
Right?
That's right.
02.
Mm-hmm.
Duke. Yeah, Michigan State, last Big Ten.
That's it.
2000.
There you go.
Wow.
I know. It's been a long time.
Dang.
It's been a long time. They started off the century going, hey, this is going to be a great century. And then a quarter way through, nothing yet.
By the way, and before that.
Are they wrong?
I don't know.
Wrong.
Oh, you got it.
wrong.
Great new drop from John C. McGinley. I love it.
And before that,
Look
Indiana.
at you. You're trying to work it in there, Jay. Well done.
I was like, we're up against it.
Before that, Indiana was Keith Smart.
In 87, Keith Smart. So that's 2 Big Ten champs in 40 years.
It's time, man.
Dang.
It's time. See, everyone in the Big Ten, just root for Michigan. Your best chance.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Nice new drop. Way to take that for a new spin.
Yep.
That new drop for a spin. That drop's only 20 minutes old.
That's funny. Yeah.
Not even.
We work quick around here, G.
All right, everybody. Survive an Advanced Weekend has finally arrived. We'll chat with you on Monday.
Nice.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.tv package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.tv, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.tv access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLBTV.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats. You know the drill. Points, rebounds, steals, blocks. They got it all on Underdog. Kevin Durant, higher or lower on his points. Alpi Şengün, higher or lower on his points and rebounds. Amin Thompson, higher or lower points plus assists. You can do all of that on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You know ball. Go prove it right now. Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _dfs_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MyReset or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
John Granado here for Own Well. I lived in Houston for 30-plus years. I protested my own taxes, and sometimes I didn't even protest them, and that is a big mistake, both those things, because if I still lived in Texas, I would use Own Well. Own Well makes saving money on property taxes easy. Year after year. New customers can expect to save on average $774 a year by signing up. Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes. Join the 140,000 Houston properties that use Ownwell. Ownwell has lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. You can be one of them. 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com, and let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice-cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching? The stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. GOLD. Gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. I am Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Will Kunkel will fill Joe's seat eventually. Brian's here as well. Lots to get to. It's a getaway edition. Getaway edition of Jeremy and Joe on this Friday. So our normal Friday show. Bad Take Boulevard. We'll do a little bit of Mailbag Monday. We'll do that. NFL stuff. Kyler Murray's going to go to the Minnesota Vikings. That's pretty interesting. And then also Titans fans and Texans fans are at war today. We'll get to that a little bit later. I forgot about that guy. That guy's one of my least favorite, actually. Not a big fan of that guy. How do you feel about that guy, Brian? Big fan of that guy?
Don't know the man. Don't know the man to quote our drop. You know the man?
I mean, I only know him from the 3-second drop that we play all the time. And
I see.
I feel like that's more than enough of a sample to draw.
So you say you don't like him because you don't respect his bars, basically?
Yeah, I think it's a fair enough conclusion.
Yeah, that's a fair
I don't need
take.
to know anyone. I don't need to know how he treats his pets or his children or his wife or his friends or anything like that. All I need to know is how he raps, and if he doesn't rap good, then I don't really like the guy.
That rap well.
Doesn't rap good.
Superman does good. He doesn't rap well.
Crypto's not doing so hot today.
No.
Seriously. Just looked at my.
Oh, Will Kunkel's here, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah, he's sitting down now.
Very loud. Good to see you, Will.
I wish I could see you.
Well, I mean, I have the computer up. I can see
get.
on the
I'm
stream.
getting it up. Whoa! I'm getting
Phrasing.
it open.
Yeah. So it's gonna be one of those shows, I guess,
Opening
today,
it up.
where you got a bunch of immature children that I'm working with. How was the show yesterday? Everything go okay?
It was the best it's been in a long time. I'll say that.
That's valid. Lots to get to today. We always start with the lead story in the city. In the lead story of the city, Houston Cougars winning a basketball game yesterday over BYU. The new betting favorite, A.J. DeBonsa, to be the number one pick in the upcoming NBA draft. He and Darren Peterson have kind of been yo-yoing back and forth. Houston will get Darren Peterson today. And we'll get to the Big 12 floor here in a little bit. But, Will, I don't know if you know this or not, but we'll spring it on you. You're good on your feet, so I don't have any hesitation to do so. Top 3 takeaways from the Houston Cougar victory over the BYU Cougars. I always have to be careful saying that. Hit us with number 1 of the top 3, Will.
They are vulnerable to players that can get to the rack well, like DeBonsa. That was
Okay.
my biggest takeaway from that game.
Not many A.J. DeBonces in college
No,
basketball.
they're
though.
not. But we kind of talked about this yesterday. Like, you really start to parse the hairs when you're fighting for a championship. Like, we're not talking about, hey, this is how they get to the Sweet 16. Got to play good defense. I mean, you really start to fine tune stuff, and I think that's been a weakness of theirs because they don't have that rim protector like they have in the past. Because JoJo often isn't on the floor. And, he hasn't had the kind of season that he had last year. They missed Jawan Roberts. So they're just a little bit more vulnerable in that aspect than they have in the past.
Okay. Yeah, I would push back on the Tugler not a rim protector, but then you threw in the when he's on the floor.
And just
so
saying he's not there enough to, like, always be the guy.
Yeah, foul trouble has plagued him. There's no doubt about that. All right, that's a sound one. Hit me with takeaway number 2.
Takeaway number 2 is that Kingston can go back and forth with anybody. Like, he can trade blows and he can go back and forth and be that guy. It's just a matter of whether he gets the help enough to, go on to win whatever game.
Yeah, it seems like he has a knack for the moment, too. Like,
Yes.
BYU hit the 3, made it a 3-point game. He responds. He doesn't take many threes, but, critical moment, clutch moment, takes a 3, bangs in a 3. That's a good one. All right, third takeaway, Will.
Third takeaway is I think this is really hot seat right now. I think it's that this team plays in the margins more than we would like to admit, and certainly more than last year. For instance, that screen that JoJo, not to pick on JoJo again, but to set that screen at the top of the key the way he did, like, that can't happen at his stage of his career in that moment. You can't have that stuff, and it almost, not that it almost bit them, but it was a big play in a game. You would think that Houston's a significantly better team than BYU.
Yeah, I mean, he can't have the silly fouls. Like, you can live with a dude, like, fouling because he's going up to protect the rim or he's fighting for a rebound. The ones that are 30 feet away from the basket, your legs get wider than your shoulders, you're reaching in, stuff like that.
Your hip flares out.
Yeah, that's where the frustration is. They're like the silly fouls. You can live with he's hustling, he's playing hard, but then the little silly fouls, that can be aggravating. Yeah, that wasn't a really good decision by JoJo. He'd be the first one to tell you that. Brian, do you have 3 takeaways?
Yeah,
from,
I can give you a few more
win?
if we have time for it.
Oh, look at Brian flexing. I got
Brian.
more than 3 takeaways. I got 4 takeaways for
I got
you.
takes for days.
Oh, wait.
Am
I done? I had like 5 or 6 more, I guess. You're up then? Okay.
Well, we usually limit it at 3, but Brian likes to have 3, and then he likes to add a few more because
I like to
chat.
tell Jeremy
He
that I
likes to
take
talk.
notes so he could then point out that I told him that I take notes.
Oh, yeah. that's
I
right.
like Joe's. What was it? Was it Joe doing UH the other day? It was hilarious.
Joe doesn't watch them. Joe just
No
makes
kidding.
stuff up. He's like, they turned it over too many times. It was 9.
He clearly went to the box score. He's like, 9 was too much.
Yeah.
And I thought he was talking about a player. And then he started to talk about the team.
Yeah.
Too many turnovers for Joe's standards. What do you got, Brian?
So obviously the first half was like the Bansa Rob Wright show. Like I think there was a point where they had scored like 24, the 26 BYU points in the first half, but Cougars really tightened up in the second half on DeBonsa, held them to 3 of 10 shootings. So good job adjusting there in the second half.
Tightened up.
Tightened up, yeah. There it is. I didn't even mean to say that, but
That's what they did.
I did 6-7 a couple times yesterday.
you
by
did.
accident.
You also called yourself God yesterday.
That's such a. It came out poorly. I will say that. It just wasn't what was meant.
What was the context on that?
I said, the Lord is with you. They introduced you on Joe and Jeremy and blah, blah, blah. And I came out and I said, no, the Lord is with you. No. And I meant to. And I caught myself and stopped my sentence was the worst part. I was like, the Lord's with you. That you have no Joe and Jeremy today. I am here. And it was like, well, it wasn't me being here. It was more them not being here.
It just didn't really come out the way that you wanted
At
it to.
all.
Yeah, that happens to be every other word. All right, Brian, what's your second takeaway?
I thought Sacco an underrated game. Like he didn't have a ton of things that will show up in a box score, but he had a couple of really big moments when like BYU went on that run into the first half. He had that and one. Kind of an improbable and one to make the score at halftime feel a little bit better and kind of maybe curb some of the momentum going into the locker room. And also you had that play where I don't know if it was considered a turnover or like a block, a steal, but he had that play where he was guarding DeBansa. Like DeBansa was kind of like in between trying to put up a shot over him and ends up like losing the ball and not getting a shot off. So I thought Sacco showed up, even though maybe not huge in the box score. He had a couple really big moments.
Celebrating Ramadan, too. I don't know if that's the right word for it, actually. Honoring Ramadan. Can't eat during the daylight hours. So, dealing with that, too, which Hakeem never really had much of an issue with. But, yeah, that was a good defensive stand. That three-point play I thought was big, too, because BYU had all the momentum. They were up by 7. You get the final shot. You really like to finish the half with a bucket. You don't really get a great look, but Sacco's there for the putback, and he knocked down the free throw. Not a great free throw shooter, knocked down the free throw. Turned a 7-point deficit into a 4-point deficit, and then Houston kind of controlled the second half. So I think that's a good call. Good game-recognizing game there. All right, takeaway 3.
Opposite side of that, rough night for Emmanuel Sharp. Was not shooting the ball very well. Really struggled all game. Like, he's always one of those guys that feels like he lives on the edge of, oh, no, don't take that shot. Oh, it went in. But last night it was all the shots not going in. I think he was 1 for 8 at one point. I stopped looking at his stat sheet after that. But not a good shooting night from Emmanuel Sharp. Thankfully, his teammates picked him up.
Yeah, 1 for 9. So only one more miss after when you stop paying attention. 1 for 6. The area that I will give him credit for, though, we'll give him some credit. Despite a poor shooting night, he was 10 for 10 from the line. Whenever you had to seal the game from the line, I think 6 of the 10 came whenever you were trying to ice it. So give him credit for that. I would give him credit for that. But you're right. Below his standards, for sure. Did y'all have others? Did y'all wanted to get to? Y'all flexing. Y'all had more than 3.
Yeah, Will, you want to go next?
Oh.
Or was you just kidding?
Pardon me. No, I think just the overall takeaway is that this is a Cougars team that is in, said this yesterday, is in kind of the third tier when competing for a national championship this season. And I don't know that you're allowed to agree with that, Jeremy. But I think that Duke and Michigan are significantly better, Arizona and Florida as well.
So what are your tiers?
Michigan and Duke are 1. Arizona.
Oh, interesting. You have Arizona outside of that top tier?
Yeah, I think they're just below.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I think Arizona's there. I think they're really good.
I think they're really good too. None of this is me saying none of these teams aren't good.
Duke's without their point guard too for the rest of the year. Probably,
they are
with that broken foot. So I think that obviously hurts them.
But they still got that guy Boozer. I've heard he's
yeah,
good.
But his brother can't shoot, so they're like packing the paint now. We'll see. They have to make some adjustments. Florida State gave them a run yesterday.
They did.
Florida State.
BYU gave Houston. I don't know.
Right.
These tournaments.
That's a bit of a straw man though, because we're talking about like Duke's ability to win the national championship specifically.
And Houston's.
Right, but we were talking specifically about Duke.
Well, I was talking about all
the
of
top
those
tier.
5.
Sure. But we got into the Arizona belongs in the top tier.
Fine, put them in the top tier. That's fine with me. Florida right below it, and then Houston below that.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of Florida. I actually watched their game today.
They looked
good
Kentucky.
Today. Yeah, they allowed
stinks.
Kentucky back in it a little bit. Apparently, their weakness is they don't make threes. They're not a great 3-point shooting team.
Florida's not. You're right.
Jimmy Dykes was saying that was their weakness. I think Houston has potential to play to a Tier 1 level. I think with their youth that they haven't sustained that level, but I think that they could have blips where they play up to that tier. The thing is going to be, can they consistently do that? Can they do that when it matters? And I think those are all fair points for sure.
And I think this year they're more matchup dependent later in the tournament than in years past, or at least last year. Like last year, I think we knew that they were typically the best team on the court, and we knew what we were going to get from them night in, night out. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to get that. And I know we had that Purdue game, but like they waxed Tennessee in the Elite Eight. I mean, embarrassed them, and then went toe to toe with probably what a lot of people thought was the best team was Duke, and then ended up winning that game. So. I just think this year it's a little bit more matchup dependent, particularly earlier, like the Sweet 16, Elite 8 matchups.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't really have a pushback to that. Brino?
Yeah, a few more. I haven't liked how at times it feels like Uzan has maybe been less aggressive than he could be, and it was obviously highlighted by that moment. I think there was about 2.5 left in the second half where they had a 3-on-1. He had McCarty and Sharp both there sitting like ready to take a pass and put the ball in, and he for some reason pulled it out. I guess he was trying to run clock. I don't know if he said something after the game, Jeremy, as to why he did that. It looked like on the broadcast he was apologizing to his teammates the next time they're all over the bench during a timeout, but it was a weird decision there from Uzan to pull the ball out there instead of just get the bucket and go up 8.
No, I think you hit it. You hit it. He was trying to bleed the clock, and I think he recognized it in the moment too. That it wasn't the best decision because you could have gotten an easy.
Especially since they didn't get points out of the possession.
Yeah, no. It was. I didn't see any comments of his after the game. I'm not sure he was asked about it, but he was like patting his chest after the possession, like, "Hey, that was on me. That was my bad." He did take the second most shots of anybody on Houston yesterday. So the aggression thing, I don't know if I agree with, and it's also been a point of emphasis for them after that 3-game losing streak of like, "Hey, Milos, you're one of our better players. Start being more aggressive," and he has been. So I think it's a fair critique maybe before or during that 3-game losing streak, but I think they've made a very focused effort to try to get him more involved.
Why has he been? Because I've noticed that too. His timidness at points through the season, whereas last year he was vehemently involved with LJ, with Jawan, with Emmanuel. This year he seems a little bit more timid at times.
Well, I think it's the fact that he's probably playing off ball more, right? Like he was the true point guard on last year's team.
Yep.
Cryer and Sharp not point guards. Jawan needs a point guard to get him the ball, whereas this year's version of the Houston Cougars, Kingston Flemings, dominates the basketball. So I think it's by default a little bit, but you look at the shooting numbers. He's been double figure shots in every single game since that 3-game losing streak. So it has been a point like, hey, Milos, like let's try to be a little bit more aggressive. So I think it's a fair point. I just think that they've tried to get him to shoot the ball more, and he has. He has shot the ball more.
Good.
One more question. I wondered if you noticed this, since you were obviously like right there on top of the action with your position next to the court. But the TV broadcast kept mentioning that things were getting chirpy between BYU and Houston. I didn't really see any of it.
I didn't either.
Yeah, like there weren't any technicals that I remember. I didn't see any instances of guys getting each other's face, but like repeatedly, not just once or twice, like 3 or more times, the broadcast kept mentioning, yeah, the guys are getting chippy. The second half Wilson's going to be a little tighter.
Really?
Yeah, like over and over again. It was very odd, and I kept thinking, watching, like, I don't see anybody going, face to face, or I don't see hard fouls. I don't see technicals being called. I don't know what they're talking about, but I didn't know if they were hearing something like that the TV mics weren't picking up that I couldn't hear, but they were hearing it courtside. So I was curious if you heard anything courtside that indicated they were getting chirpy with each other.
I didn't watch the TV broadcast. But from what I saw, I didn't see any of that. I mean,
that's the way it came off to me, but
game.
I thought maybe I was missing something for not being courtside.
No, I didn't notice anything. To me, it was just a physical, Houston game and a team trying to match their physicality. But I didn't notice anything. The only time maybe was the Tugler dunk when he dunked it on somebody's face and he kind of barked a little bit. But I mean, also you dunk on somebody, usually that's a natural reaction. I didn't notice that. No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was weird because it kept being harped on over and over again on the broadcast.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Can we talk about
Fran's
what
my boy,
matters now, though?
We're gonna get Fran on the air next week.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
gonna send you his number. Yeah,
I miss him on the call
because that's your job. He won't be on the call tonight.
I know, I missed him.
He won't be on the TV call tonight or tomorrow. They're having Billis and Schulman.
What did we ever find out why? Billis and Schulman are awesome, but I just tie them to ACC.
I think it's just their top crew. They just put their top crew at the Big 12 tournament, and
they were on ESPN 2 though last night, and they had the ACC on ESPN, so it doesn't really the decisions don't match up.
Yeah, maybe it's the travel thing though, because I think both of the Big 12 games tonight are on ESPN, if I'm not mistaken. I know Houston is. I think Arizona is probably as well, and then tomorrow's championship's on ESPN. So I don't know. I'm not making the decisions over there. Yeah, you want to talk about the floor. Let's talk about that next. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to that when we return. I think the Texans are babying C.J. Stroud. I have examples of it as well. Titans and Texans are clashing. They're battling on the internet. They're saying mean things to one another. Bad Take Boulevard. We'll get to a mailbag Monday a little bit later. Also, Yordan Alvarez. Is he lazy? Some people think so. 713-780-ESPN. Can't blame the guy. Having a little cold beer. A little cerveza. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube, ESPN Houston. We're on Twitch, ESPN 975. YouTube, we're on YouTube as well. I already said that. You can watch us on YouTube, ESPN Houston. You can watch us on TikTok. You can watch us on Twitter, ESPN 975. Twitter, I mentioned ESPN 975. Will is at Wilkunkel V on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Let's talk about the Big 12 floor, the glass floor that will be no more. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. 2. It's March, baby. March is the best. March is awesome. You get the brackets. Brackets come out in a couple of days. Isn't that going to be fun? But also, NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
No Joe today. Will Kunkel in for Joe. Get ready. Bracket Madness is coming soon thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. On the Twitch, Not Caught is saying, don't sleep on Iowa State. I like that team. That team's put together nicely. Lipsy, Momchilovic, Joshua Jefferson, they're loaded. Florida still has a sick front court. They do. They're really good. I mean, they're going to be one of the top 4 seeds. Probably the number 1 seed in the South that's coming to the Toyota Center. Very interested to see the 2 seed is in the South. Another junkie felt a little on-air tension between Jeremy and Kunkel. That's just our prevailing tension. That's nothing different. That's
Lucky
just
he's
how we
not
talk
here.
to one each other. Yeah, what would you do? Stare deeply into my eyes?
Whoa, easy. Brush shoulders in the hallway without looking at each other.
Bump shoulders and mean mug each other. Junkie fire the DJ. Jordan is not lazy. You think he is. You're just a dang hater. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later because there were some things being said about Jordan.
People
we'll
said
discuss
things
that later.
about stuff.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Typical Houston.
Can you believe that sports people are saying sports things about sports? It's crazy. Totally peeling back the curtain though is I love how fired up people get about it. Like we'll get fired up and be excited and have arguments and stuff like that. But like people get really really mad when people have different sports opinions than others. Like to the point like they want to beat them up and stuff. It's like bro, it's sports.
Down boy.
Junkie, don't ever give BMAC the ox again. I disagree. I think BMAC is doing a fantastic job. Ryan, you can cut the sexual tension with a spoon. Between who? Kunkel and BMAC? Maybe. Second date with each other. That might be it. 75, I love college.
Is that why
Chip
you have
week.
this candle lit?
Yeah.
He likes
that
the
might be
wax.
why. Sets the scene. 713-780 ESPN. Likes the setting to be nice. Big 12 basketball floor. They went with the ABS glass, little rubber coating. I've walked it. I've walked it a little bit. I wanted to see what it felt like and stuff. Well, I really wanted to like the court because I think it looks awesome. I really do. I think it looks really cool. I think the stuff they can do on the court looks amazing. I think it's really, really neat. I really wanted to like this, and I saw Brian's had this note in the rundown since like Monday saying like the Big 12 floor sucks. And I really, really wanted to be contrarian and argue with him, and I probably would have done it if this conversation came up before watching a full game and calling a game on this floor. But after watching that game yesterday, even during the game, I'm like, ooh, this is not great.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's a joke. It's a gimmick. It's your Eastern Washington red football field, your Eastern Michigan gray football field, your Boise State blue football field, and then you do that. Like you're arguably the premier college basketball conference in America with the best teams playing on the biggest stage, and you roll out a gray floor, dude. Like it's embarrassing. It just looks
That's
like
what you're
trash.
upset about? The gray? You're not upset about the slippage? You're upset about it
that's
being
part
gray?
of it. I'm just talking about the optics is stupid, let alone the fact that it plays poorly. It's like, holy crap. Like, are y'all this dumb? It's just an unnecessary move to make for the Big 12. This isn't the the Mountain West trying to draw attention to itself.
Right.
I think that's a really good point. Hold on. I think that's a really good point. The one thing that I would push back on a little bit, and again, I don't like the floor. I don't mind the innovation. Like I don't mind trying something risky. I don't mind trying something that everybody's talking about. That part I'm okay with. I'm okay with somebody taking a shot. I'm okay with somebody being brave. Now, would it be better served in a Mountain West Conference USA? I think that's a totally fair point. Now, the one area that I will tip my cap to Brett Yormark and will admire from Brett Yormark, he wasn't stubborn about this thing. Like this was his baby. This was his big reveal. This is something that everybody's talking about. He's like, yes, this is going to be great. And then he takes some, opinions that he respected. He's like, you know what? You guys are right. Let's pull the plug. Let's change it now. So I actually respect the heck out of that decision.
I couldn't agree more. I think that says a lot more about him as a commissioner than it does about the poor decision initially. I can live with a poor decision, generally speaking. It's can you adapt off of the poor decision? How do you react to that? That I'm going to judge you more crucially. I just think it should never have gotten out of the boardroom to implication in the Big 12 in the first place. Like I said this yesterday, and you can maybe disagree or agree, but the optics of watching a game, you want to watch a game on your 4K 1080p. We have all these colors, and you're like, gray. Yes, let's make the screen gray. You can't watch.
Why do you care about the gray and not the slippage?
Because it looks like crap. I mean, the slippage became later. That became the day two when Kansas State's kid talked about it and was like, this court's actually bad. It's not even just looking bad. It's actually bad, which, okay, even worse, which is why I think they nixed it. If the K-State kid and it wasn't a bad floor, they wouldn't have nixed it. It still looks bad and it's horrible. It's just so unnecessary for the premier conference in America.
Yeah, I just think basically bad on both. Like, I agree with both of you. I thought it was bad because the court didn't play well. Like, I lost count of how many times guys were slipping and getting out of bounds calls on them in the corner last night. It
BS
felt,
flag.
What's
BS
that?
flag. You were counting how many times they slipped?
No, I said I lost.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Successful challenge.
I see what you're saying.
Successful challenge.
It's a phrase.
Successful
It's a
challenge.
phrase. I did take a few notes like, oh, out of bounds, but I didn't actually like count like 1, 2. I wasn't Paul Heyman counting
Said
German
you lost
suplexes.
count. Said you lost count.
Yeah, okay. It's just a phrase. Settle down. But like, I thought it both played poorly because of that aspect with the slippage, and then the guy, I think it was K-State, Will, you said, who talked about getting a migraine from the court. So it played poorly there. But I'm also with Will in the color. Like, it's all the colors you could go with, and it's gray. It's great.
It doesn't play well on TV.
Not to mention, like,
this
how
is
many
all
times-
about TV. It's all about the TV deals. It's all about the money in TV, and you get where all your money's coming from. You make it look the worst.
Especially since, like, the idea of, like, lighting up and showing things in the court has been done on hardwood courts for, what, a decade?
I don't
Like,
have a hard
know-
time finding the three-point line. I'm good. I got it.
Like, I know the idea with going with this innovative court was to be able to take what they could do graphically and take it up even another level. But we've seen with pregame intros for college teams, for NBA teams for a decade now, them being able to display video footage on a hardwood court. Like, I just felt it was unnecessary. Obviously, it was a poor playing surface. And why'd you go with gray? Like, it was just all of the above was terrible.
Yep. I heard that you liked it, Jeremy, until they took it away because you had to back it as a member of the Big 12.
I didn't. I thought it looked really cool. I wanted to see how it played and how it wanted
looked
to feel.
cool, like where?
Well, I mean, like the graphics and stuff. Like the gray stuff. I think I don't disagree.
So it didn't look cool, but what it could do was cool.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yes,
Okay, I'll agree with that. It is neat, like what you can do, but do it pregame, do it postgame, do it halftime. You like utilize it when there's no basketball being played and no one's watching. Do it then.
Yeah, I'm not as strongly against the gray as you guys are, but at the same time, it's not like I'm not dying on that Tal's Hill. Like, I get it. I see your perspective. I don't really have a strong opinion the other way. You don't really notice it as live as much, so maybe that's part of it. Like, maybe if I watched it on TV a little bit more, I would feel stronger about it.
I get that because your eyes, if you're sitting baseline where you are, your eye line is into the player.
You don't
not
even
onto
really
the
see
court.
the floor. Yeah, I don't really see the
On
floor.
TV, it's obviously the players are on top of the court from your point of view, and it's only the thing you can see, and it just doesn't depending on the uniform color, like a dark, like purple, like K-State, for instance, it doesn't play well. You can't follow it.
It's funny too, the Brian's point about like all the stuff you can do on the floor. Like, you can do that at the Fertitta Center. Like, that stuff exists
Right?
at the
Like, it's
Fertitta
so
Center.
unnecessary.
Like, you don't have the ability. Like, I thought it was really cool. Again, all before the game stuff. I thought it was really cool that you could change the floor to any arena, like in college basketball. In this case, the Big 12. But is it practical? Not really. And walking on the floor too, it kind of gets the feel of an all-purpose court. You ever played on those all-purpose courts?
Hate
It's kind of
those.
rubbery.
I was going to ask you, is it that rubbery feel?
Yeah, it kind of feels like that. But then they have like these little itty bitty, like, I don't even know what they are. They're kind of like I think it's there for like grip, but you can kind
Like
of
the
feel
tires
a little
in the
bit
turf?
of a bump. Yeah, a little bit, slightly. Like, there's a little bit of like a bump where you can feel it, and I think it's supposed to be for grip, but it doesn't really work. And then the panels too. What's weird about it? You have those panels, right? And then you have, I'm sure it's not caulk, but it looks like caulk. You know what I mean. Don't be a pervert. So you put the stuff in between the panels, and it's very uneven. Like, you can feel a little bit of like the wedge a little bit. It's very it's
so
very
like
weird.
it had seams.
No, it definitely has seams because these panels are like, I don't know, like maybe 4x4, 5x5. In fact, whenever we went to shoot around, one of them broke underneath, so they were pulling it off. Like, they pull it off kind of the same way you pull off a windshield,
Is
right?
it a
You get those little
computer
grippy
underneath?
things.
Like, is
Yeah,
it
kind of. It's basically a giant iPad, and then they over the top they put like this see-through rubberish all-purpose court.
The
type of
rubbers
stuff.
on the caulk?
But they're panels, right? Like, they're panels. So you get like the little like Safe Light auto repair stuff, and those little like those things that look like the curling stones, and you put it on the thing, and then you twist it to get the grip.
To pull. I guess like what they use to remove glass windows. Like,
exactly.
attaches and you
So they have I don't know, 25 of these on the floor. They're like 4x4 blocks that you can peel off, piece by piece. So in between each one of these panels, you have to caulk it. That way you don't have this like little itty bitty gap in between the two square four by four 5x5s. So it's it's weird. And again, I would have been in if I would have been okay with it if the players weren't like on ice. Like they could not get their grip, couldn't get their footing. The one that I noticed the most was Emmanuel Sharp. Like Sharp was on the floor all night.
He doesn't
all
play that
night.
way either. It's not his. Like, he's not like a guy that's always on the floor.
He'll go to the floor, but not because he
go
slips,
to it. But right,
you
that's
know
what I mean. He's not like he's not one of those guys that just is always on the ground.
Right. And I don't want to make I don't think that's why he had a poor shooting night. But I mean, it's like he was on skates the moment he walked there. So I'm glad that. But they made the decision to remove it. I do admire that they did that.
Yeah, I think that's. I cannot harp on that enough because a lot of commissioners and their ego and their pride get in the way of decisions like that, and they try to double down, and it's silly. So kudos.
All I know is the SEC would never have a gray floor, says a junkie. Maybe that's why the top conference in all of college sports. You forgot a Y there, junkie. The old Boston Garden had the coolest wooden floor. Remember, it was almost wooden checkerboard. Too cool. That was awesome. You remember that?
It just means more.
Would you trade the Rockets first and second? And Jabari and Reed Shepard for the number 1 pick to get DeBonsa? Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, whoa, I had to readjust there. What's the option?
Would you trade the Rockets first and second, which I don't think they don't have a first, but let's just say 2 future first, for and Jabari and Reed Shepard to get the number 1 pick?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I would, without a shadow.
So you're basically trading one player in Reed Shepard.
That's not nice. Jabari's a fine role player.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not saying he doesn't exist. I just mean I'm good. We're good.
No, I would do that in a second. You know who DeBonsa's favorite player is?
Jabari doesn't offer
Durant, I assume?
Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant.
Whatever.
All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Wait until
Titans.
Durant talks about him in a group chat.
They've met. I think he likes him. He doesn't call him the R word like he calls Jabari.
Until
remarkable. What was the R word that Ben DeBoe used, Brian? Was it remarkable?
I don't recall.
Yeah. Ben DeBose used a different R word to describe Jabari and didn't fool me. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Titans have new uniforms. Titans and Texans fans are fighting. And I think I had an epiphany moment, too, about these two ownership groups a little bit earlier today. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Jeremy and Joe featuring Will on ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You know what's happening right now in the property tax world? They keep going up. It's not going to stop either. These property taxes are just going to continue to climb and climb and climb, and it's a headache. It's a headache being a property owner. It's a headache being a homeowner, and it's also daunting, right? Like, you don't want to sit there and go to the county and track permits and go to these hearings and maybe hire lawyers and confusing rules, inconsistent appraisers. No, that's a waste of time, probably. Way too much of a hassle. You don't have the time to do that, but do you have 3 minutes? If you do, if you have 3 minutes and you want to save money on your property taxes, just head to ownwell.com right now. You fill out a few things, fill in some information, and they're going to be in your corner fighting for you to lower your property taxes just like that. They'll email you every step along the way. How do you know so much about Ownwell? I used them last year. I did this. I went online, ownwell.com, filled in my information, took me 3 minutes, easy bake oven. I set it, and I forgot it, and I didn't look at it ever since. I didn't look at it again. But they emailed me every step along the way. They said, here you go, here's how much you're saving, and it's risk-free, and you don't pay until they save you money, too. You only pay at the very end once they've saved you the money. So you're not adulting the right way if you don't do this. Harris County, listen to these numbers. Ownwell delivered an average net savings of 21 to 51% higher than competitors. How nice is that? Montgomery County, my neck of the woods, 250,000 to 500,000 range. Ownwell achieved a 94% success rate and a $349 per successful protest figure versus the market's 81% success rate and 231 average. So Ownwell's superior than all of the competitors as well. New customers can expect to save $774 a year by signing up, 88% success rate, and they've lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. You can be one of them. Be like me. That's something you never said before, but it should be here because you're not doing it the right way if you're not saving money on your property taxes. Do not wait. Deadline to protest May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com, and let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
A lot of people think Ella Langley sings the song. It's really Amy Adams Skunk, the owner of the Tennessee Titans. She's the singer of this song. At least she wrote this song.
I see.
She's like, I thought I got him to choose Tennessee, but he chose Texas over me. All of our listeners have. What do you think of their new kits?
I like them. I mean, I think they're smooth. I don't know they're not perfect. You can find some. I think they're really, really good looking, and I think that Houston blue looks sharp.
I like it too. I love that you're calling it Houston blue. That's such a rage-baiting word to use.
I got a text from someone over there in tennis with the Titans just laughing and being like, are you kidding me? I'm like, bro, you think I'm not going to poke and prod at this?
So we'll be the right blue, though, because I think people are all using the wrong language for this. Like, you use Houston blue, which I admire. I respect that. I see what you're doing there. Older fans, and I'm sure that Nashville fans are going to want you to call it Love You Blue. It's really Columbia Blue.
I was going to say Columbia or Carolina, right?
They called it Columbia Blue back in the Oiler days. I don't know what they're calling it now. But Columbia Blue was the original Oiler blue. So, like, that's the irony of, like, the Adams and the Titans. Like, oh, no, they're stealing, Houston Sports are stealing our blue. You stole it from Columbia. Like, you're not the ownership of a color. It wasn't even your color. It was Columbia blue, and everybody knew that. So I always find that to be a little bit funny. And Titans fans and Texans fans are arguing, as they often will, anytime you bring up the whole Oiler thing. And I think what I learned today, the epiphany moment that I had, I'm good that Adams left. I believe that the Texans and Houston Pro Football in the city is in better shape now and is trending in a better direction and projecting in a better direction than it would be if Amy Adams Skunk was the ownership.
That's a great point.
In Houston. So, like, give me Cal and Hannah over Amy Adams Skunk. So it stinks, like, to live through the Bud Adams moving the Oilers to Tennessee, and, like, that sucked. Like, it was sad. You were mad. There was the fear that you weren't going to get an expansion team. It was a miracle that you did, quite frankly. Like, they chose Houston over L.A. and did not want to do that. They didn't want to choose Houston over L.A., but the L.A. pitch was so bad. Like, here you go, Bob. We have to give it to you because the L.A. pitch is so bad. So you had to live through those nervous moments of maybe not having NFL football in Houston. So, like, that wasn't a great time. Dealing with an expansion team, that's tough because you're not going to be good in a while. The Easterby Cully era, like, that stinks. They were off. There was a laughingstock of the organization. But where the Texans are now, thank you, Hannah McNair, thank you, D'Amico Ryans, for setting this culture that you have. I would much rather take control of the Houston Texans organization than the Tennessee Titans organization. So, in a roundabout way, and it took a lot of years to get here, I'm happy that Bud Adams moved the Oilers out of Houston.
As we sit here in a snapshot, I don't think I disagree. But the Titans have been to a Super Bowl.
Sure, that was a long time ago. Like that, yeah. And it was also with a bunch of Houston Oilers. They did it with McNair and George and Wycheck. And look, it's not an argument of history. Like, there's no way I can sit here and say the Houston Texans have a better history than the Tennessee Titans. I can't say that. Although the Titans don't have great history either. The Titans also have subpar history. The Titans also have one of the worst histories in the NFL. Is it better than the Texans? Congratulations, you're the tallest midget. But it's not a conversation of who has the best history. It's which ownership group do you have more faith in going forward. From this present moment going forward, I'll concede the history. Titans history better than the Texans history. Titans history still subpar. But which ownership group do you have more faith in over the next 10 years?
McNair's.
Over the next 20 years? That's where I'm at.
No doubt.
So, like,
I don't think
actually,
it's really a question, honestly.
It took a long time to get there. It took a lot of heartache. It took a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions, madness, sadness, anger, nervousness, because you weren't sure you're going to get another organization. But I rather have the McNair ownership. Kind of hard to believe that I'm saying that with Cal McNair, who I look up to as an inspirational leader. But I would take the McNairs over the Adams Skunks, and I don't hesitate saying that.
I will say, though, we are not exactly where we sit right now. I agree wholeheartedly, but we're not far off from that Easterby era and what we went through there and the Bill O'Brien
Shout
era.
Out to the fish.
Like, it's pretty recent. Now, the last recent decision between the two franchises that was the worst was by far firing Mike Vrabel. You fired arguably the best coach in the NFL for whatever reason, had no answer. Now you're on your second coach since him. So, like, the Titans are now trying to figure that whole mess out. So I agree, but it's not like the Texans are just absolved of their recent poor decisions, and maybe could make some coming down the stretch here because there's some big ones with C.J. Stroud.
Sure. Yeah. I think those are sidebar conversations, though.
Well, it's just potentially like what could derail a franchise to
no
where
doubt.
You're like, oh, crap.
Yeah, no doubt. But if, like, I was arguing with Titans fans today, and their comeback is always like, well, your history sucks.
Fine. Whatever.
Cool. Your history's slightly better than the Texans, who are an expansion franchise. Newest owner, the newest team in the NFL, right? There hasn't been an expansion team since the Texans.
No.
So they're the newest organization in all of football. So congratulations, you are dunking on the newest organization in football, saying that you have a better history than them. And all of the highlights of your history was on the back of Houston. Yes, you got to a Super Bowl, but Steve McNair was drafted by the Houston Oilers. Eddie George was drafted by the Houston Oilers. Jeff Fisher was still your head coach, who was hired by the Houston Oilers. So, like, yeah, congratulations. And, like, I get that you own all that history, whatever. This isn't an argument, though, of saying the Texans have a better history than the Titans. Your history's better. It's still one of the worst in the NFL. This is all about going forward. Like, if you were just, like, let's just say that you were a new person on planet Earth, you got placed onto planet Earth, and you were given the option of being a football fan for either the Titans or the Texans. And you can learn the history about the organizations, you can learn the ownership tendencies, all of that. You had to bet your life on who is going to be better going forward. I'm betting my life on the McNairs over the Amy Adams Skunks.
1,000% every single time. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. And they have not only that, but they have the head coach in the building, and that matters. And they potentially have the quarterback in the building. Both franchises trying to figure out that quarterback spot, though, kind of simultaneously.
Yeah, and a lot of this is Amy Adams recently. Like, how do you fire Vrabel? Like,
that's what that's a wild decision. I mean, that is such a bad decision. It's not even like I'm trying to think of an equivalent of it. Like Marvin Lewis had a lot of success in Cincinnati, but it kind of just ran out. So, okay. Vrabel got a bad team to a good spot year in, year out. They had an identity, which is so hard to build when you have bad players. And as soon as he was fired, he was the biggest name on the block, and now here he is back in the Super Bowl.
Very, very dumb. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Junkie says, I hated the Oilers color scheme as a kid here, but I love the U of H uniforms with it. And the fact that it drives those clowns in Nashville crazy. It is kind of funny. I don't know if I said it or not, but I do like the Titans' new uniforms. Like,
I agree. We both said it. How do you dislike the Oilers but like the same color scheme that the Cougars use?
It's probably personal feelings,
It's the same exact colors, though.
Right, it's just like I don't want people's decisions don't often get based on what they actually like. There's like outside influences that change your decisions based on things. Like you could place option A, option B, they could be the same exact things, but if you have multiple reasons to get to option A that you don't like, multiple reasons to get to option B that you do like, you're going to like option B over option A, even though at the end of the day it's the same exact thing.
So weird.
Yeah, it's psychology.
Lack of intellectual integrity bothers me. Like having intellectual honesty about like what's going on here.
Same. Yeah, same. Hard same. 713-780-ESPN. Get your thoughts on this. Texans, Titans in war. Also, I have evidence, Will, that the Texans are babying C.J. Stroud. It's Stroud up, Stroud. I don't know how people are going to feel about this. I really don't. I feel like I'm uncovering it. I feel like I'm being a journalist, and I hate being a journalist. I have to sometimes, out of necessity. I hate doing it. I kind of feel like I'm doing it here. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, Will in for Joe. ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what I want right now? Especially I've been gone from the city for a couple of days. I'm craving it. I'm jonesing it. The federalgrill.com, Federal American Grill, federalgrill.com, the website where you can order all the time. Great for lunch. A lot of people go to the third parties, like, hey, third party, I'm going to go here and I'm going to order it. You're going to end up getting upcharged. Why would you do that? Just go straight to the federalgrill.com, order online, lunch, dinner, anytime in between, and enjoy their fantastic food. Little takeout, little order online without the middleman. And it's fantastic food, too. You're never going to get a bad bite at Federal American Grill. It is always good. It is always great. Dinner options are always fantastic, but I haven't talked about the social hour options here in a little bit. Social hour from 3 to 7 every single day. Great spot on a Friday, by the way. 3 to 7, you cut off work a little bit early, go to social hour for 4 hours. Maybe you're working a full day. You can't go until 6. Well, that's why it's 4 hours long. That window is wide. From 3 to 7, you can get $10 appetizers, handcrafted drink specials, and they are fantastic. A few of the bites you can get during the federal social hour. Fried green tomatoes, who doesn't love that down here at the South? Some sticky ribs, truffle fries, who doesn't love a good fry? And a ton of drink specials, too. They got the beers for you, obviously. They got the Smirnoff Martinis, Maker's Mark Old Fashioned. So take advantage of that at Federal American Grill. Their 4-hour social hour every single day. $10 apps, handcrafted drink specials. Don't forget about the Easter brunch. The Easter brunch at Federal American Grill. Fantastic. Reserve your spot now. 5 locations to choose from. My spot up in the Woodlands. Hedwig Village as well. Katy, Shepherd, downtown location. They're all great. You're going to love it. Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients and a tribute to classic American cuisine.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
713-780-ESPN. Will in for Joe today, Jeremy and Joe. They're still getting in my comments, these Titans fans. Titans fans are so sensitive. They're so insecure. Well, our history's better than yours. Cool story, man. Ocho, Prairie View got me off to a good betting start. Now North Texas looking good for me at Moneyline plus 278. Ocho sitting in his college basketball place. You know what? I'm going to sweat that with you, Ocho. I got the TV on in my room. I was watching the SEC conference tournament. Vanderbilt leads Tennessee by 2, 20.5 seconds left to go in the half. You know what, Ocho? I'm going to sweat that game with you. ESPN2, North Texas is on. Their head coach, a former U of H assistant. I'm in with you, Ocho. Don't say I never did anything for you. I'm sweating with you. Junkie says I take back what I said. Give BMAC the ox. So they're kind of in and out on you a little bit today, BMAC. Some like, some hate. This guy
I think that
likes,
might have been an
hates.
attempt at reverse psychology, though, to try to get.
I don't think so.
Because they know your natural reaction is to be opposite of me, despite what others have said in the past. So I think they might have been trying to. You don't think
I
so?
don't think that's the case here. No,
Okay.
I'm great at reading tone, especially through text. I think it's very easy to read tone through text. I don't think that is happening here. I think they're being sincere.
That they hate him.
Mostly,
well, I think-
definitely Twitch hates me for sure.
No, I don't think that this comment was insincere, though. I think that this was a sincere comment. I really do. I've been wrong many times, rarely, but I've been wrong on occasion, a couple of times. So maybe I'm wrong here, but I don't think so. I really don't. Titans fans are a bunch of soft boys. They had a choice word in the middle of there, too. The Titans' new T logo looks like a contraceptive. I saw pictures of that going on the internet. Did you see that?
I did not.
It kind of does look like it. Also kind of looks like the Tesla logo.
The Tesla logo.
I saw Stressens post that.
Once I saw the Tesla.
I don't mind the logo, though. I really don't. I think they upgraded tremendously. I mean that, too. I know that I'm fighting with Titans fans right now. I like the new jerseys. I like the logo. I think it's very good.
Well, which one? You like I love the jerseys. I love the uniforms. I think the logo, the Circle T, is very bland and boring.
I think it's a huge upgrade, though, is my point. Like, I'm with you that it's kind of blandish, but I think it's a huge upgrade over what they had. They had some, flair on the old T. Like, it was outdated. So I think that they upgraded there, too.
I don't think they upgraded, but I didn't hate the last one. I didn't dislike it as much as you did. The logo, it's a lateral move at best. It's a lateral move at best.
Like the old logo had it was the same exact shape. It was beveled. It's not beveled anymore, which beveling's kind of out. I'm a fashion aficionado. I know a thing or two about fashion. The bevel's been out for a decade. Like that was in the previous millennium. But then you had the flames coming off
flames
of the
is what's
Titan
bad
circle.
about it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like that. It's like Detroit Pistons basketball. Like their old. Remember the old Pistons logo?
Yeah, with the fire coming out of the exhaust.
That's what it looks like. Like it's so ugly. Whenever they created the logo, it was in. Like flames were like in style. It's just that it's 20 years. It's 20 years old by now. So I think it's is it bland? Yes, but I also like simplicity. I'm a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. So I like the simple. I'm a very simple-minded man.
I do too. I like simple because when you get too much into the weeds of that stuff, you overdo it and you ruin it. But I just think this is too boring. Like I love Penn State's uniforms. I think they're iconic and they're great. And I just think this T is just. I just don't like it.
Can you think the new Titans look is boring, but love the Penn State look? Like it's literally just blue and white. There's nothing on the
I think it's
uniform.
a logo specifically. I think he's talking about the
just
logo
the
specifically.
logo.
The logo's not even on the helmets,
the Circle
though.
T. What isn't?
For
it's on
Penn
the
State.
helmets.
Tennessee.
Oh, Penn State.
Yeah, I'm
Titans.
talking about Penn State's uniforms.
I
Like, they
like
don't even put the
Penn
logo
State
on it.
'cause it's like clean, simple, but there's an iconicness to it that I really, really like. Of course, it's like
I think he
blue
likes
and white.
the Titans uniforms, though, right? Will?
Yes,
You like
love
the Titan uniforms?
love the Titan uniforms. I just don't like the Titans logo.
Yeah.
The T
You're
with
talking
the
about the
circle. I just
logo
think the
independent.
kind of I don't even know that it's a font, but the T is just it's really, really, really bad. It kind of looks like it's done in paint.
Drop the Microsoft.
It does
paint
look like
on
the
them?
Tesla logo. To be fair, though, this is the same T that the Titans had previously. The T's not different. It's just they got rid of the bevel and they made it all white.
But the
so it's not like they
beveling-
copied Tesla. Tesla copied them because this logo was around before Tesla.
Well, kind
does
of. You
look
know, I
similar.
actually had this conversation with someone else on X. Is that the Tesla came up after the Titans, but the Tesla logo, this is more Tesla-y than the last one. The beveling made that T an object, like a dagger. Now it doesn't look like that at all. Like the non-bevel.
T.
It's the same T, but if
They
you
got
take
rid of
the
the bevel.
beveling out, then it takes away what the T is like supposed to be. Like it's supposed to be like a T and a
I
dagger.
just don't know how you could copy Tesla, though. They had this before Tesla. They just got rid of the bevels.
Well, because it's
They
more of a
dropped the
T
V.
than it is a dagger, because now it's no longer that dagger aspect to it. This is such
Might be
a
the
dumbass
lamest conversation
conversation.
we've ever had.
This is so stupid.
You know what it reminds me of? You ever seen the movie The Social Network?
Yes.
The movie about Facebook where Sean Parker walks up to Zuckerberg. He's like, you know what you need to do?
Drop
you need to
the
drop
the.
the. Yeah, that's
Drop
basically
the.
what this is. They're dropping the bevel is what they're doing here.
I
All
heard
right,
that
seven-
whole movie was a psyop, and it was all BS, and that the CIA created Facebook in order to track you.
Should I play conspiracy music underneath?
Yeah.
We're getting into
Come
conspiracy.
on.
Crazy enough,
CIA's
there was
involved.
some sort of program that the CIA was running that
Willie.
ended the same exact day that Facebook was launched.
How much are you buying this? Scale of 1
Oh,
to
my
10,
God.
10 being in a high degree of confidence, 1 being a low degree of confidence.
Me?
Yeah, how much are you buying it?
I don't put it past anything that the government's going to track us. Like I'll put
All right, so
it
10
at
high degree.
least a 7.
Yeah, I just think there's better ways to be tracked.
Fine. They've done some really dumb things.
We have cell phones, Like
I think they just openly
I'm not saying
track
they
us.
don't do
They
that.
They don't even have to hide it anymore. They just openly track us.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they don't do. This was back in 2004.
Yeah, it's before Homeland Security was okay. Well, if it was post 9/11, then they really didn't need to do it to track us. Because once they passed the Homeland Security, the Patriot Act, I mean, they could spy on us however they wanted legally. So, and I've talked about this all the time. I don't care that I get spied on. Like, I am not interesting. So, like, you're going to spy on me for like 3 seconds, and you're going to turn the channel. Like, you're going to be on to somebody else like that.
I don't disagree that you're boring. I just think that we should never give up the rights that we have because then you don't get them back. I think you protect those. It's like every time they build a highway, and they're like, we're just going to put the tolls in for 3 years, and then when we pay it off, we'll take the tolls away. Yeah. I have never seen tolls disappear.
How many lives have been saved, though, with the Patriot Act? We'll never know.
Definitely that.
Never know. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Coming up next, we'll get to my Stroud protection thing. They're protecting Stroud. It's dangerous. 713-780, kind of in the same mold of this conversation. 713-780-ESPN. Will in for Joe, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You know where you can go to get some privacy? Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to love your time out there. It's fantastic. Escape the rat race. Escape the hustle and bustle of the job. Whatever's causing you stress. You're going to enjoy Mother Nature the way it was intended to be enjoyed out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They're always taking care of their visitors as well. Always running things. Live music almost every weekend. Food trucks out there. Weekend activities. They always have a theme, too, it seems like. This week, for example, spring break weekend with so many people out on spring break, whether this is spring break week for you or you're getting it started for next week. They also, in a couple of weeks, had this barbecue cook-off weekend. How great does that sound? You get some good barbecue at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You escape all the hustle and bustle. You're out there enjoying yourself, enjoying nature. And also they got the open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas, Two Creeks alongside their property, catch and release pond in the middle of their property. You're going to love your time out there, whether you're hiking their 92 acres, kayaking their creeks, playing some pickleball, hanging out at Swampers or at the pool with a cold one. And they got all the stays you could want. They got glamping for you, cabins, tree house they have. You stay in the tree house. You walk up the steps, your house is in the tree. Or you can just pull up the RV with their hookup spots for your RVs. Perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Will. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Let's see. Anything interesting on the text line? Never mind. No more aux for BMAC. So this guy's got issues. One segment he likes you, Brian. The next segment he doesn't. Then he likes you again. Then he doesn't again. It's a very volatile reaction to Brian today. 713-780-ESPN. All right, you want to get to this Texans babying C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
30 minutes. I'm terrible. I'm the world's worst radio host when it comes to teasing something and then paying it off. But that stuff's overrated anyways. People care about your entertainment prowess. People are yelling at their radio. You're not entertaining either. Anyways, I am a fan of this Cosell fella. I'm such a fan. I forget his first name. Greg Cosell.
Oh, I know what you're about to go to.
So Greg Cosell, I think he does stuff with SI. He used to come on with the bench all the time, but I think they stopped being able to afford him. But he would come on with the bench. I love listening to him talk football. He's probably one of my top 3 football listens. Love listening to him talk football. Number 1 and 2 are John and Lance. Number 3 is Cosell. And then John Harris is a close 4th. But they had Cosell on Texans radio, and we know Texans radio, Vandermeer, John Harris, which I think they do a fantastic job. I really do that. I just told you I love listening to John Harris talk football. John Harris talking football is unbelievable. And Vandermeer, one of the best play-by-play guys in the business, and I mean both of those things sincerely. So they had Greg Cosell on when I think they were at the Combine. So they had him on. They had a bunch of guests at the Combine. They were pulling him over, kind of like Radio Row, but at the Combine. They're, hey, what do you think of the Texans? What do you think of this guy? What do you think of that guy? So they're talking to him about C.J. Stroud. And here is the answer that Greg Cosell gives.
C.J. Stroud, you watched him play in the playoffs, regular season, and you watched him play in college and all throughout his pro career. So your thoughts on where he's at right now, where it's going to go?
He's kind of an enigma wrapped in a riddle to me, you know? I mean, we saw him play as a rookie. I remember it might have been week 2 in his rookie season. I think they played the Colts, if memory serves me correctly, week 2 in his rookie season.
Yes. Yep.
And just the anticipation throws and the confidence with which he threw, I just sat back and went, wow, this guy has exactly what it takes to be a high-level pocket quarterback, because that's what he is. I mean, he's not a statue, but if he's going to be a great player, it's going to be as a pocket quarterback. I think we'd all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to be a playmaker. He's a pocket quarterback. And over these last 2 years, I mean, I don't know what's in his head. None of us do. But it just seems like he's playing so fast. Like, you know, mentally everything has gotten speeded up, which speeds it then everything up physically. And I don't know what the answer is. He has moments where you look at him because he throws a beautiful ball. I mean, if you're just talking about the way he throws a football, he might be top 5 in the league.
Greg, in the AFC South, it's changed a little bit.
I think they edited out the rest of his answer. I think they flat out deleted the rest of his answer, because you could tell by the tenor that Greg Cosell was talking here that he was like building it up, like, okay, you know, he's been really, really good. He's an enigma wrapped in a riddle, which is a world-class line. An enigma wrapped in a riddle, and he's like, yeah, you know, so he gives like, these are the areas that he's been good, and he was about to crescendo and go into all of the bad, and they flat out wiped it from the internet.
I think it's bad. You can't do that. I think this is one of those situations where it's like D-Row, Mark DeRosa. Bro, just say you're a dumbass, you screwed it up, and then it doesn't give anybody a platform. I can't say, like, hey, this is really bad. Don't delete it. Don't edit it. And someone from Cosell, he has a great point of view. He doesn't bash to bash. He doesn't rip to rip. He doesn't get personal. It's all football, and it's all pretty knowledgeable. So, therefore, it's all probably stuff that might be true, and CJ's heard. And if he hasn't heard, he should hear from his coaching staff. So, it's bad, and it makes it worse because you delete it.
I think it's so much worse.
It is. Not only is it so much worse, I think I'm almost more offended just by how poorly they edit it. Than the fact that they edited it.
That's part of it too. It's like, I'm not. Whoa.
Don't
You think
insult
I'm
my
an
intelligence.
idiot?
Like Jeremy, you mentioned like his tenor, like the cadence. You could tell like the thought was it continued. They also left in the breath. Like if he was done talking, you wouldn't hear the breath there. Like that's such. I do that stuff everyone here at the station does that stuff every single day, like editing out breaths of things like that to make an ending where there wasn't one, right? Like that's such an easy fix. The fact that they edited it that way, leaving the breath in, and then posted it as if we wouldn't notice is insulting.
And the video aspect of the edit makes it really bad too. I know we're in the radio medium here, so we kind of have to describe it. But they very clearly have two cameras going, because you see throughout the interview there's a one camera shot of all three of them, right? And then they have another shot that's focused only on Cosell. So they immediately, this whole answer that Cosell's giving, they go one camera, and then they immediately, during that breath that Brian's talking about, they immediately go back to the other camera, which has all three of them on the air, which makes it very, very obvious that they deleted who knows how long of Greg Cosell talking about the negative aspects of C.J. Stroud. And to your point, Will, C.J. Stroud knows that the negative aspects exist. They exist with everybody. The best, Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback resume of all time. He had weaknesses as a player. Every player has weaknesses as a player. So the fact that they're babying and going as far to cover up guests that they get on their own network to protect the quarterback is some world-class babying that, quite frankly, I don't want an NFL team babying the quarterback that way.
Do you think this has to do more with babying the quarterback or babying the fan base?
I think it's more about babying the quarterback. Why? I don't think that they baby the fan base. Sometimes they go at the fan base. They mock their reactions to things sometimes.
Well, I say that because it's like they're protecting the fan base, or they're protecting themselves from the fan base of fanning the flames of all the anti-CJ rhetoric right now. Because I don't know that CJ would even see it. And if he did, again, I don't know that it's anything. Hell, maybe they prevented him from seeing something that could be helpful. Because, again, Cosell is a good football mind. This isn't First Take. This isn't Cam Newton's dumbass thoughts or Stephen A. Smith's. This is Cosell, who has measured thoughts and knows the game well.
Right. I think he knows the game really well. Junkie says the way they edited it makes it seem like he said something wildly offensive, and this is the rumor I want to start. That's not Greg Cosell, though. Greg Cosell isn't going to talk out of turn, and he's not going to talk with innuendo and rumor. He's going to talk strictly based on what he sees on the film. He even got into it a little bit there. He's I think he's playing fast. I think he's playing fast when he's going well. He's a top 5 accurate quarterback in the NFL. Rest of his point was coming up about the negatives, and then wham, scrubbed from the internet forever. Junkie wants us to play it again, and since we're just puppets for you guys, here it is again. Howard Cosell being edited by Texans Radio on Texans Radio.
C.J. Stroud, you watched him play in the playoffs, regular season, and you watched him play in college and all throughout his pro career. So your thoughts on where he's at right now, where it's going to go?
He's kind of an enigma wrapped in a riddle to me.
I like how he baits him here, by the way,
as a rookie. I remember it might have been week 2 in his rookie season. I think they played the Colts, if memory serves me correctly, week 2 in his rookie season.
Yes. Yep.
And just the anticipation throws and the confidence with which he threw, I just sat back and went, wow, this guy has exactly what it takes to be a high-level pocket quarterback, because that's what he is. I mean, he's not a statue, but if he's going to be a great player, it's going to be as a pocket quarterback. I think we'd all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to be a playmaker. He's a pocket quarterback. And over these last 2 years, I mean, I don't know what's in his head. None of us do. But it just seems like he's playing so fast. Mentally, everything has gotten speeded up, which speeds it then everything up physically. And I don't know what the answer is. He has moments where you look at him because he throws a beautiful ball. I mean, if you're just talking about the way he throws a football, he might be top 5 in the league.
Greg, in the AFC South, it's changed a little bit.
They're trying to immure C.J. Stroud with only positive thoughts.
Yeah, it's but as we were saying, they immediately switched to dinner. All right, speaking of, wait, what?
Brian's right. To me, it was it was a crime in the protection of your quarterback. He's so mentally fragile, and it's not that C.J. Stroud is that way. Maybe some people think that he's that way, but it's more the people that are making the decision think of Stroud that way. You can't see this, or we can't have this on our channel. But the other crime is how poorly the edit is. You go from a 3-person shot or a 1-person shot to the 3-person shot, and it's so abrupt that it makes it so obvious.
And this is another thing. It's all right, that's why I agree with you. Listening to John Harris talk football is great. It truly is off camera. I like these shows of the Houston Texans that it's propaganda. It's always positive. And this is a prime example of that. It's a really, really tough watch and listen because you're not saying the truth. You're just saying what you can say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I watch their YouTube videos because I just want to see what they're saying. And, like, they'll have Caserio on, right? Like, they get Caserio on once a week during the season. They get D'Amico on once a week during the season. So I want to hear their viewpoint. But you're right. You have to kind of, filter through a lot of propaganda. And look, I'm not even blaming them for that, right? Like, they're owned by
blame them
the
for it. It just
McNairs.
is what it is. And this is an egregious example of that. And,
Yes.
And this is why this doesn't help them at all. That it's like whatever.
You don't edit it out. You don't edit it
No.
out. You got to leave it. Like, and you have to, you have to lob softballs, and you're going to frame questions the way that they need to be framed. I do it, but they're signing your paycheck, so you have to. You're their employee, right? Like, you work for them. So I don't blame them for that aspect of it. But the moment that you start changing narratives of guests that you have on your network, that's an issue. That's a problem.
I agree.
713-780-ESPN. Why is everybody so afraid of using the term happy feet? Well, he got into further things. No one's afraid of using the term happy feet, I don't think.
Well, yeah, why does that person say that? Like, I don't even know. I think that's the definite. That's what's going on. And I said that's going into last season. I thought his feet going into last season were kind of in hibernation. I don't think it was fixed. I don't think they were quieted. I think they were in hibernation. In the moment that they kind of got woken up, then it's like, oh, damn, because the line wasn't good. The line isn't good.
He takes hits. I do think that a lot of his poor footwork, and I agree, he does have happy feet. I don't know what you mean by that texture. To me,
I don't think he has happy feet inherently. I think he has happy feet because of what is in front of him.
Well, I think what I read from that text is it's a C.J. Stroud criticism, which it's a fair critique, and I think he's going after the people that critique C.J. Stroud, saying they stop short of calling him happy-footed. We won't stop short of that here. He is happy-footed, and I do think that it has happened because he has taken a lot of hits, which is very difficult to get back. Like, it's very difficult to go from a quarterback who is comfortable in the pocket to a quarterback that is now uncomfortable in the pocket to then become a quarterback comfortable in the pocket. That's a long leap.
It's like there's two ways two parallels I draw. And this one I made yesterday. I said if I punch you in the face 10 times and then like that 11th time I cock back and you flinch, it's like, well, yeah, dude, of course I flinched. Like, you just punched me in the face 10 times. I'm not trusting your actions. And then if I cheat, if you like two spouses and one cheats on the other, it takes a long time to earn that trust back. It's not overnight, and that's what's going on with the offensive line. It's what's going on with the play calling. It's what's going on with the scheme. It takes a long time to trust that the guys are going to be in the right spot at the right time and that you're going to have time to even find them. Like, there's multiple levels and moving parts to this. This is not CJ being inherently happy feet because he wasn't that way initially. We are here now for various amounts of reasons.
Yeah, I like that analogy. I think it's a really good way to describe what's going on with Stroud. And I also think it's a very tough thing to overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you punch me 10 times in the face, how am I ever going to think that you're not going to punch me in the face?
Yeah.
Like, that's the mental leap that's going to, require for him to get back to being very comfortable in the pocket. And I think that's a greater leap than people are willing to admit.
Extremely difficult. Because, again, it's not just that. It's like, all right, okay, I'll trust the line. I really, really will. But will the rookie wide receiver be where he's supposed to be? Is this even the right play call? Like, there's levels to this offense that it was bad for multiple reasons.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Bad Take Boulevard when we return. What are the worst takes of the week? Bad Take Boulevard will in for Joe. It's Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what's a great take? A goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals on planet Earth. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. Their goals aren't any good, quite frankly. The rim's going to get jacked up. Backboard might get broken. The wind's going to blow them over. Will just blows on it. That bad boy blows right on over. It's on its belly in no time. But Pro Dunk makes the best basketball goals you'll find. They've been serving the best goals since 1984. They've been serving better goals than anybody else since I've been alive. Tempered glass backboard gives it a true, authentic feel. It's got a breakaway rim, which is critical because you're going to be throwing down jams. How am I going to do that? I'm 40 years old. I got a 10-inch vertical. I'm out of shape. Well, you can lower it all the way down to 5 feet. But if you are a true athlete, and they've got the 10-foot goals too, you can raise it up to there, regulation. You can dunk on that bad boy too. But always the breakaway rim. They got the extended overhang, so those weak-ankled people don't have to worry about rolling their ankle on the basketball stanchion. That's great to have. Stainless steel hardware that's top shelf. Also rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston because of the humidity that we get in our great city. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. Well, I don't want a goal because I'm always at work. Kids are always at school. We only have time to play at night. Well, LED light kits, problem solved. Backstop nets, don't have to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering, lots more. You got to check out Thor, too. Whenever you head to the website, produnk.com, check out Thor. They have the lightning adjust feature on their goal, which you can raise and lower the goals with the drill anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, fun to do. They have all the goals, though. They have in-ground adjustable, portable, wall mount, roof mount. They can do everything at Pro Dunk, and they can also install the goal for you, too. You're not great with a drill. You're not great with a ladder. You don't want a box delivered to your driveway with a million pieces that you don't want to assemble. You don't have to. The pros at Pro Dunk can do that installation for you. Perfect height, perfectly straight. You're going to be glad that you got that installation done. But order now, produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Will's in for Joe today. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 H2. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. All right, start off with Mark
Yada.
DeRosa, manager. Not sure why he's qualified to be a manager, but manager of the WBC. He had some thoughts ahead of USA's matchup against Italy that has gotten him into some lukewarm water.
Ton of respect for Italy. It's weird. We want to win. We want to win this game, even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals, because Mexico plays Italy actually tomorrow. So the way the schedule lines up, this is an important game for us. Nolan McLean will start. He's on the bump and he's good to go. He's an absolute beast, and I expect him to throw the heck out of him.
Yeah, I would say it lined up to be a big game for them, Will.
I'd say so about the 7th inning.
So do you think he misspoke, or do you think he just didn't know the rules?
He did not misspeak. All of his actions said that he did not know the rules. Everything. Kershaw warming up in the 7th, the lineup being what it was. The biggest one, though, before the game, when he talked, because you have a press conference before the game as well, he said, some of our guys are a little sluggish today. We were up late celebrating the Mexico win. Like, what? All the actions said otherwise. And I'm a big D-Row guy. I think he's a great baseball mind. He's a phenomenal analyst on MLB Central and MLB Network. I think he is fantastic. He's just not – I don't know that he's not taking this seriously, because I think he is. I think he doesn't know how to lead a clubhouse full of stars like that. And in part, I say that because when he has his press conferences, in particular when I was there against Mexico, he kind of like your demeanor matters when you're a leader. He leans back in his chair. He lets the players take the lead. He kind of answers haphazardly and kind of like, I'll say a little something, but this isn't my place. This is their place. And I know there's different ways to lead. I know there's different types of managers. But when you talk to Joe Espada, he sits up tall. He answers your questions. He owns it. He's a leader. He commands the room. D-Row's just not that kind of guy. And I think this not being completely in it as a leader is what happened going into that Italy game, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with you about the DeRosa part, but I don't know if him not knowing the tiebreaker rules and their clinching scenarios is leadership.
Well, I just think it's not owning your role. Like, you're not owning the moment. You're not owning how important it is to be the manager and what that entails and what you have to be in charge of. It's like in the NFL, it's not just coaching football. You got to know when the bus leaves. You got to schedule that, when to eat, when to handle your meetings, your coordinators.
Usually other people do that for you. You
kind of, not really, because they look to you like, how do you prefer it? Do you want to meet the media here during your day? Like, they're not going to tell you when you do it. They're going to ask you, like, well, hey, how do you prefer your day to be laid out in order to, have your day be as successful and as productive as possible?
Some things. There's other things that it's kind of, here you go. You're gonna have your traveling secretary that
Well, sure, they book the hotels,
like
blah blah blah. But also, if the head coach says, "I don't like staying in this part of town for this part of reason," they're going to take it. It's just a matter of how hands-on you are. When Matt Rule was the head coach for the Panthers, and I was there, I talked to people in that building. He changed the carpet because he didn't like it. He changed the pictures because he didn't like it. He put names on parking spots and rewarded parking spots. I mean, he was in social media meetings when they were editing because he wanted to make sure that what they were putting out there was reflective of what he wanted. I mean, he treated it like a college program. Hence, it didn't work out at the NFL level.
Games. I would argue that's probably not the way you should be handling things.
Oh, you should definitely not be. I'm just telling you that it goes from all ends of the spectrum from what I've experienced.
So DeRosa's moment to me was more of a bro moment than like a lack of leadership moment. Not that I disagree, but more of a bro moment where it's like, here's all the stuff you need for the test. It's like, oh, it's all right. I'll just kind of wing it, and you don't really know. You don't educate yourself, which I think is a good example of why he's never going to be a Major League Baseball manager, because this didn't look great on him. I would also disagree with the Joe Espada though. Like I don't look at Joe Espada and think like wonderful leader.
Whether you think he is or isn't, the way he approaches the press conference as if he is the manager. The buck stops with him. He has the answers whether you like them or not. Like, he at least sits up tall and addresses you as if he's the manager. It's like D'Amico. D'Amico does that. Frank Ross comes in and does that with the Texans. It's not standoffish. It's not timid. It's very forward, chest open. Like, I've got some answers. You can critique them all you want. So be it.
I just think it's a little overrated. I just think it's overrated. Like, Belichick.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I mean, Belichick was always shoulders slumped down, kind of whatever. Nick Saban had some authority. I don't want to go there. But Belichick would be the example I point to, where it's kind of like whatever.
But Belichick didn't give that moment any credence whatsoever because he was so focused on football. And I know that's kind of like an excuse making just for Belichick, but the way he approached it was different. And again,
I just think press conferences are highly useless, quite frankly.
I don't
think it's a
disagree.
terrible way to get a tell on a man.
I don't disagree. However, when it is this type of moment and you've got to own it's 5-6 games, it's 2 weeks, it's the biggest stage for the game in the moment. You've got to be present if you're the manager. Yeah. But here's the thing.
But his mistake was he didn't know the procedure. Well, not that he was mismanaged a press conference.
My vision of what I kind of was kind of weird to me is now being paired with a very strong indicator that I at least am in the ballpark. Whether it's causation or correlation, we can parse that through. But you can't not know and be lackadaisical. That you can't be both. You at least got. Let's say, Jeremy, you know this as a play-by-play guy. If you're going to say a name wrong, say it with your chest, bro. Like, say it strongly wrong, because then people will at least believe you.
Yeah, you have to have conviction, for sure.
Yeah, you can't be like, Manuel Sharpe?
Jazz Chisholm makes the list. He said before the WBC.
You just made the list!
He's playing for Great Britain. He said, we're planning on shocking the world. I think they were 2 in Q. I think they were one of the first teams eliminated. So Jazz makes the list. This Ravens fan, did you hear about this Ravens fan who said that he'd shave his head if the Ravens traded for Max Crosby? So they traded for Max Crosby, and he shaved his head. And then the Ravens said no on the trade. So this bald-headed Ravens fan, wait for the trade's official. Wait till it hits the wire. You make the list.
You just made the list.
Thinking the trade was official when the trade was not official.
Or don't shave your head for something that means nothing to you.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. That's also stupid. Dan Orlovsky, a Tua guy, he said the Dolphins won't regret paying Tua. You're not going to find 5 guys in the NFL that can run Miami's offense the way that Tua does. You need a Steve Nash, Chris Paul type of point guard, and that's exactly what Tua is.
Hold on.
Orlovsky makes the list there.
You just made the list.
Hold on. Start over. Say that one more time.
Sheesh.
I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't know I was going to work extra if I had to work.
What does speak and say?
I'm do it again. I dare you.
You're not going to pay to find 5 guys in the NFL that can run Miami's offense the way that Tua does. You need a Steve Nash, Chris Paul type of point guard, and that's exactly what Tua is.
Here's the problem. It's not the same offense. It's McDaniel's gone.
No, this was in the past. He didn't say this like yesterday.
Yeah, he said when he signed the extension. When they signed Tua to the extension, he said you're not going to regret the Tua money because he's going to be really good in the
I
system.
never thought that was because of Tua. I thought Tua didn't look as bad as he was because the offense was actually
Tyreek bailed
a
him
lot
out.
of movement.
Yeah.
And
he could just throw the ball to an area.
I'm not saying Tua was bad when he was fine, but I never. It's like Brock Purdy. It's more system than.
Is anybody bad when they're fine?
It's the problem.
I also
the
think
good is the blip. The good is the outlier.
I think Tua is also derailed by injury. We probably don't put enough credence in that. Like, yes, the concussion, but also the hip. Like, that matters. I think that impacted him, and then things started to fade there.
Of course. It doesn't mean, but whatever the reason is, the product was not sufficient.
For sure not. Trenton Dilfer, also a Tua fan. Tua throws better than Aaron Rodgers and Dan Marino. Whoever gets him wins the draft because you're getting a Hall of Fame player.
You just made the list.
That's a crazy thing to say.
I don't know how you could ever look at Tua's arm and be like, yeah, that's Aaron Rodgers and Dan Marino.
Exactly.
Tua at his best was obviously very good, but it was more about like precision and like football IQ and having like clutch moments and maybe having a little mobility. But you never ever, even in college, looked at Tua's arm and you're like, oh my goodness, this is a once in a generation arm.
Mike Vick had more of that arm from the left side.
Oh, for sure. Like I don't. Yeah, that's such a bad take from a quarterback too.
You know, that's another reason. It's kind of like that Texans conversation we were having. When you listen to their HoustonTexans.com, you're going to get propaganda. This is what happens when you're in bed with these quarterbacks, proverbially speaking, of course.
Probably.
And you run these quarterback camps. It's like, oh, yeah, like you're going to carry water for them. And that's such a crazy, stupid take. And I hate saying that as a guy that played high school quarterback to a guy that played in the NFL and won a Super Bowl. But it's like, bro, like, what are you talking about? That's just a dumb
good
thing
point.
to say.
You could probably find a connection there. I think it's a really good point. Speaking of Baltimore, there was a Baltimore Ravens fan that told me on Twitter that Linderbaum was not going to leave Baltimore.
Yeah,
he made the
stupid.
list.
You just made the list!
Did you see Tom Brady pinned a tribute letter to Tim McCarver, who he thought died last week, but actually died in 2023?
Shut up. What?
Yeah, this is legit.
How?
He pinned a letter. He thought he passed away. He wrote a letter on his website or whatever. And he's like, Tim McCarver had the same, job that I did, but only for baseball. And then he blamed it on a proofread error.
What do you mean a proof? Like
he said it was a proofread error. Like if you're going to blame it on something, you would blame it on a typo, not a proofread error. So it sounds to me like he's throwing his editor under the bus.
A whole letter is a typo?
I think he's throwing his editor under the bus actually, because okay, maybe the proofreader missed it, but you also typed it, dude. Sounds like even if it was a typo, right? Even if it was a typo, it's still your mistake.
Yeah, the proofreader doesn't proofread your thoughts. Right? You still have the thought that, hey, Tim McCarver died this week. I should say something about him.
This is so weird.
He'll fix your grammar, maybe punctuation.
Yeah.
He's not going to fix the thought.
Why do we lie about stupid stuff? Just be like, oh, shoot, I thought this, for some reason, this got in my timeline, and I screwed it up. I'm a dumbass.
Right? Just own it.
It's literally over in that moment, and you become more likable, more relatable. Yeah. How many times have you gone through your timeline and something got back in there? And you're like, oh, my God, did you see this? And that happened 3 years ago, I think. And I was oh, shoot, I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Especially with Twitter's algorithm.
Or it's like there's a Trump tweet for everything. 15 years ago, someone will go back and retweet it. You're like, no, he did not. And you're like, oh, it's from 2012.
Right. Yeah, context matters. Timeline matters. Junkie, Bad Take Boulevard, my new neighbor thought he could grill under his carport while it was raining and set his house on fire. I hope that's not true.
Yo, wait. Damn.
I hope that's not true. But if it is, that your neighbor makes the list.
You just made the list!
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's more likely to happen in 2026, Will, Brian, Junkies? What's more likely to happen? Astros go to the ALCS or the Texans go to the AFC Championship? We'll kick it around next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 with Will and ESPN 97.9 HD2.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Will's in for Joe today. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. So ask the question, go into break. Curious your opinion, 713-780-3776. What is more likely to happen? The 2026 Houston Astros go back to the ALCS, or the 2026 Texans go to the AFC Championship. Which side of the aisle do you land, Will?
I think this is extremely easy. I think the Astros are an under 85 win team, and I think the Texans have every chance to get to the AFC Championship game. I just think that the Astros are going to struggle. They lost Framber Valdez. They have a number one. They don't have a two. They have guys that might end up being that, and there's a whole lot of ifs. We went through the lineup yesterday and how many ifs there truly are on this team in a division where I think Seattle definitely got better, and I just don't trust that division is going to be a cakewalk like it has kind of been in the past. And the division for the Texans isn't either, but the Texans are significantly better.
Why do you think the Mariners got better?
Well, now I got to bring everything up. Damn it. Should have been prepared.
Because, I mean, they just kind of re-signed their own guy. Well, they traded for Donovan.
Well, I think
That'd be
they're
their
better.
one big move in the lineup.
I think they're a better team in general. I think they have better pitching.
Their pitching is good.
Yeah. And there's no back end of the bullpen for the Astros right now. Are we we're good on just 10 days for Hader, by the way? I don't
think
think
it'll
so.
be longer.
Exactly.
I also think there's a re-injury risk there. Usually
100%.
elbows and shoulders don't just get much better. And he's already had a re-aggravation, right? He's already had a setback. Hopefully it's all, hopefully he's back in 2 weeks into the season and there's no other issue the rest of the year. That doesn't sound realistic though, right? That sounds very, very optimistic. I think your points about the Astros have a lot of ifs is a fair one. Now they did get, tons of injuries last year and still probably should have been a playoff team. Like they had so many injuries last year and still won 87 games. You said you think they're going to win fewer than how many?
85 and a half.
85?
They're over under. So I just going under.
Oh, that's their over under in Vegas?
Yep.
I
I say
took the over
82
on that.
wins. 82 wins is my guess.
Yeah, so 82 and 80, basically a 500 club. I think they're better than a 500 club.
But by how much? I mean, even 85 wins isn't exactly.
I think they get to
throttling
90. I think they get to 90 wins. I think their team's actually better built for the regular season this year than it was last year. Honestly, I think last year was more built for the postseason than this year's team.
Oh, I agree with that. Well, okay. Why do you say that?
Well, because of Fromber. Like last year, you had a bona fide one, but I think it's more playoff related because the Astros did upgrade the rest of their rotation. Now, does it make me feel great about like a deep playoff run? No. Does it make me feel better over a 162-game marathon? Yes. Because I do think that the Astros rotation this year, especially 3 through 5, maybe 3 through 6, is way better than the Astros rotation last year.
So you're saying the median got better?
Yeah. And those are all 1/5 or 1/6 of the
Like,
rotation.
okay,
yeah, I think so.
Based
Absolutely.
on who? Burrows?
Yes. Well, Burrows, Imai, Javier.
I'm not writing that check, dude. And there's no way you can either.
Sure,
maybe,
but I believe in
maybe.
I like his stuff. I mean, I believe in Imai's stuff over 14 games of Colton Gordon, 14 games of Ryan Gusto.
Do you like his stuff better than Spencer Arrighetti prior to the injury?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
because I was a big Arrighetti guy going in last year.
But you're also getting Arrighetti back.
I agree.
That's another part of the 1/6.
I agree, but he never turned it on when he got back. And have we ever seen video from him getting hit in the finger while standing in the outfield?
I have not.
I just don't know that I buy it. It's coming off the heels of the Joe Mixon, and I'm like, I don't know, dude.
Oh, another conspiracy?
Another conspiracy.
Exactly.
Conspiracy Kunkel back at it again.
We got ballpark cams everywhere these days.
That's true, we do.
And Lena Hidalgo all of a sudden couldn't find video? Give me a break.
That took a right turn.
She said that there was video. She said it was just inconclusive.
Yeah, exactly. Baloney.
It could not be overturned.
Oh,
There's
that's
not
the
enough
video?
evidence.
That's what happened?
It wasn't clear and conclusive.
Let's not put that out.
No, I think that the Astros back at and that's why I think they're better built for 162. I think of all the pitchers who start 162 games this year will be greater than the 162 games started last year by the Astros pitching staff. But I do think they lack
Alexander was really good. I know, he's not a guy you want to count on year in, year out.
The summer of joy. He was all right. I mean, he was okay. You know who else had a 3.66 ERA last year? Framber Valdez.
He 200 innings though. Like the fact that he's
close.
out there, and I understand the week. I understand why maybe not, but like 200 innings is nothing. That's
No,
rarely done.
No, I'm not trying to like, demean that. And it is important. It is critical. But I think it's easier to fill innings pitched in the aggregate than it is to fulfill and fill top end stuff, right? Like if he had a 2.50 ERA last year, okay, it's more difficult to fill those shoes. He was 13-11 last year with a 3.66 ERA. Like that's, solid production. It's not top 10 Cy Young production. You're going to have to find 192 innings to fill. Okay. Well, they're going to do that. They're going to fill those innings. The question will be, can they fill 192 innings at a 3.66 ERA? That's to be determined. I feel a lot better about them filling that than a sub-3 ERA.
Yeah,
they're going to do it in the aggregate. They're going to do it in the aggregate, and that's why they added this depth, and that's why they have 6 starters they think can be in the rotation. Now the Hader injury does lessen their bullpen. Like they believe in their arms. A lot of the arms are unproven. So there is a lot of unknown. Unknown doesn't necessarily mean worse though.
No, but over time, when you play the if this then that if this, and you do it more and more up and down the lineup, like no one's getting younger. Altuve was not very good last year. Correa's always hurt. Pena's always hurt. You just play the whole.
That's not fair on Altuve. Altuve had a good positive offensive season.
But he had a point. I believe he was. What did we say?
We had this argument yesterday too.
What was it? .2? No. It was 1.2.
You brought up his overall WAR, but that's
WAR?
brought down by
his baseball reference WAR was a half. It was 0.5.
It was 0.5. It was 2.2 offensively. It was negative 2 point whatever defensively, if I remember correctly. But in comparison to the year prior, he was a plus 4.8, I believe, last year offensively. So I'm not saying he's bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying to count on a guy named Jose Altuve in the 2-hole as a 2.2 ERA offensively is not ERA. WAR, it's not the production you need from a team that's going to get 90 wins.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to have to be deep in the, you have to be deep offensively.
And they're
not going to be singly Jose Altuve. I disagree.
They're deep.
We spent the whole offseason talking about an infield surplus. I think they're deep on the infield. I think they're thin in the outfield.
Okay. No, I agree with that, but that lineup is not deep. I mean, we went through deep lineups. You've seen deep lineups. I mean, this lineup.
7 deep.
I mean, your best 9. I mean, if you go your best 9, which, again, this is a lot of ifs to your point, and I think that's a fair point. There are a lot of ifs. I think the Astros are going to have to win a lot of the ifs for them to be good. I will concede that because there are a lot of ifs. I have no argument there.
They're good. Like they are good.
Yeah. And I agree with a lot of your it's an aging offensive team. Like Altuve's older, Walker's older, Correa's older. Isak has a hamstring that needed to be surgically repaired that didn't have surgery on it. I'm missing
4
somebody as well.
infielders
Jordan's had a bunch of injuries. Well, that's why you don't trade from the infield surplus.
I
agree. A whole other can of worms.
So I never thought that was inevitable, as people said. I never thought that was because I thought with this team and their aging and the problems that they do have, a surplus is a wonderful thing to have because whether it's load management or there's actually an injury, you want that body and you need.
I mean, your best 9, and you're not going to run out your best 9 over 162 games because you're going to have injuries. You're going to have guys get off their feet, but no one's going to run their best 9 over 162 games. It just doesn't happen anymore in baseball. Every manager has 140 unique lineups every single year. But if you just wanted to go your best 9, assuming health, which again is a major assumption, I agree. I mean, you go Pena, Altuve, Jordan, Isak, Correa, Christian Walker, Yiner, Myers, and then a combination of Cam Smith and Zach Cole. That's a pretty deep lineup.
So you got Walker in the 7th spot. Is that? I assume that's in order.
I was just going through names. It was kind of a halfway order.
I was going to say it started
really
off,
about
and I didn't know if it fell.
Yeah,
off.
I tried to go that way. I was trying to think of an order right off the top of my head. I think that's the way up top, and then I kind of got to the middle and got lazy about it.
If Walker's batting 7th, you're either in a great spot or a horrible spot. I don't know. I don't know what. Was he knocked down or was someone lifted up?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of, it wasn't an exact batting order, but if those 9 are your 9, let's say in a must-win game, that's pretty deep lineup.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just one of my concerns that I don't think is talked about enough is if Jose Altuve should even be batting 2nd.
I would not bat him 2nd.
Where would
I'd
you
bat him third or 5th, something like that. The reason I like him in the 3 spot is actually because I don't think the 3 spots is as important as people think. There's not a single spot in the batting order that bats more often with 2 outs nobody on in the 3 spot, and I think it's a perfect spot to have a guy who doesn't walk a lot and that can get a lot of extra base hits and can also like spark an inning.
Where do you put your best hitter?
I like to put it depends on who the hitter is, and it also depends on their profile. Like that's what gets lost in the whole sabermetric, world we live in these days. It's like this is your best player. He's going to bat, lead off for 2-hole, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but I think it depends on the makeup of the player. Like in this case, we're talking about the Astros, and in this case, I think their best offensive player when healthy is Yordan Alvarez, right? I look at Yordan Alvarez's makeup as a guy who clears the table, doesn't set the table. And if I have a guy who's clearly a clear the table over set the table kind of guy, then I like him in the cleanup spot, and I like to stack my top 3 spots in the order with on-base guys. So if it were me filling out the lineup, I would bat Yordan 4th, and then whoever are my top 3 on-base percentage guys that day are batting 1, 2, 3, which would include Pena. It's going to include Isak, and then that 3 spot kind of, it's up for interpretation. Maybe it's Altuve, maybe it's Correa. Kind of depends on form at that point. But Yordan would be my cleanup hitter every day he's in the lineup.
Okay. Yeah, I historically agree with you. I wonder if that's still the thing at this point. Like it just has changed so much. I had Clinton Hurdle on my show kicking it with Kunkel, and like your leadoff 2 guy get I don't know 50, 75, 100 extra at bats throughout a season.
Oh, it's way too much. It's way too much. It's like 10 spots per spot in the lineup.
Okay.
Yeah, I've studied this actually. I mean, I'm a nerd.
Well, then
I'm a
hell with
nerd.
me.
You're not wrong. I mean, every spot in the lineup is about 10 at bats more, right? So leadoffs can get about 10 at bats more in the 2-hole, 2-hole 10 at bats more in the 3-hole, and then incrementally down. It roughly. And it depends on the team. It depends on how often you score, et cetera, et cetera. But yes,
the Yankees have Aaron Judge batting second for the most part, or third.
Yeah,
a little bit of split, but
so my counter argument to that's fact. Like they're going to bat more. That's a fact. Like obviously, that's not even worth discussing, right? Because we all know that a 2-hole is going to bat more often than a 4-hole. The trade-off though becomes: would you rather have a guy take fewer at bats per season, but of those fewer at bats, there's more runners on more often than the 2 spot? For me, the answer is yes. And again, it depends on the profile of the hitter. Like, if your guy is very clearly a table clearer, then I want the guy batting 4th. Like people always say Shohei Ohtani. What's a different type of player profile? Like, I think Ohtani thrives at the top of the order. Judge, it doesn't really matter. He's so stinking good. So it depends on the guy for me. I just don't love Yordan at the top as much as I love him in the middle. Like, I think Yordan Alvarez was put on this earth to do 2 things: chew bubble gum and drive in runs, and he's all out of bubble gum. So, like, that to me is why I have Yordan 4th. I also realize I'm in the minority here because of the new school analytical sabermetrics type of stuff, which – I know that stuff. I'm aware of that stuff. I'm a baseball nerd. I know all of the analytics and the sabermetrics. And I think most of the time that it is prudent to bat the guy that is your best hitter, lead off or 2-hole. I don't think that's the case with Yordan just because of his makeup.
I agree with you, actually. I mean, even last year, I always thought Pena should be your leadoff guy. I thought going into last year, Jose, I thought Christian going into the season 3. And then Yordan 4. I want to see more of Pena. I love his ability on the base pass. Do not like Jose on the base pass. And then just station to station with Yordan. And by the way, I looked up the difference between 1st and 4th, and you're 100% right. Between 40 and 60 more at bats.
Okay, yeah. So it's about 10, 12 at bats, I think, per spot in the order.
You're exactly
roughly
right. So I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I've spent way too much time researching.
There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Lineup construction, like embarrassingly amount of hours that I've spent researching lineup construction. And you know what my answer is at the end of the day? Usually, that batting orders are extremely overrated. Extremely overrated. I think.
I mean, you could like colossally screw one up. Like if you put Yordan at like 9, like they definitely aren't. But assuming you're in the ballpark, you think.
So the people have done studies on this. Again, embarrassingly amount of information and useless information that I've spent like learning about this. They've run studies on like optimally constructing a lineup and then just pulling names out of a hat, and the difference of runs a team would have in a year. It's less than 10 runs a season.
Oh wow!
Like if you go the optimal lineup 1 through 9 every day versus pulling your 9 hitters out of a hat to fill your lineup every day, the difference is less than 10 runs a year.
It's kind of interesting, and you can definitely make that argument just right away to say, well, okay, fine. The sixth guy is leading off this inning. He's now the leadoff guy. Is he the leadoff guy? It doesn't matter. Or the next inning, it's the 4 guy leading off the inning. It's never the 1, 2, 3.
Right, which is why I like the 4 spot too, because the first time that the 4 hole is going to bat, he's either batting with a runner on base in the first inning, or he's leading off the second inning, which is important to lead off an inning because you get a runner on base, all that stuff. So, anyways, enough lineup talk. We'll save that for what's wrong with the Spotters lineup during the season. 713-780-ESPN. When we come back, though, I'll give you my answer. 2026 Astros go to the ALCS or 2026 Texans. What is more likely? 26 Astros to the ALCS or 26 Texans to the AFC Championship?
Never
With
quit.
that sort of inspiration, I think the answer might have been tipped. 713-780-3776. We'll fill it in for Joe. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Enough lineup talk. Enough. You don't want to sit here and talk about what is your 9 every game for 162. We'll save that for the season. But get away from all of that thought. That's why I go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort, so I can forget all this useless information that I've learned. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is your spot for a great getaway, for a relaxing getaway. Enjoy Mother Nature the way that it was intended to be enjoyed. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Book that reservation now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. They're working on that the Lazy River coming soon. They're going to have a little water park out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, too, so you can get out there, take the kiddos. They're going to be out of your hair all day. You're going to enjoy the rest and relaxation. The kids are going to have a great time. It is awesome. Open green spaces, wildlife, some of the best fishing in Texas. Two Creeks are alongside their property. They got a catch and release pond in the middle of their property, too, which is a great way to teach the kiddos how to fish. Hike on their 92 acres of property. Do some kayaking, pickleball. They got the pool out there now. They got swampers where you can grab a cold one. And it's only an hour and a half away from Houston. 90 minutes and you're there. You don't have to worry about airplanes and riding all, in the vehicle all day long. It's an hour and a half and you're there. Glamping, cabins. They got a tree house. Pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Really is. Brian baited me talking on the air. Hot mic. That happens a lot here, huh? 713-780 ESPN. Brian loves this song.
It's a banger.
What
is
a
this
name.
Bruno Mars?
It is Bruno Mars, yeah.
Oh, never heard this.
Well-knows ball.
This, we have a new character on our Twitch. Twitch is a very dangerous place. I love our junkies.
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Our junkies are the most sophisticated. They're the most smartest listeners in Houston sports radio. Our junkies, the dozens and dozens of them. But our Twitchers are like, I don't know, like the R-rated version, the X-rated version of our junkies, which maybe not the most sophisticated, but sometimes they got a gem, right? Sometimes they're hilarious. There's a new character in our Twitch chat that is named after the Aaron Wilson LSU prospect. So good. I tip my cap to you.
What's the name,
can't read your name. I can't read your name. Mr. Maya. Mr. Maya, I tip my cap to you. That's a
right?
wonderful name. That's his first name, yeah. The best part of that was thinking he was a legit prospect.
That's by far the best part is that your arrogance
he went with it.
is
he's
like
swarmy.
Oh,
He's swarmy.
He's very
he can fit
swarm. I bet you would like that swarm.
Yeah, that was a rough look.
You guys good?
Like, you're gonna get got. Like, it's gonna happen.
Sure.
Like we try to get got. Like, people try to get us got, and I've fallen for it a couple of times. But the moment that you're like, oh yeah, he's real. Like, I know who he is. Like, now that's not being sincere.
You're showing your colors of.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the problem.
disingenuous, is what it is.
It's disingenuous. It's arrogant. It's prideful. It's dishonest.
He'd fit in. He's swarm.
I mean, it's like the Peloton instructors. They get fooled a whole bunch, but it's not because they're like, oh, yeah, old friend of mine. Like, I know this guy really well.
Right.
They don't play it like that.
713-780 ESPN. Overtime. Ocho said overtime. North Texas, Tulsa, overtime. Ocho's got a few bucks on that game. North Texas down 3 now, though, with a minute and a half left to play, in case you were wondering.
Hey, does this TV work in here? I want to watch.
It's ESPN Plus. Yeah, you can get this.
But we're not
on.
signed in. It's the weird thing.
We're not signed in on ESPN
so
Plus?
Then no.
Oh, actually, you're right. I think ESPN Plus is signed in, but nothing else is signed in.
Yeah, you have to go to Plus, but you can pull it up on ESPN Plus because it's an ESPN game. So, yeah, you can watch North Texas at the line. People were sending us in their lineup. I don't want to read lineup talk right now. Ocho, tie game. Ocho's sending us live play-by-play. Ocho, we got it. I'm watching it. Will might not be, but I'm watching
That reminds me of 12:05 every Sunday, like, coin tosses heard around the world on X. Like, got it. They got tails. Like, I'll figure it out. I don't need
Texans
the play-by-play.
choose to receive. Like,
yeah.
Okay, cool.
I could have figured that out.
Play-by-play. Who's more injury-prone, Alvarez or Dell? I think he means Tank Dell, not Dell Olalea. It's a tie?
Like, oh, really?
A tie, maybe? They're both super injury prone.
I would say Jordan.
Do you think injury prone
I don't
is
think
a
it's
thing?
close, actually. I think it's way for
absolutely.
Jordan.
I think people have bad bodies, yes. Yeah, I do. I do think it's a thing.
But
I think people have bad bodies and do everything they can to take care of their body and still get hurt. I absolutely think it's a thing.
Okay, to that case, do you think what Tank has gone through is a case of bad bodies? Like, that's one of those things where both those deals are happening to anybody on Earth.
Yeah, I think Tank's more circumstance than injury prone. I think that's a good point. Now, his size does factor into that, though, and I think size does factor into one's proneness to injury, right? Like, it's a collision sport.
Depending on what it is. Like, if he had been ragdolled and, concussed because he was thrown around, sure, but
like
not
his
the way
last knee injury, like, that's going to happen to just about anybody.
Exactly.
Now,
and even the one in the pile, like when he got rolled up on the ankle, like linemen get rolled up on.
Sure, but if you're a 6'3", 220-pound receiver, are you less likely to break your leg there?
Maybe you don't get pushed into the position.
Maybe you don't get out leveraged and pushed into harm's way. Like, I do think you would be less prone to getting injured in that spot if you were bigger. It doesn't eliminate it completely. Like, we're arguing percentages points here, but that's a good point. I think Tanks might have been more situation than proneness, whereas Jordan, I think, is more proneness.
I don't disagree. I
ways to get sent home. Like, he doesn't make all his towns because his pillow is not comfy enough.
Or because he gets bothered by the fireworks, yeah.
How often do you think we are completely lied to, conspiracy theory, about injuries? Like, how often? Obviously, it happens.
Yeah.
Do you think we're just
I think pretty often.
like pillow. Like what?
Pretty. Well, I don't think. See, in those cases, I don't think that they would lie that way because I think it's a worse look on the player. Like it'd be way better if you're just like, he woke up, sore, and we were out of an abundance of caution. We don't want him to run on a sore ankle. You know what I mean? Like that favors the player way more than he slept wrong. And slept wrong is pretty common. Like we make fun of the bad pillow. Like that's pretty common actually. Like that one's not that bad. But the firework thing, and maybe they couldn't lie there because he was like in the lineup and he actually was out and people saw him, and then it's like all of a sudden he's being transported to the hospital. Like,
what are you, my dog?
You know what I mean? Like that. It's just. But I think we get lied to a lot. Yeah. Absolutely. People let things out. They don't let things out. CJ will be the reason we're not in the AFC Championship game. Philip 68. So my answer is actually the same as you, Will. What's more likely to happen? 26 Astros go to the ALCS or 26 Texans go to the AFC Championship? I would go Texans as well. I think they're going to be one of the best defenses in the NFL again. I think they will be improved offensively, better running game. They brought in David Montgomery, best running back that they've had the last 2 years. Probably wasn't better than Mixon's 1 year here. The offensive line, like they have an emphasis on, guys who can block in the run game. So I think they'll be better offensively. Second year of a quarterback under an OC should be better than year one, although it wasn't the case with Bobby Slowick. So I think they'll be better offensively. I think they'll be just as good defensively. I think that the AFC is not like, it wasn't where it was 2 years ago. Where it's like, oh, how are they ever going to get by the Chiefs? How are they ever going to get by the Ravens? How are they ever going to get by the Bills? The Patriots just represented the AFC. So I'll go Texans AFC Championship as well. I like the Astros more than you do, but I think they're actually built for the regular season, not the postseason.
My concern with the Texans is kind of the same with the Astros, and it's a health thing. And not because they're injury prone or like, hey, this happens, but they were really, really, really healthy defensively last year. I mean, just the odds of that happening again are slim to none. And God forbid it happens at the wrong time. We saw it last year with the Chiefs when Jimmy Ward was down and Jalen Petrie was down. That's the only reason Travis Kelce had the success he did in that game.
No.
So it's just kind of my concern of like the offense has to make strides. They have to suck less. They have to.
It's a really it's a twitch way to put it.
Failure is always an option, though. They don't have to. They could take a step back
for them to get to the AFC Championship.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm just having fun with it.
I don't mean like there's only one way to go, because there actually is.
Yeah, there's always
they weren't like
there's
that
always worse.
Bad.
Yeah.
Again,
I hate when people say that.
We have this conversation the way we have it because the expectations are Super Bowl, or at least like competing for one. Sure. And it's not like, hey, let's get to 9 wins. How do we do it? Just move the ball, score points, and we'll be okay. Get to 9 wins. Like, you parse out. You get very fine-tuney when you get to this conversation because you're at the very tip of the spear, and that's what makes the difference.
Yeah. Where do you land on this side of the argument, Brian? Astros or Texans most likely to reach their Final Four of their league?
I think this will surprise at least Jeremy. Well, actually, maybe Will, too, because we had an over-under Astros conversation yesterday. But I'd actually say the Astros, and I will fully concede that the Texans are a better NFL team, relative to their competition than the Astros are to being in Major League Baseball relative to their competition. But it sounds like, Jeremy, you're not fearful of the gauntlet in the AFC, which is fair. Like, I mean, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, those guys all missed the playoffs last year. But I don't expect that to happen again. Josh Allen just got a little bit of help with DJ Moore. Like, I think the gauntlet in the American League, although, I mean, Yankees and Tigers and Blue Jays are going to be good. I just, yeah, exactly. Thank you for the joke there. But I just think the gauntlet is potentially less for the Astros than it is for the Texans, especially because I just don't believe in CJ. And CJ's going to go in the playoffs in almost any matchup he's in the playoffs and be the worst quarterback in the game.
I mean, the Guardians, Tigers, Blue Jays, Yankees, Red Sox.
I don't really fear the Red Sox that much.
Were all better than them last year, or at least on the same level. So, that's a significant gauntlet compared to the NFL.
I guess it's like because of how important the singular position of quarterback is to the NFL. Like, I don't see a Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Burrow equivalent to what the Astros would have to go through in the American League. Other than Judge, but the Yankees are always snake bitten. Like, and Judge is not even all that great in the postseason usually.
It's a horribly constructed roster, but
right.
Nonetheless, I agree with you that they don't have the unbeatable team in the AFC. But I think that they don't have the unbeatable team in the AFC because of what you're saying. I just think there are more hurdles to get over in baseball with those teams that are in front of them. I don't think there's like unbeatable teams. I think there's more hurdles.
I think it's easier to clear the hurdle in baseball than football, though. Like, it's easier to beat a team that's better than you in baseball than it is football.
I agree.
So that would be a counter argument to like Brian's point.
Which
I
is
don't
why
agree
the
with
MLB
the
playoffs
picture.
are better than the NFL playoffs.
Way bigger crapshoot. Like the best teams in Major League Baseball win 65% of their games, maybe 70 if they're really really good.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's not unlikely for an NFL team to go 14-3.
Yeah, I agree with you.
A 15-2 run every now and then. So like. I do think it's easier to beat teams that are a little bit better than you in baseball than football. I think it's a good point on the Stroud thing, though, because I do – look, it's an enigma wrapped in a riddle,
As
it's
they
tough
say.
to overcome that. 713-780-ESPN. We just touched on that Jordan conversation a little bit. At what point do we give Jordan the Clowney label? Brian, do you want to do a giveaway now, or do you want to go in 10 minutes?
Let's go ahead and do it now.
All right. Sometimes
we'll
we
forget
just
if we don't do it
sometimes
now.
we just jump on you with a giveaway because we love all of you, our dozens and dozens of listeners. Hockey Day in Houston is March 21st at St. Arnold Brewing, but the night before on March 20th is the second annual Houston Hockey Hall of Fame banquet. We've got 2 tickets to send you to the event. Tickets include a la carte dining, whiskey and tequila tastings, and the opportunity to meet and greet local Houston legends. Kunkel's going to be there. 2 tickets to caller number 2. Right now, it's a sprint on ice. 713-780-3776. Caller 2, you're going to the second annual Houston Hall of Fame banquet. All right, Jordan, Clowney label. Is it fair? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Rally up H-Town. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. You got to go. If you've already been, we'll keep coming back. If you haven't been yet, you got to go. It is the perfect spot to always watch Rocket games, perfect spot before Rocket games as well. And the Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street, they get going 2 hours before tip-off. That's an adequate amount of time for you to do your pre-gaming, but they got live DJs there at Tom's Watch Bar. That's always fun, always gets the party started right. They got giveaways. Who doesn't like a giveaway, huh? You get things for free. That's fantastic. Themed cocktails as well. You got to get your pregame started in the right way, and much, much more. Also, here's my favorite perk. Maybe because I'm frugal. People might call me other things. I'll go with frugal. But if you're headed to the game, you can park free with Tom's Validation. You know that parking prices around the arena aren't great on game day. You park for free with Tom's Validation. Then you can use all that savings maybe on a cocktail or 2. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. You got to get there. Come back after the game for post-game drinks, highlights on their 65-plus screens. Always a great spot to watch whatever game you want, but especially those Rocket games. Get the schedule at tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies. That's tomswatchbar.com/Red Nations Rallies.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says Joe has no clue about baseball, but this Astros team will clearly be subpar, third at best in the division. Joe's not here today. We'll in for Joe.
Stupid Joe.
Just catching strays on his day off, which is par for the course. Junkie also think it is the Astros. I am hopeful injuries will not be as bad this season, and the Astros can win an easy division, make a good run. Texans can't get out of their own way on offense. I don't think it's an easy division. I like the Mariners roster. I think it's good. I do think their pitching's a little inflated because of where they play, but still a good team. I think the A's are much better. I think the Rangers are going to be better. Angels are always terrible, but Ocho, double OT.
Better, man. They're gonna.
I think the Rangers will be better. Yeah, they will. Yes, they went to double OT, North Texas Tulsa, as we sweat this game along with Ocho. Although Tulsa has taken a lead in double OT.
Man, when those two get together, just throw the records out. You know.
You can. You can just throw the records out. Ooh. You never know what's going to happen in the American Championship quarterfinal. I shouldn't hate on the American. I love the American.
Easy.
I love the American Conference.
Astros
101
cool.
wins.
When Houston, cool. Cincinnati, Wichita State, Memphis were all in it, it was good.
Well, half of those teams are still in it. So.
Yeah, but the good teams aren't.
Astros 101 wins without their current manager, so he's not in a spot, a believer. All right, so Jeff Passan Aggressive was writing an article today. He did write an article today about he wrote it about every team, like, you know, season preview, that sort of thing. And he listed like a guy who can make or break the season. He listed Yordan Alvarez, but the write-up caught my eye. Coming off the worst season of his career, Alvarez has looked sluggish in camp, according to scouts who have seen him. Other than 2024, he's historically a bad spring training player, so there's no need to panic yet, but it is worth keeping an eye on. Big-bodied sluggers such as Alvarez tend to have different aging curves. Most don't start a downward trajectory in their age 28 season, but need him to be good. All right, so Yordan frustration because he's hurt a lot. The reason that I throw out the Clowney thing, and I'm not going there yet, but I don't think that Yordan's like the hardest worker. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that he spends hours in the gym working on his body. I don't think he spends hours in the cages working on his swing. He's just so naturally gifted that whenever he wants to turn it on, he turns it on, which Jadeveon Clowney had instances like that, where it's like, I'm so good, I'm going to be in the league for as long as I want, and then when I really want to, you know, put my foot on the gas and step on the gas, I can turn it on. I always remember a game against the Colts where he was being like bad-mouthed, and he's like, I expect to have a good week this week, and he did. Like, he dominated the game. So at what point do we begin to look at Yordan in the same lens that we used to look at Jadeveon Clowney?
I mean, this is the year for him to figure this thing out. Like, he's got to be on the field for 140, 135. I mean, I don't know, 135?
Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
I mean, if he's not, then that means last year he played in 48 games. He had a good season in 24, played 147, but 114 the year before that. So that means if he's not on the field for 145, that means 3 of the last 4 seasons he has not met that value.
How many games do you need from Yordan to like pass your threshold where it's like, okay, that's fine? And obviously, like, you know, context matters, like production matters. Like, if he played in 120 games and was playing at an MVP level, like, that's going to be more tolerable than 135 games in like the worst year of his career. So that kind of comes into play. But let's say that in both instances, Yordan Alvarez's career, Yordan Alvarez averages, right? You know, near 300 hitter, 960 OPS guy. Both scenarios, he's that guy. He is his average. How many games is the threshold to where you're like not frustrated with Yordan?
What's the DL now? 15. It's still 15 days, right?
No, it's 10 for hitters, 15 for pitchers.
Okay, so 2 DL. I'll give him 2 DL stints. So 162 minus 20, 142.
Okay, and just like we can round.
And to be honest, that's lowering the bar. I think that's lowering the bar. Because of his injuries. So if you give me, knowing that you're going to get hurt, you got to give me 142. And I'll let you have 2 DL stints, and you shouldn't even.
Okay, I think 140 is a fair answer. We still do. We have the Yordan rules, like Jordan had the Jordan rules. We have the Yordan rules. We had a number of PTO days that Yordan could use last year. Do you remember the amount of days we gave him, Brian?
PTO days.
I think we gave him
was it
40
30?
days. I think we only
40?
said I think we gave him 40 PTO days.
We gave him a big amount. But he had to be ready by like the stretch drive. I think they were like that many days, but they had to be used by like August.
Yeah, like you can't. It's kind of like when you have those days that you can't roll them all over. Like Jordan can't roll them over into September.
Yeah, I think we gave him 40 days, but he had to be back for the stretch drive. It might have even been September. He's got to be back by September.
You just got to be here for sweeps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
for sweeps. TV term, I love it. I think it's 100. That's why context matters, though, because if those 2 IL stints are like, at the back end of the year when you're in the thick of a playoff race, that matters more than 2 IL stints, one in May, one in early June. You know what I mean?
I mean, yes, I do know what you mean. I always think at least a couple of years ago, I would compare Jordan to Aaron Judge. And I think Aaron Judge is far and away the superior player at this point. But just looking at his games played, he played 152 last year, 158 the year before that. You get that from Jordan, like you're in a different conversation at that point. You can't even think about that. That's not even on the table. And Aaron's playing center field.
Yeah, he does play a little center. The Astros is always wait 2 to 3 days before putting somebody on the DL, so that might as well be 30 days missed.
Well, it's retroactive,
new training
so
staff.
don't get all bent about that. It's retroactive.
New training staff, too. And they don't call it the DL anymore. How insensitive of you, Junkie. No, Clowney's an awful comp for Jordan. They both had injury issues in their career, but Clowney was not as talented as Jordan is, and Jordan is so much more important to the Astros' offensive success than Clowney ever was for the Texans' defensive success. I think you're sleeping on Clowney's talent a little bit there.
Yeah, that dude was wildly talented and never panned out to like
a little bit.
what you thought.
Am I wrong, though, that I feel Jordan isn't really a master of his craft?
I don't think you're wrong at all. I think you kind of nailed it, that he is really – I talked to Nico Collins about this. When he was drafted, he didn't have a very good rookie season. And, of course, what was here, the product, of course, that played a role in it. But he was telling me, like, I didn't realize how hard I had to work to be really good at this level. Because when I was in high school, I woke up and I was good. In college, at Michigan, in the Big Ten, I woke up, showed up, and I was good. I thought I could kind of do that here. That's not the case. Because it's the 0.1% of every level that keeps on moving up. And he realized how hard he had to work, and he did that, and now you see the difference. And it's not just production. This is what people fail to realize. Taking care of yourself and working hard means you're even on the field. Just being available. That's why availability is the best ability. And to Nico's credit, he's done it. Jordan hasn't. And you get better luck when you put yourself in position with hard work ethic to give yourself that luck. It's not really luck.
Yeah, and I love Jordan. He's had huge moments in Houston. I think whenever Jordan Alvarez's time is done as an Astro, I think we're going to look back at that time and say, he never quite did what I thought he was going to do.
A lot.
I'm talking about from a career perspective.
And I think that's a compliment in a very side way of there's a lot left to be desired because he was so talented, or player Y is so talented. I thought he could have done more. And hey, maybe it's on me to have my bar is too high. But you kind of know when guys are like Alex Bregman doesn't stop working. Alex Bregman is obsessed with the game of baseball.
It's getting a lot of juice from the squeeze, right? Like Alex Bregman is getting every ounce of juice out of the squeeze. Is Jordan Alvarez getting 100% of the juice?
No, hell no.
I don't think he's getting 100% of the juice. And look,
that
speaks to how good he is. That speaks to how talented he is, that he can roll out of bed and, with a half, injured hand and turn games upside down. But I don't think we're going to – Jordan Alvarez has Hall of Fame talent. Like, quite frankly.
Yes,
he has Hall of Fame talent. I don't think Jordan Alvarez is going to get close to being a Hall of Famer.
That's a really good point.
How much of it is injury? A lot. How much of it is that he didn't get the juice out of the squeeze as some other players do? I also think that's more than we're willing to discuss because we all love Jordan Alvarez.
That's another good point. But I do think these conversations, I think you would agree with this because you're the same way. You think the same way. Like, facts are facts. Truth is truth. However long it takes, that truth and fact will remain the same over a period of time until you're ready to talk about it. And that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Hopefully he plays 150 games with 90 of them in left field and he hits 45 bombs and wins the MVP and makes me look like an idiot.
Do you think he plays left field that much? Do you think he should? What do you –
Well – so I've kind of
backed into the hedge here, a little bit like Homer Simpson because of this roster construction. If I could build a team around Yordan Alvarez, I would never playing him in the field. Yeah. He would be my permanent DH, even though I think Yordan does like playing left field. His numbers also bear out that he hits better when he plays left field. He would be my full-time DH if I could build a team around him. But because of the way this team is built, I think that you need to try to get every game out of him in left field that you can, knowing injuries come into play with him, knowing that he can't play a big left field. The good thing here is that you don't have a big left field at the Dike. So, do I think you can get 60 games out of him in left, which would be a career high? I think you can if he stays healthy. So I put it somewhere in that range, 50 to 60.
And for those of you out there thinking right now, he's never gotten hurt playing left field. It's not – no, I understand that. It's the fact that it's wear and tear on your body and you can still get hurt elsewhere.
It does increase the chances of him getting hurt, though.
Oh, that's what I mean. Well, it certainly increases, but also the wear and tear on the body of it's the sudden bursts. It's not he's running all over the field.
Yeah, I don't think that Yordan has those sudden bursts when he plays left field.
He does. Just in general, you go from standing still to movement. It's not like other sports where you get a running start, if you will. You react to that ball being hit.
Passon said he looks sluggish. I would also argue that Yordan always kind of looks a little sluggish, which I'm okay with. People don't like when I say this, but I don't want Yordan Alvarez playing 100%. I don't want him busting his butt every single play, every single time out of the box. You know why? Because that's going to lead to injury. So I want Yordan Alvarez to coast.
I agree entirely.
All costs.
Yeah, you're a station-to-station guy. I am a massive first to third guy, but not with him.
Not with Yordan.
Get your ass to second, sit there.
Station to station, Yordan. Station to station, big fella. Which is another reason I kind of like him in the 4 spot, because you don't have to go. You can play a little bit more station to station the further you get down the order. Junkie, Yordan is not lazy. If you think he is, you're just a dang hater. Do we know his work ethic?
Tell me he's not. All right, fine. Tell me why he's not then. Educate us as to why. And I don't know that anyone's saying he's lazy as much as he's not the hardest worker in the building. He's not the first in, last out guy.
Yeah, he's not J.J. Watt.
Exactly.
Who has just more athleticism and talent, J.J. Watt or Jadeveon Clowney?
Oh man, I
think it's
JJ.
Clowney. Clowney went number one in the NFL draft. I'm just talking about pure talent, pure athleticism. Clowney, Watt. I think it's Clowney. But why did Watt have so much more production
closer than you
Clowney?
Think, despite
sure. I'm willing to concede that. I think it's very tight. I do think it's tight. I think the whole Watt,
Watt's
Wisconsin
a freak athlete. You ever see that box
Central
jump?
Michigan tight end. Yeah.
That dude was an outrageous athlete. It's not like he was Rudy out there, just working really hard.
No, they like to deliver that message though. When he was at Central Michigan, he's like, "Oh, he was a tight end, and he didn't play, and then he got to Wisconsin, and he became a star." Yeah, but he's got 2 other brothers who were in the NFL. I don't think the talent gene skipped J.J. Watt. But why was even if we call it a tie, let's call Clowney and Watt a tie in terms of pure talent and athleticism, which
the production
I would argue is Clowney.
Years apart.
Yeah. Why was the production so much better for Watt?
Exactly.
Master of the craft, cared about his production, lived in the gym, lived to make himself better. Clowney I'm going to get by on my talent. I think Yordan's a little bit more of that.
I have this conversation about quarterbacks all the time. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, no one's confusing them for the best athletes. Yep. You're not even confusing them for really necessarily the best throwers at all times. Certainly good enough. But you know what they are? They make the cognizant decision to know the defense the best possible that they can know, or their offense the best possible way. Or Luke Kuechly, known gym rat. Obviously, all of them freak talents. But if those guys are willing to study, it's a decision to make that. Why isn't someone like Jay Cutler when he was playing that same era? Why isn't the guy that is less talented clearly doing everything they can to at least try to reach that level versus those guys already talented and great, and they're putting the work in? The work in is a choice.
Yep, you can outwork people. Jordan Branham, I don't want you to try hard. I just want you to coast. Yeah, I do. Live through games. Don't get hurt. Jordan moves like someone who just ate too strong of an edible. That's fair. The most accurate take I've ever heard about Jordan. My son is super impressed you read the text. Ironically, he also called me insensitive for saying DL instead of IL. Yeah, come on. Set an example. Set an example for your son. Thank you for listening. 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What are your questions for Will and I? Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets. Will in for Joe today. Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What's your question for Will and I? 713-780-ESPN. North Texas, Tulsa in triple overtime, by the way. Tulsa up 2:38 to play. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line for our first mailbag question. Matthew has a question for us. Matthew, what's your question for Will and I on a Mailbag Monday?
Well, I really didn't have a question.
We lost you. Did we lose him?
Is that when he was here in Houston, they had him as an outside linebacker.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he played a little bit of edge. I mean, edge is all kind of the same. Appreciate the call. You're kind of breaking out there a little bit, but yeah, that's a fair point, Matthew. No pushback to that. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What's your question for Will and I? Key from L.A.
Why
Start,
are you
sit,
emphasizing the
cut.
I? Is someone
I don't know.
wrong all the
I
time?
kind of started liking to. I felt like I was halfway to I am, like Will I am.
No.
Will and I. Will I am.
Wait, I think it's actually Will and Me would be the proper.
Well, you never heard of that little rapper guy, Will I am?
No, I have, but I think you're just saying it wrong. I just think.
No, I think it'd be Will and I, not Will and Me.
No, I think it's me because you would if you removed my name, you would say
Yeah,
me.
I think Will's right on this one. If you remove the other person, that gives you the correct usage. Yeah.
Northwestern, Jeremy. Show some respect.
Why do people say blah, 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 and I then?
Because they're stupid.
I don't know that I'm wrong here.
I do.
Do you say – so you say the guy's name and then me?
Jeremy and me.
Yeah. Because if you were to move you from the equation, he would just say me, not I.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I.
Whether to use will and I or will and me depends on whether the phrase is the subject doing the action or the object receiving the action.
I don't receive any action.
She called Will and I.
Is that a Mary complaint?
No, I said it from Jeremy. I said to Jeremy.
Okay, so if we were doing something together, like going
Which
to the
we
game,
would not be.
we would be like Will and I.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
But if we're
would never hang
responding
out with
to
Jeremy?
people's...
Jeremy wouldn't hang out with me.
We've been at games together before.
That's true. Jeremy's not a very social person.
I'm not, but we've been to games with each other before.
We've been at
we were
games
working.
together.
That's not going to games with each other.
I've never walked in the building with you.
We've been to games. We've been to games with each other.
That's working.
We've been at the same games together. You're on the court. I'm up top.
I concede this debate, by the way. Google tells me I'm wrong, so you guys were right. Northwestern, a high degree of intelligence there. Key from L.A. and Texas Roadhouse University, where Brian went. Key from L.A. starts. Folks. Why was that so loud?
I don't know. I'll have to reload that one. I don't know why it's so loud.
Oh, my goodness. I think it has deafened me. Key from L.A. Start, sit, cut, Italian food, Mexican food, Texas barbecue. I'll start. I'll start Mexican food. I will sit barbecue, and I'm going to cut Italian.
God, mine's the same. Like, the only one that was easy
Why
for
are you
me,
jumping Will, Brian?
Because Will's still thinking. But the Italian was the easy cut. But like the other two were kind of difficult for me. But I think I'd have to if you could only eat one, I'd rather eat Tex-Mex. So I think I'd have to make that my start.
In this city, you cut Italian food. Like you don't ever get rid of barbecue and Mexican. I don't care how you do it, but like I think I'm gonna start Mexican because there's just so many different ways.
So we all have the same list.
Yeah, it just is what it is, man.
I think it's the only answer, though.
I agree. Now, if you're in like New York City, like Italy. Ain't getting cut.
Good point.
It is weird. Like we like almost every type of world food Houston does at a high level, except for Italian.
There's better Italian here than a lot of people think, but it's certainly not as good as the rest of the cuisines that we
don't
do.
hear what I'm not saying. I'll still go and have a great meal at the Italian place. It just feels like it's trails behind everything else.
You can have as good of an experience at an Italian spot here as anything else. The problem is they're few and far between. That's what I think it is. Like
I never
you can
crave
go to
Italian.
like 1,000 Mexican spots. Wait, what?
Never crave Italian.
Wow.
Like you don't eat pasta or pizza?
No, I'm not saying I don't like it, and I'm not saying that I won't eat it, but I never crave it. Never ever am I like, yeah, let's go get Italian. Ever.
What?
So if you're picking where you and the wife go eat, you're never suggesting
never
Italian
go Italian.
place.
You
No,
never
but if
crave
she
like a
picks
red
Italian-
sauce, like some great like red sauce.
I'm not saying
gravy?
I don't like it.
I said you don't ever
like it.
crave it. Like you don't ever crave a pizza.
I don't. Never. No. Nope. Never crave Italian. And I understand that's weird.
I feel like you're lying.
I'm not. My
That's
wife would vouch
crazy.
for it. 'Cause she
You
loves
never-
Italian. And she
What
gets
about
annoyed
like
with me.
a sandwich, an Italian sandwich? You crave that?
No, never crave it. But whenever I do have to get a sandwich, I'll get an Italian. So I like it just fine, but I never crave it. I'm never like, I have to get Italian. I'll crave barbecue. I'll crave Tex-Mex. I'll crave cheeseburgers. I'll crave wings. I'll crave a
anything.
steak. I'll crave seafood. I never crave Italian.
That's so weird because it's like the carbs, which are typically like was what people crave.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I never thought of it from a carb perspective, and I get plenty of those. So, yeah, I don't. It's weird. Now, there's a lot of Italian places I like. The Cultivar is amazing. You've done Cultivar?
Yes, very good.
What is it called? Like their Pecchio de Pip or whatever.
Yeah.
What's their little like white spaghetti called? I forget what it's called.
Is that do they do a cacio pepe? Is that
that's what it is. Cacio e pepe is what I'm thinking.
Cacio pepe.
That is amazing.
Is that the pasta with the black pepper?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
so
see
good.
color, but if the pepper were to be a color,
Look at this social justice warrior over here.
Start, sit,
Snowflake
cut.
uncle.
Talking on the phone, text messaging, emails.
I'm cutting emails. I'll talk on the phone. I don't care. I like personal interaction, but I'll start texting and then bench.
Yeah.
phone.
We have the same start. I'm starting texting. I'm sitting emails. I'm cutting talking on the phone easily.
Same as Branham. I don't want to talk on the phone ever.
So here's the thing. I will now. Not every time, but most of the time when I'm done with the phone conversation, it's so much more productive and like nothing's misconstrued. It's a far better means of communication.
No, you're not wrong. Like I feel like I can achieve things far quicker on a phone call. I just don't want to.
It's just an adult way of doing things, and you got to bite the bullet if you don't like it. And at the end,
you're
you're
not
like,
wrong.
okay,
I just
that
don't
was
want
actually
to.
like pretty good. Your endorphins are flowing a little bit. The interaction, like this is what we're doing right now. We're on a phone call for 3 hours.
This is all, right. This uses all of my talking steam that I have for a week. I talk for 15 hours minimum a week. That's all I got. You don't get anything else after that,
dude. You do play-by-play. You do everything.
That's why I said,
city.
That's why I don't talk outside of the red light being on.
Are you would you say you're antisocial?
Define antisocial.
Are you an introvert?
I think by nature I'm more of an introvert. Yeah. But I'm fine in social settings, and I can have a good time with people.
And you're friendly.
I just don't crave it. Yeah, I just don't crave
like he doesn't crave Italian. He doesn't crave conversations with random strangers.
Like I'm never like if I'm like going to an event, like I'm
you can turn it on.
Happy in the event, and I enjoy the conversation, but I never like look forward to it.
Were you a guy that enjoyed, or still maybe, going to the bars, being out, or were you a homebody?
Probably more of a homebody, but I did that stuff, but it was more to hang out with friends than get to know new people. Yeah. What about you?
Oh, I mean, definitely bars.
Question for Will. You seem like a hyper-healthy eater. What is your go-to cheat meal?
You could do cheat meals pretty healthy if you do know how to go about it. If, like, for instance, you can have all the carbs and bread that you want if you eat that after you work out, because what it does is it moves – well, it's fine. It moves the amino acids into your muscles.
Look at this,
blah, blah,
flex,
blah.
workout.
But
I work out. Whatever.
We lift up the weights and put them back down and lift them back again. Get swole.
I saw you post something the other day about you lifting weights.
I did, because someone
I admire that.
You know what? It's funny. I did it because someone told me, like, I got in the gym because I saw your post. And they're like, I think more people need to post about that. And I was like, man, I hate it, but I'll do it if it helps somebody.
Yeah, I got that same sort of comment the other day. I was like, I eat a lot because of you. I was like, appreciate it, bro.
Porky,
thank
hog,
you. Question for Jeremy.
My cheat meal, though, to answer is always like pizza. It's always carbs. It's always
Italian.
Like heavy. Yeah, exactly.
Question for Jeremy. Is there a city you enjoy most when traveling with the Cougars? And part two, what is the best meal you've had while traveling with the team? I like going to a bunch of different cities. One that I miss, I saved this one for last, even though it was
Thank God you're out of the American.
Actually, my favorite city to visit was in the American.
I'm sorry.
The American had some good cities. My favorite was New Orleans to visit, mostly because of the food. And the best meal I had was probably Ron's Gumbo Shop in Metairie. Ron's Gumbo Shop in Metairie, so good. Fantastic.
I got to hook you up. Next time you go to Lawrence, go to Wine Dive and Kitchen. My buddy owns
I think I've heard of that.
Very good. Very good.
All right. I'll try to remember that. Yeah. All right, that does it for Mailbag Monday on a Friday with Will and me. Junkie of the Day. Who is your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Never a Junkie of the Day. Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is the very best. Best dealer in the business. Dealer that you can trust. They're transparent with you. Not going to hassle you. They're not going to get you after you buy the vehicle trying to upcharge you on a warranty A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They're not doing that with you because Monument Chevrolet doesn't believe in that. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. Have helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, outstanding culture. It's still family-owned after all of these years. And you know what's going on right now at Monument Chevrolet? Truck Month. I spoiled it, but Truck Month is going on right now, and they are offering the supplier discount on its full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. The big discount reserved for the top Chevy sellers. You pay that price this month. This is the biggest discount they've ever offered to the public, the bulk discount that only the big buyers normally receive. Take advantage of the supplier discount. If you've even had a fraction of a thought of getting a new Silverado 1500, you have to do it now to save you money. Take advantage of Truck Month, the supplier discount.
and get yourself a 2026 Silverado 1500. No tricks, no time wasting. Go visit them at 225 and Beltway 8. GM Jeff is waiting for you. Make sure you say hello to Jeff. He's going to take care of you. You can check out their full inventory as well at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. No Joe today. Will sitting in these last couple of days. Junkie of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What is your junkie of the day? A junkie says you're anti-social, Jeremy. Kunkel, send Jeremy an invoice for the free therapy. I don't think I really gained anything there, though.
I mean, you learned about yourself, though.
I kind of already knew that.
No, you
like,
learned
did you help me at all in my anti-socialness? No, didn't help me there. My real therapist wouldn't be very pleased with this. 713-780-ESPN. Smoking and Toasting coming up at 7 o'clock later today in Rocket Power. I wonder if anybody tries to steal that podcast name. I wonder if that happens.
Man, or you get blocked by someone else.
That was fun.
Register
all right,
that.
Junkie of the day. Mine's this guy, Travis Achan.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Travis
so
Etienne.
Growing up, Travis Achan. So it'd be like Achane. And that's how you always said Travis Achan. But when I went to college, I kept telling them my name like every day. And like after like 4 weeks, they just couldn't get it. So I'm like, man, it's Etienne. Like how you see it is how you say it.
It's crazy to me, man.
Clemson
Like, how is
SID
this
catching
Achan?
strays.
Have you ever this crazy? Like, how is that Achan?
You know what's funny is it is crazy, but when there's new players in the locker room, whatever sport I'm covering, I've always asked them, like, hey, I know your name sounds and you've been in the league forever. Like, is this right? And sometimes they say no. Like, they're like, no,
Yeah.
it's actually not.
You know, one that I got recently was Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, he was the one I asked him his rookie year. I asked him, I was like, is it Bullock? And they were like, he was like, nah, dude, it's Bullock.
Yeah, because I remember the Texans did like a draft thing after they drafted him, and it was like, hey, tell us who you are, where you're from, or whatever. He's like, it's Kalen Bullock, and it resonated with me. I was like, that's a weird way to say his name. And then when the season started, everybody was saying Bullock, and I'm like, all these people are saying it wrong. I was, posting it every second.
Yep.
And then finally it got changed, probably because of your question. So I appreciate that.
And same thing with To'o versus To'o. I know that's more like cultural.
To'o.
It's Henry To'o.
Brian, what do you got, Junkie of the Day?
The Big 12 court, I think, is the big one. And then
they changed it. You
okay,
bully?
The previous one that they admitted was trash. And then the Titans' identity crisis. They still can't get over their ex.
I'm going Lena Hidalgo, like hard.
2 days in a row?
Yeah, like we didn't really do this yesterday, did we?
Yeah, we did.
I guess we did, but I'm doing it again because she's still like
well, you got
she
30
wanted
seconds.
she wanted the video, and then like there was no video, and she's back to like what a little rodeo clown.
Yeah, I thought of a segment that would have been fun yesterday, but it's too late now. All right, it's going to do it for us. Thank you to Brian for doing the hard work. Good working with you, Will. Hope to do it again soon. Thank you all the junkies for tuning in this week. I hope you all have a great weekend. Joe George off today, but he's coming up next. Sean Mates, Rocket Power, right here on ESPN 97.5. Good night. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.